Chapter 001. Fortune arrives, unstoppable. On a tranquil night by the roadside, a young man named Chen Jun, a recent graduate in sports, was engrossed in capturing photographs of a small tree with his mobile phone. Renowned for his striking looks, he was the object of affection for many female classmates during his university years. With a handsome visage and a robust physique, his only lament was his family's financial struggles, leaving his pockets nearly empty. Driven by dreams of entrepreneurship, he had envisioned a prosperous life post-graduation. Yet, the harsh realities of life confronted him. His lower educational qualifications rendered him undesirable in the job market. In an era where nearly everyone held a university degree, his undergraduate status lacked competitiveness. To embark on his entrepreneurial journey, he required initial capital, but with no job and barely enough to eat, the dream seemed distant. Just as despair began to settle, fate intervened with the activation of the Rescue Young Women check-in system. This peculiar system promised rewards for completing daily check-in tasks at designated locations through photography. For every 7 days of successful check-ins, an additional generous reward would be granted. The system also hinted that certain features required the host's personal interpretation. Upon finishing his photo, a virtual panel materialized before him. Chen Jun tapped the check-in button, successfully completing the task. Suddenly, a notification echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have completed the check-in task and received a cash reward of 10,000 yuan. All rewards distributed by the system are legitimate and compliant. Please receive them with confidence." Ding, ding. His phone began to vibrate. Extracting it from his pocket, he glanced at the message. Dongda Agricultural Bank, account ending in 9527, credited amount 10,000 yuan, total balance 10,038 yuan. Huh, it's real. This is fantastic. I can use this money for my rent. Chen Jun exclaimed joyfully, envisioning a celebratory feast after paying his dues. With continuous photography and check-ins, he believed he could amass the funds to fulfill his dreams. However, his daydreams were interrupted by the sight of a woman near the flower bed, leaning against a tree, vomiting. She appeared to be in her 30s, clad in a red split skirt that accentuated her alluring figure, her curves fitting the garment as if tailored for her. Judging by her high heels, she stood approximately 1.7 meters tall, embodying a type of mature femininity that was simply indescribable. Her long, curly, light blonde hair added to her allure. Chen Jun found himself captivated. Such women were seldom seen during his school days. At that moment, a bespectacled, bearded man approached her, distinctly short and overweight, exuding an air of unpleasantness. "Hello, miss. Would you like me to help you to a hotel?" He spoke softly, yet his smirk was unmistakable. "Who are you calling, miss?" "Get lost," she retorted, glaring fiercely at him. Unfazed, the greasy man persisted. "Beautiful lady, I'm merely trying to assist you. Let me take you somewhere else." He attempted to wrap his arm around her slender waist, forcefully dragging her away. "Get away. Can't you see I want nothing to do with you?" she shouted, pushing him with all her strength. "There's no need to be so angry. I'm a good Samaritan. I won't harm you," he insisted, still holding onto her hand with a grin. "You just want to take advantage of me. Don't think I'm oblivious." The intoxicated woman struggled to break free, her body weakly resisting. The man, reveling in his lewd intentions, thought to himself, "Once I have her, there's no escape." He forcibly held her shoulder, disregarding her protests. "Let go of me, you scoundrel," she cried, her legs flailing. Clearly, she was no match for him, and the alcohol had rendered her defenseless. Just as the greasy man believed he would succeed, a commanding voice erupted from behind. "Scoundrel, let her go." Chen Jun advanced swiftly, his deep voice intimidating. Startled, the greasy man turned to see a youthful, handsome face. From Chen Jun's attire, it was evident he was merely in his early 20s. Seeing a student before him, the man's confidence waned. "Why don't you step aside and mind your own business?" he sneered, attempting to intimidate Chen Jun. The woman, now aware of her potential savior, raised her hand in a feeble attempt to call out, her voice barely audible. "It's you who should leave. Release this woman," Chen Jun declared, removing his short-sleeved shirt to reveal his well-defined muscles, a testament to his diligent training. The greasy man, intimidated by Chen Jun's imposing physique, felt a tremor of fear. Could he be a weightlifter? With such a handsome face and a physique like that? Chen Jun tightened his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing with authority. "I'm speaking to you, are you deaf?" The greasy man gulped, contemplating the risk of engaging in a fight he likely wouldn't withstand a single blow. Perceiving Chen Jun's readiness to defend, he relented. "Fine, take her, you little brat." He shoved the woman towards Chen Jun and scurried away. For him, it was simply a matter of finding another target. The woman, with a soft grunt, collapsed into Chen Jun's embrace. "Thank you, handsome," she sighed, relieved to have escaped the man's clutches. Chen Jun steadied her by the shoulders, recognizing her as someone familiar. Under the influence of alcohol, her gaze was hazy as she cupped his face and began kissing him fervently. "Honey, let's go," she murmured, her eyes shut tight, lost in a memory of her youthful husband. "Honey?" Chen Jun was perplexed by her words. The woman clung to him, as if fearing his departure. It then struck him this was Su Qinghua, the proprietress of the company where he had interned. Now 38, she had been left to raise her daughter alone after her husband's early demise, bearing the weight of business pressures and emotional voids that had accumulated over the years. Under the influence of alcohol, she released her pent-up frustrations in passionate kisses, leaving Chen Jun both flattered and bewildered. "Madam, please calm down. It's me." Chen Jun gently pushed her back, tapping her face lightly. Su Qinghua slowly opened her eyes, momentarily confused before realizing he was not her late husband. "Madam, it's me, Chen, your former intern," he urged, trying to jog her memory. At that moment, Su Qinghua's mind was clouded, struggling to recall him, but the name sounded vaguely familiar. Chapter 002. This male model seems out of place here. At this juncture, Su Qinghua felt a wave of nausea wash over her, her stomach churning violently. The alcohol still lingered in her system, leaving her in a state of half-consciousness. Ugh! She covered her mouth, retching but unable to vomit. Recognizing her distress, Chen Jun guided her back to the small tree. "Madam, it's all right, let it out here." He supported her, ensuring she didn't lose her balance. Ugh! With her right hand gripping the tree, she finally expelled the contents of her stomach, the pungent smell of alcohol wafting through the air. Chen Jun turned his head away, yet the overwhelming odor was inescapable. "Why did you drink so much?" he inquired with concern. After vomiting, Su Qinghua felt a sense of relief, her dizziness subsiding slightly. Although still somewhat inebriated, her mind had cleared considerably. "Thank you. Otherwise that short fellow would have taken advantage of me." Su Qinghua straightened up, managing a smile to express her gratitude. "You're welcome here. Use this to wipe your mouth," Chen Jun said, retrieving a tissue from his pocket and handing it to her. Su Qinghua accepted it with a nod of thanks, then dabbed at the corners of her lips. She sneaked a glance at the young man beside her. His well-defined pectoral muscles and the visible 8-pack abs were striking. To claim she felt nothing would be a lie. She had certainly felt something during their kiss moments ago. The long-lost fragrance of youth made her heart race. "Madam, where is your home? Shall I call a cab for you?" Chen Jun inquired, pulling out his phone. "No need, just help me inside to rest for a bit." Su Qinghua indicated towards the bar diagonally across from them, explaining she had been drinking there. "Oh, all right," Chen Jun replied, putting on his clothes and supporting her as they made their way inside. Su Qinghua was a regular at this bar, and upon her return, the staff hurried over to assist her. "No, it's fine, you all go back to work," she insisted, gently pushing them away. The staff, sensing her intention, stood aside without imposing further. Chen Jun guided her to a private room, where one curious employee remarked, "This male model doesn't seem like one of ours." "Indeed, he's quite handsome, I envy him. If I had muscles like that, I could attract a wealthy woman," a colleague chimed in. Chen Jun settled Su Qinghua onto the plush leather sofa, which yielded under her weight. Upon noticing her impressive figure, he was momentarily taken aback. In school, the girls he encountered were typically more innocent and youthful. Though they were endearing, they paled in comparison to this mature beauty. "Madam, you should rest here for a while. I should take my leave," Chen Jun said, realizing it was getting late. "Don't go, stay and keep me company for a bit." Su Qinghua, half-dazed, tugged at his arm, pulling him close. Unprepared, Chen Jun found himself leaning against her chest, a soft and somewhat awkward sensation. Clearly unconcerned, Su Qinghua continued to chat with him. "So, you interned at my company, right?" "Yes, madam, that was last year. You even rewarded me an extra 500 yuan, he recounted. "Oh, right, I remember now." Su Qinghua nodded, though she had long forgotten. She then inquired why he hadn't continued working at her company after graduation. I wanted to, but during the interview, they dismissed me due to my low qualifications. Chen Jun lowered his gaze, embarrassment creeping into his voice as if his education had become a source of insecurity. I see. Well, I will call tomorrow and arrange for you to return to my company, Su Qinghua decided, intending to express her gratitude for his earlier bravery. Really? Thank you, madam. A formal job would spare him from incessant calls from his parents and allow him to remain in Jiang City, living freely. The fear of being labeled unemployed weighed heavily on freshly graduated students, and the thought of relatives mocking his job search was daunting. Su Qinghua, feeling parched, poured herself another glass of red wine, downing it with ease. Here, try a glass. This bottle costs 80,000 yuan, she said, pouring a glass for him. Initially reluctant, Chen Jun's curiosity piqued at the mention of the price. He took a sip, pleasantly surprised by its smoothness and subtle sweetness. Delicious. It's sweet, reminiscent of milk tea, he praised, having never encountered such a delightful wine before. As long as you enjoy it, let's finish it. Once opened, it would be a shame to waste it. Su Qinghua poured another glass for him. Thank you, madam, he replied, lifting the glass once more. She filled her own glass and initiated a casual conversation. Curious, Chen Jun asked why she was drinking alone at night. Su Qinghua explained that the pressures of work made it difficult for her to sleep without a drink. Thus, they conversed and drank, finding a harmonious connection. Before long, they had finished nearly a half bottle. Su Qinghua, feeling unsatisfied, summoned another bottle. At this point, Chen Jun was beginning to feel the effects of the alcohol. His head felt heavy and uncooperative. Let's keep drinking and finish this bottle, Su Qinghua suggested, pouring for both of them. I think I've had enough, he protested, his voice thickening. His infrequent drinking had left him flushed and overheated. You're a man, how can you be so weak? I'm still drinking, she chided, finishing her glass and urging him to do the same. Right, I'm a man, I can't let you win. Chen Jun grinned, downing his drink. The alcohol intensified his inebriation, and he found himself captivated by the beauty before him, unable to resist leaning in for a kiss. To his delight, she reciprocated, and they embraced tightly, their desires resonating in that intoxicating moment. As they lost themselves in their drunken haze, their breaths became heavier. Dare you come with me to the next room? Su Qinghua managed to say, pulling on his arm. Of course. What's there to fear? Let's go. Chen Jun stood up, following her out of the private room. Chapter 003. A contest of strength and superiority. Su Qinghua grasped his hand, guiding him down the corridor of the bar. A few women approached, their eyes lighting up at the sight of Chen Jun's physique. A man with such fair skin and a robust build is a coveted treasure wherever he goes. Boss lady, where are we headed? Haven't we arrived yet? Chen Jun squinted, assuming they were off to the next bar for drinks. We're almost there. Don't be impatient. Just follow me, Su Qinghua replied as she led him to the elevator. Before long, the elevator doors opened, and they stepped inside, shoulder to shoulder. Su Qinghua produced a card from her chest, tapping it against the sensor. As the doors closed, the elevator began its ascent. Ah, impressive. I didn't know this place could conceal such things, Chen Jun exclaimed in surprise, clapping his hands in admiration. This elevator was exclusive to the bar's elite members. Ordinary patrons could not access it. Even if they were to reach the upper floors, they would be unable to unlock the doors, as the elevator card also served as the room key. The upper level featured a lounge designed for high-ranking members to spend the night. The elevator halted at the 5th floor, and as the doors opened, Su Qinghua tugged him out. Where are we? I thought we were just going for drinks. Chen Jun, somewhat tipsy, found his footing difficult, feeling as though he were walking on clouds. Su Qinghua, having indulged herself as well, was in a similar state. Almost there. Let me find out which room it is. She held the room key, scanning each door, having forgotten which one was theirs due to her inebriation. They leaned against the walls, slowly making their way until they finally reached door number 6, hearing the click of the lock. This is it, Su Qinghua declared, turning the doorknob and stepping inside. The moment the door swung open, the lights illuminated the room, revealing an interior reminiscent of a bedroom. A large circular bed occupied the center, accompanied by a bathtub nearby. What are we doing here? I thought we were just drinking. Chen Jun leaned against the wall. his head spinning. Once the drinks are finished, I'll show you something special, Su Qinghua said, closing the door and leading him to the edge of the bed. What special thing, boss lady? Chen Jun asked, curiosity piqued as he sat on the bed. Indeed, I have something, Su Qinghua replied with a flirtatious smile, raising her right leg to rest on his thigh. Chen Jun's heart raced at the sight of her beautiful leg, perfectly smooth and pale, a testament to meticulous care. Such beauty, he couldn't help but reach out to touch it. Huh, little boy, do you like it? Su Qinghua laughed, perceiving him as youthful, given their age difference of over a decade. I do, your legs are stunning, he complimented, entranced. Su Qinghua leaned closer, caressing his face before kissing him. So fragrant. Tian Yun brilled in hyacinth, reciprocating her affection. Under the influence of alcohol, they both surrendered to the moment, engulfed in passion. Would you like to see something even more special? Su Qinghua straightened up. Yes, boss lady, I want to see, Chen Jun eagerly responded, now devoid of rational thought. Su Qinghua unfastened 2 buttons at her waist, playfully smiling as she began to remove her red slit skirt. Perhaps due to her intoxication, the task proved somewhat challenging. Wow, so beautiful. Chen Jun's eyes widened, mesmerized. This was his first experience witnessing someone undress before him. Finally, she managed to shed the skirt and tossed it into his hands. He took it, closing his eyes to savor the unique fragrance, a blend of feminine allure, potent perfume, and a hint of alcohol. This scent quickly dissolved his resolve. Is it beautiful? Do you want to see more? Su Qinghua tossed her curls, clad only in black lingerie, her figure exquisite despite her age of 38. Her skin remained flawless, her abdomen flat with a defined line, embodying the coveted S-curve many women aspire to. Absolutely stunning, Chen Jun was captivated, utterly entranced. It felt surreal, like a dream, intensified by the effects of alcohol. His hands explored her smooth abdomen, an indescribable delight. He stood, his mind consumed by a singular thought, a contest of strength and superiority, battling until dawn. Boss lady, I want you, he declared, pulling her into an embrace and kissing her deeply, sharing warmth. Su Qinghua, succumbing to the moment, fell back onto the bed, beckoning him closer. Lacking experience, Chen Jun relied on instinct, floundering in his attempts, but to no avail. Don't be nervous, take it slow. Su Qinghua gently guided him, teaching him the way. Chen Jun quickly adapted, though he was indeed a novice, having only seen instructional films. As Su Qinghua gradually lost herself in the moment, she called out for him, her voice low and enticing, further enthralling him. Women of her age yearn for care and affection, often masking their vulnerabilities with a facade of strength in the business world, ensuring their partners do not underestimate them. Privately, however, she was quite fragile, often seeking solace in solitary drinking sessions whenever faced with sorrow. Her cousin, noting her youth, had sought to introduce her to men, but most were merely interested in her wealth. As a result, she had set aside thoughts of remarriage, focusing instead on her career. Now, Chen Jun was entirely absorbed, lost in bliss. They continued to shift positions, tumbling from the bed to the floor, the details of their escapades eluding the narrative. As dawn broke, a ray of sunlight filtered through the curtain, illuminating their faces. The room lay in disarray, clothes and shoes scattered everywhere. The television displayed the discarded red slit skirt. The heavy sounds of their breathing filled the room, a testament to the fervor of the previous night. Beep, beep, beep. Chen Jun awoke to the incessant ringing of his phone. Groggy, he searched for it, finally locating it on the bedside table. With bleary eyes, he pressed the answer button, internally cursing the disturbance to his early morning slumber. Dear readers, this is merely an appetizer. The main course is yet to be served, and there are more tantalizing dishes to come. Chapter 004. Do not misunderstand. I am buying for my aunt on the other end of the line. A harsh voice erupted in curses. It was the landlord calling. What on earth? I called you several times last night. Why didn't you answer? Upon recognizing the voice, Chen Jun, aware of the landlord's intention, replied irritably, I was busy. What is the matter so early in the morning? It's time to pay the rent. Are you deliberately avoiding me? If you're not going to rent, I'll offer it to someone else. The landlord made his position clear. Recalling the cash the system had provided him the previous day, Chen Jun felt emboldened. Oh, come on. Do you really think I'm that desperate for your little amount? He hung up before the landlord could respond. Subsequently, Chen Jun opened WeChat and transferred the rent to the landlord. Surprised by the sudden transaction, the landlord thought, has he sold something? How could he have money all of a sudden? Out of politeness, he sent a thank you message. Chen Jun, seeing the reply, sneered. Once I have enough money, I'll move out immediately. I can't be bothered to deal with you. Setting his phone down, he attempted to rise from the bed, only to discover someone lying beside him. What is happening? Why am I in a hotel? It dawned on him that he was not in his rented room. Gently pushing aside the disheveled hair of the figure next to him, he realized it was indeed the landlady. Oh no, I thought last night was a dream. It turns out it was real. Chen Jun could only remember drinking with the landlady, and the events that followed were a blur. How he ended up in this room remained a mystery. The thought sent a chill down his spine. As a newcomer to society, he was utterly at a loss. If the landlady reported him, would he end up in jail? The mere thought was mortifying. Having just graduated and yet to earn a penny, such a scandal would render him unable to return home with dignity. Just then, Su Qinghua stirred awake. Realizing he could not escape the situation, Chen Jun decided to be forthright. Landlady, I was drunk last night and somehow ended up here. With that, he closed his eyes, bracing himself for the impending reprimand. To his surprise, Su Qinghua remained silent, instead lifting the covers for a glance. Realizing her own state of undress, she quickly pieced together the events of the previous night. Although she too had been drunk, she retained some memory of how they came to be in this room. Given that it was her exclusive suite, no one could enter without her consent. Feeling a bit sore, she reflected on the vigor of youth. They had indulged until the early hours. Go fetch my dress, she instructed, pointing to the slit skirt hanging on the television. All right, Chen Jun replied, hastily retrieving it for her. After taking the skirt, Su Qinghua grabbed her lingerie from the bed, but after several attempts to fasten it, she discovered it had been torn and would need replacing. What's your name? I don't remember, she inquired, her brow furrowed slightly. My name is Chen Jun, but you may call me Xiao Chun. He feared she was considering involving the authorities, and since escape was futile, he resigned himself to his fate, albeit with a smirk at having shared a bed with such a beauty. Xiao Chun, my underwear has been torn. Please go to the nearby supermarket and buy me some new ones. She tossed the shredded black panties into the trash bin. Sure, I'll be right back. Chen Jun felt a glimmer of hope since she and T directly called the police. Perhaps there was still a chance for redemption. He dressed quickly and prepared to flee this awkward predicament. Wait, take the room card with you. Were you one T be able to get back in? Su Qinghua pointed to the card on the bedside table. Got it, I'll be back soon. Chen Jun grabbed the card and exited. At that moment, the bar was deserted, save for a cleaning lady. Chen Jun made his way down the corridor and exited through the emergency exit. It was just past 8 in the morning, and the streets were bustling with hurried commuters eager to catch the subway. Chen Jun ambled down the road, feeling out of place amidst the morning rush. The city's early hours felt somewhat desolate compared to the vibrant nightlife. The nearest supermarket was a 10-minute walk away. As he strolled, pleasant memories of the previous night began to resurface. She had an alluring figure, but unfortunately, he had been too inebriated to fully appreciate it. This regret lingered, as he feared he might never have another chance. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the supermarket and headed towards the lingerie section. The store had just opened, and the staff were busy organizing merchandise. Feeling a bit shy, he quietly asked the female clerk, "Excuse me, do you have black lingerie and panties?" The clerk glanced over and pointed diagonally. "Men S is over there. This is the ladies section." I'm actually looking for ladies' items," he replied awkwardly, forcing a smile. The clerk looked puzzled. It was quite rare for a man to be buying women S underwear so early in the morning. Sensing his discomfort, she asked, "What size do you need?" Caught off guard, he stammered, How would I know? I'm not a woman." Noticing his hesitation, the clerk suggested, "Compare with me. Are you looking for something for a slim or fuller figure?" Chen Jun assessed her and replied, "Well, slightly fuller, but not excessively so." The clerk nodded, selecting an item one size larger than her own. He accepted it, hurriedly paying and eager to leave. With the store being so empty, he feared being spotted and ridiculed online. Determined to return quickly, he rushed out of the supermarket, fortuitously passing by a breakfast stall. He paused to purchase some pan-fried buns to bring back, hoping to win favor with Su Qinghua and perhaps gain her forgiveness. Arriving at the door of the room, he retrieved the room card and opened the door. Inside, Su Qinghua had finished washing up and was waiting for him in bed. As he entered, he handed her the lingerie and turned away. "Landlady, I bought some pan-fried buns. You can eat them later." He indicated the bag in his hand. "Oh, you can eat them yourself. I'm not hungry. I'll be heading back to the office soon." Su Qinghua thought to herself that this young man was surprisingly considerate. "About what happened yesterday, I didn't mean to," Chen Jun began, wishing to clarify that he had just graduated and hadn't yet found a job. Any compensation would have to wait. Su Qinghua, while slipping into her skirt, listened intently to his explanation. Chapter 005. Children Make Choices. "I desire them all." Su Qinghua felt relieved that her dress had not been torn. This particular piece was a limited edition that she cherished, costing over 30,000 yuan. After donning the exquisite garment, she proceeded to the restroom. From a small wooden cabinet, she retrieved her makeup kit and began to apply her cosmetics in front of the mirror. As a middle-aged woman, stepping outside without makeup felt akin to leaving the house unclothed. It stripped her of her sense of security. While applying her makeup, she muttered to herself, "The new lingerie is indeed a tad tight. Uncomfortably so. I'll need to purchase a new set when I return." Chen Jun, noticing her indifference as she entered, settled himself onto a chair. He was perplexed, unable to decipher her intentions. Glancing at the Xingjianbo in his hand, he assumed she had no intention of eating. Women like her, the proprietress, were typically health-conscious and seldom indulged in street food. He thought, "What a waste if she doesn't eat. I'm rather hungry." Thus, he opened the bag and began to savor the dumplings, relishing each bite. It is only when one is famished that food tastes particularly delightful. In a brief span, he devoured the entire bag of 10. At that moment, Chen Jun's attention was drawn to a pair of black lace panties in the trash can. Curiosity compelled him to investigate their condition. Should I pick them up and look? Would that be too perverse? He wrestled with his thoughts. However, he reasoned that since she was in the restroom, she would be none the wiser. Retrieving them, inspecting them, and returning them should pose no significant issue. Ultimately, his compulsion triumphed over reason. He reached into the bin, extracting the tattered underwear. It was beyond recognition, reduced to shreds. Yet, it still bore her unique scent. Am I truly so depraved as to want to smell it? Chen Jun incessantly admonished himself, urging not to succumb to such urges. Nevertheless, the notion tormented him, leading to an internal struggle. In the restroom, Su Qinghua finished her makeup and tossed her hair back. Satisfied with her reflection, she nodded approvingly. Hearing sound from within, Chen Jun hastily discarded the panties back into the trash. He sat rigidly, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing, fearful of detection. Emerging from the restroom, Su Qinghua observed Chen Jun's lingering presence and felt a twinge of confusion. She pondered, is he expecting compensation from me? After all, I am his senior in age, and this was his first experience. Chen Jun beheld the now beautiful proprietress, her elegance evoking memories of the previous night. He yearned to embrace her once more, to caress her exquisite feet. Yet reality dictated otherwise. Her countenance had turned cold. Su Qinghua remained silent, contemplating her words, uncertain how to express herself. This expression struck a deep chord within Chen Jun. The warmth of yesterday had transformed into the chill of rejection. Perhaps this exemplified the oft-quoted notion that women are capricious, their passion fleeting, leaving only estrangement in its wake. Do you have something to convey to me? Su Qinghua finally broke the silence. Chen Jun nodded, contemplating his words carefully before speaking. Madam, regarding last night's incident, I acknowledge it fully. If you insist on reporting it, I must accept my fate. Su Qinghua burst into laughter, bemused by his serious demeanor, thinking it to be a trivial matter. Oh, is that what you meant? Why would I report you? Rest assured. She extended her right hand to caress his cheek, soothing his anxious demeanor. Ah, madam, you truly want to report me? That is splendid. Chen Jun's previously somber expression transformed into a broad smile. Observing this, Su Qinghua mused, children are indeed just children. Though she held the advantage in age, convention dictated that a poor lad involved with a wealthy woman would typically face repercussions. Forget about last night. Consider it as if nothing transpired. Su Qinghua smiled, gently ruffling his hair. In her eyes, this young man resembled a child of her own. Now rational, she exhibited remarkable composure, devoid of hesitation. Yet Chen Jun could not dismiss the memory of her alluring form. He sought not possession, but merely the pleasure of appreciation. Silly boy, just think of it as a dream. There's no need for responsibility. Su Qinghua reassured him, concerned he might develop psychological barriers. Truly, as a career-driven woman, she remained unfazed by such matters. Moreover, with his handsome visage, she felt indifferent to the implications of age. However, for Chen Jun, that enchanting night would forever remain etched in his memory. Moreover, the very woman who occupied his thoughts stood before him. To claim he felt no impulse would be disingenuous. What man could resist the allure of such beauty? Well, I must take my leave now. There are numerous matters demanding my attention at the office. Su Qinghua affectionately stroked his youthful cheek, a gesture that felt both like a farewell and a form of consolation. Madam, yesterday you mentioned arranging a job for me at your company. Was that sincere? Chen Jun suddenly recalled her words during their previous night of revelry. I'm not quite sure. Su Qinghua faltered, uncertain if she had indeed made such a promise. Madam, didn't you say you would help me find employment? Is that offer still valid? Chen Jun inquired, eager for an opportunity to remain close to her. Su Qinghua hesitated, her words faltering. Allowing him into her company could lead others to perceive her as frivolous, yet denying him would seem heartless. At that moment, her phone rang. It was a call from her secretary. The timing was fortuitous, providing her with an excuse to depart. Xiao Chun, let me add you on WeChat first. We could discuss the job after I handle this matter, all right? She pulled up her phone's QR code. All right, that works. Chen Jun scanned the code, successfully adding her. Thus, they connected on WeChat. Su Qinghua, eager to address her company's affairs, led him out of the room. Chen Jun's residence conveniently aligned with her route to the office. Consequently, Su Qinghua offered him a ride. Her mode of transportation was a red Porsche 911, a luxury vehicle that epitomized her wealth and status. The car's sleek design mirrored the beauty of its owner, a fitting match for a wealthy woman. This marked Chen Jun's inaugural experience in a sports car, allowing him to savor the joys that wealth could afford. Passers-by cast envious glances, igniting a fire of ambition within him. He silently vowed that when he amassed his wealth, he too would acquire a similar car, and perhaps the affections of this affluent woman as well. Chapter 006. Is there still a need for authentic harmony with this figure? Chen Jun returned to his rented apartment, but the stark contrast of his surroundings left him feeling quite despondent. His dwelling resembled a hospital ward, with a long corridor flanked by a series of rooms. The tenants lived within these modest quarters, speaking in hushed tones for fear of being overheard by their neighbors. Yet, even under such circumstances, the silence of the night rendered every sound crystal clear. Next door resided a freshly graduated female university student, an alumnus of the conservatory with aspirations of hosting her own concert. Alas, reality often proved to be a harsh mistress. To make ends meet, she sang at nightclubs in the evenings and returned to her humble abode to sleep during the day. As Chen Jun approached his room, he opened the door and stepped inside. His room, situated at the westernmost end of the corridor, had the advantage of tranquility, as the young woman next door was usually asleep during the day, ensuring he was undisturbed. This 60-square-meter space was neither too large nor too small, perfectly accommodating his solitary lifestyle. As mealtime approached and his stomach grumbled in protest, Chen Jun entered the kitchen to prepare a bowl of fried rice. The cost of living in this bustling metropolis was exorbitant. A simple bowl of fried rice could set one back 30 yuan, a luxury beyond the means of an average person. Chen Jun reasoned that, although he now had financial support from the system, he ought to be frugal. After all, if the system were to cease its rewards one day, he could easily find himself destitute. Before long, a delectable bowl of fragrant fried rice was ready, complemented by a bowl of spicy seaweed soup, a perfect pairing. Chen Jun relished every bite, savoring the deliciousness of both dishes. At that moment, his phone vibrated twice, signaling a new message. He opened WeChat to find a voice message from Su Qinghua. How quickly she reached out. Was she inviting him to work at her company? He pressed play to listen. Hey, Xiao Chun, are you free at 2 this afternoon? Let us discuss work at the DMCAF on Hafong Street. Indeed, it was about work. Chen Jun felt elated at the prospect of seeing his boss daily. Eagerly, he sent a voice message in return, assuring her of his punctuality. With his spirits lifted, his appetite naturally improved. In no time, he polished off the bowl of fried rice and drained the soup. Realizing he needed to tidy himself up, he decided against wearing his faded long-sleeve shirt. Instead, he retrieved a counterfeit Armani shirt from his closet. Though it was imitation, it still looked quite dapper. After grooming himself in front of the mirror, Chen Jun left his apartment. He made his way to the bus stop, as the distance to Hafong Street was somewhat far. Walking was impractical, and taking a taxi would be too costly. Thus, he sought to save wherever possible. Strangely enough, the joy of the occasion seemed to alleviate his previous tendency to experience motion sickness on the bus, and today he felt perfectly fine. After half an hour, he arrived at his destination and alighted. The bus stop was in close proximity to DMCAF, and a mere 5-minute walk would bring him there. Checking the time, he felt a thrill of excitement, akin to a private date where whispered secrets could be exchanged. Upon reaching the CAF, Chen Jun stood outside, peering through the floor-to-ceiling windows. He spotted Su Qinghua seated in the center, accompanied by another woman, which took him by surprise. He had anticipated a one-on-one meeting, but now there was an unexpected third party. After adjusting his hair, he pushed open the glass door and confidently strode inside. "I'm here," he announced, and Su Qinghua quickly waved him over to take a seat. "Hello, boss," Chen Jun greeted as he sat down. "Oh, is this the person you mentioned?" The woman next to Su Qinghua inquired. Su Qinghua smiled and nodded, commenting on how formally the young man was dressed. Chen Jun appraised this woman beside Su Qinghua. She appeared quite affluent, sporting a short hairstyle that framed her face, which bore a slightly plump appearance. "This is my cousin, Zhang Xuefei. You may call her Fei Jia," Su Qinghua introduced succinctly. "Hello there, young handsome. You look quite robust," Zhang Xuefei exclaimed, rising to pinch his arm. "Hello, Fei Jia," Chen Jun replied, feeling rather awkward. Such greetings were far from conventional and felt somewhat inappropriate. He scrutinized the slightly plump woman, noting her pink lace long-sleeve top, through which her undergarment was distinctly visible, paired with a black skirt that seemed to accentuate her figure in an unflattering manner. With a chuckle, Zhang Xuefei teased her cousin. "This little one looks good. You must be tired from last night." "Fei Jia, what are you saying? Can't you be serious for a moment?" Su Qinghua nudged her cousin with her elbow, clearly annoyed by her lack of decorum. "Not admitting it, are you? You look radiant today. You must have had quite the night. Or else you wouldn't have ignored my calls," Zhang Xuefei remarked candidly, unabashed in front of a stranger. "Mind your words. He is just a fresh graduate," Su Qinghua retorted, exasperated by her cousin's bluntness. "Oh my, so quick to defend him. I see. That's why you suddenly asked me to arrange a job for him," Zhang Xuefei observed, noticing Su Qinghua's blush, signaling an intimate connection between the two. Chen Jun was momentarily taken aback, having thought that Su Qinghua herself was arranging the job, only to discover it was her cousin who was in charge. "Can we please focus on the matter at hand?" Su Qinghua sighed, her irritation evident. "This is about business. I was trying to help you, but you were dismissive. It seems you have found a promising candidate, after all." Zhang Xuefei laughed heartily. "Please excuse my cousin. She has a penchant for humor," Su Qinghua said, slightly embarrassed by her relative's antics. "Not all. This sister is quite amusing," Chen Jun chimed in with a smile. "Look at that. Such sweet words from this young man, and with a physique to match. How enviable," Zhang Xuefei remarked, reaching out once more. Feeling increasingly uncomfortable, Chen Jun instinctively leaned back. It felt as though he were auditioning for a male modeling gig rather than discussing employment. "All right, enough of the jokes. We are in a CAF, not a bar. Let us keep it appropriate," Su Qinghua interjected, firmly placing her hand on Zhang Xuefei to restrain her. "All right, I'll stop teasing. Let us get serious. Young handsome, please share your basic information so we can determine what job to arrange for you," Zhang Xuefei said, shifting her tone to one of business as she noticed her cousin's annoyance. Sitting up straight, Chen Jun began his self-introduction, mentioning his academic achievements. Upon learning that he was a sports major, Zhang Shuefei's eyes sparkled with interest. A sports major, you say? No wonder you managed to impress my cousin. The strong woman. Your endurance must be remarkable. Chen Jun felt a blush creep across his face, realizing the implications of her words. He thought to himself, why is this woman so unabashedly straightforward? I feel as though I'm standing before her in a state of undress. Chapter 007, You can come to me if you're short on money. Su Qinghua shot her a sharp glance, hinting that she should be more mindful of her words. She regretted bringing her along. Can we discuss serious matters? You're making it sound as if you're frivolous. Su Qinghua thought to herself, after all, she is the owner of a company, and her cousin's nonsensical chatter was undermining her status. All right, let's not pretend to be serious. We are among family. Romantic entanglements are a part of life, Zhang Shuefei chuckled, encouraging Chen Jun to continue his introduction. However, Chen Jun, interrupted by their banter, was at a loss for words and decided to be straightforward. Sister, I have passed my CET-4 and also the computer level 2 exam. What job can you arrange for me? He thought it best to be direct, uncertain of what more she might say. With just a bachelor's degree, it's tough to get into my internet company. The minimum requirement is a master's degree, and we have plenty of PhDs. It's quite a challenge. Zhang Shuefei shook her head slightly, appearing troubled. That's why I'm coming to you for help. You have more than one company. You can always find another option. Su Qinghua interjected, knowing her cousin owned several businesses. Why complicate things? Just let him join your company. You're always hiring new people, Su Qinghua suggested. Zhang Shuefei reconsidered, realizing since they were acquainted, she need not seek alternatives. Su Qinghua found herself momentarily speechless, pondering. If he actually worked at her company, how could she conceal her romantic escapades? Her business partners might tease her about it, thinking she was keeping a boy toy nearby. Young man, tell me, how did you meet my cousin? I'm quite curious. Zhang Shuefei expressed her interest in such romantic tales. She often sought amusement in these trivial matters. Well, last night, a hefty fellow snatched the bag from the boss's wife, so I stepped in and reclaimed it. That's how we met. Chen Jun fabricated a story, noticing the glint in her eyes. Su Qinghua felt relieved, thinking this young man was rather clever. If he had spoken the truth, who knew how her cousin might twist the narrative? Is it really that simple? Zhang Shuefei was skeptical, pondering. With surveillance cameras everywhere, who would dare to snatch a bag? All right, enough chit-chat. What job are you actually going to arrange for him? Su Qinghua urged, mindful of her upcoming contract meeting. Handsome, you seem quite sharp and ambitious. How about working as a junior supervisor in my cosmetics company? Zhang Shuefei proposed, noting his fine physique and appearance, deeming him quite suitable. Thank you, sister. But I don't know anything about cosmetics, Chen Jun replied, feeling pleased at the prospect of supervisory role, assuming the salary would be decent. Not to worry. You'll have an assistant to guide you. Your main tasks will be to sign off on lists. It's quite straightforward, Zhang Shuefei assured him, explaining that as long as he knew his way around a computer, he would manage just fine. Thank you, sister. You are incredibly kind, Chen Jun thought to himself, finally having a formal job to share with his parents. Don't thank me, thank my cousin. As long as she is happy, that's what matters, Zhang Shuefei hinted. Then I owe you a favor. I'll treat you to a meal. The salary should be decent, right? Su Qinghua posed a practical question. Chen Jun was also curious about this, but felt too shy to inquire directly, considering she was arranging work for him. As a junior supervisor, the starting salary is 10,000 a month, with potential for raises based on performance, Zhang Shuefei explained, noting that the company had its policies regarding salary increases to maintain fairness among employees. That sounds fine. Chen, work hard, Su Qinghua encouraged, believing that this salary was commendable for a recent graduate, surpassing many. Thank you both for your assistance. I won't let you down. I'll work diligently and learn as much as I can. Though this salary may not be high in a big city, for someone from the countryside, it was quite impressive. I need to use the restroom, Su Qinghua announced, standing up and sipping her coffee. Once she left, Zhang Shuefei nudged Chen Jun with her leg, teasing, You and my cousin, are you two in a romantic relationship? She seldom asked for favors. Not all. I initially interned at her company, and we just happened to run into each other last night, Chen Jun quickly denied, aware of her penchant for gossip. Don't deceive me. with your looks and physique. If you haven't been intimate with her, who would believe that? Zhang Xuefei, seasoned in such matters, saw right through him. Chen Jun remained silent, tacitly acknowledging her insinuations, feeling as if she could see through his every word, and opted not to argue. Zhang Xuefei continued, unabashedly teasing him. So, handsome, do you find my legs appealing? Chen Jun glanced down to see her long legs clad in black stockings gently brushing against him. They are beautiful, truly lovely, he complimented, knowing he needed to show gratitude for her job offer. I have many pairs of stockings at home, of all kinds. If you'd like, you can come over, and I'll model them for you. Zhang Xuefei flirted, showing no semblance of a senior figure. By age, she could easily be his mother. Sure, perhaps another time. Chen Jun stammered, his face reddening at her boldness. Seeing his shy demeanor only delighted Zhang Xuefei more. She had a fondness for such innocent young men. Dear boy, if you ever find yourself in need of money, don't hesitate to seek me out. There is no need to feel embarrassed. I have ample time, she said, taking his hand and tracing circles in his palm. Thank you, sister, but I don't need anything at the moment. Chen Jun quickly withdrew his hand, realizing the implications of her words. He wasn't naive. He understood her suggestion of a more intimate arrangement, especially with her biting her lip in a suggestive manner. Haha, I do enjoy young men like you who have just stepped into the world. My cousin is indeed fortunate. Zhang Xuefei mused, happy for her cousin's good fortune. At that moment, Su Qinghua returned from the restroom and resumed her seat. What were you two chatting about so joyfully? Were you speaking of me? She inquired, wary of her cousin's probing. Chen Jun smiled and waved his hand dismissively, indicating they were merely exchanging pleasantries. No, we were discussing work matters, so don't overthink it. At that point, Zhang Xuefei stood up, stating she needed to take a call from a friend. Chapter 008, Surface Glamour. Inner emptiness. Su Qinghua felt a twinge of concern for her cousin and inquired, Xiao Chun, has she been speaking indiscreetly in front of you? Chen Jun merely smiled, knowing he could not openly speak ill of others, especially since they were cousins and he was but an outsider. No, she only discussed hobbies and similar topics. That's a relief. She's rather indiscreet, tend to say whatever comes to mind, Su Qinghua lamented. Chen Jun considered mentioning how she had playfully teased him, but hesitated to voice it. By the way, what does Fei Jie do? She appears not to work at all. Chen Jun asked, intrigued. It's a long story. It's hard to say whether she was fortunate or unfortunate, Su Qinghua succinctly replied. It turned out that Zhang Xuefei was merely a year older than Su Qinghua, due to a challenging family background. She had left school before completing middle school and moved to Jiangxing. Initially, she worked in a small factory as a piece-rate worker, assembling screws. Her beauty and intelligence caught the attention of the factory owner, which dramatically transformed her fortunes. At that time, the manufacturing industry was booming and orders surged. Even unwanted inventory was cleared out at inflated prices. A product that cost 50 cents was sold for 5 yuan, and demand still outstripped supply. The factory was in constant need of workers, and despite their best efforts, they could not keep up with production. In a mere 2 years, the couple amassed tens of millions, a sum equivalent to several hundred million today. However, good times did not last. Her husband suddenly passed away, leaving her alone. Overwhelmed by grief, she decided to sell the factory. Fortunately, she sold it just before the manufacturing sector began to decline, when workers were left with little to do. Seeking to escape her sorrow, she purchased a large plot of land in the suburbs, intending to build a house for retirement in a quieter area. Unexpectedly, the real estate market surged, and her land was included in the city's development plans. She sold it again, transforming her wealth from millions to tens of billions. Later, she met her second husband at a party, a man younger by 5 years. Initially, they shared a loving relationship and even had a son, who tragically passed away in his 3rd year. This loss strained their marriage, and they drifted apart, living like strangers. Her husband became engrossed in investments, rarely returning home, while she sought solace elsewhere, resulting in a cold relationship. Chen Jun, upon hearing her story, felt a pang of sympathy for this woman. Though she appeared to lead a glamorous life, she bore the weight of sorrow. It seems that aside from her wealth, Fei Jie also endures a troubled life. Chen Jun reflected. Just then, Zhang Xuefei returned from a phone call, her face beaming with joy, as though she had received good news. "Oh, what an interesting day this is," she exclaimed, taking a seat. "What's got you so cheerful?" Su Qinghua asked, intrigued. Zhang Xuefei leaned in and whispered in her ear. Su Qinghua's eyes widened in surprise as she turned to her, asking, "You and your husband haven't divorced yet? Is it truly all right?" "It's fine. He doesn't concern himself with me. We live our separate lives. Later, could you drive me? I didn't T-brim my car today." Zhang Xuefei candidly revealed that their relationship had long since deteriorated. "All right then, I shall play the role of chauffeur today," Su Qinghua consented. Chen Jun, observing their whispered conversation, speculated it must pertain to matters of romance. "I'll tell you, there are a few good men out there. My husband, believe it or not, got his secretary pregnant, and they actually had the child. Isn't that absurd?" Zhang Xuefei remarked nonchalantly, as if discussing someone else's affairs. "Really? How could that happen? Why haven't you divorced him yet?" Su Qinghua expressed her astonishment. "I won't divorce him. I do have to pay a hefty sum. It's easier to maintain the status quo. I keep my finances close, and we both lead our lives separately." Zhang Xuefei had anticipated this day when she married her second husband. Deep down, she understood he was primarily interested in her wealth, and that genuine affection was hard to sustain. Zhang Xuefei recognized her humble origins as a child from an ordinary family. The only reason she had ascended to high society was her newfound wealth. Although she mingled with affluent friends, the signs of the wealthy looked down upon her. "You make a valid point. It's a pity you are bound to someone devoid of affection." Su Qinghua empathized with her cousin. As they delved deeper into conversation, they momentarily forgot Chen Jun's presence. "Boss lady, should I take my leave?" Chen Jun stood to bid farewell. Zhang Xuefei glanced at him and suggested to her cousin, "Then let us go. It's rather dull to remain seated." Thus, the trio departed the CAF and made their way to the outdoor parking lot. A vibrant red Porsche in 911 attracted a crowd of young onlookers. A girl posed beside the car, striking various poses for her friends to photograph. Su Qinghua watched for a moment before retrieving her keys to unlock the vehicle. At that instant, the headlights illuminated, startling the gathered crowd. "Make way, we're driving off," Chen Jun called out to the spectators. The young admirers mistakenly assumed Chen Jun was the car's owner, erupting into excited gasps. "Look at him. He is handsome and wealthy. Must be a rich heir." They envied him, noting how he effortlessly embodied the ideal of wealth and charm. "At our age, I'm riding an e-bike while he's driving a sports car. It's infuriating." At that moment, Chen Jun brimmed with confidence, reveling in the admiration he received. This only solidified his aspiration to become a wealthy individual. "You drive. I'll sit in the back with my cousin." Su Qinghua graciously handed over the keys. "Sure," Chen Jun replied, elated as he took the keys and settled into the driver's seat. The two women entered the back, seizing the opportunity for a private conversation. Previously, Chen Jun had only experienced driving a 911 in video games. Now, the thrill of operating a real GT3 manual sports car exhilarated him. "Ladies, where shall we head?" Chen Jun asked, turning his head. "To the Longfeng Chengxiang restaurant on North Cheng Road. Do you know how to get there?" Zhang Xuefei provided the address. "I know it well. I visited that area frequently during my school days." With that, he fastened his seatbelt, engaged the gear, and executed a flawless maneuver to exit the parking lot. Chapter 009. What exactly are we together for? The roar of the sports car's engine brought an unprecedented sense of satisfaction to Chen Jun. This was not merely a vehicle. It symbolized one's identity and social standing. Chen Jun, a humble young man, had momentarily tasted the joy of affluence. This joy lay deeply buried within his heart, a desire to rise above his circumstances. In the back seat, two ladies were engrossed in a lively conversation about drinking and gatherings. Upon encountering the first red light, the vehicle came to a halt, and other cars dared not draw close, keeping their distance. They feared a scrape would render their year's hard work futile. Passers-by, noticing a young man inside, were taken aback. A few brave girls mustered the courage to ask if they could add him on WeChat to befriend him, yet all were met with rejection. After all, this was not his car, and they were merely attracted to the vehicle. "Look at this good kid," not adding WeChat indiscriminately. You are blessed, Zhang Shuifei remarked softly. What's wrong? Do you like him? Su Qinghua Zito. How could anyone not like such a handsome and admirable young man? If you tire of him one day, do let me take my turn, Zhang Shuifei said, half jokingly. It was unclear whether she genuinely meant it or was simply jesting. Stop saying such nonsense. What do you take him for? Put away your frivolous thoughts, Su Qinghua admonished, noticing her friend's increasingly outrageous comments. Oh, come on, why so serious? I'm not going to snatch him from you. Really? Zhang Shuifei chuckled at the earnestness of her friend. Half an hour later, Chen Jun parked the car at the entrance of the Longfeng Chengxiang restaurant. He was reluctant to leave, having barely satisfied his craving for driving, but he exited the vehicle nonetheless. Zhang Shuifei tugged at her cousin, insisting she accompany her inside for a bit more liveliness. Su Qinghua waved her hand dismissively, stating she had business to attend to later. With no choice but to relent, Zhang Shuifei entered alone. Su Qinghua glanced back inside, offering a wave of encouragement before returning to the car. Chen Jun noticed a man in a suit greeting her cousin warmly. They appeared quite intimate, exchanging not just hugs but kisses as well. Is that Fei Jia's husband? Chen Jun inquired casually, pointing. No, he is more like a boyfriend, Su Qinghua replied, checking the time on her phone. Then what about us? Chen Jun pressed, seeking clarity. Su Qinghua deliberately avoided his gaze, opting instead to slide into the driver's seat. Get in. It will be harder to drive later when the traffic builds up, she beckoned. All right, Chen Jun replied, taking a seat inside, filled with unspoken words he wished to share with her. As Su Qinghua drove, her mind was elsewhere. She was unsure how to navigate their relationship. On the surface, she exuded strength and nonchalance, yet within, she felt vulnerable. That night spent with this young man had rekindled a long-forgotten joy, a delight in being a woman. She yearned to maintain this connection, but felt compelled to distance herself due to their age and status disparity. Tian Yunis inquis troubled her deeply, despite her fondness. Reason urged her to let go. Boss lady, since that night, I've been thinking of you day and night, longing to be with you, Chen Jun boldly declared, seizing the opportunity of their solitude. Su Qinghua frowned, her thoughts tangled. To say she did not want him would be a lie. How could a middle-aged woman not be moved by the charm of a handsome young man? After much contemplation, she finally responded, It's impossible for us to be together. You should stop thinking about it. Why not? Boss lady, I think of you constantly. Do you not feel anything for me? Tian Yun pressed, recalling how she had opened up to him that night, her facade of composure barely concealing her true feelings. You only like me for my body, just like other men. Seeking novelty, Su Qinghua countered, avoiding a direct answer about her feelings, attempting to reject him in another way. No, I'm different. I admire your maturity, wisdom, and grace. Not just your physical form, Chen Jun countered, expressing his genuine feelings for her. Younger women possess those qualities as well, and their bodies are often more vibrant. Su Qinghua mused, thinking men are merely captivated by fleeting pleasures. You are different. You possess a noble soul. Being with you brings me immense joy, Chen Jun said, reaching out to touch her thigh, noticing she did not recoil. Su Qinghua's heart raced, but she forced herself to remain rational. Even if we were together, how long could that happiness last? In a few years, I will be 40, an old woman, while you will still be young. Claiming I do not desire you physically would be a lie. No one would turn down a figure like yours, he remarked, striking a chord with her, as she had always maintained her physique diligently. In the business realm, she had clinched deal after deal, leveraging her alluring appearance. Seeing her silent, Chen Jun continued, above physicality. I cherish the comfort of being with you. It fulfills me in a way no other girl has. Su Qinghua pulled the car over to the side of the road, turning to him and saying, If you don't desire me solely for my body, then it must be for my wealth, right? Boss lady, please don't misunderstand. I genuinely like you. I do not need your money. I simply wish to be with you. That's all, Chen Jun insisted. Although he needed money, he did not want to appear dependent on her wealth, as that would make him feel small. Foolish boy, how do we manage this relationship? Marriage is out of the question, and my daughter would never agree. Su Qinghua explained, noting that even if her daughter consented, her friends and relatives would not support such a union. After all, a 38-year-old woman marrying a man in his 20s would undoubtedly be the subject of ridicule. As a business owner, maintaining her reputation was crucial. Otherwise, no one would wish to engage in business with her. We don't have to marry. I have no desire to divide your wealth through divorce, Chen Jun suggested, thinking she feared he wanted her money. Not marrying, what would that mean? A mere affair? You are still young. You will eventually want to marry. What will happen to your prospects for future relationships if this becomes known? Su Qinghua pondered, recognizing the implications of their situation. Chen Jun found himself at a loss, having not considered the aspect of marriage. To say he would not marry was indeed a hollow promise. All right, stop overthinking. Just consider this a fleeting dream. You will soon forget me, Su Qinghua said, gently caressing his cheek, offering comfort. If she did not harden her heart, it would be challenging to sever this bond. Chapter 010. The client arrives. Be careful with your words. Chen Jun once again felt the warmth emanating from the delicate hand of Su Qinghua. Gazing at her lips, painted with vibrant lipstick, they appeared ardent and irresistibly tempting. Unable to restrain himself, Chen Jun leaned in and pressed his lips against hers, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. Su Qinghua, taken aback by the sudden kiss, instinctively sought to pull away, yet her body felt weak and powerless. Chen Jun's kiss was fervent, and his embrace tightened. Driven by instinct rather than contemplation, memories of that enchanting night flooded his mind. How could he easily let go of such a captivating woman? Boss lady, I adore you. Can't you feel my sincere love for you? Chen Jun gazed deeply into her eyes before kissing her again. Su Qinghua flailed her arms, attempting to push him away, but her efforts were futile. At that moment, her heart raced and her body tingled as if electrified. She reveled in the sensation of being cherished, and after a brief struggle, she surrendered completely. The icy facade she wore melted beneath the passionate fervor of this spirited youth. In that instant, they both closed their eyes, savoring the intensity of their connection. Akin to lovers reunited after a long separation, their emotions elevated. Suddenly, a horn blared from behind, revealing that they had occupied someone else's parking space. Su Qinghua quickly pushed him away, regaining her composure as she maneuvered the car away from the scene. Both were panting heavily, their hearts still racing, unable to quell the thrill of the kiss that could not deceive either of them. Boss lady, you claim to have no feelings for me? Chen Jun asserted through his actions. Su Qinghua remained silent, focused solely on driving, as she was unsure how to respond. I understand you may be reluctant to admit it, perhaps even fearful, but external factors cannot prevent us from being together. After that kiss, Chen Jun was convinced that his love for her was genuine, not merely a desire for her physical form. Unbeknownst to them, the car had arrived at the restaurant where Su Qinghua had arranged to meet a client. She took a deep breath, striving to calm herself, and said, "Let me think this over. I'm feeling quite disoriented and cannot provide an answer right now." "That's perfectly fine. I have all the time in the world and can wait for you," Chen Jun mused, determined that with continued pursuit, he would win her over. Su Qinghua mentioned that her client would arrive in a quarter of an hour and instructed him to take a taxi home. She then pulled out a stack of cash from her handbag and placed it in his hands. "What is this? Is this compensation for the kiss? Do you take me for someone of lesser worth?" His expression, once beaming with a smile, shifted instantly. "No, let me explain. I don't have time to take you back. I can't allow you to pay for a taxi." Noticing his anger, Su Qinghua hastily clarified, "You recently graduated and it's not easy for you. Take this for now, and you can repay me later when you're more established." Chen Jun pushed the money back, insisting, "Are you insulting me? I've told you, being with you is not about your money. I know, but at your age, you need financial support. How can you sustain yourself without it?" Su Qinghua zidou, recognizing that he was wearing counterfeit Armani. As someone who frequently indulged in luxury, she could easily tell, and even her cousin hadn't noticed it. Chen Jun, possessing a strong sense of pride since childhood, felt humiliated when the woman he cherished offered him money. "I don't want your money. I have a job now and can support myself." He still refused it, as accepting it would mean becoming dependent on her. At that moment, the clients Su Qinghua had invited arrived at the restaurant entrance. A man and a woman, the man being the boss and the woman his secretary. Oh no! They arrived early, Su Qinghua observed through the windshield. She quickly retrieved her makeup kit, adjusting her appearance and straightening her clothes. Stay in the car for now. If my clients see you, it might lead to misunderstandings, she cautioned. Boss lady, I'd like to learn how to conduct business as well. Let me accompany you, Chen Jun stated, considering that gaining experience would benefit his future entrepreneurial endeavors. Su Qinghua widened her eyes, and before she could refuse, Chen Jun had already exited the vehicle. Reluctantly, she followed suit, understanding that keeping clients waiting would be impolite. The client, a bespectacled middle-aged man, greeted her warmly upon her arrival. Miss Su, it's a pleasure to see you again. You remain as radiant as ever. Hello, Mr. Liu. I apologize for the delay. Thank you for your patience, she replied. They exchanged pleasantries, engaging in the customary small talk. Su Qinghua led the client inside, where she had reserved a private room for their business discussion. Mr. Liu, a seasoned veteran in the industry, showered Su Qinghua with compliments from the moment they entered. Chen Jun, trailing behind, felt increasingly uncomfortable, especially as the flattery grew rather excessive. It wasn't until they settled into the private room that Mr. Liu noticed Chen Jun's presence. And who might this be? He inquired, sizing up the handsome young man before him. His initial thought was that Chen Jun could be Su Qinghua's son, but he quickly dismissed it upon recalling she had no children. Hello, Mr. Liu. I'm her nephew. Chen Jun introduced himself, hoping to alleviate the awkwardness. Su Qinghua could only smile and nod, unable to clarify further. She certainly couldn't declare him her lover. Ah, nephew. Nice to meet you, young man, Mr. Liu greeted him politely. As they settled in, Su Qinghua signaled to the nearby waiter to begin serving the dishes. The waiter opened a bottle of red wine and poured a glass for each of them. Mr. Liu observed that Su Qinghua appeared more feminine than before. Previously, she exuded an icy demeanor and spoke in a rather masculine tone. Today, however, she radiated warmth and even bore a blush on her cheeks. Miss Su, is there a recent joyous occasion? You seem particularly radiant, Mr. Liu jested. It's simply that you've placed an order with me, which brings me joy. Su Qinghua replied, playing along. Oh, my modest little order of over 1 million hardly seems worthy of your attention. Mr. Liu laughed heartily. Mr. Liu, you're far too humble. Even a $10,000 order would delight me. Su Qinghua countered with her own flattery. However, Miss Su, would it be possible to negotiate the price? Several other companies have contacted me with significantly lower quotes. Mr. Liu shifted the conversation to business matters. Mr. Liu, we have a long-standing relationship. If you say to lower the price, I certainly can. I'll have my team calculate a revised quote for you, Su Qinghua replied, sensing that Mr. Liu might terminate their collaboration if she didn't agree to his request. She clarified that her company only used high-quality materials and would never compromise on integrity. All right, Miss Su, your straightforwardness is appreciated. We shall proceed with this order, Mr. Liu conceded, recognizing that switching renovation companies carried its own risks. In this industry, one must not only consider price, but also trustworthiness, as poor quality could lead to significant losses. Chen Jun listened intently, suddenly aware that the female secretary across the table was staring at him. Chapter 011. Capturing your attention with utter ease, Chen Jun was curious about what she was looking at. Could it be that there was lipstick on his face? However, upon exiting the vehicle, he had already wiped his face clean. Out of politeness, Chen Jun waved his hand to greet the young secretary. As she snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushed instantly. Bowing her head, she nervously fidgeted with the tablecloth, appearing quite flustered. Chen Jun pondered, why was she so shy? Could it be that she was caught sneaking glances at him? Liu, the manager, observed the two young individuals and seemed to grasp the situation. I forgot to introduce her. This is Liu Wan, my niece, who just graduated this year and has come to gain some experience with me, Liu explained. He noticed that his niece had taken a liking to the young man. Ah, so she is Manager Liu's niece. No wonder she resembles him, Su Qinghua interjected. Your nephew seems quite charming. Why don't we have them exchange WeChat to become friends? Liu chuckled, subtly trying to play matchmaker. Su Qinghua thought to herself, he's not truly my nephew, this is getting a bit tangled. Yet, on second thought, perhaps after spending time with Chen Jun. Lu Wen's feelings might change, and she would no longer cling to him. Of course, that would be wonderful. Young people should communicate more, shouldn't they? Su Qinghua signaled to Chen Jun, all right, no problem. I'll add her, Chen Jun replied as he got up to approach Lu Wen. Her face remained flushed. It was indeed her first time having a handsome young man take the initiative to add her on WeChat. Lu Wen, you're not a child anymore. When you have free time, you can go out and have fun together, Lu encouraged, noticing her bashfulness. Sure, uncle, Lu Wen replied, placing her phone back on the table. Come on, let us enjoy more dishes. We shouldn't just be chatting, Lu suggested, raising his glass to toast with Su Qinghua, celebrating their pleasant cooperation. After a moment of adaptation, the shy Lu Wen began to engage in conversation, asking Chen Jun if he had seen a recently popular television series. Chen Jun, being perceptive, nodded and claimed he was watching it, even though he hadn't. Young people certainly connect well. He rarely speaks with me, Lu thought, observing his niece's demeanor, which suggested she might have feelings for Chen Jun. No, uncle, she said, blushing, glancing down, then stealing furtive looks at Chen Jun. Su Qinghua, with her own experience, surmised that the girl likely harbored feelings for Chen Jun. Otherwise, she wouldn't be this shy. Chen Jun, be a bit more proactive. Perhaps you could ask her out for a stroll later, Su Qinghua suggested, her words directed at Lu. Indeed, you're both young. Don't be shy. Spend more time together, and you'll become familiar, Lu remarked, clearly optimistic about the match, not only due to Chen Jun's handsome appearance, but also his refined conversation. Chen Jun thought to himself, so you wish to push me away, do you? Then I shall gladly oblige. Lu Wen, try the sauce duck leg. It's a signature dish, he said, presenting the largest piece to her bowl. Thank you, Lu Wen replied, her heart swelling with delight, her fondness for him growing. Drink some red wine. It's good for your skin, Chen Jun offered as he stood to pour wine into her glass. Thank you, that's enough. I can't finish it all, Lu Wen smiled, clearly becoming the center of attention at the table. Haha, this young man is quite nice. I feel he and my Lu Wen are a good match. Lu grew increasingly pleased, with family members urging him to play matchmaker. Su Qinghua felt a bit vexed, rolling her eyes inwardly. I was just being polite, yet he took it seriously. Throughout the meal, Chen Jun was the one showering attention, leaving Su Qinghua somewhat at a loss for words. By the end of the dinner, which lasted over an hour, while others chatted and laughed, Su Qinghua wore a frown. Watching the boy she liked shower another girl with attention stirred her jealousy, but she managed to keep her emotions in check. After the meal, Su Qinghua called for a designated driver, exchanged polite remarks, and bid farewell to the two guests. At this moment, only the two of them remained at the restaurant entrance. Su Qinghua remained silent, hinting at her displeasure. Chen Jun noticed her demeanor, but feigned ignorance. You said to be more proactive. I'm just following along. I saw Manager Lu was quite happy, he remarked. Yes, that's true. I can't drive after drinking, so you'll drive? Or should I find another driver? Su Qinghua replied, handing over the car keys. I'll drive. If the designated driver damages your car, you'll have to repair it, Chen Jun responded, taking the keys and settling into the driver's seat. After she joined him, they drove away. What's wrong? Are you upset? Chen Jun asked, noticing her silence, which he found rather endearing. I'm not angry, just don't act that way in front of my clients. Others might think I encouraged you to do so. Su Qinghua admitted, clearly feeling a tinge of jealousy, especially since he was younger. Understood. I'll follow your lead from now on, my dear boss, Chen Jun said, pleased with his success. Su Qinghua requested he refrain from calling her boss, as it made her feel older. Women are often sensitive about their age. What should I call you then? Auntie? Tian Yun ceased. Su Qinghua contemplated for a moment and decided it would be better for him to call her sister, as it wouldn't imply age. Besides, he referred to his cousin as Fei Jia, which positioned her as an equal, avoiding any awkwardness. All right, sister, I love that, Chen Jun exclaimed. As he shifted gears, he pretended to misplace his hand, brushing against her thigh. The sensation was reminiscent of that night, smooth and elastic, stirring his imagination. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Focus on driving. Su Qinghua shot him a sidelong glance. I am focusing. Driving necessitates properly engaging the clutch. And the first step is to find the correct foot placement he replied with mock seriousness. Su Qinghua mentioned that she needed to process the quotation from Liu in the evening, so she asked him to take her back to the company. After dropping off the lovely lady, Chen Jun took a taxi to the gym. The system had prompted him multiple times to head to the designated location for a photo check-in. Should he miss this opportunity, he would forfeit additional rewards on the 7th day. Upon arriving at the gym's outdoor platform, he took a photo by the flagpole. After completing the photo, a virtual panel appeared before him, and he tapped check-in. This task was now complete, and the system credited him with 10,000 yuan. Fortunately, I'm familiar with this area. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to find, he mused. At that moment, Su Qinghua called, informing him that she had sent him the address of the cosmetics company, reminding him to be punctual tomorrow. Don't worry, my dear sister. I promise not to be late, Chen Jun assured her before hanging up and checking WeChat. It turned out that his workplace was in the Wangu Hui building, the most bustling commercial edifice in the city center. A small office there commanded a monthly rent starting at 100,000 yuan. He had heard that the cosmetics company was filled with beautiful women, which made him quite eager for the upcoming day. Chapter 012, The End. I have entered the wolf into the sheepfold. The following morning, Chen Jun stood beneath the towering Wangu Hui building, gazing upward. To describe this edifice as soaring into the clouds would not be an exaggeration. With its underground parking garage, it boasts a total of 68 floors, marking it as a landmark structure. At this moment, he felt as though he were poised to reach the pinnacle of his life, his destiny ascending skyward like this very building. The first 3 floors were dedicated to a shopping mall where high-end luxury goods were sold, with even a single scarf fetching tens of thousands. Ordinary individuals merely indulged in a fleeting visual delight, serving little purpose beyond enlivening the mall's atmosphere. Chen Jun arrived at the entrance gate on the first floor, which required a key card for entry. At that moment, a short-haired woman in uniform stood nearby, casting a glance in his direction. Upon confirming his identity, she smiled and gestured for him to approach. His information had long been entered into the company's records. The woman introduced herself as Zhang Xiaohong from TK Cosmetics Human Resources. Chen Jun, with his charming demeanor, affectionately called her Sister Hong, eliciting laughter from her. Sister Hong led him inside to the elevator area, which featured 6 elevator entrances. This design was initially intended to alleviate the queuing issues faced by employees. But as more companies occupied the upper floors, long lines had become an inescapable reality. At this moment, during peak working hours, employees carrying bags streamed in, creating a crowd awaiting the elevators, some even pulling out makeup kits to touch up their appearance. Chen Jun and Sister Hong entered a separate elevator reserved for management. They ascended to the 38th floor, which entirely belonged to TK Cosmetics. As soon as Sister Hong entered the office, 2 beautiful receptionists greeted her warmly. Chen Jun discerned that Sister Hong held a significant position within the company, likely a leadership role. She guided him to her office to complete his onboarding formalities. The female colleagues in the office lifted their heads upon noticing the newcomer. Wow, he's quite handsome, one remarked, while another mused, I want to add him on WeChat. Dream on. If anyone gets to add him, it's me, the stunning beauty here, they whispered amongst themselves, having heard that the new warehouse supervisor had a formidable background and had been hired without an interview. With his arrival, Chen Jun became the focal point of company gossip. Sister Hong had her assistant complete his onboarding paperwork while also briefing him on essential workplace etiquette. She handed him a small notebook, stating it contained the company's rules and regulations, which he must memorize. Chen Jun was taken aback by the thickness of the notebook, which rivaled the heft of his pre-exam English textbooks. Don't worry, just take your time to read it, Sister Hong reassured him, noticing his anxiety. She then presented a thick product catalog, showcasing the specifications of all the cosmetics the company offered. Wow, there are so many, Chen Jun exclaimed, momentarily overwhelmed. No need to fear. You'll become familiar with it naturally over the next 6 months, Sister Hong chuckled, pleased that the paperwork was completed, and instructed the assistant to escort him onward. As Chen Jun bid farewell to Sister Hong and followed the assistant, several newly arrived female employees eagerly awaited to catch a glimpse of him. As he traversed one office area after another, he felt akin to a wolf amidst a flock of sheep, though these sheep were undeniably excited. After all, A male presence in a female-dominated company elicited significant reactions, especially when he was an exceptionally handsome gentleman. The assistant guided him to the warehouse area and briefed him on his new role. Everyone gather around. This is your new supervisor, Chen Jun. Please introduce yourselves. No sooner had the words left her mouth than 5 uniformed young women gleefully approached. They had not anticipated that the handsome newcomer circulating in the company chat would end up here. Hello, Chen Jun greeted, raising his hand. Hi, supervisor. You're so handsome. One girl with a ponytail squealed excitedly. The others followed suit, gasping as if they had encountered a celebrity. Chen Jun's eyes roamed over them, noting their alluring, form-fitting dresses. Each of them was strikingly attractive, their figures commendable. How delightful it will be to spend each day together, with the potential for some physical contact, he mused, already envisioning the exhilarating scenarios that might unfold. Although internally elated, he maintained an outward calmness. The group of beautiful subordinates seemed entranced by him. Chen Jun inquired about the location of his office, and the assistant pointed to a nearby glass-walled room. To his surprise, his office was quite luxurious, far more spacious than his rented accommodation. Lily, come over quickly and meet your new supervisor, the assistant called to one of the women in the office. Chen Jun noticed another beautiful colleague within. The assistant introduced her, explaining that she would primarily assist him in organizing documents. Hello, supervisor. I'm Wang Lily. Just call me Lily, she said sweetly. Chen Jun greeted her, noting her beauty, her lightly curled, short blonde hair framing exquisite features. All right, Supervisor Chen, if you have any questions, feel free to ask Lily. I must attend to other matters, the HR assistant said before departing. Hello, everyone. I look forward to working together, Chen Jun said, aiming to foster good relationships from the start. The 5 female colleagues, seemingly smitten, began to engage him in conversation. Supervisor, do you have a girlfriend? If not, you might consider me. One offered. Supervisor, have you ever starred in a martial arts film? You have quite the physique. Another exclaimed. How wonderful it is to see you every day, supervisor. This truly feels like a dream come true. Chen Jun merely smiled, choosing not to engage further. In truth, he had contemplated starring in a martial arts film, of a different nature, however. All right, everyone, it's work time. Let us return to our respective posts, Lily interjected, sending them back to their desks, albeit reluctantly, as chatting during work hours could lead to salary deductions. Lily then led Chen Jun into the glass office, where she provided an overview of basic procedures. The office was indeed impressive, equipped with a coffee machine and an array of snacks. The carpeted floors felt soft underfoot, creating a sense of comfort. As Chen Jun settled into his swivel chair, absorbing the assistant's introduction, he reveled in the joy of being a supervisor. At that moment, he felt as if he had reached the apex of his life, affirming that all his past struggles were worthwhile. The hardships endured during his education were now yielding their just rewards. With a deep sigh of relief, he embraced this authentic sense of achievement. After Lily concluded her presentation, she inquired if he needed clarification on any points. Chen Jun, lost in the euphoria of his newfound role, had hardly registered her words. Lily, what are my main tasks today? He asked, intending to make a strong impression on his first day. The assistant produced a small notebook and informed him that a delivery truck would arrive around 10 o'clock, requiring him to check the inventory. After counting the items, some would need to be sent to the first-floor store, where designated personnel would receive them. Upon hearing about the store visit, Chen Jun's interest was piqued. He had never entered a high-end cosmetics boutique before. Chapter 013. Is this toy yours? As Chen Jun listened to her report, his gaze gradually drifted downward. He noticed she was wearing black stockings paired with high heels, which accentuated the elegance of her long legs. Above the legs, she wore a fitted skirt, a perfect match for such a slender waist. Chen Jun became mesmerized, entirely oblivious to the fact that the female assistant's eyes had turned towards him. In a voice that almost seemed to flirt, she gently inquired, Supervisor, what are you looking at? Hearing her voice snapped Chen Jun back to reality, and he quickly raised his head, realizing his indiscretion. He hastily explained that he found her high heels quite attractive and wished to know where she had purchased them. The female assistant blushed, clearly aware that he was not merely admiring her shoes, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed. with the change from a female supervisor to a male one. The dynamics had become a bit awkward. The atmosphere in the room grew tense, with both parties falling into a silence that felt as if time had come to a standstill. To break the uneasy silence, Chen Jun began to peruse the product catalog. Lily, let me take a look at the products. You can attend to your tasks. All right, supervisor. The female assistant turned, swaying her slender waist as she returned to her desk. Chen Jun lowered his head, distractedly flipping through pages, occasionally glancing at her. He caught sight of her typing data into her computer and inwardly lamented. What a predicament! A white blouse, a fitted skirt, and black stockings. What man wouldn't he be captivated by such professional attire? He pondered the daily torment of working in such an environment, where temptation was ever present yet entirely out of reach. He mused that he needn't watch any films anymore. There was ample material right before his eyes. A feast of fantasies. In this office, it was difficult for Chen Jun to discern whether the fragrance lingering in the air was that of cosmetics or the unique scent of the assistant. The subtle, jasmine-infused aroma was intoxicating, compelling him to inhale deeply. Supervisor, are you calling me? The female assistant turned her head and asked. No, I just grew tired and was stretching my neck. Chen Jun stood up and performed a few simple stretches. He then wandered about the office, examining various items on the shelves. Curiosity was piqued by the small trinkets on a wooden rack. The little sculptures were remarkably lifelike. After a brief exploration, he returned to his desk and noticed a small drawer that caught his attention. Upon opening it, he discovered a stack of documents that he initially dismissed, until he spotted a red remote control nestled among them. At first, he assumed it was for the air conditioner, but then he felt an oval-shaped red object. Could it be? Surely not something so frivolous. Chen Jun placed the oval object on his desk and pressed the remote, causing it to vibrate and emit a buzzing sound. His suspicion was confirmed. This was no ordinary toy. The female assistant, hearing the noise, glanced over at his desk and was met with a surprising sight. Chen Jun rolled the oval toy from left to right, then tossed it back, thoroughly entertained. Supervisor, you. The female assistant's face flushed as she pointed, clearly embarrassed. What is the matter? Is this yours? I found it in the drawer. Chen Jun feigned ignorance, continuing to toy with it, hoping to elicit a reaction from her. She thought to herself, he seems completely oblivious. Should I just throw it away? How embarrassing it would be if the others saw it. It's not mine. It probably belonged to the previous female supervisor. She must have forgotten it, the assistant quickly clarified. Oh, I see. Then I'll give it to you. You can play with it when you have some free time, Chen Jun remarked, stepping over to her side and placing the toy on her desk. The assistant frowned, her expression revealing her disdain, as she replied, It's too dirty. We should just throw it away. Dirty? I don't see it that way. Would you like me to wipe it for you? Chen Jun feigned confusion, secretly chuckling at her cuteness and her reluctance to disclose the toy's purpose. No need, supervisor. I'll just throw it away myself. She wrapped the toy in a tissue, as if it were a secret, and discreetly exited. Once she left, Chen Jun burst into laughter, finding her antics utterly amusing. Outside, 5 colleagues observed Lily's hurried demeanor, curious about what might have transpired. I heard that Hong Jia personally went downstairs to welcome him. He must have some strong backing. Isn't that obvious? If he didn't, would they appoint a supervisor like him out of nowhere? He looks quite young. I suspect he just graduated. Could he possibly be the boss's son? As they whispered among themselves, Lily briskly re-entered. You 3, hurry down. The delivery truck has arrived at the east gate, and we need to check the goods. The group complained about the early arrival, having expected the truck at 10, not 9:30. Lily urged them to hurry while she walked into the office. Supervisor, the truck has arrived. We need to head down, the female assistant addressed him. All right, let us go, Chen Jun replied, following her downstairs. Since it was his first day, he was unfamiliar with many procedures and had to consult her for guidance. They took the elevator down to the lobby and then headed towards the east gate, where a delivery truck awaited, parked in the open space for the upstairs personnel to collect the goods. 2 delivery men were present. One sat in the truck while the other rested on the roadside steps. Lily, familiar with them, approached the truck and greeted them. Hey, you 2. You arrived early today. We'll need to wait a bit to unload. No worries. We're not in a rush. After this delivery, we'll head for lunch. The man on the steps replied. The driver, seeing Lily, exited the truck and opened the rear doors. Chen Jun peered inside, noting a plethora of white boxes, likely filled with cosmetics. At that moment, 3 female colleagues emerged with 2 carts, positioning them at the back of the truck. The carts, primarily made of plastic, appeared large but were surprisingly lightweight. Lily, with a notepad in hand, prepared to record the product models and quantities. The 2 delivery men began unloading the items, placing them onto the carts one by one. Soon, one cart was filled and ready to go. One of the female colleagues pulled it while the other 2 pushed from behind, making it easier. When the second cart was nearly full, Lily instructed the driver to halt the loading, as they had sufficient quantities. The goods on that cart were meant for the first-floor store. Lily decided to set the cart aside, intending to wait for the other 3 before taking it to the store. The driver, observing Chen Jun's inactivity, felt compelled to speak up. "Isn't there a young man here? It's not heavy. Let him take it over alone to save time." Lily contemplated explaining that he was the supervisor and that such work was beneath him. "No worries. I'll take it over. I know the location of the first-floor store." Chen Jun interjected, not wishing to be underestimated by the driver. Thus, he took the cart and headed toward the store on the first floor, unexpectedly encountering an old acquaintance there. Chapter 014. You claim to be a supervisor. Are you fooling a child? Chen Jun tugged at the cart, traversing the aisle in search of the TK store. It turned out that the TK outlet was located near the West Gate, causing him to take quite a detour before finally locating it. Standing before the store, he observed that this high-end cosmetics outlet was indeed unlike any other. The sign was illuminated by incandescent lights, featuring a white background with bold black lettering that prominently displayed the initials TK. In the window, 2 classic lipsticks were elegantly showcased, adorned with delicate bows. At the entrance stood a woman in uniform, her makeup impeccably applied. The foot traffic today was somewhat heavy, and she smiled as she greeted the customers in line. As Chen Jun was new to this line of work, he assumed he could simply wheel the cart directly into the store. However, as he approached, the woman at the door halted him abruptly. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed, astonished at his presence. "I'm here to make a delivery," Chen Jun replied, gesturing toward the cart behind him. The woman glanced back, realizing it was company merchandise, and pointed, saying, "Enter through the door on the right." "Understood," Chen Jun acknowledged, steering the cart toward the right aisle. To his surprise, the door was concealed, seamlessly blending with the wall of the corridor. After searching for a while, he finally witnessed someone push open the hidden door, leading him to a moment of clarity. Had it not been for that person, he might have been searching until dusk. Thus, Chen Jun maneuvered the cart inside, revealing a long corridor that connected several different stores, with the TK outlet located at the far end. Upon reaching the back door of the store, he found a stack of cardboard boxes, but no one else was in sight. "Is anyone here?" he called out, but received no response. So he took a seat and waited. After 10 minutes, a woman with a ponytail, dressed in uniform, approached. She intended to pour herself a glass of water, but was startled to see a man seated there. "Who are you?" she shouted, her voice echoing with alarm. "Why are you yelling?" Chen Jun replied, placing a hand on his chest, feeling that he was the one startled. "Quickly tell me who you are, or I will call the police." "This is our storage room," she insisted, standing at a distance, wary of any potential aggression. "I'm here to deliver goods. Honestly, why are you so tense?" Chen Jun indicated the cart outside. He was taken aback by her overreaction, finding it quite unexpected. "Chen Jun, is that you?" the woman asked, regaining her composure and scrutinizing him closely. "Yes, that's me. And you are?" Chen Jun fixed his gaze on her, struggling to recognize her due to her heavy makeup. However, her tone suggested familiarity, perhaps even a hint of intimacy. Su Qian. "I never imagined you would be here stealing," she remarked. Su Qian was a former classmate from high school, having once served as the discipline committee member. She was known for her sycophantic nature and had poor relations with most classmates, always flattering the high achievers while snubbing those with lesser grades. As soon as Chen Jun realized it was Su Qian, unwelcome memories surged into his mind. "Oh, it's you. What a coincidence," he said, feigning discomfort. "What do you mean by coincidence?" "I work here, and you're the one trying to steal," Su Qian retorted sharply. "Can we speak civilly? Who is stealing?" "I'm delivering goods," Chen Jun shot back, rising in agitation. Su Qian pointed at the items on the cart. Isn't that stealing? Those products clearly belong here. Her immediate assumption was that he had taken items from the storage room and placed them onto the cart. Really? You can just jump to conclusions like that? What need would I have for that? Chen Jun rolled his eyes, utterly speechless at her baseless allegations. I heard you went to a sports academy and couldn't find a job after graduation, so you resorted to sneaky activities, right? Su Qian crossed her arms, wearing a disdainful expression. What's wrong with studying at a sports academy? I enjoy sports. And who says I don't have a job? This is my job, Chen Jun retorted, a hint of indignation in his voice. Su Qian laughed derisively. Stealing is your job? I graduated from a reputable finance university. You're just a second-rate undergraduate. What about you? You work here? Tin Yun scoffed. Look closely, this is TK, one of the top 10 cosmetics companies in the world. My salary last month, including commissions, exceeded 20,000. Su Qian regarded him as a country bumpkin, eager to showcase the prestige of TK. Chen Jun mimicked her tone. 20,000 a month? Impressive. Why don't you call your supervisor? I'll unload the goods and leave. Call my supervisor? Aren't you afraid of being caught and jailed? Since we're former classmates. If you say something nice, I might let you off. Su Qian grimaced, demanding he return the goods he had allegedly taken. Insane. I'm here to deliver. I have nothing to fear. To be honest, I'm the warehouse supervisor at TK. At this juncture, Chen Jun had no choice but to reveal his position. Upon hearing that he claimed to be the warehouse supervisor, Su Qian burst into laughter, nearly doubling over. I can't take it anymore. I thought you had something important to say, but you're just making ludicrous claims. Su Qian clutched her stomach, shaking her head in disbelief, as if this were the funniest joke she had ever encountered. What is so funny? I am indeed the warehouse supervisor. What is amusing about that? Chen Jun was at a loss for words in response to her ridicule. Do you know the qualifications required to be a warehouse supervisor at TK? You need to graduate from a 985 or 211 university and have 3 years of work experience. Su Qian pointed at his attire, suggesting that if he intended to impersonate someone, he should at least wear the appropriate uniform. It's my first day on the job, and the uniform isn't ready yet. Chen Jun attempted to explain. Haha, caught you red-handed. No uniform. What about your ID badge? Don't tell me you forgot that too? Sukian lauet hotiti. Chen Jun glanced down at his chest, realizing in his haste to descend the stairs. He had forgotten to wear it. Well, you seem to have run out of things to say. If you're going to deceive, at least put in some effort. Su Qian was reveling in her moment of triumph when the store manager walked in, inquiring about the commotion. Manager, he stealing. I caught him, and he making excuses, Su Qian exclaimed, eager to impress the manager. That's not true. I'm here to deliver goods. Chen Jun clarified his purpose. The manager, puzzled, remarked, our company employs only female staff. I haven't heard of a male warehouse supervisor. Chen Jun explained that he had just started today, emphasizing that it was perfectly normal for him to be unfamiliar to her. Don't listen to him. Although I know him, I want to be biased for the sake of the company's interests. Let us call the police, Su Qian insisted, adamant that he was indeed trying to steal. The manager, unable to make a judgment, was concerned about the potential loss of valuable items and decided it would be prudent to call the headquarters for verification. Chapter 015. Amidst a flourishing scene, how could one remain untouched? Just as the manager was engaged in a phone call, Wang Lily entered the room. She had been waiting outside for quite some time, pondering whether Chen Jun had trouble finding the place. Manager, is everything all right? Wang Lily approached him. Manager. The utterance of this title left Su Qian in disbelief, making her question her own hearing. This must be a ruse. That woman was hired to play a part. Having only been with the company for a little over a month, it was natural for Su Qian to have never encountered the female assistant before. Her immediate reaction was that Chen Jun had orchestrated this charade to extricate himself from a situation. Be quiet and stop your nonsense. The manager, upon seeing Wang Lily, set down his phone. Lily, is he truly your supervisor? He asked, seeking confirmation, wary of making a mistake. Indeed, he is our newly appointed warehouse supervisor, Chen Jun, who just started today, Wang Lily affirmed with a nod, providing a brief introduction. The manager thought to himself, since she corroborated it, it must be true. Lily, I sincerely apologize. It appears this has been a misunderstanding, he said with a forced smile, eager to mend fences. The warehouse supervisor and the store manager were on equal footing. If relations soured, delays in restocking could adversely affect performance. This guy just accused me of being a thief, tarnishing my reputation. If word gets out, how will I stand in the company? Chen Jun pointed an accusatory finger at Su Qian, his anger simmering. What? You dare to slander our supervisor as a thief? I will report this to the higher-ups. Wang Lili was incensed, realizing this incident was a blatant affront to her department. Being humiliated by a mere store employee would become fodder for gossip across departments. Wait, Lily, there's no need to report this. I'll have her apologize to your supervisor. This must be a misunderstanding. The manager hurriedly interjected. After all, they were in the wrong, and if the company took issue, his year-end bonus could be jeopardized. Wang Lili remained silent, casting a glance to gauge Chen Jun's reaction. The manager understood her cue, pulled out a chair for him, and smiled broadly, saying, Supervisor Chen, this was our fault. Please don't take it to heart. I want to take it to heart, but someone seems rather displeased. Chen Jun shot a glance at his former classmate. Su Qian was gritting her teeth, wishing she could berate him. The manager nudged her, urging Su Qian, hurry and apologize to Supervisor Chen. Su Qian tilted her head, unwilling, muttering under her breath, thinking, you want me to apologize to a slacker? Not a chance. Manager, since she is resistant, we want to force her. Lily, let us head back to the company. Chen Jun stood up, ready to leave. Wait, Supervisor Chen. Let us not complicate matters. The manager grasped his arm, speaking soothingly, then turned to Su Qian. What is wrong with you? Have you lost your voice? Do you still want to keep your job? Hearing this, Su Qian's resolve softened. After all, it was a decent job, and quitting would be a mistake. She was still waiting to ensnare a rich heir in the luxury store to leap across social classes. Though extremely reluctant, she put on a facade and approached him. Uttering an apology, I'm sorry, I was in the wrong. What exactly did you do wrong? Your attitude hardly seems sincere, Chen Jun remarked, suppressing a laugh at the stark contrast to her earlier arrogance. Su Qian bit her tongue, holding back a torrent of insults she would typically unleash. You, Chen Jun, an uneducated loser, dare to make me apologize? But the situation had escalated to this point, and Su Qian had no choice but to relent. Forcing a smile as she said, I apologize, Supervisor Chen. I spoke out of turn. Please forgive me. Now, that is more like an apology, Chen Jun noted, observing her vexed expression, which alleviated much of his anger. The real drama was just beginning. He relished the thought of how he would manipulate her in the future. Don't you forget to say thank you, the manager reminded her. Thank you, Supervisor Chen. Su Qian's expression was a curious mix of indignation and forced compliance. All right, let us put this behind us. We need to unload the cargo. We have matters to attend to outside, Chen Jun stated, eager to conclude this debacle before heading for a meal. The manager summoned another female staff member to help Su Qian with the unloading. As Chen Jun stepped outside, he found her struggling with the boxes amusing. Yet, Su Qian was seething with rage, silently vowing that this would not end here. 15 minutes later, the unloading was complete, and Chen Jun wheeled away the empty cart. Wang Lili followed closely, insisting on taking over, claiming it was inappropriate for a supervisor to do such labor. However, Chen Jun refused. He could not let a female colleague do the work, especially since she had just assisted him. Outside, the driver had nearly finished unloading, with only one cart remaining. What took you so long, young man? You didn't get lost, did you? The driver teased. Ha, close enough. Sorry to keep you waiting, Chen Jun replied, just as he was about to take over when 3 female colleagues stopped him. Confused, he wondered why he wasn't allowed to help. Wang Lili explained, That's our job. If you do it, we'll get penalized. After the cargo was counted, Chen Jun ascended with the female assistant. Back in the office, Wang Lili inquired if he wanted to file a report against that store clerk. Chen Jun dismissed the idea, stating, it's not necessary. She acknowledged her mistake. If we press too hard, people will think I'm petty. Besides, I'm a supervisor. I shouldn't stoop to her level. Wang Lili nodded in agreement. Finding his reasoning sound, she then asked what he wanted for lunch, as the chef could bring it to them. Chen Jun was pleasantly surprised by the privileges of being a supervisor, where meals could be delivered. Hearing the assistant mention the variety of delicacies available, He thought it best to savor the offerings on site. Once matters were settled, Chen Jun joined his female colleagues in the dining area. The restaurant resembled an upscale buffet, featuring long rectangular tables and a food station that offered an array of meats, vegetables, fruits, and desserts. To Chen Jun's astonishment, he became the center of attention, with numerous female employees from other departments approaching him, eager to exchange WeChat information. He maintained a facade of composure, aware that the presence of other department leaders could complicate matters. However, if they approached him privately, he would welcome their advances without hesitation. Selecting his favorite dishes, he sat with his department colleagues. "Supervisor, you're quite the popular one, an ideal male figure. Working under you truly feels like a dream. Please add me on WeChat. We could catch a movie sometime." Wang Lily interrupted, reminding them to be mindful of their behavior in public. At that moment, Chen Jun could hardly contain his glee. Immersed in an atmosphere of adoration, how could one remain unaffected? "Supervisor, the director just sent an email requesting our department to stay for overtime. What do you think?" Wang Lily informed him about the email. "Sure, no problem. I absolutely love overtime," Chen Jun replied, thinking this company is so comfortable. "I'd be happy to sleep here every day. The environment here is far superior to his shabby rental, and with beautiful women around, it was exhilarating to contemplate." Chapter 016. My Armani. You ruined my Armani. The overtime work was quite simple, merely counting last month's inventory to ensure it matched the records in the computer. Rather than viewing it as a chore, it felt more like a casual chat, and before long, they finished counting the warehouse. Not only did the overtime come with additional pay, but also included late-night snacks and taxi reimbursements, making it a veritable paradise for Chen Jun. As the day drew to a close, he bid farewell to a few female colleagues and descended the building. By now it was past 8, and darkness enveloped the outside world, with pedestrians gradually diminishing in number. After parting ways with his colleagues, Chen Jun walked alone toward the subway station. He felt immense gratitude toward Sister Fei. The company's benefits were truly exceptional. Yet, one couldn't help but wonder whether Sister Fei's intention in placing this impetuous young man among a throng of women was entirely innocent. Having been surrounded by the tall, stunning women at the office, it became increasingly difficult for Chen Jun to regard the passers-by on the street with any semblance of interest. Soon, he arrived at the subway entrance, where a considerable crowd had gathered. Among them were students returning from tutoring sessions and fellow office workers, like himself, toiling for their livelihood. Everyone formed an orderly queue, anxiously awaiting the arrival of the train, fearful of missing their chance to board. At this hour, the evening rush was in full swing, and each car was packed to the brim. 2 trains had already passed, and due to the overwhelming number of passengers, he refrained from squeezing in. After approximately 10 minutes, the 3rd train arrived, and it appeared less crowded than the previous ones. Chen Jun managed to push his way in, securing a spot near a pillar, a position that would afford him some stability amidst the jostling. As the train reached the next station, a throng of passengers surged in, while only a few disembarked. The car was now exceedingly cramped, with bodies pressed against one another. The stifling heat rendered Chen Jun uncomfortable, and he silently vowed to buy a car once he had the means. Initially, he had not paid much attention, merely sensing a soft, warm object pressing against his thigh. With so many people, he found it difficult to turn and discern the nature of this object, but it was unmistakably a woman, given the elevated body heat. He shifted slightly to the left, but the soft object pressed even closer, akin to a plaster. Upon arriving at the next station, the doors opened, and the passengers exhaled in relief as they queued to exit. With fewer people inside, the oppressive heat dissipated, and Chen Jun anticipated getting off at the following station. Curious about the identity of the soft object, he turned to investigate, only to find a stout woman with a round face, her back firmly against him. Showing no inclination to move, she turned to face him, her expression radiating delight as she gazed at the handsome young man before her. In her mind, she thought, "This guy is so handsome and well-built. Is this my stroke of good fortune?" However, the moment Chen Jun beheld her face, he frowned in disgust, nearly feeling nauseous. Her round visage was speckled with freckles, and her watermelon-shaped haircut obscured her neck almost entirely. The woman raised her hand in greeting, but Chen Jun completely ignored her. opting instead to move to the door. Her self-esteem took a significant hit, and she began to stomp her feet in frustration. In a fit of indignation, she shouted at Chen Jun, "What do you think you're doing? Taking advantage of me and trying to escape?" A man seated nearby heard his girlfriend's outburst and inquired about the commotion. Sporting a spiky hairstyle and earrings, he resembled a typical street youth. The stout woman pointed at Chen Jun while beating her fists against her boyfriend, tearfully lamenting, "This man just now in the crowd took advantage of me," sob sob. Initially, Chen Jun dismissed her complaints, but when the man confronted him, he was taken aback. "Are you out of your mind? I took advantage of your girlfriend? What nonsense is that?" He found the situation amusing. As a striking young man, why would he ever stoop to exploiting a stout, unattractive woman? "You can't deny it. My girlfriend said you took advantage of her," the spiky-haired youth insisted, utterly lacking any judgment. The surrounding passengers turned their attention to the commotion, whispering amongst themselves. "Ha ha, that woman is truly ugly, and she has such a temper." The plump woman, fueled by newfound confidence, added, "This guy is just talking nonsense. That poor young man is really unfortunate to be caught up in this." As the spiky-haired youth sensed the tide turning against him, he began to yell at the onlookers, "Get lost! All of you, get out of here, you blind fools!" At that moment, an older gentleman stood up, intending to admonish the spiky youth. But he was entirely disregarded. The spiky-haired man, irritated by Chen Jun's stylish appearance, seized his collar, threatening, "You think I won't fight you? I'll make you submit." With that, he swung a punch at Chen Jun, who easily dodged it. As a graduate of a sports academy, Chen Jun was not easily bested. In a swift motion, he pushed the man down, ensuring that he would not rise unscathed. Faced with someone a head taller than himself, the spiky-haired youth felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. "Get up. Why don't you fight back? Your girlfriend is being bullied, and you can't even take him on." The stout woman taunted from the sidelines. The spiky youth, rising from the ground, gritted his teeth and charged, desperately attempting to tackle Chen Jun. "You're really annoying. This is never-ending, is it?" Chen Jun exclaimed, breaking free from the man's grip and executing a shoulder throw. With a resounding thud, the spiky-haired youth crashed to the ground, howling in pain. He had never anticipated that this seemingly delicate young man possessed such prowess. Seeing her boyfriend falter, the stout woman bared her nails and lunged at Chen Jun, attempting to claw at his clothing. "Just because you're handsome, you think you're better than me? I'll show you." Chen Jun initially wished to avoid escalating the situation, but the woman managed to tear off a button from his shirt. "Ah, Armani, my Armani. This is genuine, you fat fool." Chen Jun erupted in fury, delivering a slap that sent her sprawling to the ground. Once on the floor, the stout woman felt disoriented, her left cheek burning with pain. At that moment, a subway officer, having received reports of the disturbance, rushed over from another car. Seeing this, Chen Jun immediately fell to the ground, groaning in agony. Chapter 17. We are the victims, are you kidding me? Upon the arrival of the train attendant at the scene, he was taken aback to find 3 individuals sprawled on the ground. "You 3, what on earth is happening here? Can someone enlighten me?" The stout woman, struggling to rise, covered her swollen face and lamented loudly. "Officer, this person not only took advantage of me, but also struck me." As she spoke, she removed her hand, revealing her left cheek, which was grotesquely swollen, resembling that of a pig, marked by a deep crimson handprint. The surrounding passengers couldn't help but chuckle at her comical appearance. Puffing with indignation, the spiky-haired man staggered to his feet upon seeing the attendant. "Officer, you must stand up for us. This person not only took liberties with my girlfriend, but also assaulted us." He recounted the entire incident, claiming he had been wronged. "This is an injustice. The wicked are the first to cry foul." Meanwhile, Chen Jun lay on the ground, raising his left hand and exclaiming loudly, tears brimming in his eyes. The nearby passengers were stunned. Moments ago he seemed fine, and now he was suddenly weeping. "Come now, young man. Take your time and speak slowly," the attendant encouraged, helping him to a seat. Chen Jun introduced himself as a recent graduate, expressing his aspirations to contribute to society. He recounted how he aimed to cultivate a positive and optimistic mindset, seeking employment to immerse himself in the world. He lamented the current job market, stating he had sent out dozens of resumes without a single response, resorting to a meager diet of steamed buns and water in his rented room. Hearing this, a nearby elderly woman began to weep, exclaiming, "Young man, you have it so tough." Chen Jun thought to himself, "Dear lady, please save your tears. I have yet to finish my performance." He sniffled and continued, explaining that he had not given up but persisted in his job search. Finally, a company had offered him a position, and today marked his first day at work. To make a good impression, he had saved up to purchase a shirt from his meager earnings. Pointing to his attire, he began to sob uncontrollably. "Officer, was this shirt the one I saved for so long to buy?" And she tore it to shreds. "It is my lifeline." His grief was so profound it could only be described as heart-wrenching. The attendant, noticing the claw marks on the shirt, felt a pang of sympathy. "How will I manage without this shirt? I will have to go to work bare-chested." Chen Jun pounded his chest in despair, appearing utterly despondent. The surrounding passengers began to console him, urging him to remain strong and not to lose hope. "Young man, do not cry. I have some money for you. Take it." Others chimed in, "I too, here, let us all contribute to buy you a new shirt. Life should not be this hard." Chen Jun, with one hand covering his face in sorrow, pushed the money back with his other hand. He thought, "I'm not crying for a mere shirt. I weep for the treachery of humanity. How could she accuse me falsely? This is utterly unjust." Public opinion overwhelmingly sided with Chen Jun, and sympathy for him ran high. Meanwhile, the stout woman was at a loss. She had believed herself to be an unparalleled actress in this drama. Little did she know, Chen Jun was an even more skilled performer, with tears flowing freely as if summoned at will. "This is not how it happened. He is lying." The stout woman protested weakly, her voice quivering under the weight of the passengers' gazes. An elderly woman, engaged in square dancing, could no longer contain herself and confronted the stout woman. "How can you, a young lady, be so shameless as to wrongfully accuse someone?" The stout woman stammered. "I did not wrongfully accuse him. He was clearly taking advantage of me." In terms of combativeness, the square dancing lady, with her spirited demeanor, overshadowed the stout woman entirely. "If you say you didn't wrong him, where is your evidence? Your mere words are not proof." The elderly lady's retort left the stout woman speechless. What evidence could she possibly provide? It was all based on her own unfounded claims. Seeing his girlfriend silent, the spiky-haired man rushed to her defense. "What's wrong? Are you bullying my girlfriend just because you're older?" The elderly woman retorted, insisting on reason rather than petty squabbles. An elderly man nearby interjected, "Young man, as a man, you should better manage your girlfriend. Why are you causing a scene?" The spiky-haired man's temper flared as he felt affronted by the interjection. "Old fool, mind your own business. Who needs your advice?" The attendant stepped in to mediate the escalating argument, but the term "old fool" ignited the ire of the elderly passengers, who were accustomed to being disrespected. Years of pent-up frustration had found a vent, and soon two elderly men surged forward, raining down blows on the spiky-haired man. "Who are you calling an old fool? Did your parents teach you to respect your elders?" "Stop hitting me, I was wrong." The young man scrambled behind the attendant for safety. "Enough, cease at once." "I will handle this," the attendant declared, attempting to restore order. Seizing the opportunity, the square dancing lady delivered a sharp kick to his rear, prompting a yelp from him. Just then, the train arrived at the station, and the attendant commanded, "Enough. You three, step off the train with me." He escorted the three individuals to the platform, where he sought to mediate their dispute, asking Chen Jun if he wished to pursue charges. Chen Jun responded that compensation for his shirt would suffice. He wished to let the other grievances slide. The stout woman had thought a shirt could not possibly cost much, but when informed it was priced at 1,200 yuan, her expression turned to one of disbelief. "Are you kidding? It can't be that expensive." Chen Jun promptly presented his payment receipt, affirming it was purchased from a reputable store. "This is clearly a scam. What if we refuse to pay?" The spiky-haired man protested. "If you refuse to negotiate, I will have to follow protocol. And both of you could face a 10-day detention and a fine of 500, the attendant warned. "What? 10 days in detention?" The stout woman realized that being deprived of her phone for 10 days would be unbearable. The spiky-haired man also found the potential punishment daunting, and upon hearing this, he quickly lost his temper. After a brief discussion, they ultimately decided to pay, and put the matter to rest, accepting their defeat. With a face ashen as death, the spiky-haired man begrudgingly handed over the money to Chen Jun, which represented his entire month as food budget. The attendant, seeing the matter resolved, allowed them to leave with a warning to avoid such impulsiveness in the future. Chen Jun expressed his gratitude to the attendant before departing the subway station. At that moment, Su Qinghua called him, inquiring about the progress of his new job. Having not seen Chen Jun all day, she had been distracted at work, fretting over his well-being. After much internal deliberation, she ultimately decided to call and check in on him. Chapter 018. Come sit with me. There's a mysterious gift upon seeing the call was from a beautiful married woman. Chen Jun promptly answered. Su Qinghua inquired whether he was adapting well to his new job and if he encountered any difficulties. Chen Jun thought to himself, it seems she misses me. Otherwise, she wouldn't be calling me at night. Thus, he began to lament over the phone, recounting his experiences on the subway. Upon hearing about this incident, Su Qinghua offered him comfort and suggested they meet to discuss it further. Chen Jun eagerly agreed, feeling a flutter of anticipation at the prospect of seeing this enchanting woman. They arranged to meet at a nearby CAF, conveniently located close to his rented apartment. After exiting the subway station, Chen Jun strolled towards their meeting place, pondering what to say upon their encounter. As he reached a crossroads, he spotted a striking Porsche sports car. He paused, contemplating why that red GT3 seemed so familiar. The moment he glimpsed the license plate, his composure faltered. It was indeed the car belonging to his boss's wife. How amusing, he thought, claiming she hadn't missed him while her car sat so near his home. After a leisurely 10-minute walk, he arrived at the designated CAF. This quaint establishment exuded an artistic ambience, often frequented by students. At a window side table, Su Qinghua rested her chin on her hand, gazing thoughtfully outside. But upon receiving no response, he gently tapped her shoulder. Beautiful lady, is this seat taken? Su Qinghua, initially intending to claim it was occupied, turned to find her young admirer. Oh, you're here. Please have a seat, she smiled warmly. Today's outfit is quite special, Chen Jun remarked, taking in her appearance. Typically, she donned form-fitting dresses to impress clients. Yet today, she wore a loose-fitting white long-sleeve top, complemented by black stretchy straight-leg pants and white flats adorned with rose embellishments. Really? I hadn't noticed, she replied with a chuckle, perhaps dressing conservatively in his presence. Why did you suddenly call me today? Tin Yun final ignorance. Eager to hear her reasoning. Why is her collar so wide open? Su Qinghua observed, initially attributing it to the shirt style. It was that crazy woman who tore my shirt. I just bought it and have worn it less than a day, Chen Jun complained, asserting that the woman must have some mental issues to accuse him falsely. Su Qinghua reached out to adjust his collar, noting that 2 buttons had indeed come undone, revealing a red scratch on his chest, a mark left by fingernails. Oh dear, that bruise looks quite severe. Does it hurt? Su Qinghua asked with concern, gently caressing the mark. It doesn't hurt, it feels warm. Your concern is more than enough for me, Chen Jun responded, tenderly grasping her delicate hand. Su Qinghua withdrew her hand, noticing the staff as curious glances in their direction. Given the CAF's sparse clientele at that hour, their intimate gestures attracted considerable attention. My shirt is ruined. Let me buy you a new one. It's not too late. The mall is still open, Su Qinghua suggested, glancing at her Rolex watch. All right, let us go, Chen Jun thought, finding a trip to the mall far more entertaining than lingering here, especially since the CAF was so close to his apartment, where he needed to maintain a degree of decorum to avoid any gossip. They exited the CAF, walking side by side down the street, appearing to onlookers as a mother and son duo. Xiao Chun, how are you adjusting to the job my cousin introduced you to? Su Qinghua casually inquired as they walked. It's going well. Fei Jie is truly generous, Chen Jun replied, feeling grateful for her assistance. Without her, he wouldn't have known such a comfortable working environment existed. You seem to enjoy it. Are there many female colleagues? Although she asked casually, it was a question that lingered in her mind. Quite a few, and they are all quite beautiful. Those professional outfits are simply captivating, Chen Jun teased, gauging her reaction. Su Qinghua zponde sopti. acknowledging that young individuals naturally gravitate towards their peers. As Su Qinghua entered the driver's seat of her car, starting the engine, Chen Jun sat beside her, struck by the allure of this formidable businesswoman. Unlike others who fasten their seatbelts at an angle, she threaded hers through the space between her ample bosom, accentuating her curves. Chen Jun was mesmerized, yearning to touch her, marveling at her beauty. Before long, they arrived at the mall's underground parking lot. Su Qinghua exited the car, retrieving her LV handbag, with Chen Jun closely following as they ascended to the mall's first floor. The moment the elevator doors opened, Su Qinghua headed straight for a brand store she was familiar with. It was a Gucci boutique, its lavish glass displays indicating that it catered to a wealthier clientele. Clearly irregular, the staff greeted her with enthusiasm upon her arrival. The store manager hurried to welcome her, instructing the staff to prepare coffee. "Miss Su, we have the latest short-sleeve arrivals today. Would you like to take a look?" Su Qinghua waved her hand dismissively, indicating she was only there to purchase for Chen Jun. The manager, noticing the handsome young man, smiled broadly but hesitated to ask about his identity, fearing missteps could offend a valued client. "Sir, this way, please. Feel free to browse and try on anything you fancy," the female manager cheerfully encouraged. This was Chen Jun's first experience of such warm hospitality, as the store manager beamed at him, more welcoming than family. She guided him through the latest collections, showcasing the trendiest pieces. Chen Jun picked up a brown plaid shirt, admiring its stylish design. The manager promptly took it and led him to a VIP fitting room, while Su Qinghua settled into a sofa in the lounge area. Perusing her phone, after trying on the shirt, Chen Jun felt satisfied and inquired about the price. The female manager informed him it was 800 yuan, a popular item. He was taken aback, having thought that anything over 1,000 was already exorbitant, and this was simply outrageous. Just as he hesitated, Su Qinghua approached, inspecting the shirt and declaring it quite fitting. "Let us go with this one. It looks perfect on you," she affirmed with a discerning eye. The store manager, elated, suggested that Chen Jun change back into his clothes so she could package the shirt. "No need for packaging," Su Qinghua interjected. "It's too much hassle. He can wear it home." She then retrieved a black card from her handbag and proceeded to the front desk to settle the bill. This black card had no limit. One could purchase an entire apartment with it, reserved for those with substantial financial means. Watching her pay several thousand yuan without batting an eye, Chen Jun was struck by the allure of wealth, marveling at the charm of a wealthy woman. Once outside, he proposed showing her his rented apartment, claiming he had a gift for her. Su Qinghua hesitated, pondering that it was getting late and she should return to rest. However, Chen Jun insisted that she go, stating that since she had purchased a gift for herself, it was only fitting that he also present her with a gift in return. "Sister, it's on the way anyway. Why not come over and sit with me? There's a mysterious grand gift waiting for you." On a tien unis persistence persuasion. Su Qinghua found it difficult to decline and ultimately acquiesced. Chapter 019, My Gift. Unrefusable by anyone, it was already past 10 o'clock when the car came to a halt beneath the apartment building. Chen Jun led the way through a narrow alley to reach the entrance. This apartment, housed within an old building long awaiting demolition, had yet to see the promised changes. Consequently, the surrounding pavement was riddled with potholes, neglected by all. Su Qinghua couldn't help but marvel at the existence of such a place, especially given its proximity to a bustling commercial street. Fortunately, there was an elevator. Otherwise, few would be inclined to reside here due to the arduous climb up the stairs. Upon reaching the elevator on the first floor, the dim surroundings were somewhat unsettling. "Let us enter. It could be rather dark here at night." As the elevator doors opened, Chen Jun ushered her inside, as his apartment was on the 6th floor. Once they arrived, stepping out of the elevator plunged them into a murky exterior, where most residents had already retired for the night, the lights extinguished before their doors. Chen Jun switched on the corridor lights, gesturing in the direction of his abode, located at the far western end of the hallway. The length of the corridor alone instilled a sense of fear in Su Qinghua. "Do not be anxious. There are no other inhabitants wandering about at this hour." He approached his door, next to a seldom-used emergency exit. "This place is indeed quite eerie. I cannot believe you, a young child, are not frightened." Su Qinghua's legs trembled slightly, though the door opened with an invitation. Please step inside. Tian Yun insisted, illuminating the room as he did so. Why is this room so small? The living area merges with the bedroom. Su Qinghua, raised in affluence, had never encountered such a cramped space, having only glimpsed similar settings on television. Despite its modest 60 square meters, finding such accommodation in the heart of the city was commendable. Chen Jun retrieved a chair for her to sit upon while he ventured into the kitchen. As Su Qinghua settled, her mind remained restless, the confined space causing her discomfort. The sound of grinding beans emanated from the kitchen, followed by the distinctive noise of coffee being brewed. She surveyed her surroundings, feeling a pang of sympathy for him. How could a university student reside in such conditions? Due to the limited space, there was no wardrobe in the bedroom, and clothes were haphazardly piled on a stool, lending an air of disarray. Without a balcony to bask in sunlight, garments hung by the window perpetually remained damp. At this moment, Chen Jun emerged with a steaming cup of fragrant coffee. Sister, come and sample my skills. He placed the cup on a small table. In preparation for brewing coffee for her, Chen Jun had searched for tutorials online, practicing several times until he finally mastered the technique. Thank you. The latte art is quite impressive. Su Qinghua expressed her surprise, noting that it resembled something from a professional CAF. The art depicted a small sprig of grass, an achievement not easily attained without diligent practice. Did you really purchase a coffee machine? Su Qinghua inquired, her curiosity piqued. Indeed, since you mentioned your fondness for coffee, I had to acquire professional equipment to ensure the quality. Chen Jun nodded, urging her to taste it before it cooled. While Su Qinghua had little expertise in coffee, her daily encounters with clients made it a habitual indulgence, as CAFs serve as ideal venues for business discussions. She inhaled the rich aroma, discerning the quality of the beans, then lifted the mug to savor a sip. Delicious. It's exceptionally strong, full of coffee flavor. After another mouthful, she found her tense emotions beginning to ease. This young man had evidently put thought into her enjoyment, diligently learning for her sake. As long as you like it. I was concerned my efforts might go unappreciated. Chen Jun approached her from behind, proposing a massage. Initially resistant, Su Qinghua insisted she didn't require it, claiming her shoulders were not sore. Yet, his hands found their way to her delicate shoulders, applying gentle pressure. Close your eyes and fully absorb the experience. It will be more effective. At first, she felt a ticklish sensation, but after a few moments, she began to genuinely relish the comfort. Starting at her neck, Chen Jun kneaded for a while before shifting his focus to her shoulders. Ah, that feels wonderful. A bit higher. Su Qinghua unconsciously let out a soft moan. The sound stirred something within Chen Jun, particularly as his gaze lingered on her alluring form. From his vantage point, he could see everything, even the delicate lingerie underneath. Meanwhile, Su Qinghua, with her eyes closed, remained blissfully unaware, lost in the pleasure of the massage. As Chen Jun leaned slightly forward, inhaling the sweet aroma emanating from her, Su Qinghua complimented him. This is truly delightful. I had no idea you possessed such talents. A cup of richly aromatic coffee paired with a professional massage was an irresistible combination for any woman. Enjoy it. This is specially prepared for you, he encouraged, concluding the massage with gentle taps to her shoulder blades, aimed at promoting relaxation. Amid her enjoyment, Su Qinghua began to sense something firm pressing against her back. At first, she dismissed it, but gradually became aware, her cheeks flushing slightly, not from embarrassment, but from a hint of excitement. All right, I see you're feeling a bit weary. Did you not mention a gift for me? Where is it? Su Qinghua thought it prudent to change the subject, fearing her emotions might spiral out of control. Would you like to see it? Come, let's step into my bedroom. Chen Jun took her hand, leading her into the room. There, on a chair beside the bed, lay a red cloth draped over something. This is it. Unveil it and see. Tian Yun diestilt vorher zu revisit. Really? Let me have a look. With curiosity, Su Qinghua pulled aside the fabric, revealing an oil painting depicting her likeness. Wow! The moment she uncovered it, she was genuinely taken aback. It exceeded her expectations. Do you like it? I painted it just for you. Chen Jun confessed that each night he missed her, he captured her image on canvas. Is this true? It's extraordinarily well done. I am deeply touched. Su Qinghua marveled at the painting's lifelike quality. As the atmosphere thickened, it became increasingly challenging for any woman to resist. Noticing the opportune moment, Chen Jun gently caressed her face, observing her lack of resistance. Sister, do you know? I am madly in love with you. Ever since that night, I have been unable to extricate myself from these feelings. Chen Jun poured out his heart, yearning to rekindle their connection. Su Qinghua's thoughts swirled, and in the dim light, her resolve weakened. Seizing the moment, Chen Jun leaned in to passionately kiss her, and she reciprocated, surrendering to the intensity of the moment. Yet, as fate would have it, a commotion erupted from the adjacent room, where a mother and child began to argue. The door flung open, and various items were hurled into the hallway. Pots, pans, and dishes scattered everywhere. The noise startled the neighboring residents, who, fearing involvement, refrained from opening their doors. Su Qinghua, jolted back to reality, despite her body's readiness, was reminded by her rational mind that she must not repeat past mistakes. Xiao Chun, I must leave. It's getting late. She gently pushed him away and lowered her head to exit. Sister, I mean no harm. It is merely the depth of my feelings. At this moment, Chen Jun wore a smile on his face, yet his heart was engulfed in fury. He longed to rush out and deliver a thorough beating to that mother and son duo. This was a plan he had painstakingly devised, and now it lay in ruins. Su Qinghua blushed deeply, letting out a soft sigh. Esteemed readers, would you truly not consider adding this to your bookshelf? Chapter 020. Pause. Let me undress. First, Chen Jun escorted her to the door, while the neighbors across the street were embroiled in a fierce altercation. The woman, her face flushed with anger, repeatedly struck her son, hurling insults at him for being a little rascal who squandered her hard-earned money on video games. The boy, cowering and clutching his head, lamented that he merely wished to spend 100 yuan on skins, but after exhausting the funds without success, he succumbed to the temptation of theft. Tian Yun, uninterested in the spectacle, focused solely on ensuring the safety of his beloved as they descended the stairs. He couldn't bear the thought of her being harmed by some unforeseen accident, which would break his heart. As they emerged from the rented apartment and approached the car, Chen Jun felt a pang of reluctance. He grasped her hand, inquiring about the next time they might meet. Su Qinghua smiled, touched by his attentiveness, and assured him that she would visit whenever she had the time. You must be sincere. Do not deceive me. Chen Jun gently rubbed her hand, yearning for an embrace. But we are in public. It would be inappropriate. Su Qinghua glanced around, hesitant. It's late. Who else would be wandering the streets at this hour? Save for nightclub hostesses? Tian Yun argued. Unable to resist his insistence, Su Qinghua relented, smiling softly as she opened her arms. Instantly, Chen Jun enveloped her in a warm embrace, relishing the softness of her body and the fragrant aroma that wafted from her. What man could possibly resist such a charming woman? Little Chun, may I inquire if you lacked affection in your childhood, which led to this? Su Qinghua sought confirmation based on what she had heard from others. Not at all. I simply like you and wish to be with you, Chen Jun asserted, insisting that his mental state was sound and devoid of peculiarities. Su Qinghua found herself at a loss, questioning the nature of her feelings toward him. Was it the affection of lovers, or merely a fondness for a childlike spirit? While she undoubtedly felt something for him, the complexity of these emotions was entangled with moral constraints. Su Qinghua longed to fill the void within her, yet she remained bound by her principles, constantly reminding herself to maintain a respectful distance, avoiding excessive intimacy. You are such a good child. It's time for me to leave, she said, patting his shoulder. No, just a little longer. I adore your scent. It's particularly delightful, Chen Jun pleaded, akin to a child reveling in her fragrance. All right, we can meet again. Su Qinghua reassured him, gently patting his back, but added that she had work the next day. Take care on your way home. Chen Jun reluctantly released her, aware that prolonged embraces could lead to discomfort. He had painstakingly nurtured their feelings, and any misstep could jeopardize their progress. One certainty remained. Su Qinghua did not shy away from his company. She merely exercised restraint. Good night. Rest early, she waved, bidding him farewell as she entered the car. Chen Jun stood by the roadside, watching the vehicle recede into the distance, his earlier frustrations still simmering. He thought today, I was so close to savoring the fruits of my labor. It's a pity that the neighbor ruined my chance. I shall await another opportunity. Help! Someone save me. Just as Chen Jun turned to head back, he heard a piercing cry echoing through the desolate street. A girl with violet hair, clad in a black t-shirt, sprinted toward him, pursued closely by a man in a floral shirt. Don't run. Stop. Are you going to give it to me or not? Upon seeing the girl, Chen Jun felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered her before. The moment she spotted him, she dashed into his arms, exclaiming, Don't do anything reckless. This is my boyfriend. He is really strong. Chen Jun was taken aback, bewildered by the turn of events. Boyfriend? When did I become your boyfriend? The man in the floral shirt appeared equally confused. Yes, he is my new boyfriend. I no longer like you. You need to leave. The girl clung to Chen Jun, planting a kiss on his cheek while wearing a triumphant grin. You fickle woman. We haven't even broken up, and you've already found someone else? The floral shirt man's fury was palpable upon learning Chen Jun was her boyfriend. Brother, save me. He is a bad guy trying to rob me, she whispered fearfully. Chen Jun stepped protectively in front of her, pointing at the man. Yes, I am her boyfriend. You would do well to leave now, or I won't hesitate to call the police. Huh? Call the police? You delicate pretty boy. Have you ever been in a fight? The man clenched his fist, ready to strike. Stop right there. Chen Jun raised his hand, commanding him to halt. You delicate pretty boy, if you're scared of a beating, you better scram. The man attempted to intimidate him with bravado. The girl trembled, doubting the reliability of this fair-skinned handsome man, questioning his masculinity. While she pondered, Chen Jun had already removed his shirt and handed it to her. Hold this for me. It's new, and I'd hate for it to get dirty. As he revealed his chiseled physique, the girl gazed at him in awe, her mouth agape, captivated by his striking appearance and impressive build. The man in the floral shirt, witnessing Chen Jun's muscular form, felt his legs involuntarily tremble. Yet, he quickly dismissed it, thinking the attractive muscles were mere results of gym workouts and posed no real threat. You think I'm afraid of you just because of that? He scoffed. Launching a punch at Chen Jun. The girl shut her eyes in fear, bracing for the worst. However, the punch landed on Chen Jun's chest without effect, leaving the assailant bewildered. How is this possible? The floral shirt man was astonished. His punch had not felled Chen Jun. Chen Jun smirked, then extended his right hand, pressing it against the man's face. Just 5 fingers contorted the man's features, eliciting a cacophony of pained cries. Did you think I was merely a pretty face? Without a solid physique, how could I dare pursue women? Let me go. The man groaned, lifting his hands in surrender. Even Tyson wouldn't dare strike me. Are you seeking death? Chen Jun pushed him away, warning him to keep his distance and not provoke his anger. The man stumbled backward, landing painfully on the ground. Howling in discomfort, he scrambled to his feet, rubbing his backside, and retreated, vowing, You'll regret this. I won't let it go so easily. Once the situation was resolved, Chen Jun reclaimed his shirt from the girl and slipped it back on. Unbeknownst to him, the girl remained in a daze, lost in sweet fantasies, likely contemplating names for their future children. Are you all right? Chen Jun waved his hand before her, noticing her lack of response. Suspecting she was still in shock, snapping back to reality, the girl quickly expressed her gratitude. Handsome, thank you. If you desire my devotion, I am more than willing. It was merely a small act. No need to dwell on it, Chen Jun replied, shaking his head, aware that his physique surpassed hers. Ignoring her, he ambled down the alley, feeling the weight of the late hour and the onset of fatigue. To his surprise, she also resided in the same building, a delightful coincidence that instantly thrilled the girl. Handsome, I am Zhou Ting, living in room 606. Feel free to visit me anytime, she said. Upon hearing this, Chen Jun realized the predicament. Room 606 was right next door. It dawned on him that the university student who slept during the day and sang at nightclubs was indeed her. Chapter 021. Are you free tonight? An old acquaintance wants to meet you. As Chen Jun stood before his door, he retrieved his key to unlock it, only to find that Zhou Ting intended to enter as well. He hurriedly pushed her away, citing his exhaustion and the need for rest. However, This night owl persisted, knocking on his door, claiming she wished to express her gratitude. Although Chen Jun had no intention of opening the door, covering himself with a blanket proved futile, and he eventually allowed her in. Once inside, Zhou Ting filled the air with chatter, while Chen Jun responded with disinterested monosyllables. Undeterred by his aloofness, she busied herself, first sweeping the floor and then wiping down the table with a cloth. Chen Jun thought that once she tired herself out, she would leave. Hence, he ignored her. Yet, in an effort to leave a good impression, Zhou Ting even washed the dishes in the kitchen. By the time it was well past 1 in the morning, Chen Jun believed that her display of gratitude should have reached its conclusion. To his dismay, she announced her desire to sing a song as a token of her appreciation, insisting she would not depart otherwise. Reluctantly, he sat through her performance, hoping it would wrap up soon. However, just as she prepared to sing a second song, he promptly intervened and ushered her out, his fatigue rendering him speechless. Irritated, Zhou Ting kicked the door in frustration and stormed back to her own room. At last, peace prevailed. Chen Jun, having gone to bed so late, struggled to rise the next morning. The alarm clock rang repeatedly before he groggily opened his eyes. Upon checking the time, panic seized him. Being late to work would result in a deduction from his pay. He had no time for personal grooming and hailed a cab to the office, having initially planned to take the subway to save a few bucks. Fortunately, he arrived at the office just in time, as the clock-in system indicated he was not late. Sitting in his swivel chair, he took out a notebook to review the company policies. However, his eyelids grew heavy, and before long, he found himself dozing off at his desk. Wang Lily, noticing his exhaustion, decided against waking him. Just then, Manager Liu entered the room, notorious for stirring trouble. Liu Ziki, in her 30s, remained single due to her caustic personality and was known for her sharp tongue. Wang Lily contemplated waking Chen Jun, but was halted by the manager, who shot her a disapproving glance. The female colleagues in the outer office exchanged worried glances, knowing their handsome supervisor was about to face trouble. Liu Ziki strode over in her high heels, pulling out her phone to snap a photo of Chen Jun. She then prodded him awake, exclaiming, "Our supervisor Chen. It's time to rise." Startled, half asleep, he looked at the smiling woman before him, her grin feeling forced and discomforting. "Oh, our esteemed supervisor sleeping on the job, are we?" Liu Ziki taunted. It was understandable that Chen Jun did not recognize her, having joined the company without any training and only knowing one superior, Hong Jie. Wang Lily quickly introduced, "Supervisor, this is our manager Liu." With a smug expression, Liu Ziki remarked, "Do you recall Article 6, Clause 7 of the company policy?" Chen Jun hurriedly flipped through his notebook, realizing the multitude of regulations in such a large firm. Liu Ziki coldly stated, "As a supervisor, failing to set an example and sleeping during work hours incurs a fine of 500. Do you understand?" 500? Tian Yun exclaimed, "Shucks." He felt as though his day had been rendered fruitless. Liu Ziki waved her phone, indicating that his infraction had been documented and would be reported to HR. "I'm sorry, I was just too tired last night." He attempted to explain, but she refused to listen. "Save your words for the HR manager." Liu Ziki replied with a smirk. She then mentioned that the list of goods for the client's delivery had been issued and needed to be loaded before lunch. "Understood. Manager Liu, we'll get right on it," Wang Lily interjected, attempting to diffuse the tension. Once Liu Ziki departed, Chen Jun expressed his disdain for such a woman, remarking that anyone who married her would be unfortunate. "She doesn't even have a boyfriend," the female assistant chimed in, bursting into laughter. It seems she is experiencing early menopause, lacking love for so long that her words are laced with bitterness. Chen Jun was taken aback by the presence of such individuals in the office. Wang Lily then reminded everyone to hurry to the warehouse to sort the goods, or they would run out of time for loading. She printed out the list from the computer, revealing a staggering 5 pages. "How can we possibly finish all this in time?" Chen Jun exclaimed, overwhelmed by the dense English model numbers. "We can manage it. Let us get to work." Wang Lily encouraged, rallying the other 3 female colleagues. Thus, Chen Jun joined them in the warehouse located in the basement of a shopping mall, where a dedicated staff member managed the space filled with rows of shelves laden with goods. Wang Lily greeted the administrator at the entrance before they began retrieving items. The female colleagues headed to the storage room to find a small cart for transporting the goods. Standing before the shelves, Wang Lily explained the specific placement of each product model to facilitate retrieval. Chen Jun attentively listened while examining a sample against the model number on the list. Wang Lily's primary responsibilities revolved around managing office paperwork and data entry, making this task outside her usual scope. Once Chen Jun had learned the process, he would need to lead the team himself. When the cart arrived, he assisted the female colleagues in loading products onto it. Wang Lily meticulously checked off each item on the list to avoid any omissions. After over half an hour of diligent work, they finally loaded all the goods corresponding to the 5-page list. Although it appeared to be a substantial amount, it all fit snugly onto a single cart. Without the female assistant as help, they surely would have run out of time and faced Lu Ziqi's wrath once more. Chen Jun resolved to memorize the model numbers in the product catalog, knowing that if the assistant were absent one day, he would be in trouble. Wang Lily presented the checked list to the entrance administrator for verification. Once confirmed, they wheeled the cart of goods into the elevator. The driver for loading was already waiting in the open area at the east gate, the same uncle from last time. Upon seeing the delivery, he rushed to unload the items one by one into the vehicle. "Driver, please ensure it arrives before lunch. The other party is quite anxious," Wang Lily reminded him. "Don't worry, we'll be off," he replied, closing the car door and driving away. At that moment, Chen Jun's phone vibrated twice, indicating a message from Zhang Xuefei. She inquired if he were free that evening, as an old acquaintance wished to have dinner with him. Chen Jun, recalling her assistance in his job search and feeling the need to express his gratitude, could not refuse. Moreover, he was curious about this old acquaintance, so he readily agreed. Chapter 022. Little One. Let me take you to a wonderful place. As evening fell, Chen Jun stood at the east entrance of the mall, awaiting Zhang Xuefei. As they had arranged, after about 10 minutes, a white Cullinan rolled up. Such a luxury vehicle costs around 6 million. It is something that a working man could never afford in a lifetime. What astounded Chen Jun even more was the car's license plate, 88888. Just that plate alone was worth a sports car. The person seated in this opulent vehicle was undoubtedly affluent, perhaps even nobility, making it difficult for an ordinary person to encounter them. Chen Jun mused to himself. Once he earns enough, he too would purchase a car like this to make an impression at work. At that moment, the window slowly rolled down, revealing a familiar face. It was Fei Jie. To his surprise, Zhang Xuefei was the one inside the car, beckoning him to get in. Chen Jun was taken aback. She had promised to pick him up, but he never expected her to arrive in such a splendid vehicle. Elated, he quickly stepped inside, sitting closely beside her. He then noticed a professional-looking driver, clad in a black suit and white shirt, wearing gloves. Zhang Xuefei greeted him warmly and instructed the driver to start the journey. It was the first time he sat so near to her, and he took the opportunity to observe her closely. She styled her short hair elegantly, adorned with diamond studs, and wore a beige printed shirt, a testament to her fondness for such attire, as she seemed to favor this style during their encounters. Below, she donned loose-fitting white culottes that accentuated her slender legs, paired with charming white ankle socks. It was evident that the affluent knew how to maintain their appearance. Despite a slightly fuller face, her poise was truly captivating. Zhang Xuefei leaned in closer, playfully pinching his arm, and smiled brightly, saying, "Haven't seen you in days. And you're looking increasingly handsome. Your arm muscles are quite impressive." Chen Jun smiled in response, nodding in gratitude. "Fei Jie, thank you so much for introducing me to the job. I truly appreciate it." Although it was a verbal expression of thanks, he felt it necessary to convey his gratitude as a matter of social etiquette. What is there to thank? It was merely a matter of a few words. She replied nonchalantly, seemingly uninterested in his gratitude. She shifted the conversation, inquiring, "Tell me, with so many female colleagues, which one have you gotten close to?" She had a penchant for such inquiries, as though only the matters of romance could pique her interest. Zhang Xuefei was direct in her questioning, never beating around the bush, which left Chen Jun feeling rather awkward and unsure of how to respond. "No, Fei Jie, I'm focused on my work. I hardly have time to think about such trivial matters," he replied, wondering if she was trying to pry into his personal life with the intention of dismissing him. Could it be normal for a man to say he had not formed any romantic connections with the many women around? Zhang Xuefei looked at him, her expression one of surprise, hinting at doubts regarding this young man's inclinations. Chen Jun felt his cheeks flush from her comments. Her straightforwardness was both amusing and disconcerting. The driver, observing the exchange, couldn't help but chuckle, fully aware that his employer enjoyed playful banter. "Show me, could it be that you're a eunuch? With so many women around, you show no interest?" She teased, reaching out to poke him playfully to gauge his reaction. "Yeah, I do have reactions. I was joking," Chen Jun exclaimed, hastily covering himself. It wasn't yet the time for such displays. He needed to approach the situation more cautiously. Faced with Zhang Xuefei's audacious teasing, he felt utterly outmatched. Seeing his embarrassment, she burst into laughter, saying, "Now that's more like it. A man who shows no interest in women must have some physiological issue." Yes, you're right, yeah." Chen Jun nodded fervently in agreement. Genuinely concerned she might further test his resolve. At that moment, Zhang Xuefei began to roll up her pant leg, revealing her fair, long legs. "Little handsome, would you like a touch?" "There's no one else here," she offered, pulling his hand toward her thigh without hesitation. Yeah, isn't this inappropriate?" Chen Jun thought to himself, questioning the presence of the driver. Zhang Xuefei noticed his hesitation and reassured him. "Don't worry, he's one of us. It's all fine." Chen Jun felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. This mature woman was undeniably flirtatious. In her presence, he felt like a novice. "Relax. Didn't I let you experience something last time?" she urged, her eyes twinkling playfully. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chen Jun realized that refusing her might incite her displeasure. Since she was the one inviting him, it would be impolite to decline. "Yeah," he said, cautiously caressing her, feeling both thrilled and apprehensive, fearing it might be a ruse. "How does it feel? Tell me," Zhang Xuefei prompted, eagerly awaiting his feedback, as if she were anticipating a book review. It's very smooth, a bit cool, and quite elastic," he replied, causing her to chuckle heartily. "You little one, why are you so blunt? Can't you say something I'd like to hear?" She laughed, clearly enjoying the moment, perhaps due to her newfound wealth. She seemed to spend her days indulging in such frivolities. "Little one, let me show you something enriching," she continued, unbuttoning one of her shirt buttons and inviting him to compare her appearance to that of her cousin. Chen Jun hesitated, realizing that making a comparison would imply acknowledging a more intimate relationship with his employer. "Yeah, that's truly a difficult request," he stammered, feeling utterly flustered. They had initially planned to go out for a meal, yet it seemed that the occasion was turning into a source of amusement for her. "Don't deceive me. I can see how she looks at you." Her eyes sparkle, Zhang Xuefei teased, well aware of the dynamics at play, desperate to shift the conversation away from such topics. Chen Jun inquired about their dinner plans. "We're going to Sophia," she replied with a mysterious smile, hinting at the establishment's allure. She urged the driver to speed up, lest they miss their chance before the evening crowd dispersed. Having never heard of a restaurant called Sophia, Chen Jun pondered whether it might be a new establishment. However, upon their arrival, he discovered that it was actually a lavish hair salon. The salon's facade exuded grandeur, with reports indicating that the minimum spending began at a staggering $10,000. The venue not only offered private rooms for bespoke services, but also featured a variety of delectable treats. It was a favored haunt for socialites and affluent women, and merely being there signified a certain status. The driver parked the car, flanked by several other luxury vehicles, including Maseratis and Bentleys. Chapter 023. One might say she is a wealthy lady. Tossing money as casually as paper, Zhang Xuefei instructed the driver to remain in the car while she alighted with Chen Jun. At the entrance stood two young girls who, upon seeing her, greeted her with an exuberance that rivaled that of a long-lost mother. "Sister," they exclaimed, to the point where Chen Jun felt his ears buzz. It is no wonder she's regarded as a wealthy matron. She swiftly opened her petite handbag and produced several red bills. This unexpected generosity momentarily left Chen Jun in a daze, pondering, is it truly this easy to give money away? "Sister, I could earn that too." The two welcoming girls graciously accepted the money, repeatedly expressing their gratitude, bowing so deeply one would think they might strain their backs. Upon entering, Zhang Xuefei encountered a middle-aged woman who also appeared to be part of the social circle. This lady was clad in a black polka-dotted dress and held a small bag, seemingly on her way to a soiree. "Oh, Xuefei, you look so vibrant. It seems you've been indulging yourself lately," the woman remarked with a hint of envy. "You look quite lovely yourself. Where are you off to for dinner?" Zhang Xuefei paused to engage, noting the woman's keen interest in the young man beside her, who she surveyed with a covetous gaze. Quite the catch, isn't. Have you replenished your spirits?" The woman inquired with a knowing smile. "Oh, not at all. This is just my relative's child. I brought him along for some fun," Zhang Xuefei replied, keeping the conversation light and brief before beckoning Chen Jun to follow. At that moment, a woman clad in business attire approached them with a beaming smile. She was the manager of the salon, accustomed to interacting with a diverse clientele. "Sister Zhang, welcome. Please come in," she greeted warmly. Zhang Xuefei nodded and followed her down a long corridor, with Chen Jun trailing closely behind, his curiosity piqued by the unfamiliar surroundings. To their left was a billiard room, where several women in bikinis entertained a wealthy young man. Adjacent to it was a tea room, where a few middle-aged men lounged, puffing on cigars while engaging in casual conversation. Chen Jun couldn't help but marvel. Is this the elusive iceberg of the affluent lifestyle? Under the guidance of the female manager, they traversed the corridor into another passage lined with hairdressing areas, tailored specifically for the elite. The manager opened one of the rooms, leading them inside, which was reserved specially for Zhang Xuefei. The spacious room was equipped with various hair treatment apparatus, resembling a grand salon. "Sister Zhang, what service would you like today?" the manager inquired attentively. Zhang Xuefei glanced at her reflection and replied, "My hair is short enough. I only need a wash." "Certainly, Sister Zhang. I will summon the hair care specialist," the manager affirmed. "And please arrange for a wash for this young man as well. He is of a more mature age," Zhang Xuefei added, gesturing to Chen Jun. "Of course, Sister Zhang. I'll take care of that right away," the manager said before leaving the room. Chen Jun mused that being of a more mature age might mean a lower cost. Xuefei certainly had a knack for calculations. At that moment, a girl in an apron entered, pushing a cart laden with fruit platters and snacks. "Delicious and sweet," Chen Jun exclaimed as he grabbed a piece of cantaloupe, taking advantage of the opportunity to indulge, as he often refrained from such luxuries after work to save money. "Oh, take it easy. Don't upset your stomach." Zhang Xuefei chuckled, finding his childlike enthusiasm amusing. Soon after, the manager returned with two hair care specialists, both clad in alluring backless dresses. Their porcelain skin and tall stature resembled that of models rather than attendants. Chen Jun was left in awe. Such beauty surely came at a cost. "Sister Zhang, are you satisfied with them?" the manager inquired. "Yes, they will do," Zhang Xuefei replied with a cursory glance. The manager, recognizing Zhang as a valued client, instructed the specialist to treat her well before exiting and closing the door behind her. "Shall we begin?" one of the women asked. "Yes, let us start. Let this young man have a splendid experience," Zhang Xuefei nodded. The two shampoo chairs were positioned closely together, and Chen Jun reclined in one. "Handsome. Lean back a bit more," the woman with a beauty mark on her face advised. As he settled back, he noticed her features more clearly. Her chin was sharp, and her face slender. She turned on the faucet and gently began to comb through his hair with warm water. The loose-fitting dress accentuated her figure, presenting an irresistible allure that Chen Jun found difficult to ignore. With each movement, he was keenly aware of her proximity, and several times he nearly turned his head, startled by the intimate setting. Zhang Xuefei, observing his rapt attention, teased, "So, is it impressive? Are you envious?" Chen Jun's face flushed, resembling a child caught in a misdeed. The beauty-marked woman smiled subtly, her demeanor entirely natural. "What is the matter, feeling shy? Why are you closing your eyes? I'm here just for you," she quipped. Zhang Xuefei burst into laughter at his bashfulness. Chen Jun thought to himself, "Arranged just for me? I owe you a debt of gratitude. I'd rather not be struck by an unexpected incident." He hesitated to speak, uncertain of how to alleviate the awkwardness. Meanwhile, The attendant poured shampoo into her hands, creating a lather as she began to massage his scalp. The professional technique was exquisite, gentle like a caress, devoid of any force. Chen Jun mused that such an experience far surpassed the 15 yuan hair washes he was accustomed to, where barbers often resorted to rough methods that left him in discomfort. The entire washing process extended over half an hour, a period of sheer bliss for Chen Jun. Just then, Zhang Xuefei's phone buzzed in her handbag, prompting her to ask the attendant for it. After glancing at the caller ID, she smiled and answered, all right. No need to rush. I'll be there shortly." From the conversation, Chen Jun discerned that the caller was quite familiar with Xuefei. After rinsing, the attendant dried his hair with a cloth, absorbing the moisture rather than simply wiping it off. The final step involved using a small blow dryer to dry his hair and applying hair oil, a meticulous process akin to crafting a piece of art. Once the treatment was complete, Zhang Xuefei scrutinized him and remarked, "Your hair looks rejuvenated. You certainly appear more vibrant." "Thank you, Xuefei. This must have cost quite a bit," Chen Jun thought, wondering if her kindness bore any ulterior motives. "Little one, an old friend is waiting impatiently. Let's make our way now," Zhang Xuefei urged, grabbing her handbag and beckoning him to follow. Chapter 024. Are you two playing role-playing with me? In the car, Chen Jun inquired about an old friend he was unaware of. Zhang Xuefei merely smiled and remarked that he definitely knew this person quite well. "Little one, you possess the desire but lack the courage. Given the opportunity, you are quite ineffective," she teased, recalling the earlier incident. Chen Jun thought to himself, "Go ahead and make fun of me. I truly do not dare to act, for if they report me, I would be unable to bear the consequences. What brings joy to a man is the pursuit of women. Without this passion, life would be exceedingly dreary," Zhang Xuefei said, resting her hand on his shoulder as if imparting profound wisdom. "Indeed, Sister Fei, I have noted your words." Chen Jun feigned a nod in agreement. With so many female colleagues at the company, if he were to obsess over such matters, he would surely be rendered ineffective in no time. Then, Zhang Xuefei nudged his arm and inquired, "Little one, did you never contemplate what you would do after graduation?" "Of course. I plan to find a job first to accumulate social experience. Once I have saved enough, I intend to start my own company and possess a career of my own." Chen Jun revealed his aspirations. Zhang Xuefei paused, pondering how difficult it could be to start a company. In her mind, making money seemed effortless, akin to opening a milk tea shop whenever one wished. Is it truly that challenging? Once you establish a career, how different will life be? Will you cease your pursuits of women? She mused, recalling that she needed do nothing now. Her finances could last a lifetime if she simply avoided gambling. She found it difficult to comprehend Chen Jun's perspective. Wasn't life meant for enjoyment? Why must one engage in a career? Sister Fei, a man without a career is akin to lacking a backbone. Even in arranged meetings, he would be looked down upon. Chen Jun remembered the blind date his parents arranged for him years prior. Upon learning of his humble circumstances, the girl immediately turned dismissive, deeming their connection unnecessary. She had claimed that her cosmetics alone cost over 1,000, asserting they were not from the same world, and said that those who were poor should refrain from dating. These memories lingered painfully in his heart, igniting a vow to carve out a successful career, amass wealth, and make those materialistic women regret their judgments. "Ah, I see. I didn't realize you possessed such ambition." Zhang Xuefei found his ideals somewhat naive. Opportunities were readily available, yet he failed to recognize them. "Yes, Sister Fei, I must not disappoint your expectations. The first step is to work diligently and manage my responsibilities with diligence." Zhang Xuefei gently patted his head, her earlier frivolity replaced by a profound solemnity, a tear escaping her eye unbidden. In her heart, she thought, if my son had not departed, he would be of this age, a handsome boy with dreams. Chen Jun noticed her tearfulness and wondered if he had touched her. "Sister Fei, did something get in your eye? Here, take a tissue." He produced a packet of tissues from his pocket and handed it to her. "Thank you. I accidentally blew dry my hair and my eyes have become dry," she replied, accepting the tissues. In that moment, Zhang Xuefei appeared transformed, as if she were revealing her true self beneath the facade she had maintained. The car eventually came to a halt, and the driver announced their arrival. They had arranged to meet at the Zishuan Pavilion restaurant on Duching Road. This was a century-old establishment where Chen Jun had once enjoyed a farewell dinner with his roommates. The two alighted from the vehicle, appearing quite intimate as they strolled toward the restaurant. "Look, your old acquaintance, do you see?" Zhang Xuefei playfully pointed. Chen Jun followed her gaze, spotting the beautiful woman he had longed for. "See how considerate Sister Fei is, arranging dinner for you," she remarked before confidently striding over. Tian Yun followed closely. Arriving at the dining table, "Why did you bring him along? Wasn't it supposed to be just the two of us?" Su Qinghua initially expressed surprise, followed by a hint of shyness, thinking, could it be that my cousin knows about my affair with him? What's wrong? Such a wonderful young man, of course. I had to bring him along. "Come, sit." Zhang Xuefei laughed heartily, pulling them both into seats. "Did you not mention you had something important to discuss with me?" Su Qinghua suddenly realized she had been tricked. "Is it not a big deal? I found this little fellow quite amusing. I even took him to Sophia for some fun." Zhang Xuefei chuckled. Su Qinghua's expression turned to shock. Then she reproached, "How could you take a child to such a place?" In truth, Sophia was not merely a hair salon. Many affluent women frequented it to alleviate their loneliness. "Oh, you are so tense. I merely took him for a wash." Zhang Xuefei explained. "A wash? Which wash? You better not lead him astray." Su Qinghua asked with evident concern. "Which wash? It is just his hair. And you accuse me of leading him astray. I think you are the one with the impure thoughts," Zhang Xuefei retorted, pointing at Chen Jun's hair. Observing their banter, Chen Jun couldn't help but smile inwardly. Two experienced women engaging in veiled conversation. "Little Chen, you should avoid spending time with her. I fear she may lead you astray." Su Qinghua gao dion. "Oh, such concern. What is your relationship with him? Care to enlighten me?" Zhang Xuefei leaned closer. "I cannot be bothered to explain. I simply worry that at such a young age, he is in his prime and should not be tainted by your questionable thoughts. It would ruin him." Su Qinghua thought her cousin was rather unhealthy in her mindset. "Tainted? The little fellow and I have become quite close," Zhang Xuefei said, just as she leaned over and kissed Chen Jun on the cheek. Chen Jun was taken aback. He had not expected such directness from this experienced woman. Were you doing that on purpose? She is your son. Kissing him in public like this? You are being utterly indecent." Su Qinghua glared at her cousin, feeling humiliated alongside him. "Yes, he is my son. I can kiss him as long as I wish, can't I, son?" Zhang Xuefei hinted at the young man beside her. Chen Jun awkwardly smiled, his thoughts in disarray, wondering how they had suddenly fast-forwarded to him being her son. "Look, you indecent woman, you have frightened the child." Su Qinghua shot her cousin a disapproving glance. "What's wrong? Is the little fellow unwilling?" Zhang Xuefei pinched his arm. Chen Jun thought to himself that adopting a wealthy woman as a mother might not be a loss. At the very least, it would ensure his well-being. "Mother, I am willing," Chen Jun cheerfully responded, reasoning that to refuse would be to slap her face. "You two are just acting for my benefit. I am truly at a loss for words." "Little Chen, keep your distance from her." Su Qinghua felt utterly speechless, wondering how these two had become entangled. "Come, son. Order anything you like. Mother will pay." Zhang Xuefei offered the menu to Chen Jun, appearing quite affectionate. "Thank you. I will take a look at what is delicious." Chen Jun replied, uncertain whether she was joking or being sincere. Chapter 025. That voice sounds familiar. It's her. Zhang Xuefei assisted in placing the order and teasingly remarked, "Dear son, this large meat bun is far tastier than the one across the street. You'll surely sing its praises." "All right." Chen Jun chuckled at the witty banter of this seasoned conversationalist. "And let's include a portion of the mushroom stew with old hen. It needs to be stewed longer for a nourishing broth," he added. Zhang Xuefei glanced at her cousin, smiled faintly, and noted her slight annoyance. The method of ordering had amused the nearby waiter, who had never encountered such a playful customer before. Zhang Xuefei ordered several meat dishes, as she was a woman who relished meat. After finalizing the order, she returned the menu to the waiter, emphasizing that the hen should be thoroughly stewed for optimal flavor. "Cousin, I think you ought to find a job. Don't you feel that this constant pursuit of amusement is rather pointless?" Su Qinghua mused. considering that her cousin was merely indulging in frivolities due to her idleness. Indulging in food and fun is my vocation. I am quite busy. I had morning tea with friends, physical therapy at noon, and coffee with someone in the afternoon. She began counting off her activities like a schoolchild reporting her day. Enough, I concede. You spend your days without any serious pursuits. Su Qinghua said softly after hearing the list of activities. When the bowl of mushroom stew arrived at the table, the aroma was irresistible. Zhang Xuefei, brimming with enthusiasm, served a bowl to the charming young man while kindly saying, "Dear son, drink up. This is the broth from the old hen." "Thank you, Fei Jie. Thank you, Mom." Chen Jun stumbled over his words, still adjusting to the playful shift in roles. "Ha, that's the spirit. My clever son." Zhang Xuefei beamed with joy at being called Mom. Hey, let's not get carried away. Are you two playing role reversal? How peculiar." Su Qinghua recalled a movie scene she had recently watched, feeling a sudden jolt of surprise. "What's wrong? Are you feeling jealous? If so, why not adopt him as your son too? Then he would have two mothers." Zhang Xuefei proposed whimsically, finding the idea amusing. Chen Jun nearly spat out the soup he was drinking, taken aback by the absurdity of the suggestion. "One is already too much. Am I really suited to have two mothers? Cousin, I'm truly amazed by your thoughts. What are you even contemplating? Little Chun, keep your distance from her." "I'm serious," Su Qinghua remarked, marveling at the bizarre ideas that seemed to spring from her cousin's mind. "Dear son, come sleep with mommy tonight. I'll tell you a story." Zhang Xuefei laughed, affectionately ruffling his hair. When it came to playful teasing, she was truly skilled, though it was unclear where she had learned such tactics. Cough. Chen Jun choked, wondering if she was serious. Just the thought of her alluring eyes and her extensive experience with men made him feel overwhelmed. With his current capabilities peaking at 3,000, while Zhang Xuefei's prowess surely exceeded 10,000, he felt outmatched. "Dear son, I was only joking. Look at how frightened you are." Zhang Xuefei teased further, wiping his mouth with a napkin. "Don't mention it. I was startled myself. By the way, what happened to that handsome man you were with last time?" Su Qinghua inquired about the man who had dined with her cousin. "Oh, him? He accompanied me shopping during the day, but found it dull and left early." Zhang Xuefei replied, comparing him unfavorably to Chen Jun, saying he was simply too boring. "I think he was quite decent. Why do you lose interest after just a few days of knowing someone?" Su Qinghua suggested, considering that finding her cousin a partner might prevent her from wandering aimlessly. "What is his name? I'm rather curious about what he does." She pressed on to steer the conversation away from herself. "Oh, his name is Wang Feng. He is a model, the type who shoots for magazines," Zhang Xuefei described, but her lack of enthusiasm suggested she had grown accustomed to such handsome faces. It was akin to indulging in steak daily. The initial excitement waned with repetition. "I think he is wonderful. He has a fine temperament and physique. Relationships require gradual nurturing. Don't fall for the notion of love at first sight," Su Qinghua advised, recalling that her cousin had already dated over 20 men. "If you like him so much, I'll gladly give him to you. You're single anyway," Zhang Xuefei joked with a hint of sincerity. "I certainly don't want him." Su Qinghua zito, rolling her eyes, thinking, "Am I a trash bin for your discarded suitors?" Meanwhile, Chen Jun sat quietly, engrossed in his meal, oblivious to the whimsical exchange between the two women. They were so absorbed in their conversation that they forgot there was a handsome young man in their midst. As dinner drew to a close around 8, Chen Jun bid farewell to both mothers and took the subway alone. He had to photograph and check in to receive the rewards from the system. This was the 4th day, and he could not afford to falter. Otherwise, he would miss out on the additional rewards for completing 7 consecutive days, which the system had touted as a substantial prize. His destination was near Yaojiang New City, a place that was not easily found. The system had instructed him to locate a yellow flower tree in a park adjacent to the riverbank and take a photo for check-in. Upon searching online, he discovered that the tree blooming with yellow flowers in summer was likely the golden rain tree. After alighting the subway, he followed the clues along the riverside. The length of the riverbank mirrored that of the park, making the search quite challenging. Chen Jun diligently scoured the area, ensuring he missed nothing as he searched meticulously. The river breeze accompanied him, and after more than half an hour of searching, he finally spotted the yellow flower tree beside a pavilion. Indeed, perseverance bore fruit. Chen Jun hurried over to the pavilion to take a photograph. Just then, a couple nestled within the pavilion was engrossed in a tender conversation. As he prepared to snap a picture, a familiar voice caught his attention, causing him to glance sideways. To his shock, the woman in the pavilion was none other than his irritating high school classmate, Su Qian. He quickly stepped aside, fearing she might misconstrue his presence as stalking. This girl had an uncanny ability to weave connections from thin air. Did something just flash? The man beside her remarked, looking around. Perhaps it was a wildcat, Su Qian suggested nonchalantly. At that moment, Chen Jun crouched behind a bush, completely invisible to them. It's getting late. Let us head back, the man urged. All right, let us go, Su Qian replied cheerfully, linking her arm with his as they departed. Tian Yun stood up, watching their retreating figures and reflecting. I never imagined that such a temperamental woman would find a boyfriend. Once they were out of sight, he returned to his task. He pulled out his phone, took a picture of a yellow flower tree, and then opened the virtual panel to check in. Congratulations, host. You have completed the check-in task and received a cash reward of 10,000 yuan. A text message immediately followed, notifying him that his bank balance had exceeded 40,000 yuan. He thought to himself, at this rate, within a year, I could accumulate enough funds to start a company. Once the business flourishes, I'll buy a sports car and a cozy villa. Life will be delightful. After a day of searching that left him drenched in sweat, he felt it was time to return home and take a shower. Chen Jun jogged along the riverbank, contemplating the prospect of returning home to take a refreshing shower and enjoy a delightful film for some well-deserved relaxation. Chapter 026. Despite my low profile, someone still has their eye on me. Chen Jun boarded the subway, his heart brimming with joy as he returned to his rented apartment. Just as he reached for his keys to unlock the door, he discovered, to his astonishment, that it was ajar. How peculiar. I distinctly remember locking it. Confusion clouded his mind as he pressed the switch on the wall. The moment the lights illuminated the room, he was utterly dumbfounded. The place was in disarray, clothes strewn across the floor. Oh no! His first instinct was that a thief had invaded his home. He quickly barricaded the door and grabbed a pair of scissors from the table. I see you. Come out, Chen Jun shouted, attempting to intimidate the intruder. He approached the bedside, bending down to check for any signs of the thief's hiding place. But alas, there was none. Come out, or I shall resort to force. He called out again. He then moved to the kitchen, peering behind the gas canister, yet still found nothing. Searching the room, he saw no trace of anyone. It appeared the perpetrator had fled. How strange that someone would dare to steal from my humble abode. Chen Jun mused, for he had never flaunted his wealth, living a life marked by modesty. This incident puzzled him. To save money, he took the subway to work every day. Chen Jun began to assess what might be missing from his home. The only valuable items were a coffee machine and a grinder, worth a total of 6,000 yuan. It seemed unfortunate that they had been taken, and he suspected that it could not have been the work of a single individual, as those items were not easily moved. Digging beneath his pillow, he discovered that the 600 yuan he had pocketed was also gone. Pouring himself a cup of tea to calm his frazzled nerves, he proceeded to call the police. Upon receiving the report, the local precinct dispatched nearby officers to investigate. In these times, theft was a rarity, with surveillance cameras lining the streets, making escape nearly impossible. The audacity of this thief, risking so much for a few thousand yuan, was remarkable. Approximately 10 minutes later, 2 officers arrived via the elevator, one of them notably older. Officer, this way, Chen Jun gestured, leading them to his room. One of the officers entered with a camera, documenting the scene, while the older officer, Team Leader Wang, diligently took notes and began to inquire about the details. When did you first notice this? He asked. Just a moment ago, 20 minutes prior. I walked in to find everything in disarray, Chen Jun replied. Team Leader Wang jotted down the time before inquiring about the stolen items. I lost a coffee machine worth 500 yuan, a grinder for 500 yuan, and 600 yuan in cash. The officer recorded the details meticulously, ensuring nothing was overlooked. Wang then inquired if there were any other missing items or oversights. Chen Jun shook his head, affirming that these were the only items he had identified as stolen. Their conversation roused the sleepy neighbor next door, who had fortuitously been off work that night. Zhou Ting, donning her pajamas, approached the doorframe, rubbing her eyes. What is happening? Did a thief break in? Upon seeing her, Chen Jun seized the opportunity to ask, My belongings have been stolen. Did you notice anyone suspicious coming in? Oh, I thought you had someone moving in. I didn't pay attention. I fell asleep quite early, Zhou Ting replied. She admitted to hearing noises as if items were being moved next door, but had seen no one. The officers then turned to her for clarification, asking if she believed it was one or two individuals. Zhou Ting strained to remember, initially suggesting there were two people, but soon backtracked, uncertain if the sounds had been real or a figment of her dreams. Officer, look, there's a footprint here, one of the officers exclaimed, having discovered a clue. They found a partial footprint near the gas canister in the kitchen, a damp location that facilitated the impression. Team leader Wang measured the print, noting that its size differed from Chen Jun's, leading him to conclude it likely belonged to the intruder. Capture this for analysis back at the precinct, he instructed his partner. Having gathered a general understanding of the situation, Wang glanced down the hallway, noting the absence of surveillance cameras, which meant they could not capture the suspect's appearance. He proceeded to the elevator, discovering a camera inside. Where can we access this footage? He inquired. In the security office downstairs. Although it's a bit of a distance from here, replied Chen Jun, recognizing this as a promising lead. Thus, he guided the two officers to the security office to review the footage. To their dismay, the surveillance showed no suspicious individuals entering or exiting. How strange. How could they have left without being seen? Perhaps they used the emergency exit? Chen Jun suddenly recalled that the emergency exit was adjacent to his room. He led the officers back to investigate the emergency exit. The staircase, rarely traversed, was coated in dust, leaving numerous footprints. Among them, team leader Wang identified a print that matched the one discovered in Chen Jun's apartment. It was clear that the suspect had used this route. Drawing upon his experience, Wang made an informed judgment. Chen Jun reflected on the thief's cunning. Aware of the surveillance in the elevator, they had opted for the emergency exit instead. Let us head back to the precinct to file a report. We will inform you if any leads arise, Wang concluded, deeming the investigation for the day complete. With so many cameras on the street, they were bound to obtain a clear image of the suspect eventually. Thank you, officers. I appreciate your help, Chen Jun expressed, leading them out of the alley. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he pondered why someone would target him, as he had never wronged anyone. Upon returning, he found Zhou Ting tidying his apartment. There's no need for that. You should rest. I'll manage it myself, Chen Jun insisted. Oh, it's no trouble. I'll have it sorted in no time. Please wait outside, Zhou Ting replied, folding clothes and sweeping the floor. I feel so embarrassed. Let me take over, Chen Jun offered as he reached for the broom. No need. I'll be finished shortly. Besides, you've helped me before. This is just a small favor, she insisted. Initially perceiving Zhou Ting, with her dyed purple hair, as rebellious, Chen Jun was pleasantly surprised by her thoughtfulness. After half an hour, Zhou Ting had tidied the space and sat down to rest. Chen Jun poured her a glass of water, offering kind words and expressing gratitude for her neighborly kindness. Noticing the damaged lock, Zhou Ting jokingly suggested, Why don't you sleep at my place? The locksmith is off duty now. Tian Yun, taking aback, leaned closer with a mischievous grin. Aren't you afraid I might be a wolf in sheep's clothing? What if I took advantage of you? Haha, I'm not worried. Zhou Ting laughed heartily. Chen Jun recognized her jest and politely declined, escorting her out of his apartment. That night, as he barricaded the door with a table and retreated to his bedroom, he lay in bed, perplexed and contemplative, pondering who could have stolen his belongings. Chapter 027. What? The suspect is really him. The following evening, after finishing work, Chen Jun was preparing to take the subway with his briefcase when he received a call from Officer Wang at the police station. The thief had been apprehended, and he was requested to come immediately. Overjoyed by the efficiency of the investigation, Chen Jun hurried to the station, where Officer Wang was already waiting for him in the lobby. Thank you, officer. I can't believe the case was solved so quickly, Tian Yun exclaimed enthusiastically. Do you recognize this person? Officer Wang gestured towards a boy sitting on a bench. Chen Jun turned to look and was taken aback. It was indeed the child from the neighbor's apartment across the hall. Ah, he's the thief. Chen Jun found it hard to believe, as he had never interacted with their family before. It is him, along with his classmate. Officer Wong indicated the other boy seated nearby. The two children sat with their heads bowed in fear, dreading the reprimand from their parents. Intrigued by how they had been identified, Officer Wong recounted the investigation process. After filing the case, he and his colleagues analyzed the situation. A younger officer suggested that the thief was likely a child, as the shoe prints at the scene were small, though it was still possible they belonged to a short adult. However, moving a coffee machine would require two people, making it improbable that both culprits were short adults. Thus, the officer concluded that it was highly likely the work of two children. Officer Wong concurred with this hypothesis. Given that the culprits had managed to avoid the elevator surveillance and had timed their actions to coincide with Chen Jun's departure from work, it seemed plausible that they were familiar with him. They contacted the landlord to inquire which tenants had children, and the landlord informed them about the mischievous child living across the hall who had a reputation for stealing from his mother. The following morning, Officer Wong and his colleagues reviewed the surveillance footage near the rental properties. At a nearby intersection, a camera captured the two children loading a device onto a tricycle. After securing one item, they quickly returned for another. Once they had loaded everything, they rode off towards the west. Although the camera did not capture their faces clearly, it documented the entire sequence of events. Tracing this lead, Officer Wong found clearer footage of the boys at another intersection. Indeed, they were the same two children currently sitting in front of him. Officer Wong first visited the boys' school, where the teacher informed him that they had skipped class. He then spoke with several classmates who revealed that the boys had sneaked out to play at a nearby shopping mall, where there were electric motorcycles, claw machines, and arcade games. Following this lead, Officer Wong went to the mall and, after some searching, located the two boys engrossed in a game called Three Kingdoms Battle. The officers approached so quietly that the boys did not notice until one named Xiao, when looked up and realized their predicament. His expression darkened as he understood they had been caught. The other boy urged his friend to continue playing, insisting that they needed to finish the game. At that moment, the arcade manager approached, initially mistaking the officers for inspectors checking business licenses. The manager asserted that his paperwork was in order and that he operated legally. Officer Wong clarified that he was there to handle a case and escorted the boys out of the mall. Once outside, Officer Wong inquired if the boys understood the gravity of their actions. They nodded in acknowledgement, admitting to stealing. When asked where the stolen items were, Xiaowen revealed they had sold them to a nearby scrap dealer. This revelation left the officers stunned. The stolen items had an estimated value of 6,000 yuan, yet they had only fetched 500 yuan. Guided by the boys, the officers arrived at the scrap dealer's location. Initially, the owner denied any wrongdoing, but upon being confronted by the children, he reluctantly confessed. He claimed ignorance of the item's true nature, believing them to be old equipment. In truth, he was well aware that two children selling devices were unlikely to be legitimate. Officer Wong pressed further, asking what had happened to the disassembled parts. The dealer hesitated, claiming he had melted them down. The officers warned him that trafficking in stolen goods carried severe penalties, which rendered the dealer visibly pale as he protested his innocence. The accompanying officer suggested he reflect on his actions while awaiting charges, since the items had been melted down beyond recovery. Officer Wong took the boys back to the station to notify their parents for a discussion. After hearing the full account, Chen Jun reflected on the need for proper education for these truant children, realizing that without guidance, they would inevitably face greater troubles in the future. At that moment, a middle-aged woman rushed in, and upon seeing the boys, she struck one of them. "You little rascal, how could you steal?" she cried, tears streaming down her face. She was exasperated, feeling her child had not only stolen from their home, but also from their neighbors. This woman, Zhang Chunmei, had come to Jiangsheng to work alongside her husband. Tragically, her husband had passed away in a construction accident, leaving her to care for their son alone. She had intended to take her child back to school, but given his current grade, she felt it was crucial for him to finish middle school before transferring to another school. Zhang Chunmei worked tirelessly, juggling a factory job during the day and a cleaning job at a hotel at night. Her sole aspiration was to provide her child with a better future through education. Yet, she had never anticipated that her negligence in teaching would lead to her child skipping classes and developing a habit of theft. Overcome with emotion, she struck herself after reprimanding her son. The officers quickly intervened, advising her to remain calm, as this approach would not resolve the issue. From her account, it became clear that the other boy was her sister-in-law's son, who had returned home early to handle family matters, leaving her solely responsible for both children. Officers, how much did they steal in total? Zhang Chumei asked, seeking to repay the amount. The total is 600 yuan, Chen Jun informed her, detailing the lost items and their value. What? 600? That's a staggering amount. Zhang Chumei's face fell as she processed the news. She explained that her husband's funeral compensation had yet to arrive, and she could only offer 3,000 yuan. Upon hearing her plight, Chen Jun empathized with her struggles and accepted the 3,000 yuan. Thank you, sir. You are truly kind, Zhang Chunmei said, gratefully shaking his hand. Never mind. You have your own burdens. It is essential that these children receive proper education, Chen Jun thought, feeling moved despite his own chaotic life. Given that they were merely middle school students, Officer Wang decided to emphasize education in addressing the matter. Chen Jun did not hesitate to sign the settlement agreement. After all, they were neighbors, and it would not be prudent to escalate the situation too drastically. Chapter 28. Money to be paid later. But interest must be settled upon exiting the police station. Chen Jun hastened to a nearby noodle shop, eager to indulge in a hearty meal. At this moment, he was ravenous, having gone without sustenance since finishing work. This quaint noodle shop was quite renowned in the vicinity, frequented primarily by office workers. The establishment offered not only noodles, but also a variety of pot stickers, fried chicken cutlets, and marinated eggs. It was now past 7 in the evening, and the crowd had significantly thinned. Chen Jun scanned the QR code with his phone and ordered a bowl of braised beef noodles along with 2 meatballs. As he sat in quiet anticipation, the tantalizing aromas wafting from the kitchen made the wait feel excruciating. Suddenly, he remembered it was time to send some money to his parents. Otherwise, the elderly couple would undoubtedly worry. After all, in a bustling metropolis, failing to remit money home could lead parents to believe their son had lost his job. Without delay, Chen Jun opened his Dongda Agricultural Bank app and transferred 20,000 yuan to his parents. Once the transaction was confirmed, he dialed their number, knowing they were likely at home watching short videos. When the call connected, he informed them of the transfer, explaining it was an advance from his company. His father, upon hearing of his son's earnings, expressed immense joy, not merely for the money, but for the sense of accomplishment it signified. His mother, upon realizing her son was on the line, eagerly seized the phone to inquire about his living conditions and whether he was adapting well to his new surroundings. Chen Jun reassured her, stating that he was doing quite well at the company and finding it all very enjoyable. Hearing her son's cheerful laughter brought her great comfort, and she couldn't help but shed a few tears. His father, noticing his wife's emotional state, quickly took back the phone, chiding her for crying over their son's happiness, deeming it inauspicious. After exchanging pleasantries, he inquired whether Su Qian worked at the same company as Chen Jun. A sudden jolt of apprehension struck Chen Jun. How had this information leaked? He had never mentioned it before. He quickly fabricated a response, claiming that Su Qian's mother had informed him after they ran into each other on the street. To Chen Jun's surprise, his father then suggested that Su Qian was single and encouraged him to get to know her better. Chen Jun frowned at this, thinking that engaging with that woman would be more torturous than death itself. He hastily changed the subject, stating he had matters to attend to, and ended the call, suspecting that Su Qian had indeed spoken about him to her mother, leading to this awkward exchange. At that moment, a steaming bowl of aromatic braised beef noodles was placed before him. When one is famished, their appetite is greatly heightened, especially for something as spicy and flavorful as this. Chen Jun picked up his chopsticks and took a mouthful, relishing the delightful taste. Before long, the entire bowl was consumed, leaving him even hungrier. Despite rarely drinking soup, he could not resist lifting the bowl to his lips and savoring the broth, feeling its warmth envelop him. With his hunger satiated, his spirits lifted, and the worries that had plagued him moments before dissipated like mist in the sun. He returned to his rental apartment, noticing the newly replaced door lock, relieved that he would no longer need to barricade the door with a table each night. Every evening after work, Chen Jun would recline in his chair and review the works of Teacher Demu. Revisiting the past while embracing new knowledge could yield significant benefits. One must diligently study and strive, lest they be swept away by the relentless currents of life. Just then, a knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Setting aside his phone, he approached to open it, presuming it was the gentleman from downstairs come to collect payment for the door lock installation. However, upon opening the door, he was greeted by the smiling face of Zhang Chunmei, the neighbor from across the hall, whom he had just encountered at the police station. She appeared entirely different now, her face fresh and adorned with makeup. Uncertain of her intentions, Chen Jun inquired if she had come to retrieve the money. "Handsome, may I come in for a moment?" she asked with a warm smile. "Of course, please come in," he replied, curious to hear what she had to say. Once inside, Zhang Chunmei closed the door behind her, glancing around before asking, "Do you usually live alone?" "Yes, why do you ask?" he replied, noting her meticulous appearance, particularly the sheer fabric of her attire, which subtly hinted at her figure. It seemed she had deliberately chosen this outfit to accentuate her features, a stark contrast to her usual work attire, which often made her appear weary. At 37, she was not overly old, and with a bit of effort in her appearance, she exuded a certain charm. Spotting the phone on the table playing unspeakable content, she chuckled, "Handsome, you must feel quite bored alone. While it's okay to indulge occasionally, too much can be detrimental to your health." Chen Jun, blushing with embarrassment, quickly turned off the video, mortified that his indiscretion had been exposed. "Thank you for your help at the police station today. As for the remaining money, I will repay you when I can," Zhang Chunmei stated earnestly. "No need, really. You have enough on your plate. Let's leave it at that," Chen Jun replied, feeling a surge of compassion. "Truly, thank you. I will ensure I discipline my child properly moving forward," she continued, acknowledging her past leniency due to her work commitments. Chen Jun agreed, recalling his own mischievous childhood, where he often spent hours in an arcade playing King of Fighters 97. While his skills had improved, his academic performance had suffered drastically. Had he not dedicated himself to his studies in middle school, the opportunity to attend university might have slipped away. Zhang Chunmei expressed her concerns about her child potentially becoming a burden on society, and Chen Jun reassured her not to worry. Once the child recognized their mistakes, they would surely find their way back on track. "Thank you, handsome. I will repay you soon, but I insist on paying interest," she said playfully, flashing a coy smile as she loosened her sheer garment. As the fabric fell away, revealing her pale skin, Chen Jun was taken aback, nearly stumbling at the unexpected sight. "Handsome, watching videos alone must be quite dull. Allow me to repay you with some interest," she said, inching closer with a mischievous grin. Caught off guard, Chen Jun swallowed hard, surprised by her alluring figure, which had been obscured by her usual attire. No, Zhang Jia, you've misunderstood," he stammered, feeling a mix of embarrassment and intrigue. Although he harbored a fondness for mature women, he wasn't inclined to pursue such advances. "It's fine. It's just the two of us. Whether you want to touch or take pictures, it's entirely up to you," Zhang Chunmei said cheerfully, encouraging him to take the initiative, believing he was merely shy. Despite the temptation, Chen Jun's rationality prevailed over desire. He thought to himself that this would lead to an awkward situation in their future encounters, especially considering her child. At that moment, a knock at the door interrupted their conversation. Chapter 029. "You are my boyfriend, so you must accompany me," Chen Jun gently reminded her to don her clothes. As he needed to answer the door, "Sister Zhang, please get dressed. Someone is waiting outside." Zhang Chunmei smiled and edged closer, urging him to remain silent and act as if no one was present. "Handsome, please come in. I dislike being indebted to others. It makes me uncomfortable." Chen Jun waved his hand dismissively, suggesting they postpone their meeting until he had need, deeming today unnecessary. Next time, Sister Zhang. Please put on your clothes first." He turned his face slightly away, narrowly avoiding contact with the coconut meat. Seeing his reluctance, Zhang Chunmei had no choice but to dress, assuring him that he could call her whenever needed. Once she was ready, She adjusted her clothing and tidied her hair, sitting there as if nothing had happened. At that moment, Chen Jun opened the door, revealing Zhou Ting from next door. What is going on? You've been knocking for ages without a response. Noticing the sweat on his forehead, Zhou Ting inquired with curiosity. And no, I wasn't paying attention. Did you need something? Chen Jun stammered, feeling guilty, his voice slightly off, his face betraying a hint of redness. Zhou Ting then noticed a woman seated on the stool and, upon closer inspection, recognized her as the sister from across the hall. Sister, you're here too? What a coincidence! Zhou Ting exclaimed, surprised to see them together. Hello, Ting Ting. I'm here to apologize for the child. This handsome guy is a good person, Zhang Chunmei interjected as she stood, preparing to leave. Oh, I just learned from the security guard that the child misbehaved. Indeed, he needs proper guidance, Zhou Ting replied, emphasizing the importance of early education, as it becomes more challenging as they grow older. Yes, thank you. I'll take my leave now. Zhang Chunmei nodded and smiled, exiting the room. What's wrong? You seem so nervous. Is it because you find the person attractive? Zhou Ting teased, eager to gauge his reaction. What are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? You're making me sound quite sordid, Chen Jun hurriedly clarified. By the way, will you accompany me for a job interview? Zhou Ting stated her intention. A job interview? Don't you already have a job? Besides, who interviews at night? Chen Jun questioned, puzzled. I quit because I was afraid my ex-boyfriend would harass me. I want to work at another bar as a resident singer. Zhou Ting explained, adding that her ex had recently come asking to borrow money again, which was particularly vexing. Tian Yun, Qiuis, asked, how did you get involved with such a person? He seemed like a freeloader. There's a distinction. I'm a hard worker, while he is purely a freeloader. Zhou Ting clarified, recounting how it all began at a music exchange meeting. Musicians have a dedicated group that periodically gathers to share insights and make friends. A particularly flamboyant man approached her, expressing admiration and a desire to befriend her. With the intention of making friends, Zhou Ting accepted his contact information, feeling neither disdain nor affection for him, merely treating him as an acquaintance. However, he soon became persistent, claiming he lacked funds for a guitar, that his landlord was demanding rent. To rid herself of him, Zhou Ting reluctantly gave him 3,000 yuan, considering it a loss and hoping he would not return. Yet, having tasted success, he continued to pursue her for more money. That's the situation. It's now affecting my singing, Zhou Ting lamented, feeling unfortunate to have encountered such a person, akin to a persistent adhesive plaster. When someone approaches you, there's usually a motive. You're simply too naive, Chen Jun observed, his judgment sharp. Come on, accompany me to the interview. I'm frightened to go alone, Zhou Ting insisted, dragging him toward the exit, noting that time was of the essence. Beautiful lady, I want to be joining you. You're an adult. What is there to fear? I'm feeling a bit tired, Chen Jun replied, reflecting on how exhausting the day had been. That is unacceptable. You're my boyfriend, so you must accompany me. Zhou Ting switched from one hand to both hands to pull him along. Boyfriend? When did that happen? I was too aware of this. Chen Jun thought, bemused, as he had never referred to her as his girlfriend. How could it not be? Last time by the roadside, I called you my new boyfriend, and you didn't deny it. Zhou Ting reminded him of their first encounter. That was merely to help you rid yourself of that freeloader. I didn't deny it out of loyalty, and you're being ungrateful. Chen Jun's expression darkened. Are you trying to pin this on me? What's wrong? Am I unattractive? You'd be at a disadvantage dating me, wouldn't you? Zhou Ting reacted, slightly displeased. Not exactly. It's just a bit lacking, Chen Jun remarked, glancing at her, comparing her to his ideal partner, which seemed rather ordinary and lacking in excitement. You're quite mistaken. I feel I would be losing out. Just for the sake of me tidying up your room, accompany me this once. Zhou Ting switched tactics, adopting a softer approach. Very well. Let us go, Chen Jun relented, feeling compelled to agree lest he appear heartless. Zhou Ting, elated, took his hand as they headed outside. Upon reaching the ground floor, to save time, she hailed a taxi, intending to ride to the bar, which was quite distant and would take over half an hour by car. In the taxi, Zhou Ting nestled beside him, radiating happiness and a sense of security. While Chen Jun wore a serious expression, he was prone to motion sickness in such vehicles. The unpleasant odor and low seating made it unbearable for him beyond half an hour. Luxury cars were different, spacious, fresh, and stable. Noticing his silence, Zhou Ting assumed he was tired and refrained from speaking. After half an hour, Chen Jun began to feel dizzy and urged the driver, "How much longer until we arrive? Please drive faster." "What is the rush, young man? We'll be there in about 5 minutes. It's not far now," the driver replied through the rearview mirror, observing Chen Jun's pale complexion and deducing he might be carsick. Thinking to himself, "I hope he doesn't throw up in my car," the driver accelerated slightly, avoiding stops as much as possible. Chen Jun mentally counted numbers, trying to hold on until they reached their destination. "Are you feeling carsick?" Zhou Ting asked, noticing his eyes closed and sweat beading on his forehead. "All right, we've arrived," the driver announced as he parked. Upon hearing this, Chen Jun eagerly opened the door and rushed to the flower bed, supporting himself against a tree as he succumbed to nausea. The journey had been unbearable. After alighting, Zhou Ting approached him with a tissue, offering to wipe his mouth and comfort him. "I didn't expect someone as robust as you to suffer from motion sickness," she remarked. Chen Jun felt somewhat better after vomiting and wiped his mouth with the tissue. "This is exactly why I didn't want to come. The driver was too slow, and I anticipated it would take only half an hour." Standing by the roadside, he took a moment to breathe in the fresh air, feeling less nauseous than before. For those susceptible to motion sickness, such discomfort is truly agonizing. Zhou Ting felt guilty, wishing she had come alone, knowing now that it would have been better that way. Chapter 030. Your talent will surely lead you to success. Once Chen Jun felt a bit more at ease, he accompanied her inside. Upon entering the lobby, Zhou Ting articulated her purpose for being there, stating that she was applying for a position as a resident singer. The security guard at the entrance escorted the two to the manager's office. The manager, a middle-aged man in his 40s, greeted them warmly and invited them to sit down. "Hello, manager. My name is Zhou Ting. We have communicated via WeChat previously," Zhou Ting said, offering her greeting. "Hello, Miss Zhou. I have reviewed your resume, which is quite impressive, especially considering your formal education at a prestigious music academy," the manager replied, his words laced with admiration. "During my time at school, I won second place in the new youth singing competition and first place in the Artistic Star instrumental competition," Zhou Ting recounted, itemizing her achievements with pride. Chen Jun cast her a glance, feeling a newfound respect for her. He had initially assumed she was an amateur singer, but was pleasantly surprised by her credentials. "Miss Zhou, with such exceptional talent and youth, you could easily pursue a career as a music teacher, which would offer you a more promising future," the manager mused, considering that a bar might not be the most suitable environment for a well-mannered young woman. Fearing a misunderstanding, Zhou Ting expressed her true feelings. "Manager, I believe that a bar can be a place where musicians hone their craft. Many successful singers have emerged from such venues, and I hold no prejudice against this setting." Yet, Zhou Ting's genuine motivation was her desire to earn more than the modest 6,000 yuan per month as a music teacher. Performing in a bar could yield 600 yuan per show. More importantly, she hoped to encounter a discerning talent scout who could guide her toward a professional singing career. The manager, wary of her impulsiveness, cautioned, "However, Miss Zhou, this is a bar, and the clientele can be quite diverse. Some patrons may challenge you, requesting songs that may not align with your strengths." He outlined potential challenges she might face, assessing her willingness to accept them. "Manager, I am fully prepared for such situations. I have performed at other bars before, but the environment there was less favorable, which is why I am seeking opportunities here," Zhou Ting asserted, confident in her understanding of the bar's dynamics, as long as she could have at least one day off each month. "Very well, however, before we finalize the contract and designate you as a resident singer, I would like you to perform a song on stage to evaluate your abilities," the manager requested, wanting to ascertain the veracity of her claims. After all, if she had been dismissed from her previous venue due to poor performance, he would surely face the wrath of his employer for hiring her. The manager led her to the backstage area, where a professional makeup artist prepared her for her performance. Chen Jun found a casual table in the lobby to sit at. Approximately 15 minutes later, the manager stepped onto the dance floor and announced into the microphone, "Now, let us welcome Miss Zhou Ting as she presents us with a rendition of Ordinary Road." Let us offer her our applause for encouragement." The audience erupted into applause. Eager to see the new singer, Zhou Ting gracefully ascended the stage, approaching the microphone with poise. She expressed her gratitude for the audience's enthusiasm before launching into her performance. Accompanied by a band, Zhou Ting held the microphone and began to sing. The song transported Chen Jun back to his middle school days, where it had been played over the school intercom at the end of each day, signaling the closure of yet another day. As he listened, tears welled up in his eyes, moved by the swift passage of time and the realization that he was now part of the working world. In that moment, Zhou Ting seemed utterly immersed in her performance, singing with abandon. The audience joined in, the entire bar resonating with her voice. The accompanying band was equally inspired, with the electric guitar soaring alongside her vocals. As the song concluded, the crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause, with many spectators dancing and clapping in delight. "Encore! That was marvelous! Another song, please!" The patrons expressed their exhilaration, praising her performance as the most uplifting song they had ever heard. Is she new here? Her skills are far from amateur. She resembles a professional singer. Seeing the audience's fervent response, the manager took to the stage once more, urging Zhou Ting to sing another song. With no hesitation, she accepted, for it was only while singing that she truly found herself. At that moment, Chen Jun spotted a familiar face among the crowd. "Oh my, it seems I can't escape this," he murmured to himself, turning his face away. The individual was none other than Su Qian, who was seated with her boyfriend at a booth, enjoying the music. Curiosity piqued, Chen Jun couldn't help but wonder where he had seen her companion before. He felt an uncanny sense of familiarity. The man was rather handsome, with distinct facial features. However, his attire suggested a leisurely lifestyle rather than a professional one. Su Qian leaned against her boyfriend's shoulder, a blissful expression adorning her face. "Darling, are you enjoying your work at the store lately?" her boyfriend inquired. "Don't even mention it. Everything was fine until my high school classmate Chen Jun made a scene and embarrassed me in front of my co-workers," Su Qian complained. Upon hearing this, Chen Jun thought to himself, "Seriously? It was clearly your fault. How did I become the scapegoat here? Don't be upset. It's better not to associate with such classmates. They're simply envious and seeking your attention," her boyfriend consoled, planting a kiss on her cheek. Chen Jun shivered slightly, muttering under his breath, "This guy's voice is so soft. It sounds almost feminine. It's giving me chills." Meanwhile, Zhou Ting concluded her second song, glistening with sweat. She expressed her gratitude to the audience before stepping down from the stage. The manager commended her, stating that with her talent, success was inevitable. Spotting Chen Jun at the table, Zhou Ting waved at him before proceeding to sign her contract with the manager. Wishing to avoid being seen by Su Qian, Chen Jun quietly made his way outside, waiting for her to finish. Inside the office, the manager engaged Zhou Ting in pleasant conversation, anxious to ensure she wouldn't be recruited by others. Consequently, he increased her pay from 600 yuan per performance to 700 yuan. Zhou Ting was overjoyed, promptly signing the contract and vowing to put forth her best effort. Noticing Chen Jun was still absent, she wondered if he had fainted again and decided to look for him outside. At that moment, Chen Jun was seated in a nearby chair, rising as she emerged. "Did you finalize the contract?" he inquired. "Yes. The manager even increased my pay by 100. Zhou Ting exclaimed, waving the contract in her hand with delight, suggesting they celebrate with barbecue. Just then, Su Qian exited the venue and, upon seeing the newly hired singer, approached to offer her congratulations. "Hello, beautiful. Your 2 songs were truly fantastic. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed them. I was worried about not performing well," Zhou Ting replied, waving back. "Tian Yun, what are you doing here?" Su Qian exclaimed, her face registering shock as she turned to him. "So, this is the Chen Jun you mentioned?" Her boyfriend furrowed his brow, scrutinizing him. "Do you two know each other?" Zhou Ting inquired with curiosity, pointing between them. "Know each other? It's more like a deep-seated rivalry," Su Qian retorted indignantly. "Really? That can't be true," Zhou Ting thought to herself. "He seems like a decent person. There must be some misunderstanding." Chapter 031. How did he suddenly become wealthy? It turns out he became a sugar baby. Su Qian began to persuade Zhou Ting, suggesting that this man was miserly and was merely using her for his own benefit. That's not true. You must be misunderstanding him. He is a genuinely good person, Zhou Ting retorted, her disbelief evident. How can you say that? Just look at his shabby appearance. It's clear he is only approaching you to swindle your money. Su Qian scoffed, holding a low opinion of men who dressed modestly, believing that clothing was a measure of one's worth. Enough already. Will you ever stop? If it weren't for our acquaintance, I would truly want to hit you, Zhou Ting exclaimed, disgusted by Su Qian's attitude. Chen Jun, witnessing her demeanor, felt a wave of revulsion. He had merely worn an old garment when stepping out, something he hadn't even considered worth noticing. Beautiful lady, you should break up with him and find someone better. Look at my boyfriend, handsome and affluent, Su Qian declared, her face glowing with happiness as she linked arms with her partner. The man exuded an air of superiority, casually producing the keys to a luxury vehicle. With a press of a button, the headlights of a nearby Mercedes S480 illuminated, showcasing their opulence. See? That's what true power looks like. Su Qian laughed as she entered the car. What is so impressive about that? It's merely a matter of attaching oneself to a wealthy individual, Zhou Ting. As a woman herself, held disdain for such people. She was the type to cling to those better off than herself, while trampling on those who were not. Chen Jun simply labeled her as a snob. As the Mercedes sped away, it felt almost like a taunt directed at the two of them. Let us not let someone like that ruin our mood, Zhou Ting consoled, concerned that Chen Jun might feel inferior because of the car. However, he was unfazed. Among their many classmates, there would always be a few who considered themselves above others. Let's go celebrate my new job. How about some barbecue? Zhou Ting suggested. Not today, maybe next time. I'm not particularly hungry, Chen Jun declined, as he needed to return to his studies. Tomorrow is Sunday, and I'm free. Let us go shopping together, shall we? Zhou Ting proposed, pondering whether he was still upset over earlier events. By the way, I have lunch plans at my godmother's house, but I'm free in the evening. Chen Jun suddenly recalled that Zhang Xuefei had invited him over a couple of days ago. Evening works too. Visiting the night market would be delightful, especially since I don't start work until the day after tomorrow. The next morning at 10 o'clock, Chen Jun waited downstairs at his rented apartment for the car service to arrive. After about 15 minutes, a white Cullinan pulled up, Tian Yun Wheat, ensuring the driver could see him. The vehicle came to a gentle stop, and the driver stepped out, graciously opening the door for him. Young master, please step inside. The driver addressed him, showcasing the politeness characteristic of a wealthy patron chauffeur. Thank you, sir. I appreciate your efforts, Chen Jun replied, feeling somewhat flattered by being referred to as young master for the first time. Once inside, the driver closed the door and began driving away. This scene caught the attention of the landlord nearby, who mused, I wondered how this fellow suddenly came into money. Turns out he has been kept. Chen Jun reveled in the luxurious ambience of the car, relishing the experience that only a high-end vehicle could provide. Unlike the dizzying ride he had in a taxi the day before, he felt perfectly at ease here. Is my godmother's home far from here? He inquired. A bit far. It's over by Wenna Avenue. Do you know Tianfu Manor? The driver responded. What? Tianfu Manor belongs to my godmother? Chen Jun exclaimed in astonishment. This was the prestigious estate he had seen on television, valued at an astounding 5 billion. Yes, it's a bit of distance. You can grab a snack in the car. There's a small refrigerator next to your seat, the driver informed him. Oh, let me see what delicious items are available, Chen Jun said, reaching for a button. As he pressed it, a small black lid slowly lifted, revealing the mini fridge. Inside, he discovered not only beef jerky, but also red wine and orange juice. If you wish to drink red wine, there's a small cabinet above with a corkscrew and glasses, the driver added, glancing in the rearview mirror. Thank you, sir. I had no idea this car had such amenities. Chen Jun was pleasantly surprised. Opting for juice over wine, he tore open the beef jerky and took a bite, savoring its exquisite flavor, a far cry from the tough varieties sold on the street. He poured some orange juice into a goblet, swirled it gently, and took a sip, marveling. Is this the lifestyle of the affluent? 1982 orange juice paired with exquisite beef jerky, understated yet luxurious. The car left the city and merged onto a highway, where the sparse traffic allowed for a swift ride. After another quarter of an hour, they turned off the main road and soon arrived at a grand iron gate. Two security guards flanked the entrance, opening the gate as the car approached. The driver navigated along the smooth asphalt, flanked by lush lawns adorned with a plethora of flowers. Several gardeners, clad in work attire, meticulously tended to the plants. As they reached an intersection, a fountain featuring a muscular statue stood at the center. Chen Jun could not help but chuckle at the driver's unique taste. Turning left, the driver guided the vehicle towards a 6-story castle-like structure, exuding an aura of rich history. Chen Jun thought to himself, "It appears my godmother possesses a romantic spirit, perhaps anticipating a reunion with a prince." The driver parked in a spacious area near the castle, where several other vehicles were also stationed. Two women in matching black and white uniforms greeted him at the entrance. "Welcome. Please come inside." Following the driver, Chen Jun entered the castle, where walls adorned with oil paintings of muscular men met his gaze. The subjects of these paintings were entirely unclothed and portrayed in an audacious manner. Ascending the spiral staircase to the second floor, he found Zhang Xuefei in one of the rooms, lounging in a bathrobe while perusing a fashion magazine. Nearby, a woman was half-seated, providing her with a foot massage. "Madam, the young master has arrived," the driver announced at the door. Zhang Xuefei turned her head, smiling warmly, urging him to come closer. "You're here. Come over and sit here." She beckoned, patting the sofa beside her. Feeling somewhat awkward in this unfamiliar environment, Chen Jun hesitated. "It's rather dull here. I want to chat with you," Zhang Xuefei remarked, dismissing the masseuse. "All right, I'm resting today anyway." Chen Jun complied, moving to sit beside her. "Such a good boy. I've never experienced this before," she said, lifting her feet onto his lap. At that moment, she wore only her bathrobe, devoid of anything else. "Of course, let me give you a massage." Chen Jun thought it appropriate to reciprocate her kindness, as he had accepted her as his godmother. Mimicking techniques from films, he gently pressed on her soles with his fingertips. "Ah, so nice, darling, a bit harder," Zhang Xuefei sighed, closing her eyes in pleasure. "Is this all right?" Chen Jun increased the pressure slightly. "Perfect, just like that, good child." "So comfortable," she encouraged. Zhang Xuefei's tone of voice shifted, and her breathing became rapid. At that moment, a woman in uniform entered, holding a telephone, claiming to be looking for the proprietress. Chapter 032. "June, are you ready to confront?" The call was from Su Qinghua, indicating that she would not be joining them for dinner due to some matters she needed to attend to. Zhang Xuefei felt a sense of disappointment. Her cousin was one of her few sources of enjoyment. "Since your second aunt won't be coming, it will just be the two of us for lunch," Zhang Xuefei said, hanging up the phone and handing it to the woman beside her. "Mom, are you referring to Sister Su?" Tian Yun Suami Su correctly. "Indeed, my dear son. She is far too humorless, always preoccupied with her business," Zhang Xuefei complained, lamenting the widow's constant engagement in work. "Yes, that is what you meant," Chen Jun sighed inwardly, thinking about the harsh realities of business. Without clients, a company would inevitably face closure. After a moment of pressing, Zhang Xuefei sensed Chen Jun's diminishing strength. "My dear son, I can see you are tired. Stop pressing and accompany me for a chat," she said with a warm smile. "Sure, Mom. What would you like to discuss?" Chen Jun nodded in agreement. "Let us talk about you and your second aunt. Has anything happened since?" she inquired, her tone light and teasing. "Nothing at all." "How could you think that?" "There's absolutely nothing," Chen Jun promptly denied. "Look at you, not being honest when your mother asks you questions. It seems you and I are not of the same mind, keeping things from me," Zhang Xuefei said, feeling somewhat disheartened by his lack of entertaining anecdotes. "If you don't tell the truth, it will hurt your mother's feelings. Lying is not the behavior of a good child," she admonished. Acknowledging her astuteness, Chen Jun decided to concede. After all, it was inevitable that she would find out eventually. He requested that she keep it between them, and Zhang Xuefei agreed with a nod. "There was an incident. Both of us were quite intoxicated, but we haven't had any contact since," Chen Jun revealed. Zhang Xuefei's face lit up with joy as she leaned in, laughing heartily. "Finally, you admit it. Haha, little one, not bad at all." She patted his shoulder, though it was unclear whether it was a gesture of admiration or encouragement. "Mom, please stop laughing. It's rather embarrassing, Chen Jun chuckled, claiming it was all an accident, purely unintentional. Ha, your affair with your second aunt. Just the thought is exhilarating. Zhang Shu Fa continued to giggle. After a moment, she reiterated her amusement, leaving Chen Jun perplexed as to what was so humorous. The room echoed with her laughter, creating an awkward atmosphere. Mom, enough with the laughter. It's quite embarrassing. Why don't you continue? Do you need my help? Zhang Shu Fa asked, intrigued. I believe such matters cannot be forced, especially with Sister Su being so busy with work. Tian Yun tactfully declined. He thought to himself, letting this seasoned woman interfere would surely make the entire affair public knowledge. My dear son, stay over tonight. I'll sleep with you, Zhang Shu Fa said playfully, as if she were speaking half seriously, half jokingly. No, Mom. I have work tomorrow, Chen Jun replied, shaking his head. Oh, missing a day won't hurt. Who would dare to dismiss you? I would simply fire them first, Zhang Shu Fa said fondly, ruffling his hair with maternal affection. That is not right, Mom. At work, I believe I should set an example and cannot take leave lightly, Chen Jun insisted, explaining that he was still new and had much to learn. How disappointing. Stay tonight. I promise to treat you to something delicious, something you will surely enjoy, Zhang Shu Fa coaxed, subtly revealing the edge of her robe. Chen Jun, feeling awkward, waved his hand in refusal, citing the need to pay the electricity bill in his rented apartment. At that moment, the woman in uniform entered the room. Madam, the meal is ready. Shall we begin? Let us go, my dear son. Let us have dinner in the next room, Zhang Shu Fa said, nodding and beckoning him to follow. Upon entering the adjacent room, Chen Jun was astonished by the lavish spread laid out before him. A long rectangular table was adorned with an array of delectable dishes. Westlake vinegar fish, dompa pork, kung pao chicken, roast duck, and more. He counted roughly 20 dishes, all presented in modest portions. Adjacent to the table, an ice bucket held white wine, red wine, and coconut juice. Sit down, my dear son, Zhang Shu Fa urged, directing him to a seat on her right. Thank you, Mom, Chen Jun replied, his mouth watering at the sight of the dishes. Help yourself. Treat it as if you were at home. There is no need for formality, Zhang Shu Fa said, affectionately patting the back of his head. Confronted with such a feast, Chen Jun pondered which dish to try first. Zhang Shu Fa instructed a nearby attendant to uncork a bottle of red wine. This wine is exquisite. I acquired it at an auction last month. There are only 2 bottles. She noted. Sound great, thank you. Chen Jun expressed his eagerness to taste it. The attendant poured the wine into his glass, its density apparent. Chen Jun lifted the glass to his nose, inhaling a subtle fragrance, not overpowering but delightful. He took a sip, finding it remarkably smooth with a sweet aftertaste, laced with fruity notes. This is delicious, he exclaimed, then inquired, Mom, auction wines must be quite expensive, right? Not really. Just over 100 for a bottle. If you enjoy it, that is all that matters, Zhang Shu Fa replied, closing her eyes as she savored her own sip. Chen Jun was taken aback, questioning if she might be jesting. Is it just 100, or is there 1,000 behind that? Otherwise, anyone could bid, he probed. Zhang Shu Fa smiled and nodded, explaining that money is meant to be spent. Enjoying it is the priority. Chen Jun reflected, a wealthy woman indeed, casually discussing wine worth over 100,000. If it were him, he would likely cherish it as a prized possession. He considered the extravagance of the wine and thought it deserved to be commemorated with a social media post. Thus, Chen Jun took out his phone, capturing a photo of the wine bottle and sharing it on his social media with the caption, capturing this joyful moment. Almost immediately, his friends began commenting on the post. Most of his contacts were college classmates who enjoyed playful banter. Jun, you're doing well. Drinking red wine now? That wine must be pricey. All in English. Could it be 3,000? Jun, need any trinkets? Are you ready to confront? Chen Jun amusedly skimmed through the comments, finding his friends' humor delightful and reminiscent of their college days. One astute high school classmate, Wang Lei, recognized the wine as a 1,995 Sierra Leonean Leone's pin from the auction. He quickly screenshot the image and sent it to their high school group chat, asking them to guess its price. Most guessed it to be in the thousands, and most 10,000. However, When Wang Lei revealed that the bottle fetched 1.28 million at auction, the group was stunned into silence. They began lavishing praise on Wang Lei, impressed by his apparent fortune. "It's not mine. It's a photo from Chen Jun," Wang Lei clarified. Upon learning it was Chen Jun, the group was baffled. Wasn't his family's situation less than affluent? How could he afford such luxury? Su Qian, feeling particularly frustrated, seized the opportunity to vent her grievances. Chen Jun must be living off a singer girlfriend. He likely bought that wine with deceitful money. To her surprise, rather than condemning him, the male classmates expressed envy. They reasoned that being able to live off someone else was a skill in itself, claiming that they wished they could do the same, but couldn't he even find such an opportunity. Su Qian, filled with indignation, began to type furiously, expressing her frustration at their shallow mindset, declaring it not worth her time to engage further. Chapter 033. So it turns out, this will be quite a spectacle, as Chen Jun had not joined the high school group. He remained blissfully unaware of the fervent discussions unfolding among his classmates regarding him. After perusing the comments on his social media, he slipped his phone back into his pocket. "Dear son, do try this sweet and sour fish. It's a chef's special and absolutely delectable," Zhang Xuefei urged. The plate of Westlake sweet and sour fish was positioned a bit too far from him. "All right," Chen Jun replied, picking up his chopsticks and preparing to rise for serving, only to be halted. Zhang Xuefei called upon a nearby woman to assist him. The woman, brandishing chopsticks, deftly picked up a piece of fish and placed it into Chen Jun's bowl. "Thank you," he said, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to having someone serve him food. Noticing that he was particularly fond of red wine, Zhang Xuefei had a glass of coconut juice brought over for him. "Try this freshly squeezed variety. It's quite delightful," Zhang Xuefei said with a beaming smile. "Okay, Mom." Chen Jun raised the glass to his lips, taking a sip and finding it rather mild. "What do you think?" Zhang Xuefei inquired, eager for his feedback. "The flavor is a bit faint, lacking sweetness, yet it has a rich texture," he assessed after taking another sip. That's the nature of fresh juice. Stay overnight, and I shall ensure you have more," Zhang Xuefei said with a knowing glance, playfully winking at him. Could it be?" Chen Jun pondered, staring at the glass. "Is this coconut juice truly from a coconut tree? Don't scare me. Otherwise, I might lose my lunch." Just teasing. Look at how startled you are. If you wish to eat, I'll always keep some for you." Zhang Xuefei chuckled at his expression. By around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the meal officially concluded, followed by a light dessert. Chen Jun felt overly full and decided he could no longer remain seated. He needed to digest. Zhang Xuefei suggested he stay for the evening and go out for some fun, but Chen Jun declined, stating he had prior commitments. "All right, then I'll have Big Beard drive you home," Zhang Xuefei instructed someone to inform Big Beard, the driver. After bidding farewell to the amusing matron, Chen Jun stepped outside. At the entrance, beside the Cullinan, Big Beard was already waiting. Chen Jun cast a glance and recognized a Mercedes-Benz S480 parked nearby, feeling a sense of familiarity. The car bore a license plate ending in the number 8, much like the one he had seen at the bar the previous night. "Uncle, who typically drives this Mercedes?" Chen Jun inquired, curious. "Oh, this one? It belongs to that model the boss lady found. She offered him a ride since he claimed he had no car," Big Beard explained, and Chen Jun began to piece together the situation. "Is it that man named Wang Feng, the one with the prominent nose?" Chen Jun continued to probe. "Yes, that's him. Why do you ask?" "He has been driving this for quite a while," Big Beard replied, looking at Chen Jun with a hint of confusion, wondering if something was amiss. "Nothing, everything is fine for now, but it may not be for long," Chen Jun thought to himself, silently cursing Su Qian for implying he was living off others, while her boyfriend seemed to be doing just that. This scoundrel feasted off his benefactor while using her car to pursue women. What a lavish lifestyle. "I always suspected he didn't seem like a successful businessman capable of driving $1 million luxury car. This matter is far from over. I must devise a plan to address it. Words alone won't suffice. I need to gather evidence for the next encounter." As Chen Jun settled into the car, he was already formulating a plan, ready to strategize. On Monday morning, Chen Jun, as usual, took the subway to the office. He produced his key card to pass through the turnstile and made his way inside. Upon entering the corridor, he noticed long lines forming at the other elevator entrances. Approaching, he spotted Wang Lily among the crowd and greeted her, inviting her to join him. "Lily, good morning." Wang Lily understood his intent and followed him to a special elevator designated for department heads and above. Coincidentally, as a supervisor, Chen Jun was authorized to use it. He retrieved his employee badge and tapped it against the sensor, causing the elevator doors to open. Just then, a voice called from outside, urging them to wait. Recognizing the voice as that of the annoying manager, Chen Jun swiftly pressed the close button. Outside, Lu Ziki began to scold. "Is he doing this on purpose?" Yelling so loudly, and he didn't even hear me? The female employees waiting at the other elevator entrances found amusement in the manager's predicament. Chen Jun, of course, had no intention of allowing her to join them. He relished the opportunity to toy with her, especially since a female assistant was present in the elevator. The assistant was not permitted to use this elevator, and if Lu Ziki discovered it, she would undoubtedly create unnecessary trouble. "Thank you, supervisor. I woke up late today, and if I had to wait, I would surely be late." Wang Lily expressed her gratitude. "No need for such formality," Chen Jun replied nonchalantly, deeming it a mere, trifling task. The two exited the elevator and walked through the corridor to their department, where several female colleagues were already seated. "Oh, I thought you would be late today," remarked a woman with a ponytail. "Yes, fortunate to have encountered the supervisor." Wang Lily nodded with a smile before heading to clock in. Chen Jun sat down and powered on his computer, beginning his routine with a warm drink. After several days of study and research, he had become quite familiar with the company's products. He had also memorized the company regulations thoroughly, though some clauses puzzled him, leaving him hesitant to inquire further. One clause in the company's rules stated, "After using the restroom, employees are urged to conserve paper and avoid lingering for extended periods." This was but one of many similar oddities that Chen Jun chose to ignore, opting instead to memorize them. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside, the clattering of high heels striking the floor. Lu Ziki stormed into the office, demanding, "Chen Jun, why did you deliberately prevent me from getting on the elevator downstairs?" Wang Lily was taken aback. Why was she confronting him over such a trivial matter? "Manager, why didn't he notice? Had I heard you, I would have certainly waited." Chen Jun feigned innocence, thinking to himself, "What could you do about it?" Lu Ziki, with a malicious glint in her eyes, nodded, contemplating how she might embarrass him further for his defiance. "Here, our esteemed supervisor, please handle this list," she said, placing a densely packed sheet on his desk. "So many?" Chen Jun glanced at it, realizing it was a combination of 3 sheets. He mused, "Are you intentionally trying to set me up?" Wang Lily stood to accompany Chen Jun, knowing he likely couldn't team manage this alone. "Nobody is allowed to follow. Our esteemed supervisor can surely handle this alone." Lu Ziki grinned wickedly. "No problem. I shall manage it myself," Chen Jun declared, rising to take the list and a pen, stepping out of the office. The other female colleagues outside began to murmur, lamenting the predicament. Their supervisor had only been there a week. How could he possibly manage all of this alone? Typically, it took at least 3 months to learn everything from scratch, and that was only if one could retain the information adequately. Lu Ziki warned the female assistant not to meddle and to focus on her own work. Such a disparity in authority, crushing those below, Wang Lily muttered quietly, keeping her head down, too intimidated to speak up. As a wage worker, how could one dare to oppose the leader? In this situation, Chen Jun could only hope for the best. Chapter 034. If you seek to undermine me, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Chen Jun entered the warehouse and greeted the elderly administrator at the door. The old man, curious, inquired why Chen was alone. As he typically accompanied a few others, Chen explained that someone had fallen ill and insisted that he alone could fetch the required items. The administrator chuckled, remarking that such occurrences were rare and suggested it might be an attempt to intimidate him. Venturing deeper into the warehouse, Chen Jun retrieved a small cart from the storage room. He then began to gather the items listed on the inventory, item by item, although the list contained various categories. Each category required only a single item. At that moment, Wang Lily sent him a message offering assistance if he had any questions. After expressing his gratitude, Chen replied that he had no queries for the time being, but would reach out if needed. After days of study and research, managing this list felt rather straightforward. As he completed the selection of each item, he marked it off to avoid redundancy. Before long, he had collected nearly half of the items, particularly those that were arranged in close proximity, which he could gather swiftly. Meanwhile, in her office, Wang Lily was quite concerned, wondering how he would manage to collect so many diverse items. Moreover, the delivery truck was scheduled to arrive by 10 o'clock that morning. Any delay in preparation could lead to significant complications. Inside the warehouse, Chen was methodical, placing one item after another onto the cart with remarkable proficiency. After nearly an hour, he successfully gathered all the products listed. Satisfied, he checked the time. It was only 9:30, leaving him with an additional half hour. The administrator verified the list, found everything in order, and allowed him to sign out. "Goodbye, sir." Chen Jun bid the administrator farewell as he wheeled the cart outside. Upon reaching the open space by the east gate, he discovered that the delivery truck had yet to arrive. Thus, he seated himself on the stone steps, awaiting its arrival. Suddenly, his phone rang. Typically, the morning hours were devoid of calls, piquing his curiosity about the caller. To his surprise, it was his father. "Dad, I'm at work. Is there something urgent?" "You rascal. Tell me honestly, did you earn that 20,000 for modeling?" Chen Jun was taken aback. When had he ever been a male model? That sum was legitimate earnings from the system. Who was spreading such rumors? "Dad, that's not true. Where did you hear that nonsense?" "Not true. I bumped into Su Qian's mother, and she mentioned it." His father pressed him for an explanation about drinking red wine the previous night. Tian Yun, intrigued, wondered how she even knew, given that he hadn't added her as a friend. With a sigh, he thought, this woman truly loves to stir trouble. "Dad, that's absurd. Your son is upright and would never sell his body." He clarified that the wine was merely a high-quality imitation bought by a friend, assuring his father not to worry. "Fine, as long as it's not true. Although our family is poor, we must uphold our integrity. Understand?" "Understood. Dad, don't fret." After imparting his wisdom, his father ended the call. Chen Jun tucked his phone into his pocket, muttering to himself, "Su Qian, why do you take such pleasure in tormenting me?" At that moment, the delivery truck arrived and parked in the open area. The driver, upon seeing him, hurriedly exited and opened the back door of the truck. "Young man, you finished so quickly today. Were you waiting long?" The driver offered him a cigarette. "Thank you, sir, but I don't smoke." Chen Jun declined, maneuvering the cart to the back of the truck. Interestingly, he noted how today's youth seemed disinterested in smoking. The driver remarked that, without smoking, they seemed to lack common ground. "Perhaps it's to save money." Chen Jun chuckled. Noticing the absence of other female colleagues, the driver inquired. And Chen Jun simply replied that the workload was light this time, so he hadn't invited them to help. Before long, all the items were loaded into the truck. The driver secured the back door and locked it to prevent any accidental openings during transit. After bidding farewell to the driver, Chen Jun returned with the cart. Meanwhile, Lu Ziki was in the office, eagerly anticipating his failure. Wang Lily, having not received a reply from him, began to feel anxious. Is he still not done? Lu Ziki observed the clock on the wall, secretly amused, awaiting his embarrassment and a plea for mercy. At last, Chen Jun sauntered back in, greeting several female colleagues outside. One pointed out that the manager was still seated inside. Chen Jun smirked, thinking, "You wish to see me falter? You shall be disappointed." He entered with a smile. Approaching her, "Ah, manager's still here? I thought you had left early." Lu Ziki, seated and unbothered, coldly replied, "What is the matter? Our chief supervisor has come seeking assistance." "Has he? Assistance? What assistance?" Tian Yun final ignorance. "Did you manage to gather the items I assigned?" Lu Ziki crossed her arms, preparing to reprimand him. "Of course. I finished it ages ago. The truck has already departed." Chen Jun walked to the water cooler, pouring himself a glass. "What? You actually finished? You must be lying." Lu Ziki was incredulous. How could a newcomer possibly complete the entire inventory? In her view, merely recognizing all the items would be a feat, let alone collecting them all. "Why would I lie? You can call the warehouse to confirm." Chen Jun thought it amusing to see her astonishment. Desiring to see him fail, she inadvertently became the one embarrassed. Lu Ziki immediately called the warehouse administrator for confirmation. The administrator, on the line, affirmed that everything had been collected without issue. Furious, Lu Ziki rose and approached Chen Jun. "You really managed it, our chief supervisor," she exclaimed before hurriedly leaving. "Take care, and do come again," Chen Jun laughed, thinking that undermining him would not be so simple. Wang Lily approached him, praising, "I never expected you to accomplish this alone." Several female colleagues joined in, having witnessed the entire exchange. "Supervisor, you missed it." When you left, her face was all twisted with anger. "It was hilarious. You really put her in her place. She spent the whole morning waiting for you to fail, only to find herself frustrated." One colleague even mimicked the manager-esque expression, eliciting laughter. "Standard procedure. Do not deduct 6. Chen Jun mused, aware that they would surely seek to undermine him, hence his diligent preparation. As evening fell and work concluded, Chen Jun made a point to say goodbye to the manager, though she uttered not a word. Clearly, she was still irked. With such a small heart, no wonder she struggles to find a boyfriend, he thought as he stretched and exited the building. "Host, greetings. You have yet to complete today as check-in. Please proceed promptly." A mechanical voice echoed in Chen Jun's mind. Suddenly, he recalled that today marked the 7th day. If he succeeded in checking in, an additional reward awaited him. The system promptly issued keywords directing him to a designated location to complete his task. Chen Jun searched for the location on his phone and discovered it was quite distant. The subway ride alone would take around 40 minutes. However, the prospect of a reward after these 7 days was too enticing to deter him. "Here I come. I have anticipated this reward for so long, and today I shall undoubtedly seize it." Chen Jun joyfully trotted along, resembling a child returning home from school. As he made his way to the subway station. Chapter 035. Afterward, one can close their eyes and help the elderly across the street. Chen Jun, with a briefcase in hand, passed through security and entered the station. At this hour, the subway was teeming with people, a veritable sea of humanity. As he descended the escalator, he was met with a dense crowd. One can only imagine the grueling trials one must endure to survive in a bustling metropolis. The staff diligently maintained order, anxious to prevent any stampedes. Navigating through the queue, Chen Jun found a less congested area, allowing him to squeeze in. After about 5 minutes, the train roared into the station, and everyone braced themselves to board. Fortune favored him this time, and he managed to get on without being jostled off like in previous days. Once inside, he positioned himself by the door, pondering the clues provided by the system. Photo location hint. High building surrounded by water, moonlight spilling onto the ground. Initially, Chen Jun thought of a water tower, but a search on the map revealed no such structure in the vicinity. He began to doodle aimlessly on a piece of paper, intending to utilize his travel time to contemplate further. At that moment, a young boy beside him chimed in, "Brother, are you going to the Firelight Tower?" Firelight Tower. Upon hearing this, Chen Jun felt a surge of clarity. The Firelight Tower was indeed the tallest building in that area, surrounded by water as it was constructed over a lake. The moonlight spilling onto the ground was, in fact, the reflection of the tower's lights illuminating the water. "Thank you, little one. That is precisely where I intend to go," Chen Jun thought, marveling that a puzzle he had pondered for so long was unraveled by a child. Arriving at the Firelight Tower station, he stepped off the train as the doors opened. Exiting the subway, he traversed a park, and there it stood before him, the Firelight Tower. "Huh, at last, I have found you," Chen Jun exclaimed, excitement propelling him to jump in place. Just as he was about to purchase a ticket, he noticed the ticket booth had already closed. How could it close so early? He lamented, inquiring with a nearby security guard. The guard explained, "Today is Monday. The attraction closes an hour early, as it does every week." Chen Jun scratched his head, feeling somewhat foolish for not considering the early closure. Yet, the reward was tantalizingly close. He could not simply give up. He made his way across the cement-paved water bridge to the base of the Firelight Tower. Peering inside, he saw a locked wooden door, and even if he managed to scale it, it would be futile. Inside, seated at a desk, was an elderly man who appeared to be the tower's custodian. "This is troublesome," Chen Jun mused, standing before the wooden door and mustering his courage to address the caretaker. "Sir, could you please grant me a favor? I'm willing to pay for a ticket if you would allow me to enter and take a photograph. Tomorrow. We are closed. The old man reiterated, casting a glance his way. Resigned, Chen Jun departed the water bridge and sat on a stone bench in the park. The firelight tower was truly magnificent. Leaning against the bench, he quietly admired its grandeur. Suddenly, he spotted a flashing object hovering above the firelight tower. It was a drone. Eureka! I have found a solution, Chen Jun exclaimed, springing from the bench, realizing how foolish he had been not to think of using a drone for his photography. He began searching the vicinity for the operator. At last, he spotted a man at the railing, engrossed in maneuvering a remote control. Excuse me, is that drone above the tower yours? Chen Jun inquired. Indeed, it is. What's the matter? I possess all the necessary permits, the man replied without looking up. Continuing his operations. Could you take a photo for me? From the top window, capturing the water bridge below? Chen Jun explained, detailing his predicament, and offered to compensate him for his assistance. Is that all? This is a simple task. Just wait a moment, the man said, expertly piloting the drone to the requested position. Following Chen Jun's instructions, he snapped a picture of the water bridge. All done. I will send it to you now, he announced as he transmitted the image. When Chen Jun received the photo, elation washed over him. It was of such high clarity, surpassing even his own phone's camera capabilities. Thank you. I'm truly grateful, he exclaimed, expressing his appreciation. The man waved off the thanks, dismissing it as a trivial matter, and resumed his drone play. Chen Jun hurried to a nearby grove, activating his virtual panel. He began to check in, eagerly awaiting his reward. Congratulations, host, for completing the check-in task. You have received a cash reward of 10,000 yuan. Congratulations, host, for completing 7 consecutive days of check-ins. You have earned an additional reward, absolute evasion. Absolute evasion. In moments of danger, this skill will activate automatically, allowing the host to evade all threats. My goodness, this skill is remarkable. Henceforth, I could close my eyes and help the elderly cross the street. Chen Jun laughed heartily, feeling emboldened by his newfound evasion skill. At that moment, a text notification arrived, confirming the 10,000 yuan deposit. How delightful! The funds have arrived. I am famished. I completely forgot about dinner. Chen Jun realized, now that he had concluded his business. His stomach was growling intensely. As he ambled back, he suddenly recalled that Zhou Ting would be singing at a bar just across the street. He crossed the intersection, pondering whether he could join her for a meal, as saving money was paramount in these times. Entering the bar, he saw Zhou Ting passionately performing on stage. The audience swayed and waved, captivated by her melodious voice. Seu Ting, Seu Ting, Seu Ting. Her fans had become fiercely loyal, attending nightly to hear her sing. The manager was also relieved, as the clientele had more than doubled since her arrival. After a fervent performance, Zhou Ting waved to the audience and retreated backstage to rest. Chen Jun sent her a message, stating he was waiting at the back door of the bar. Upon seeing his message, Zhou Ting emerged, curious as to why he had come. Star of the show, that was an incredible performance. Chen Jun greeted her with enthusiasm. Why? You rarely come and watch me perform. What brings you here today? Zhou Ting asked, her curiosity piqued. I'm quite hungry. Do you have any free staff meals available? Chen Jun inquired. Seriously? I was just touched, and now I find out you're here for a free meal. Zhou Ting rolled her eyes in jest. If not, I shall procure my own meal outside, Chen Jun replied, not wishing to disrupt her work. Zhou Ting offered to take him to a nearby renowned restaurant, but he insisted she focus on her performance. She claimed she had already finished her set and had ample time before her next show, which wouldn't begin until after 10. Just as they were about to leave, a familiar figure appeared, Zhou Ting's ex-boyfriend, Asan, the notorious freeloader. Hey, Ting, why are you avoiding me? Now that you're doing well, you no longer acknowledge me? He sneered, clad in a leather jacket, reaching out to touch her face. Get lost. You worthless scum. Chen Jun interjected, delivering a decisive slap without hesitation. Ah, you again, meddling in my affairs, Asan realized, recognizing Chen Jun. Indeed, can you not act like a man and stop leeching off women? Chen Jun retorted, feeling the words sounded odd coming from him. Why are you bothering me? I've made it clear that we are done. Zhou Ting exclaimed, her anger palpable. To Asan, Zhou Ting represented a lucrative opportunity he could not easily relinquish. Scram, or I swear I will make you regret it. Chen Jun issued a fierce proclamation. Who strikes whom remains uncertain. Do you think I am unprepared? Arson shouted, as 6 shadowy figures emerged from the alley, advancing towards us. Chapter 036. This fist can you kill? At that moment, 6 robust men approached, clad in ominous black vests. One of them bore a tiger tattoo around his neck, evidently the leader of the group. This man was well-built, muscles straining against his vest. His skin a deep shade of brown, suggesting he was not to be trifled with. Hey, little punk, this is Brother Tiger, renowned for his fighting prowess, a son boasted, his confidence noticeably amplified. Not impressive, Chen Jun scoffed coldly. Having witnessed grand spectacles, he was not the type to be intimidated without engaging in combat. He recalled a time in school when a local thug bullied a female classmate, prompting him and 6 other boys to chase down over 20 assailants. Battling from Wuling Road to Dashing Street until they were all subdued, despite facing consequences for their actions. However, their status as students shielded them from severe repercussions. Seeing Chen Jun's fearless demeanor, a son began to embellish the tale. Brother Tiger, look, this kid doesn't take you seriously. Brother Tiger pushed aside his underling, fists clenched, pointing at Chen Jun with a commanding voice. Kid, by hitting my brother, you've slapped my face. I must teach you a lesson. Is that so? You don't seem like a good person yourself. My fists are reserved for bad guys. Chen Jun tightened his right fist, the definition of his arm becoming visible. Brother Tiger, upon observing this, felt a jolt. As a seasoned fighter, he could discern the opponent's strength at a glance. Though Chen Jun appeared delicate, the explosive power of his right fist was undeniably formidable. Given your robust appearance, I presume you are of little worth. How about this? I'll let you strike me 3 times first. Sound fair? Chen Jun waved his hand provocatively. Brother Tiger, this little punk is pushing his luck. A son, visibly anxious, wondered if Chen Jun had ever faced a beating. To everyone's astonishment, Chen Jun turned his back, inviting the opponent to hit him. Have you lost your mind? This isn't a joke. Zhou Ting hurriedly intervened, concerned he might have lost his senses. You should step inside to avoid injury. Chen Jun gestured for her to retreat, assuring her he could handle the situation. Little guy, if you want to play this way, don't blame me. Brother Tiger had initially contemplated the one-on-one match, but now relished the prospect of delivering 3 unchallenged blows. He lunged forward, his right fist poised to strike with a fierce shout. Die? Just as the fist was about to connect with Chen Jun's head, he nimbly evaded it. How? How is that possible? Brother Tiger stood dazed, bewildered as to why he had missed. The onlookers were equally astonished. The strike had seemed certain, yet had been deftly dodged. How had he anticipated the punch? Such reflexes were unfathomable for a mere human. Chen Jun chuckled inwardly, realizing the system's skills were indeed effective, boasting a perfect evasion rate. With 2 more punches left, he readied himself. Chen Jun extended 2 fingers, and at that moment, Brother Tiger felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Kid, watch my fist. Brother Tiger, in a frenzy, unleashed punches recklessly, disregarding any semblance of rules. Driven by a desire to reclaim his dignity, he aimed to incapacitate Chen Jun. Yet, Chen Jun swayed and ducked effortlessly, waiting for his turn. Now it's my turn. Chen Jun delivered a powerful blow to Brother Tiger's abdomen. The impact felt akin to being struck by a vehicle, sending Brother Tiger staggering back. Clutching his midsection and collapsing to the ground, his face contorted in agony, flushed and veins bulging. It was unfathomable for this street brawler to be bested by a mere child. The remaining underlings were paralyzed by fear. The force behind that punch was overwhelming. Is this a professional boxer? 1 punch to take down Brother Tiger? This can't be real. Is such power achievable by an ordinary person? They marveled at the sheer intensity. Fortunately, it had struck his belly. Had it landed on his head, he might not have survived. A son trembled nearby, having witnessed Chen Jun's terrifying prowess. How can this little punk be so strong? Chen Jun let out a cold snort, pondering whether he needed to mention his championship in Sanda to impress them. He then approached his son, grasping his hair. Can his fist kill? Chen Jun clenched his right fist, pressing it against the son's head. Yes, yes, yes. I was wrong. Let me go. I promise not to bother Zhou Ting again. With a swift motion, Chen Jun swung a punch close to Asen's ear, the wind from it carrying an oppressive weight. Sweat beaded on Asen's forehead. Even a mere slap would surely leave a mark. This is your final warning. If I see you again, I will send you straight home. Do you understand? Chen Jun pushed him away, urging him to distance himself. I won't dare. See you later. Asen stumbled off, visibly shaken. Just then, the manager and several security guards emerged, intending to address the commotion. However, upon Zhou Ting's arrival, she was met with the sight of a burly man kneeling, while the others had vanished. Who caused the disturbance, Miss Zhou? Was it this fellow? The manager pointed to the prostrate brother tiger. Yes, but there were others. It seems some are missing, Zhou Ting replied, puzzled as to the whereabouts of the scoundrel. The remaining thugs had fled in terror, the scuffle being trivial. Chen Jun dusted off his pants. Seeing no serious issues, the manager led the security team back inside. Zhou Ting hurried over to Chen Jun, concern etched on her face. Are you hurt anywhere? Chen Jun turned, assuring her he was fine, though he admitted to being quite hungry. That leech won't return. I've reformed him with my fists. Treating me to a meal wouldn't be too much to ask. Really? That sounds wonderful. Let's go. I'll treat you to dinner. Zhou Ting beamed, delighted to see the bothersome pest dispatched. The two exited the alley and made their way to a nearby night market, renowned for a particular restaurant. Upon arrival, Zhou Ting guided him inside, where the dining style was buffet. Patrons could select whatever they desired. Delicacies such as meat pies, steamed eggs, stir-fried cauliflower with meat, spicy tofu, and braised lion's head meatballs awaited, dishes that Chen Jun particularly relished. Chen Jun took charge of gathering the food, while Zhou Ting handled the payment, their roles clearly defined. Once seated, Chen Jun devoured his meal with gusto, having gone nearly 3 hours without sustenance since finishing work. Slow down. No one is competing with you, Zhou Ting observed, watching him eat with amusement. Overwhelmed by hunger, Chen Jun reveled in the delightful flavors of the food, reminiscent of the comforting ambience of a school cafeteria. After finishing one bowl of rice, he promptly rose for a second helping, then returned to his seat, continuing to feast. Huh, do you eat like this at home as well? Doesn't your family comment on your hearty appetite? Zhou Ting inquired, watching him with a smile. The food at home isn't as delectable as this. The flavor of this steamed rice is simply unparalleled. Chen Jun savored the meal, nostalgia washing over him. By the way, as a young woman venturing out after graduation, don't your parents worry? My father passed long ago, and my relationship with my mother is strained. We hardly communicate. Zhou Ting's expression darkened as she spoke. My apologies, I didn't mean to pry. Please don't take it to heart, Chen Jun thought to himself, regretting his words. It's all right. I'm just a bit tired from singing. I needed to sit and rest. Zhou Ting's thoughts drifted back to her childhood. On her birthday, her mother urged her husband to purchase a birthday cake, insisting that no child should celebrate without one. Coincidentally, it was a rainy day, and while her father was out procuring the cake, he was struck by a truck. The driver, aware of his intoxication, fled the scene. Her father lay on the ground, and due to the lack of timely medical assistance, he succumbed to his injuries. Consequently, Zhou Ting's relationship with her mother has always been strained, burdened by unresolved emotions. From that day forth, Zhou Ting chose not to celebrate her birthday, fearing the resurgence of those painful memories. Chapter 037. In case he can't get up, I don't want to take the blame to prevent that freeloading man from returning, and also to express her gratitude for Zhou Ting's dinner. Chen Jun listened to the last performance of hers at the bar, preparing to accompany her home. It was already 10:30 in the evening, just in time to catch the last subway train. Zhou Ting changed her clothes, grabbed her backpack, and briskly exited the bar. Chen Jun waited outside, waving as she emerged. The two walked together towards the subway station, the streets nearly devoid of pedestrians at this hour. Thank you for waiting for me to finish work, Zhou Ting said, though her heart was filled with joy. As a single woman, commuting alone could be quite dreary. It's all right. The bar was lively. You could listen to music and play on your phone. What a delight. Chen Jun replied optimistically, even though he was quite tired. Upon entering the subway station, they proceeded through security and took the elevator down. The platform was nearly empty, with only a few scattered passengers waiting. Seizing the moment when no one was around, Zhou Ting inquired, "Why don't you have a girlfriend? Is there some underlying reason?" She scrutinized him, pondering if there were any physical shortcomings. A single man often lacked financial stability, and she had no desire to share in anyone's suffering. Chen Jun chuckled awkwardly, acknowledging that, at present, he could scarcely afford a car, let alone a house. What if there's a girl willing to share the hardships with you? Zhou Ting continued. Tian Yun clasped him, meaning. It wasn't that he was unwilling to accept her, but rather, he felt incapable of confronting his own shortcomings. At that moment, he thought that if a girl were to follow him, it would most likely stem from pity rather than admiration. He yearned for a relationship built on mutual admiration once he achieved success, a testament to his childhood aspirations of overcoming adversity. Just then, the final train roared into the station, and they boarded together. The carriage was almost empty, leaving just the two of them seated side by side. Zhou Ting wished to continue their earlier conversation, but soon noticed he had fallen asleep, with his eyes closed and heavy breaths rising and falling. She decided not to disturb him and took out her phone to pass the time. Half an hour later, they exited the subway and walked towards their rented apartment. Below, the only noise was the barking of dogs, with no other sounds to be heard. They took the elevator up, and, as the doors opened, they were greeted by raucous commotion in the hallway. "I'll teach you a lesson. I'll make sure you one T forget it, you little brat." "Mom, I'm sorry. Please don't hit me." Chen Jun recognized the voice of Zhang Chunmei, scolding her son, and approached. Upon reaching the door, he saw the middle-aged woman wielding a feather duster. Striking her son, "What's going on, Sister Zhang?" Chen Jun wondered if the boy had stolen something again. "Let us discuss this calmly. Hitting one T solve anything." Zhou Ting interjected. Zhang Chunmei, fuming, struck her son once more, exclaiming, "I work myself to the bone every day for what? Is this how you repay me?" As she lifted the feather duster again, Chen Jun intervened. "Sister Zhang, what's the issue?" He thought that if this continued, the boy's bottom would surely be bruised. Zhang Chunmei tossed aside the feather duster and picked up a report card from the table. "Look at this. What is he learning in school? It drives me mad. Don't be upset. Let us sit down and talk it through," Zhou Ting suggested, urging her to take it easy. Chen Jun took the report card and began to read. Chinese 70, Math 68, English 65. These scores are passable. Passable? The total is out of 120. He ranks 8 from the bottom in the class. It infuriates me. Zhang Chunmei's chest heaved with frustration. "Oh, that's awkward. At least he scored 100 in science." Chen Jun attempted to comfort her, hoping to quell her anger. He came in last in science with a total score of 180. This little rascal has failed all his subjects. Zhang Chunmei's anger flared again as she lifted the feather duster. "Please, sister, it's late. And you're being too loud. The neighbors will be disturbed," Zhou Ting pleaded, stepping in front of the boy. "Xiaowen, apologize to your mother and promise to study harder," Chen Jun urged, leading the child to her. "Mom, I've been trying, but it's just so hard to understand. I get tired studying," Xiaowen cried, explaining that he wasn't unwilling to learn, but struggled to grasp the material. "You think you're tired? I'll leave the house before 6 in the morning and return past 10 at night. What do you think I work for?" Zhang Chunmei retorted, breaking into tears over the weight of her daily struggles. "Xiaowen, if there are questions you don't understand, you can always ask your teacher. Take it slow, and your grades will improve," Chen Jun encouraged. "I asked, but the teacher said I'm too slow. I don't understand the basics. And she told me to ask my classmates," Xiaowen lamented, revealing that his past mischief had alienated him from both his teacher and peers. Chen Jun reassured him, sharing that he too had faced difficulties with classmates. "Earning others' recognition takes time. Don't lose heart." "Indeed, sister, it's a gradual process. Improvement in studies doesn't happen overnight. It requires persistent effort," Zhou Ting chimed in. "I want to help, but there's no time left. He'll be in 9th grade next year, and the homeroom teacher told me he wants to even have a chance to attend vocational high school," Zhang Chunmei sighed, expressing her disappointment. She had hoped for her son to achieve some success, attend high school, and eventually university, securing a stable job to spare him from the hardships she endured. "Since you can't focus on studying, you have to do homework during the summer. I'll take you to work instead. Let us earn some money early," Zhang Chunmei suggested, her spirit dimming as hope faded. That is not possible. He is about to enter ninth grade. Working now would mean giving up on his education, Chen Jun countered, urging her to reconsider. What can I do? I can't afford a tutor, and he doesn't benefit from doing homework at home. It's a waste of time, Zhang Chunmei sighed deeply. Feeling powerless due to her own lack of education, she was unable to assist her son. Who says there is no one to tutor him? Look right here. So Tsing points it at Xian Yunya. Though he graduated from a sports college, he is at least a university graduate. With his abilities, tutoring a second-year middle school, student shouldn't be too taxing. Me tutor? Chen Jun was taken aback, lacking any experience in this area. Both women turned to him expectantly, awaiting his response. All right, I'll give it a try. Chen Jun finally conceded, unwilling to watch a young child head off to work at such a tender age. Really? That is wonderful. Thank you so much, handsome. I truly appreciate it. Zhang Chunmei exclaimed, urging her son to express his gratitude. Chen Jun nodded with a smile. Yet inwardly, he was bitterly amused, contemplating. You, Zhou Ting, truly know how to set me up. If he fails to gain admission to high school, I shall be the one to take the blame. Chapter 038. Can a young man endure without a girlfriend? Chen Jun entered his room, refreshed himself, and then lay down on the bed. Although his body was weary, he found it impossible to fall asleep. It seemed he needed to review his studies. Without engaging his mind, slumber eluded him. He picked up his phone from the bedside and became engrossed in watching short videos. Suddenly, he heard the sound of running water from the bathroom across the hall. In the stillness of the night, the noise was particularly pronounced, audible even from a distance in the corridor. Curious about who could be bathing at such an hour, he realized it was none other than Zhang Chunmei's bathroom. The layout of the rental house dictated that the bathroom was on the left side of his room, while the right side was occupied by his bedroom. Naturally, her bathroom faced his own. The combination of the stimulating videos and the sound of water made him restless. After much contemplation, driven by a sense of mischief, he considered peeking through the window, convinced that he would not be discovered. Under the cover of night, reason began to fade, giving way to primal instincts. Thus, Chen Jun climbed out of bed and leaned against the window, sliding it open just a crack. That small opening was enough to ignite his excitement, as he caught sight of a graceful silhouette moving about in the opposite window. No video performance could compare to the thrill of witnessing it live. Becoming increasingly captivated, he pushed the window open a bit wider, inadvertently causing it to creak due to its long period of disuse. Inside the bathroom, Zhang Chunmei paused for a moment, glancing toward the window where a head was peering in, frozen in place. She chuckled softly, thinking to herself, "Ah, young men are indeed young men. It's only natural they find it hard to resist." Pretending to be unaware, she intentionally opened her bathroom window a fraction more and remarked, "Experts say one should always open a window while bathing, otherwise one might feel dizzy." Startled, Chen Jun thought she had discovered him and quickly lowered his head, muttering to himself with regret, "Oh no, what if she saw me? My image as a gentleman would be utterly shattered." As a normal man, it was challenging to suppress such instincts, especially for a vigorous young lad. Just as he was wallowing in self-reproach, he noticed that the shower continued to run, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Had she not seen him? He cautiously raised his head to take another furtive glance. Zhang Chunmei stood under the showerhead, tilting her head back as water cascaded over her. From his vantage point, Chen Jun caught a glimpse of her perfectly formed figure, which mesmerized him. In that steamy bathroom, witnessing such a scene made it impossible to look away. He marveled at how, despite her demanding job, she maintained such an impressive physique. Meanwhile, Zhang Chunmei silently chuckled. "Handsome boy, you turned down my invitation before. It seems you're just a bit timid." After nearly 15 minutes, she deemed her shower sufficient and reached for a towel to dry off. Chen Jun, having witnessed the entire process, was utterly enthralled. A woman in her 30s possessed such allure. No wonder Boss Chow was so infatuated. Her charm was undeniable. As Zhang Chunmei finished drying herself, she tossed the towel aside, thinking, "Did you enjoy the view? If you like it, I'll make sure to give you a show every time I bathe." Once she exited the bathroom, Chen Jun gently closed the window and retreated to his bed, still buzzing from the earlier spectacle. The allure of the mature woman had firmly taken hold of his mind, leaving him in a state of restlessness. Checking the time, he realized it was already past 1 in the morning. If he didn't sleep soon, he might end up needing to take the day off. Quickly sleep, he urged himself, trying to force his mind into slumber. The following morning, a series of knocks echoed outside, but Chen Jun, deep in sleep, remained oblivious. Soon, a voice rang out, calling his name alongside the persistent knocking. Startled awake, he leapt from bed, fearing something was amiss, and hurried to open the door. Upon doing so, he was greeted by the sight of Zhang Chunmei, beaming at him, a bowl of wontons in hand. "Oh, it's you, Sister Zhang. You startled me. I thought there was a fire." He yawned, feeling the effects of his sleepless night. With bleary eyes, he sensed a cloudiness in his head, his reactions dulled. Zhang Chunmei couldn't help but chuckle at his disheveled appearance. "Handsome boy, I made wontons for you. Eat them while they're hot." "Thank you. Just place them on the table," he replied, noticing he was only in his underwear. He hurried to his bedroom to put on some pants. Zhang Chunmei hadn't come solely to deliver breakfast. She had noticed he was exhausted the night before and wanted to ensure he woke up, once dressed and somewhat more alert. Chen Jun made his way to the bathroom to wash his face and brush his teeth. "Sister Zhang, don't you have to work today?" he inquired as he emerged from the washroom. "I'm off today. We get 1 day off a month," she explained, encouraging him to try the wontons. Chen Jun nodded in gratitude and sat down to devour the delicious dish, praising her culinary skills. "These wontons are exceptional, fresh meat wrapped perfectly. They are far superior to the frozen ones available outside. Don't tease me. Making money isn't that easy. If I set up a stall, I'd either be bullied by competitors or chased away by others," she replied, reminiscing about her brief foray into street vending, which had ended poorly when she was targeted by rival vendors. "Why not just report them?" Chen Jun suggested, still holding onto an idealistic view of the world. Zhang Chunmei smiled and waved her hand dismissively, shifting the subject. "By the way, is that girl, Zhou Ting, your girlfriend?" "Oh, her? We're just ordinary friends, nothing romantic," he clarified, having never felt any special connection with her, viewing her more like a younger sister. Their bond was primarily rooted in their shared experiences as workers. "I think you two get along quite well. She seems like a nice girl," Zhang Chunmei mused, pondering how a young man like him could endure without a girlfriend. "If you have any concerns, feel free to talk to me." "Let us not discuss that, Sister Zhang. Thank you for the wontons. I should head to work now," he replied, finishing the last of the soup. "Well then, I'll be on my way," Zhang Chunmei said as she took the empty bowl and left. After she departed, Chen Jun closed the door behind her, a thought crossing his mind. Could it be that my secret of spying on her bathing was discovered? Chapter 39. This business opportunity will make me rich. Chen Jun entered the restroom and splashed cold water on his face to dispel any irrational thoughts. Once he had regained his composure, he grabbed his briefcase and exited the room. At that moment, Zhang Chunmei was sweeping the floor, likely due to her usual lack of time for such chores. Chen Jun greeted her as he passed and descended the stairs. On his way to the subway station, he noticed a newly opened snack shop and decided to buy some food to sample. The shop primarily sold pot stickers, and the enticing aroma wafting from the iron tray indicated their deliciousness. Chen Jun purchased 3 boxes, requesting the owner to pack them for him to take to the office for his female colleagues to try. Upon arriving at the office building, Chen Jun carried the bags into the elevator. The delightful scent of the pot stickers filled the entire elevator. Once he entered the office area, he opened the white bag and placed it on the table. "Wow, what is that? It smells amazing. Are those pan-fried buns?" exclaimed a woman with a ponytail. "These are pot stickers. Everyone come and try some," Chen Jun replied as he took out the containers and encouraged others to join him. "Quickly, don't be shy. They'll lose their flavor if they cool down." The female colleagues exchanged glances but remained silent. "Lily, come over. I just bought these pot stickers, and they're still warm," Chen Jun called to his female assistant. Wang Lily stepped out of her office and, upon seeing the breakfast he had brought, remarked, "Supervisor, company policy prohibits eating takeout in the office. Don't worry about it. If anything happens, I'll take the blame. Just enjoy yourselves. There's nothing to fear." Chen Jun reassured them, thinking that no one else was watching. Concerned that his female colleagues might be timid, he opened the containers one by one. Seeing this, They felt it would be more troublesome to refuse, so they decided to indulge. All right, since the supervisor has said so, we won't hold back. These pot stickers smell heavenly. Let us see how they taste, one of them remarked. The supervisor is so kind. He bought these just for us. I'm truly touched, another added. The women began to eat with toothpicks, and the flavor exceeded their expectations. The pot stickers were exceptionally crispy, and with each bite, oil oozed out. The thin outer layer was perfectly fried, and the filling was just right for them. Delicious. Supervisor, where did you buy these? I want to try them too. Wang Lily commented after tasting one. Just then, she noticed her phone vibrating on the table and went over to check. It was a message from the secretary, informing her that the manager had caught a whiff of the aroma in the elevator and was on her way. Supervisor, Manager Liu is coming. Quickly hide the food. Wang Lily exclaimed in a panic. Several female colleagues, caught mid-bite, were startled, and one even choked a bit. Chen Jun thought to himself, this person is more perceptive than a dog's nose. She is always thinking of me. Just as the women were hastily trying to put away the containers, Chen Jun intervened. Keep eating. Don't worry about packing up. Let me handle her, he said, realizing he couldn't avoid the situation and decided to confront it head-on. Chen Jun positioned himself early in the corridor, waiting for her arrival. Lu Ziki hurriedly approached, noticing Chen Jun leaning against the wall. What are you doing? She asked, puzzled, as she slowed her pace and walked closer. Manager, did you know? I've actually liked you for a long time, Chen Jun declared, gazing at her with affection. You? Lu Ziki gasped in disbelief. Indeed, you are so charming. Beneath that aloof exterior lies a gentle heart that has deeply moved me. He then produced a rose he had picked up from the roadside and offered it to her. Me? Lu Ziki was taken aback, rendered speechless. Yes, I have liked you for quite some time, manager. Please accept this rose. Chen Jun sent her a playful kiss. These were tips his godmother had imparted to him a few days prior for charming women. Chen Jun seized the opportunity to test the effectiveness of her advice. Are you out of your mind? A wilted flower, and you think that will win me over? Step aside, Lu Ziki retorted, frowning, clearly unimpressed, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Chen Jun thought, Godmother, you have led me astray. This is a ridiculous tactic that is utterly ineffective. As Lu Ziki moved to pass him, he feared she might discover his colleagues enjoying the pot stickers, leading to reprimands. Desperate, Chen Jun stepped back, arms wide to block her path, determined to stall her for at least 10 minutes. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Ziki lost her balance in her high heels and stumbled into his embrace. Not this, Chen Jun thought, feeling the softness of her body against his chest. He panicked, fearing she might accuse him of misconduct and call the police. Realizing what had happened, Lu Ziki pushed him away. Once steady, she found her breath quickening, her face inexplicably flushed. Oh no, he took advantage of me. I have something to attend to. I can't talk to you right now, she stammered, her tone shifting from frantic to soft-spoken, showcasing a stark contrast. At that moment, her heart raced as she turned and walked down the corridor. She could not articulate this feeling, akin to a jolt of electricity coursing through her, leaving her feeling warm all over. Chen Jun watched her retreating figure, muttering to himself, what just happened? This is so out of character. Shouldn't she have slapped me and reported me instead? Once she was a distance away, he told himself not to overthink it. Perhaps she would report him only after returning to the office. He walked back to his department, relieved to find that his female colleagues had finished eating. Supervisor, we've devoured everything, and the containers are disposed of. No one will notice, one of the female colleagues with earrings cheerfully reported. That's good to hear, Chen Jun replied, though his spirits remained low, and he entered his office. Sitting in his chair, he pondered, what if she goes to complain to the director? Will I receive a reprimand, saying I harassed her? That would be humiliating, and I would have to leave the company in disgrace. Supervisor, what's wrong? Did you run into the manager? Wang Lily inquired, noticing his anxious demeanor. I did see her, and then she left, Chen Jun replied absently. He closed his eyes, resting in his chair, as he had stayed up late the previous night and decided to take a quick nap. Half an hour later, after a brief respite, Chen Jun felt significantly more alert and less fatigued. At that moment, Wang Lily sat with her legs crossed, a habitual pose while working. Chen Jun glanced over, admiring her lovely legs clad in black stockings. Suddenly, he recollected a product listing he had seen a few days prior on a second-hand platform. Someone was selling used stockings, and they were in such demand that they sold out at a price of 500 yuan. Chen Jun mused that this presented a lucrative opportunity. The company generated so many discarded stockings daily that he could potentially make a fortune. At this moment, Wang Lily noticed his gaze and shyly asked, "What is going on, supervisor? What are you looking at?" Chapter 040. My clients, all senior home buddies. Chen Jun smiled as he approached her. "Lily, it seems your stockings have been snagged." "Snagged? I just changed into them this morning," Wang Lily replied, drawing her foot closer and glancing down. Indeed, there was a noticeable mark at her ankle. "Oh dear, I must change them. Otherwise, it won't look good when I step out," she said, retrieving a small box from the drawer and placing it on the table. After opening it, she took out a fresh pair and prepared to change. "Supervisor, could you please turn around for a moment?" Wang Lily hinted subtly to avoid any awkwardness. "Of course, I understand." Chen Jun turned his back, contemplating. After all, she is still an unmarried woman. It would be inappropriate for her to be seen in such a state. Wang Lily removed her black stockings and tossed them aside, then slipped on the new pair. "All set, supervisor. Thank you for the reminder." She adjusted her attire, ensuring everything was in order. Curiously, Chen Jun turned back and asked Lily, "What brand are these black stockings?" "Jinhua, why do you ask?" "The company provides each employee with a box every month," she replied, puzzled by his sudden interest. Chen Jun searched the brand on his phone and discovered that they were rather expensive, costing 50 yuan a pair. "Is there a reason, supervisor? Are you planning to give them as a gift?" Wang Lily wondered, suspecting he might be considering a present for a girlfriend. Yet she mused. Even new ones would be futile. Those seasoned connoisseurs could easily detect the scent. Chen Jun was aware of this fact. "No, thank you, Lily. Do you usually just throw them away after wearing them?" he inquired, pointing to the discarded stockings on the table. "Of course. What else would I do with them?" Wang Lily nodded slightly, sensing something was amiss with his demeanor. With a sigh, Chen Jun thought, women are truly extravagant. What they toss aside is not merely stockings, but money. "Lily, could you spare that pair for me?" After much contemplation, he finally voiced his request. Supervisor, you." Wang Lily looked at him incredulously, stepping back slightly. She thought, this normally serious supervisor has such an absurd hobby. It's rather unsettling. Perhaps he has strayed from the right path, and out of concern, I must intervene. Wang Lily stood up and closed the office glass door to prevent any colleague from overhearing. Turning to him, she said sternly, "Supervisor, I advise you to abandon this hobby before it leads to psychological issues." "Is it really that severe?" "I simply feel sorry for the beggars on the street. I thought to give them something to wear," Chen Jun explained, feeling misunderstood but unable to admit he intended them for those unsavory individuals. "Really? You're not deceiving me?" Wang Lily found the situation quite strange. "Absolutely, I assure you. Those old beggars expose their thighs, and with mosquitoes rampant in summer, it's quite pitiful," Chen Jun insisted, nodding earnestly, fully aware of the deception necessary for profit. "Then you may take them. I have no further use for them." Wang Lily finally relented. "Thank you. I owe you one," Chen Jun said, happily returning to his seat with the stockings. He spread the black stockings on the table and took out his phone to capture photographs. His pose resembled that of a fashion model, shifting angles with finesse. "Oh no, I've been duped. He won't post this on social media, will he?" Wang Lily's first instinct was to retrieve them, feeling an urge to reclaim them. After taking the photos, Chen Jun set the stockings aside for a moment, examining the images and finding them satisfactory. At that moment, he caught a whiff of the lingering scent on his fingers and couldn't resist bringing them closer for a sniff. The fragrance was youthful and pure, devoid of any cosmetic undertones. When he looked up, he noticed Wang Lily watching him, feeling rather embarrassed. "Never mind, I must attend to business first." He logged onto a second-hand platform and uploaded the freshly taken photos. To sell the item, he knew a compelling description was essential. After some contemplation, he began crafting his narrative. "I'm a model who frequently changes stockings for work. I'm selling a pair just taken off." Hoping to find a kindred spirit to deter any malicious refund attempts, he set the price an exorbitant 9,999 yuan. Within a minute of posting, a flurry of comments emerged. "Too fake. This must be a stolen image. There's no way a model would sell stockings. This image is new to me. I wonder if the stockings are indeed secondhand. I only want used ones, preferably those taken off on the spot. Warm ones would be ideal. At that moment, a private message arrived from a user seeking confirmation that the stockings were indeed worn by a model. Chen Jun affirmed this, claiming to be the model's agent. To bolster his credibility, he sent a photo of his assistant's lovely legs. Though it only revealed a portion of her calves, it drove the buyer into a frenzy. Upon realizing they were in the same city, the buyer inquired about an in-person transaction, hoping to ensure authenticity and the possibility of a return. Chen Jun rededicated, assuring the buyer of the product's legitimacy, emphasizing that he catered to repeat customers. A minute later, the buyer asked for the price, stating they would purchase immediately if it was reasonable. Chen Jun glanced at the buyer's profile, noting their extensive purchases of secondhand clothing. He deduced that this individual was a seasoned homebody, filled with fantasies about young women. Seems like you have plenty of money. I can't let this opportunity slip by without a profit for my assistant's lovely legs, he thought. Thus, he quoted a price of 800 yuan for the stockings, stating it was non-negotiable and inviting them to proceed with the purchase. Without hesitation, the buyer completed the transaction and requested packaging in a black bag. Chen Jun inquired about the time and location for the exchange. The buyer replied, 6 p.m. at the Fountain in Hefeng building. Chen Jun confirmed, adhering to the principle of customer satisfaction, vowing to arrive punctually. This location was conveniently close to his office, merely a 10-minute walk. Should we add each other on WeChat to avoid any communication issues? He suggested. The buyer declined, opting to use a messaging app instead, citing it was better for both parties. This individual is quite cautious, likely fearing I am an undercover officer, Chen Jun surmised from their cautious tone. This is too easy. Making money has never been simpler. Chen Jun rose and retrieved a black bag from the wooden cabinet, placing the stockings inside, ready to deliver them after work. All the while, his peculiar actions were observed by his female assistant, who softly remarked, "One can know a person's face, but not their heart. I must keep my distance from him. It's too frightening." Chapter 041. Why is this person so crude? Chen Jun spent an entire day in the office, awaiting a response from his manager, but none came. It seemed he had overthought the situation. The manager was not as heartless as he had imagined. After work, Chen Jun tidied up and hurried to the designated meeting spot. He wandered near the fountain, observing the passers-by while contemplating their appearances. After a quarter of an hour, the time had arrived, yet no one approached him. Puzzled, he thought, "Oh dear, could this fellow have forgotten?" Unbeknownst to him, someone on the 6th floor of the building was observing him through binoculars. As 5 minutes passed without any sign of his contact, Chen Jun decided to send a private message. Upon receiving the text, the person instructed him to toss a black bag into the nearby flower bed. Amused by the absurdity of the situation, Chen Jun chuckled to himself, thinking, "What is this? Selling stockings as if they were bags of sugar?" The observer continued to watch, ensuring no one else was trailing Chen Jun. Since he was already there, Chen Jun complied, throwing the black bag into the flower bed. After completing the task, he sent a message confirming that it was done. The person upstairs, having witnessed the act, replied that payment would be made after inspecting the goods. Chen Jun hesitated for a moment, muttering, "Is this fellow trying to trick me?" He glanced around, wondering if he was being watched. However, rationalizing that it was a no-risk venture, he decided to take a chance. With that, he left the fountain and strolled toward the street, although he did not venture far, instead hiding in a corner behind the building. Approximately 5 minutes later, a man wearing a baseball cap and a black coat hurried toward the flower bed. This man, with a protruding belly, waddled comically, resembling a penguin. Chen Jun couldn't help but remark to himself, how utterly ridiculous. Even spies wouldn't be this cautious. The man first scanned his surroundings to confirm he wasn't being followed, then retrieved the bag. His excitement was palpable as he opened it and dove in, exclaiming, "Delicious! Delicious!" He inhaled deeply as if savoring oxygen, repeating the action several times. Chen Jun thought to himself that if this were captured on video and posted online, it would be utterly hilarious. Having never encountered such a lewd individual before, Chen Jun felt a stark contrast between the online jokes he had heard and this vivid reality. After indulging in the contents, the man secured the bag and placed it into a lunchbox. Chen Jun was bewildered, pondering if this was indeed the legendary practice of making soup. Unable to contain his laughter, he decided he had to leave before he burst into fits of giggles. As he walked away, still chuckling, he received a notification on his phone. The man had confirmed receipt, and the payment had been processed. Not bad at all, he mused. An 800 yuan profit for this little errand. Money is indeed easy to earn. Chen Jun swiftly withdrew the funds and received another message from the man, praising the quality of the stockings and requesting to be informed of future availability. Chen Jun assured him of his honesty and promised to reach out when he had more stock. With a sense of ease, he thought about treating himself to a barbecue, something he hadn't indulged in for quite some time. He took the subway to a famous food street nearby, a place he nostalgically remembered from his student days when he frequently dined there with his roommates. Now, having graduated, they had all returned to their hometowns, leaving Chen Jun alone in the city. Upon entering, he settled into his old seat, feeling as though he had stepped back in time. The owner of the barbecue shop recognized him and inquired, "What would you like today, handsome? Are your friends not joining you?" Chen Jun laughed, responding, "You remember me. They've all gone back home after graduation." He perused the menu, selecting his favorite dishes and ordering a bottle of beer. The owner told him to wait a moment, assuring him the skewers would be ready shortly. After about 15 minutes, the skewers arrived, accompanied by a plate of fruit as a thoughtful gesture. "Enjoy your meal," the owner said with a smile. Chen Jun expressed his gratitude and prepared to dig into the fragrant delicacies. He started with a skewer of pork belly to ease his nerves, followed by 2 skewers of tenderloin to satisfy his cravings. As he savored the flavors, he reminisced about the times spent competing with his roommates for food, where being slow meant missing out. Those were indeed blissful days, filled with happiness despite the financial constraints of student life. However, as he surveyed the feast before him, a wave of melancholy washed over him. As his dorm leader had once said, after graduation, it would be challenging to reunite, perhaps even a final farewell. The high cost of living in Jiangsheng made it unsuitable for ordinary folks to thrive. Even with a monthly income of 10,000, many still lived frugally, with little left after daily expenses. Rent alone consumed 3,000, alongside various other costs such as utilities and transportation. Saving up 50,000 over a year was scarcely an improvement compared to returning to a small county town. Among 5 roommates, only Chen Jun remained, and without the help of a benefactor, survival would be a challenge. At that moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of loneliness and deep regret. If only he had the means to start a company, he could invite all his friends to join him once more. How wonderful it would be to reunite with good friends and relive those joyous times. Currently, Chen Jun had 2 primary goals: to secure funding for his entrepreneurial venture by the end of the year and to identify a profitable project. The following year, he hoped to rent an office space and officially register his company. Upon returning to his rental apartment, Chen Jun was startled upon exiting the elevator. The hallway was cluttered with an array of items: sofas, blankets, pillows, and an assortment of plastic buckets and drying racks. What on earth is going on? He wondered, speculating who had been evicted. The landlord, hands on hips, angrily lamented, "That old scoundrel hasn't paid rent for 2 months and has been stalling. Today I found out he has skipped town." After a lengthy tirade, the landlord revealed that the tenant had vacated days earlier, leaving behind only worthless belongings. Meanwhile, a middle-aged woman was cleaning up, presumably hired by the landlord. Chen Jun thought to himself, "You brought this upon yourself by constantly berating him. It's no wonder he was upset. But doesn't he have 2 months deposit with you? Can't you just deduct that?" Tian Yun suggested. The landlord, frowning, began to tally the losses. "I'm at a loss. 2 months of utilities are nearly 600 yuan, and I still have to pay someone to clean this mess up. It's a total loss." Listening to the landlord's complaints became increasingly absurd, prompting Chen Jun to excuse himself and leave. As he walked away, he noticed that the lights were on in Zhang Chunmei's apartment across the hall. Just as he was about to unlock his door, he was called back by someone behind him. "Hello, handsome. Could I trouble you for a moment?" Zhang Chunmei exclaimed, eager to stop him before he could leave again. Chapter 42. Why won't my hands obey me? Upon hearing the voice, Chen Jun turned around, puzzled, and inquired, "What is it, Sister Zhang? Come out quickly." Zhang Chunmei called her son over, bringing him to Chen Jun. Little Wen bowed respectfully to Chen Jun and said, "Big brother, I apologize for what happened earlier. I'm sorry. It's all right. A child who acknowledges his mistakes and seeks to amend them is indeed a good child," Chen Jun responded, gently patting his cheek in encouragement. With a cheerful smile, Zhang Chunmei said, "Handsome, now that the summer vacation has begun, let me know when you're free, and I will have him wait at home." At this moment, Chen Jun suddenly remembered his promise to tutor her child. "Oh, regarding that, I usually get home around 7:30 in the evening. I'll be free by then." Chen Jun estimated that after finishing work, he would need to have dinner before finally arriving home. "Thank you so much, handsome," Zhang Chunmei expressed her gratitude. Chen Jun entered and set his briefcase aside. At this time, Zhang Chunmei followed him in, retrieving the 3,000 yuan she owed him. "Handsome, I truly apologize for what happened with little one last time. I've gathered the remaining money. Please take it back." She was not one to leave debts unpaid, and even if she owed someone, she would remember it and repay it when the opportunity arose. Chen Jun was taken aback. He had almost forgotten about it. "Sister Zhang, there's no need. You can use this money to buy some school supplies for little one." He declined to accept it, aware that the mother and son were not living well and that the only source of income was her own. Zhang Chunmei had to pay rent and manage her son's daily expenses. Chen Jun often saw her at the market, purchasing leftover vegetables to save a little money. "This money must be accepted. It is compensation, and I must take it. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease," Zhang Chunmei insisted firmly, stating that she preferred to keep her accounts clear. "Then I shall accept it." Knowing her character, Chen Jun could not refuse and finally took it. He thought he could find other opportunities to buy some treats for the child later. Seeing the child standing outside, Chen Jun decided that since he had no other plans for the evening, he would tutor him. "Little one, bring over your homework. I'd like to see how you're doing in your studies," he instructed Zhang Chunmei. "That would be wonderful. Little one, hurry and get your backpack," Zhang Chunmei urged him, holding his hand and expressing her gratitude, appearing quite excited. "There is no need to be so polite. I have nothing else to do." This was true. He didn't have to work overtime that evening, and aside from watching a movie, he had little else to occupy his time. Chen Jun went to the bathroom to wash his face and clear his mind. He then walked into the living room and pulled the coffee table to the center. Upon seeing Little One approach with his backpack, he asked him to take out his previous homework. Little One opened his backpack and placed his stationery and exercise books on the table. Chen Jun picked up the English workbook and noticed the letters were scrawled awkwardly and were quite difficult to read. "Oh dear, little one, your writing is too messy. If you continue like this, the teacher will certainly give you a low score on your essays." Chen Jun immediately identified the issue. "But our English teacher writes like this on the board. I don't know how else to write," little one explained, saying that their teacher wrote in cursive when transcribing from the blackboard. "Tomorrow, I will get you a practice book. You should practice writing as your teacher does for convenience." Chen Jun recalled his own middle school English teacher, who also wrote in cursive, leading him down a similar path of confusion. It was only after being repeatedly reminded by his high school teacher that he gradually corrected his writing style. "Thank you, big brother," Owen said, sitting up straight and attentively listening, mentally noting the key points. "Little one, English in middle school is quite simple. The main thing is to memorize the vocabulary. You need to learn the words in context." Chen Jun shared his own experiences of learning English. "But I can't spell. Our teacher doesn't teach us, and no matter how much I try to memorize them, I can't remember," little one replied, mentioning that their English teacher only explained the textbook content, neglecting anything outside of it. "And what about the other students? If they can't spell, how do they learn English?" Chen Jun inquired. Little one replied that those from more affluent families attended after-school tutoring classes. "You should first learn phonetics. This will greatly improve your self-learning ability when you reach high school." Chen Jun suggested. He searched for a video online, opened it, and instructed little one on how to study. "Little one, listen to the video the first time, and then take notes the second time." Chen Jun assigned him tasks, realizing that watching the video would be more efficient than explaining everything in detail. "Thank you, big brother." Little one began watching the video. Zhang Chunmei felt a sense of relief upon seeing her son so diligently engaged in learning. As Chen Jun sat nearby, he suddenly thought about Mei Jianyang, who had not contacted him for several days. Could it be that she had truly forgotten him? Chen Jun resolved to call her after Little finished his online class. After watching the video, Little asked about the difference between voiced and voiceless consonants. Chen Jun explained that the distinction lies in whether the vocal cords vibrate while making the same mouth shape. What does it mean for the vocal cords to vibrate? Little shook his head, indicating he didn't understand. A simple way to tell is to touch your Adam's apple while pronouncing. When it vibrates, that's a voice consonant. Chen Jun provided the most intuitive method of discernment. Is that so? Little exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. It appeared that having a good teacher for guidance was indeed essential. At that moment, Zhang Chunmei entered with a bowl of sweet rice balls, beaming with a smile. Handsome, you've worked hard. Have a taste. She set the bowl in front of him and leaned down. Today, she had deliberately worn a loose-fitting home dress, intending to give him a visual treat. The garment was quite roomy in the front, and when she bent over, it accentuated her figure. With a smile, she thought to herself, "Handsome, don't you enjoy this? Just a little something to satisfy your cravings, as a token of gratitude." Chen Jun's gaze immediately fell upon her pronounced curves, and he found himself momentarily entranced. Unable to look away, shaking off his stupor, he quickly expressed his thanks. "Thank you, Sister Zhang, for the sweet rice balls. You are too kind." Zhang Chunmei laughed lightly, saying it was nothing special, before turning her attention back to her son. As she stood with her back to him, one hand resting on the table, Chen Jun couldn't help but glance again. The casual wear made her figure appear particularly alluring, and his heart raced inexplicably. What was happening? Why did he feel an uncontrollable impulse? Could it be that he truly had a weakness for such temptation? Chen Jun's right hand slowly reached out, but then quickly retracted. The allure of her back was simply too tempting. He silently chanted to himself, "Why are my hands so disobedient? This is troublesome." Seeing that he hadn't eaten, Zhang Chunmei turned around and asked, "What's the matter, handsome? Is it not to your liking?" Naturally, she was aware of the curiosity a young man might have. "Thank you, I'll eat now." Chen Jun picked up the spoon, scooped a spoonful, and brought it to his mouth. To be honest, he was not in the mood to enjoy it. His mind was cluttered with various thoughts. Unfortunately, at that moment, his phone rang, and the online class had to come to an abrupt end. Chapter 043, Why Don't You Also Give Me a Pair? I Want to Compare. Chen Jun picked up his phone and, upon seeing that the caller was Zhang Xuefei, answered it. "Hello, Mom, what's the matter?" Chen Jun thought to himself, wondering if she was calling him out for a drink this late at night. "My dear son, your second aunt is ill, and I couldn't visit today. Could you go and see her for me?" Zhang Xuefei knew her cousin hoped Chen Jun would visit, but couldn't bring herself to say it, so she made the call instead. Chen Jun felt puzzled upon hearing the news. What did she get hospitalized? How come I hadn't heard anything about it? "All right, Mom, please send me the hospital address. I'll head over immediately." He felt a surge of urgency, realizing that the absence of their recent conversations was due to her illness. Before long, Zhang Xuefei sent him the hospital's location via WeChat. Upon receiving it, Chen Jun hurriedly contemplated his journey. Zhang Chunmei, observing his anxious demeanor, understood that a relative must be hospitalized. "All right, handsome, we'll take our leave now, so we don't disturb you." Zhang Chunmei wisely let her son out. "Sure, Zhang Jia, I'll teach him tomorrow evening when I'm free." Chen Jun apologized. He turned and stepped into his bedroom, grabbed his ID card, changed into a jacket, and left. It was just past 8 o'clock, not too late for a hospital visit. Chen Jun hailed a ride-sharing car on the roadside and instructed the driver to take him to his destination. He was heading to Jiangcheng Third Hospital, a sizable public tertiary hospital. The driver, aware of his destination, drove a bit faster and played a soothing song to alleviate Chen Jun's anxiety. As he sat in the car, he pondered how the beautiful Miss Su could have suddenly fallen ill. She had appeared vibrant and healthy recently, seemingly free of any chronic conditions. Half an hour later, the car stopped on the road outside the hospital. After paying, Chen Jun stepped out, but suddenly realized he was empty-handed. "How could I enter like this? I ought to bring something," he thought, feeling the need to express his goodwill. Thus, he crossed the overpass to a flower shop on the opposite street. Though modest in size, it displayed a variety of blossoms at its entrance. Entering the shop, Chen Jun began considering what to purchase. The shopkeeper, noticing his presence, quickly approached him. "Young man, what kind of flowers are you looking for?" Lacking knowledge about flowers, he inquired, "Shopkeeper, what would be appropriate for visiting a patient?" The shopkeeper pointed to a nearby bouquet. "Carnations are the first choice for hospital visits. They symbolize wishes for a speedy recovery." Chen Jun glanced at the carnations, but found the colors too chaotic and sought something more uniform. "Do you have anything else?" he asked. The shopkeeper nodded, suggesting, "How about sunflowers? They have become quite popular among the youth recently." Chen Jun regarded the sunflowers and found them appealing, representing sunshine and vitality. "I'll take these. Please wrap them up for me." He pointed to the flowers, making his decision. "Certainly." The shopkeeper trimmed the stems and wrapped the sunflowers in paper. Once satisfied with the arrangement, Chen Jun paid and exited the flower shop. After walking for a bit, he realized that flowers alone were insufficient, so he decided to purchase some fruit as well. He made his way to a nearby fruit store, explained his purpose, and requested a fruit basket. The shopkeeper readily complied, including apples, oranges, dragon fruit, and other fruits. With the fruit basket completed, Chen Jun paid and carried it out. Feeling pleased with his thoughtful offerings, he held the fruit basket in one hand and the flowers in the other as he made his way to the inpatient department. Arriving on the 12th floor via the elevator, he approached the service desk to inquire about Su Qinghua's ward. After receiving directions, he navigated the corridor, stopping at a room near the corner. This must be it, he thought, peering inside. He saw a woman lying on one of the beds, but her face was obscured due to her position. The room contained only 2 beds, and the other was unoccupied. Chen Jun entered, approaching the bedside, and beheld a haggard visage. Su Qinghua lay in a hospital gown, her complexion pale as she rested with her eyes closed. Chen Jun gently placed the fruit basket and flowers on a small table beside her. He then pulled up a chair, settling beside her. Without makeup, she appeared fatigued yet still strikingly beautiful. This businesswoman, having lost her husband and facing discord with her daughter, seemed utterly alone in this hospital room. Regardless of one's stature, illness casts a shadow of sorrow, a longing for care that cannot be concealed. Chen Jun brushed a strand of her curly hair aside, gazing at the sleeping beauty. So lovely, he mused, having previously thought her fair complexion was merely the result of makeup. Just then, Su Qinghua stirred at the sound. Opening her eyes and turning her head, upon seeing Chen Jun, she exclaimed, "You scared me. What are you doing here?" "I received a call from Fei Jia and rushed over," Chen Jun replied with a smile, gently caressing her cheek to reassure her. "Ah, I really shouldn't have troubled you like this," Su Qinghua complained, though a hint of happiness flickered her heart. "I came on my own accord. What illness do you have that is so serious? Why didn't you inform me?" Chen Jun chastised her for not sharing her condition. "It's nothing serious. I just had too much work and needed a hideaway for a couple of days," Su Qinghua assured him. "You make it sound so simple. I'll just ask the doctor later to find out the truth," Chen Jun remarked, waiting for her to confess. "It's really nothing. I just didn't rest well and fainted. The doctor suggested I stay for a couple of days," Su Qinghua finally revealed, conceding to his persistence. "You should take better care of yourself. Business will always be there. You can afford to take it easy," Chen Jun advised. "You little rascal. Why are you trying to sound like an adult?" Su Qinghua playfully swatted his hand. Chen Jun bristled at her words, retorting, "I am an adult. Want to test that here?" "You must be joking. I think it's your cousin's influence," Su Qinghua teased, pouting like a young girl. In truth, Su Qinghua's relentless work ethic stemmed from her desire to forget painful memories. The loss of her husband haunted her, and when idle, her mind spiraled into dark thoughts. Thus, she immersed herself in her work, which outsiders perceived as a pursuit for wealth, though only she understood the deeper reasons behind her relentless drive. "Here, have an orange. I just bought these," Chen Jun said, reaching into the fruit basket for one and peeling it. "Why waste money on this?" "I'm not staying long," Su Qinghua remarked, finally noticing the flowers and fruit basket on the table. "Well, I couldn't come empty-handed, could I?" Chen Jun replied, offering her 2 segments of the orange. "Thank you," Su Qinghua said, happily accepting and savoring the sweet taste, which brightened her expression, dispelling the previous gloom. "With so many beautiful women at your workplace, haven't you found someone you like?" Su Qinghua inquired. "Indeed, there are many, such as my female assistant who is quite beautiful. Today she even removed her stockings for me." Chen Jun recounted the events of the day. Hey, don't tell me stories. Why would a girl give you her stockings for no reason?" Su Qinghua exclaimed, sensing the absurdity of the situation. It's true. Otherwise, why don't you give me a pair, and let us see whose scent is more alluring? Chen Jun laughed heartily. Within his jest, there lay a kernel of truth, as he genuinely hoped to prosper from this. Chapter 44. Do not favor one. Let everyone share the blessing, child. Such words are unreliable, Su Qinghua remarked, seemingly annoyed, as she turned her face away. Observing her smooth skin and alluring lips, Chen Jun was suddenly overcome with an impulse. He cupped her cheeks and leaned in to kiss her. Su Qinghua's eyes widened in surprise at his unexpected gesture, thinking, we are in a hospital. How embarrassing it would be if someone saw us. Initially, she symbolically pushed him away, but soon, she ceased her resistance. Chen Jun straightened up, gazing at her with satisfaction. In that moment, she was truly enchanting. The pallor that had marked her face moments ago was replaced by a familiar flush. What are you doing? Could you be a little more considerate? Su Qinghua spoke in a gentle tone. Her voice stirred something within Chen Jun, sounding almost like a shy little girl. All right, once you are discharged, come to my house. My bed is soft and comfortable, he said, taking her delicate hand and admiring it. How frivolous. You are becoming just like my cousin, Su Qinghua remarked, her lips slightly closed, casting a sideways glance at him. Do you want me to stay with you tonight? After all, hospital stays require companionship, don't they? Chen Jun mused, noting that the bed beside her was empty. You wish. Your hands are far from innocent. Who knows if you'll reach out for me at night? Su Qinghua huffed, indicating her disapproval, suggesting he should return soon. All right, since you've seen through me, I must confess. Chen Jun chuckled, genuinely contemplating discussing the philosophies of life with her once the lights were out. Su Qinghua, noticing the time, urged him to return, assuring him that a nurse would be attending to her. However, Chen Jun insisted on staying a bit longer, relishing this rare opportunity to spend time together. The following day, Chen Jun arrived at the office as usual. Upon entering, he greeted with enthusiasm, Hi Lily, you look lovely today. His gaze trailed down her figure, landing on her elegantly clad legs. Wang Lily, startled, quickly tucked her feet beneath the desk. Hello, supervisor, she replied curtly. Observing her expression, Chen Jun pondered. What is wrong with her? She seems frightened of me. Lily, are you feeling unwell? He inquired. No, supervisor, I'm perfectly fine, Wang Lily replied with an awkward smile. By the way, Lily, I almost forgot. Here is some money for you. Chen Jun pulled 4 red bills from his pocket and placed them on her desk. Wang Lily stared at the 400 yuan, a wave of suspicion washing over her. Do you think of me as a casual woman? 400 yuan, 1 tea suffice. She protested. Is 400 not enough? How much do you want? Chen Jun questioned, calculating that he had earned a total of 800 yuan, which he thought was fair to split. Furthermore, he had treated himself to barbecue and a fruit basket the previous day. He couldn't possibly give everything to her. This isn't merely about the money. At least take me to a movie or dinner first. Please don't insult me with cash, Wang Lily retorted angrily, her tone resolute. Ah, what a hassle. I'm just giving you money for the stockings, and you expect a movie and dinner as well? Chen Jun scratched his head, bewildered. What? The money for stockings, what does that even mean? Wang Lily was equally perplexed. Chen Jun recounted an encounter from the previous day when he saw a ragged old beggar at the intersection, unable to bear the sight of the beggar's bare legs. He had given him a pair of stockings. The beggar, ecstatic to receive them, had gifted Chen Jun 400 yuan in gratitude. As he explained the origin of the money, Wang Lily listened in stunned silence. After processing his tale, Chen Jun felt a surge of admiration for his own imaginative storytelling abilities. I thought this money belonged to you, so I brought it over. Are you not accepting it? He asked. Wang Lily took a moment, raised her hand to pause him, and then inquired, Are you implying that the beggar wore my black stockings? Indeed. What is the matter? Chen Jun stifled a laugh, unable to suppress the image of a beggar in black stockings begging on the street. No, supervisor. Do you really think I'm naive? If the beggar had 400 yuan, why would he be begging? Wang Lily mused, growing increasingly skeptical. Begging is a profession nowadays. One cannot judge others through tinted lenses. Chen Jun offered his perspective, suggesting that begging might simply be an experience for some. Supervisor, do you truly believe I would buy that? The money is brand new, Wang Lily pointed out, recognizing it as freshly withdrawn cash. Lily, since that's the case, I must come clean. I know an expatriate who collects second-hand clothing, Chen Jun explained, clarifying that he had quoted 60 yuan, but the foreigner mistook it for $60. Really? What does the foreigner want with second-hand stockings? Wang Lily asked, her skepticism evident. Chen Jun elaborated that second-hand clothing could be quite lucrative. In impoverished regions abroad, where manufacturing was underdeveloped, everything relied on imports. Those foreigners would come here to stock up, returning by plane and making substantial profits. Wang Lily recalled hearing about foreigners profiting from reselling second-hand clothing on the news, her doubts beginning to dissipate. I see now, I misunderstood you. Supervisor, you should keep the money, she said, refusing to accept it, claiming he had earned it through his own efforts. Please take it. We may need your fortune in the future, Chen Jun urged her, insisting she accept it. All right, thank you, Wang Lily replied, placing the money in her bag. However, she remained curious as to why he wouldn't simply give the foreigner new items, which would be more convenient. Chen Jun explained that giving away new items would be wasteful. Selling after use was far more cost-effective. Wang Lily considered this and agreed, realizing that giving new items could lead to unwanted attention at work. At that moment, a female colleague from the office, noticing their conversation, curiously approached. Supervisor, why are you giving her money? Are you two together? She laughed. Don't be ridiculous. This is money from selling stockings, Wang Lily quickly clarified. Stockings? What a niche market, the colleague exclaimed, her confusion evident. What? Does the supervisor really sell goods on the street? Chen Jun had not intended to make it public, but Wang Lily explained everything to her. Upon hearing the details, the colleague was intrigued and immediately expressed interest. Supervisor, sell my stockings too. I've just been throwing them away. All right, but must remain confidential, Chen Jun cautioned, wanting to keep the venture exclusive. The colleague, delighted, promptly changed into a pair of stockings to hand over to him, realizing that making money this way was far more enjoyable than working. Chen Jun accepted the stockings, placing them on his desk, planning to take pictures later for sale. However, several other female colleagues in the office noticed the trio's secretive exchange. After persistent questioning, they uncovered the truth that the supervisor had a lucrative side business. They urged Chen Jun to let them in on the opportunity to earn some extra cash for skincare products. Supervisor, don't play favorites. I want to earn some money too. Exactly, we are all in the same department. We should share the wealth. Please, handsome, help me out. I need to pay my rent soon. In response, Chen Jun raised his hands and, smiling broadly, said, All right, but let us keep it within our department. Let us just make money ourselves. These female colleagues unanimously expressed their assurance of discretion, vowing to keep their lips sealed and reveal not a single word. Very well. I understand. Chen Jun nodded, retrieving his phone, preparing to capture a few close-up shots of their elegant legs. Chapter 045. A good copy is the key to success. Chen Jun held his phone and began to take pictures of them one by one, his movements exuding professionalism. Perfect. Lifted a bit to the left, yes, just like that. In his hands, the phone transformed into a DSLR camera, capturing images both horizontally and vertically. Wow, the supervisor is so professional. Could it be that he studied photography in the past? The way he snapped photos was undeniably captivating and charming. What a talented supervisor. How wonderful it would be to find a boyfriend like him. Upon hearing this, Chen Jun's lips curved into a subtle smile, thinking to himself, from now on, please refer to me as Teacher Chen. After finishing the first set of photos, he organized them by numbering to avoid confusion with the subsequent ones. All right, who's next? Hurry up. Chen Jun called for the female colleagues to step forward. With a tight schedule, as they needed to head to the warehouse for supplies around 9 o'clock. Time was of the essence. Guiding them from the sidelines, he instructed them to pose in various leg movements. As a man, he naturally understood what the otaku demographic found appealing. After half an hour, all the photos had been taken and categorized. Wang Lily sat at her desk, observing them, pondering, ever since this supervisor joined, the office has indeed become livelier. Speaking of which, after the last incident where the manager was inadvertently outmaneuvered by Chen Jun, he hasn't returned here since. This baffles me. Given the manager's temperament, he wouldn't simply let it go. Once Chen Jun finished taking photos, he stepped back inside and inquired, "Lily, are you going to change today?" Wang Lily thought about her stockings, which were still in good condition, and replied, "Thank you, supervisor. Perhaps tomorrow. It seems wasteful to change today. Changing too frequently isn't advisable." Chen Jun nodded and returned to his seat to edit the photos. He logged into the second-hand platform, Huang Yu, and was immediately greeted by a plethora of messages. "My goodness, someone actually spent 800 yuan on this. Is money really that easy to make? If these are indeed the model's black stockings, I wouldn't mind paying an extra 50. He wondered if the seller was still around, feeling an impulse to purchase a pair himself. After reviewing the comments, he noticed that most were teasing remarks without any genuine purchasing intentions. It was understandable. Who would openly express their desire to buy in such a public forum? That would be a premature revelation. Chen Jun first uploaded the images, then proceeded to craft a compelling description, a pivotal element that could determine whether the items would sell. This time, he had to avoid the previous mistake of claiming they were his personal items, as that sounded implausible. Deep in thought, he understood that the future of the entire department hung in the balance, and he could not afford to be careless. After a quarter of an hour, he finally conceived a brilliant copy. "I am a professional model. Due to my friend's work commitments, I need to sell 5 pairs of second-hand black stockings. Interested parties can leave a message." He carefully considered his wording, believing this phrasing to be exceedingly authentic, emphasizing the essence of genuineness. Once the listing was published, it attracted a flurry of online attention, with view counts skyrocketing. These seasoned buyers, in a tone of jest, began to comment. "Is this true? Are models' incomes so low that they need to sell stockings to make a living? These images seem too real, unlike stock photos. Is she a genuine model? Honestly, if those legs are real, they're incredibly alluring." In under a minute, 5 or 6 individuals sent private messages inquiring about the price. Among them was the previous old otaku, who requested a pair to be reserved for him. Chen Jun readily agreed, ensuring that returning customers were always accommodated, instructing him to proceed with the purchase at the same price as before. The old otaku, upon noticing the seller had altered the price, promptly completed the payment. Having verified the authenticity of the stockings during the last transaction, he was eager to secure his purchase. Chen Jun felt a surge of happiness and confirmed the meeting location for the exchange. The old otaku responded affirmatively and shared the transaction time. With their communication complete, the sale was effectively sealed. Chen Jun then addressed the other inquiries that had arrived in his private messages. He began by introducing the brand of the stockings, explaining that they were from Jihua, known for their superior quality and durability. He understood, however, that these seasoned buyers were less concerned about the brand and more focused on the fact that they were secondhand. Chen Jun assured them of his integrity in business, guaranteeing that they were indeed secondhand and freshly removed. To bolster their confidence, he shared a screenshot of the previous buyer's payment confirmation. With a spirit of cautious optimism, these seasoned buyers decided to take a gamble and proceeded to make their purchases. Before long, all 5 pairs of black stockings had been sold, aside from one local buyer. The remaining 4 were from distant locations, all requesting express shipping. Given the express service's promise of swift delivery, Chen Jun understood their concerns. If left too long, the items might lose their appeal. Wang Lily observed him busy in communication with clients, reflecting on her previous misjudgments regarding him. Chen Jun retrieved a pre-prepared sealing bag from his briefcase, placing the stockings inside, and then enclosing them within a black outer bag to ensure discretion. With that, everything was set, awaiting the evening's shipping. Typically, the courier arrives around 5 o'clock at the east gate of the mall, coinciding perfectly with the end of the workday. Having completed these tasks, it was time to focus on the primary business as he descended with several female colleagues to collect the goods. Now, he was adept at this process, no longer reliant on his female assistant. Finally, the clock struck closing time. Chen Jun gathered his belongings and descended with 5 small packages. At that moment, the express courier was stationed at the gate, ready to collect packages. Chen Jun stepped outside, greeted him, and received the shipping label before starting to scan and fill in the address. Noticing the company badge on Chen Jun's chest, the courier decided to offer him a discount. "Hey, let me set you up with a monthly plan for a discount. I hope you'll choose us for your future shipments. Absolutely, thank you. After completing the form, Chen Jun handed over the 4 packages, reminding him to handle them with care, as they were quite valuable. Rest assured, I'm meticulous with my deliveries. There's never been an issue on my end, the courier assured him. With that, Chen Jun felt reassured. Though the packages were light, their total value was substantial, warranting a cautious approach. To expand and strengthen the business, trust cultivated through integrity was paramount. With that matter resolved, Chen Jun made his way to He Phone Building, where the old otaku awaited him. Chapter 046. Sneaky Behavior. There must be something amiss at this moment. It was the end of the workday, and the streets were bustling with pedestrians. Chen Jun crossed the intersection and arrived at the fountain across the road. As he had done previously, he scanned his surroundings to ensure no one was watching before discreetly tossing a black bag into the flower bed. Having completed this task, Chen Jun sent a message to the reclusive man, instructing him to come and collect the item. The reclusive man, being cautious, advised Chen Jun to leave first and assured him he would retrieve it later. Upon receiving the message, Chen Jun departed, as he was also in a hurry to buy a workbook for Shaolin. However, his furtive actions had not gone unnoticed by a nearby man. This man, Lu Jin, was a newly hired intern reporter. He found it peculiar that someone would linger around, tossing a bag and then leaving without explanation. With his keen intuition, Lu Jin suspected that the contents of the bag were anything but ordinary. Just as he contemplated checking its contents, a portly man hurriedly descended the stairs. Lu Jin quickly turned away, pretending to be on a phone call while continuing to observe. The reclusive man, dressed in heavy clothing, surveyed his surroundings to confirm it was safe before retrieving the bag and departing. It was certainly suspicious for someone to be dressed so unusually during the day. Could it possibly be a case of illicit trading? This thought immediately struck Lu Jin, driven by a sense of justice and a fervent desire to secure a permanent position. He resolved to gather evidence for exposure. Meanwhile, Chen Jun had arrived at a stationery store and expressed his intention to purchase a workbook. The proprietor gestured for him to select from the available options. Chen Jun browsed and chose an English workbook along with a calligraphy workbook. This dual approach allowed him to switch between practices when he grew weary of one. After completing his purchase, he exited the store, intending to head to the subway station across the street. At that moment, he noticed an HW Experience store and decided to take a look inside. The store was filled with children, as their parents had not yet arrived, leaving them to play games. The staff did not intervene as long as the children did not cause any damage. Chen Jun wandered into the store and began exploring the tablet section. Most of the devices were priced around 3,000, making them relatively affordable. He had previously seen a model named 5S while browsing short videos online, which had received glowing reviews. Thus, he seized the opportunity to ascertain its true usability. After locating the model, he tested its responsiveness with his fingers, finding it to be quite satisfactory. Noticing his interest, a nearby staff member approached, informing him that it was a bestseller and available with a subsidy. Recalling that there was a keyboard included online, Chen Jun inquired whether it was complimentary. The staff member clarified that the keyboard required an additional payment, but there was a promotional offer available. They continued to discuss that with the subsidy, the total for both items would be 3,000, with a discount of 500. This effectively meant the keyboard was free of charge. Chen Jun, finding this deal appealing, promptly decided to purchase both the tablet and the keyboard. The staff member, pleased with the swift transaction, guided him to the checkout, remarking that such decisive customers were rare. Chen Jun mused that a tablet would be ideal for online classes, alleviating concerns about interruptions from phone calls. After completing his payment, he carried the bag and proceeded towards the subway station. The reclusive man, having obtained the black bag, did not immediately ascend the stairs but lingered in the lobby for a while. He wanted to ensure that no suspicious individuals were following him, a habit formed from years of solitude that rendered him highly vigilant. After nearly 5 minutes of waiting and seeing no unfamiliar faces, he prepared to ascend. In an abundance of caution, he opted for the stairwell instead of the elevator, climbing each flight until he was breathless. After approximately half an hour, he reached the 6th floor and exited through the safety door. He had rented a small storage unit here, situated amidst a bustling e-commerce area. where few would take notice of his comings and goings. Once inside, he checked for any onlookers before unlocking the door and stepping inside. The room was shrouded in darkness, with curtains blocking out all light, giving it a lifeless atmosphere. The scent within was one that only he could tolerate. The tables, chairs, and even the bed were cluttered with various secondhand garments, and the drying rack was adorned with an assortment of items, including socks, vests, and skirts. The origins of these numerous items were twofold. Some were procured online, while others were taken opportunistically. He turned on the light, dispelling some of the gloom, and immediately began to inspect the latest shipment. The reclusive man retrieved his scissors from the refrigerator and carefully opened the bag. Inside, he discovered a sealed package, exclaiming in admiration at its professionalism. It effectively contained the scent, showcasing a commendable level of expertise. Truly a good merchant. If Chen Jun were to hear this, he would undoubtedly feel elated to have found a kindred spirit who acknowledged his efforts. Removing his cap, the reclusive man revealed a balding head at over 60. He had long been without family, spending his days alone and relying on films for entertainment. His pension was entirely devoted to this pursuit. He found joy in collecting various second-hand clothing, which had become his primary means of interaction with the outside world. As he beheld the black stockings within the sealed package, he could hardly contain his excitement. With trembling hands, he opened the bag and inhaled deeply, savoring the fragrance. Ah, how delightful! It was unmistakably the scent of a beautiful woman. This seller was truly trustworthy. Having previously encountered numerous counterfeit items, he could easily discern the difference. Some unscrupulous vendors had resorted to masking their wares with synthetic fragrances. The moment he detected the artificial scent, he knew it was fake, devoid of any genuine warmth. The reclusive man carefully laid the stockings out on the table, taking his time to appreciate them. He noted that this scent was distinct from the last, indicating they belonged to a different person. This variety was more enjoyable for him, preventing olfactory fatigue. What a generous seller, he mused, clearly. These were authentic goods worth $800. After thoroughly admiring the items, he took out his phone to confirm receipt and promptly transferred the payment. Upon receiving the funds, the seller sent a grateful emoji in response. The reclusive man assured him that he would be back for more and requested a steady supply. Upon receiving this message, Chen Jun's first thought was that this individual seemed quite affluent. The reclusive man then approached his computer desk and opened a film centered around a love story featuring a female model. To enhance his experience, he produced a pair of binoculars to simulate the thrill of voyeurism. As he reached the film's climactic moments, he brought the stockings close to his nose, inhaling the intoxicating scent. Ah, how captivating! This was the allure of the model, providing him with an immersive experience that engrossed him entirely in the film. This was the fabled 5D cinema experience, where the sense of smell added a layer of realism. For this lonely old man, such moments of pleasure were his only source of joy. It seemed that this was the sole reason for him to persist in life. It is clear that providing care for solitary seniors is an urgent necessity. Chapter 047. Your attire reveals your intentions. Chen Jun, while on the subway, found himself amused by a message from an older gentleman, which read, "Dear seller, you are like a ray of light that illuminates my life, a savior." Chen Jun chuckled aloud, drawing the attention of those around him. It was endearing how the elderly often infuse their words with a touch of humor. He thought to himself, I am no savior, nor do I harbor lofty ideals. I am merely in pursuit of making a living. Upon exiting the subway, he carried a bag filled with educational supplies, certain that a child would delight in them. Outside his rental apartment, a small truck was parked, laden with neatly packaged clothing. The driver, visibly irate, was on the phone, urging someone to come down and collect the items. He muttered expletives, threatening to leave if the person did not appear soon. Chen Jun chose not to linger. He navigated through the alley towards the elevator. It appeared someone had recently moved in, as two small wooden cabinets were placed beside the elevator. As he ascended, he hoped that no loud individuals would disturb his peace that night. Just as he exited the elevator, he inadvertently collided with a woman who had stepped in behind him. He felt a soft impact, causing him to stagger back. "I'm so sorry. I was in a hurry," she exclaimed. Chen Jun looked up to see a stranger's face, curious about her identity. She had her hair tied in a bun, and her delicate, oval face exuded a charming innocence. Her posture was upright, and her figure was well-proportioned, accentuated by the fullness of her attire. "It's quite all right. I wasn't paying attention." Chen Jun waved his hand dismissively. "By the way, excuse me, are you a resident here as well?" The woman appeared anxious. "Yes, I am. What is the matter?" Chen Jun nodded, intrigued by her predicament. She introduced herself as Xiao Cuifang, a new tenant who had just moved in that very day. She explained that she had numerous belongings to transport, but the driver was unyielding, insisting that he was only paid for the fare, not for unloading. Although she offered to compensate him, he refused, claiming he was too fatigued to assist. Xiao Cuifang lamented that with so many items, it was impossible to move everything in one go, having already made 2 trips. She expressed her desperation, stating that if she didn't finish soon, the driver would leave. "Could you possibly lend a hand? I will certainly pay you for your assistance," she implored, her voice tinged with a plea. Her vulnerable demeanor was quite compelling. The traditional virtue of helping others tugged at his heartstrings. "No need for payment. Just go ahead and unload. I'll be right back," Chen Jun replied, making his way to his room. "Thank you so much. I will wait for you downstairs," Xiao Cuifang said with evident relief. Once inside his room, Chen Jun noticed that Zhang Chunmei's door was closed and decided to postpone delivering her items. After unloading, he opted for the safety staircase instead of waiting for the elevator. Outside, he found Xiao Cuifang in a heated discussion with the driver, who was complaining about the delay. She asked him to wait 5 more minutes, assuring him that her friend would be down shortly. Upon seeing Chen Jun approach, her face lit up. "Yes, these are the items I need to move," she confirmed excitedly. The truck contained primarily clothing and bedding. While not overly heavy, they were cumbersome to handle. The driver insisted on unloading everything first, as he had other deliveries to make. Despite her discomfort, Xiao Cuifang acquiesced, as she was particular about cleanliness and did not want her belongings to become soiled. Chen Jun climbed into the truck, passing down packages to expedite the process, while she stood by, organizing the items to avoid any oversight. After about 15 minutes, the truck was emptied. The driver checked to ensure nothing was left behind before driving away. "Thank you so much, kind sir. I couldn't have done it without you." Xiao Cuifang expressed her gratitude profusely. "No need for thanks. We are neighbors," Chen Jun replied, noting that the items had not been particularly heavy. After a brief rest, they ascended together with the last of the bags. Fortuitously, her apartment was adjacent to the elevator, making the task easier. Once the clothing was moved, Chen Jun also carried the wooden cabinets upstairs. They completed the task in 3 trips, bringing everything from downstairs into her apartment. As a gesture of appreciation, she invited him inside to sit and rest. Initially hesitant to intrude, Chen Jun found her warmth irresistible. She offered him a bottle of iced tea from the refrigerator to quench his thirst. "Thank you," he said, unscrewing the cap and taking a refreshing sip. The cool beverage was indeed revitalizing after their labors. "Really, I cannot thank you enough. I would have been at a loss without your help," Xiao Cuifang declared, reaching for her phone to initiate a transfer. "There's no need for that. We're neighbors." "It was a simple favor," Chen Jun interjected, insisting that he would not accept payment. "But I feel terrible about having you work for free," she countered, genuinely embarrassed. "It's truly unnecessary. I'm not being polite," he affirmed, determined to decline her offer. "Well, I owe you one then," she replied, eager to learn more about her neighbor. As Chen Jun glanced outside and noticed Zhang Chunmei and her son passing by, he stood to take his leave. "I must go. I have some matters to attend to at home," he said, bidding her farewell. "Do come by when you have the time," she called after him, offering polite parting words. Upon entering his own room, Chen Jun retrieved the calligraphy books he had purchased. Meanwhile, Zhang Chunmei was busy washing vegetables in preparation for dinner. "Sister Zhang, I brought this for Xiao Wan. It will be helpful for him to practice," he said, handing over the 2 books. "Oh, that is wonderful. You're such a good person," she exclaimed, calling for her son to come quickly. Hearing his mother's voice, Xiao Wan rushed into the living room, eager to avoid any delay. "This is for you. Make sure to practice diligently," Chen Jun encouraged, ruffling the boy's hair. "Thank you, big brother. This is fantastic." Xiao Wan beamed with joy as he accepted the books. Chen Jun then shared that he had also purchased a tablet, which would make attending online classes much easier. Zhang Chunmei, moved to tears, wiped her eyes, touched that someone had shown such kindness to her child since her husband's passing. There is no need to be so emotional. I intended to buy it anyway. It was merely fortuitous, he reassured her. Unsure how to express her gratitude, she felt overwhelmed. A simple, heartfelt principle guided her. Kindness begets kindness. If Chen Jun finds herself in need, she would willingly offer her body as compensation. Although her educational background is not extensive, she possesses a profound sense of gratitude and is always contemplating how to repay kindnesses received. Chapter 048. You must trust me. I am a gentleman in the room. Chen Jun was diligently conducting an online class for the young Xiao when using his newly acquired tablet. The child exhibited remarkable learning capabilities. After merely 2 sessions, she was already able to read phonetic symbols aloud. Chen Jun felt a surge of joy, as teaching her himself brought a deep sense of accomplishment. At that moment, a woman approached the door, her low-heeled shoes making little noise. She peeked inside, noticing Chen Jun was busy, and decided to wait a moment. Chen Jun caught sight of Shadow and turned to discover it was Xiao Cuifang. He stepped outside to inquire, "Is there something you need?" "Hello, handsome. The light in my room is broken. Could you assist me in changing it?" "I can't reach it," Xiao Cuifang said, a hint of embarrassment in her voice, feeling like a burden. Yet, in this unfamiliar place, she had no one else to turn to besides Chen Jun. It was hardly surprising. The other tenants were either working night shifts or living at the factory. "Not a problem," Chen Jun replied readily. After all, one should support their neighbors. Who knows when one might find themselves in need of help. "Xiao, take your time. I'll be back shortly," he said, following his female neighbor to her room. The living room was cluttered with clothing, but it had all been tidied up. "The light bulb in the bathroom has been out, and I suspect it is faulty," Xiao Cuifang remarked as she led him through the living room to the bathroom. The place was dim and visibility was poor. Chen Jun took out his phone and activated the flashlight feature, illuminating the ceiling. The bulb was indeed blackened, clearly burnt out. He had encountered similar situations during his dormitory days. "Is that so? Fortunately, I have a spare in the room. I'll retrieve it now," Xiao Cuifang exclaimed, visibly pleased to have identified the issue. She hurried to fetch a light bulb from a small box and quickly returned to the bathroom. "Do you have a flashlight? If not, just use your phone." "As it's difficult for me to change it otherwise," she said, concerned about the darkness. "I couldn't find a flashlight, but I'll use my phone instead." Chen Jun responded, switching his phone to the illumination mode. Standing on the sink, he reached up just high enough to grasp the light socket. "Here you go, the light bulb," he said, as Xiao Cuifang held the phone to provide light while passing the bulb to him. Bending down, Chen Jun took the bulb in his hand, straightened up, and stood on tiptoe. He carefully aligned the bulb with the socket and began to screw it in. Once tightened, he thought this should do it. "Miss, please give it a try and see if it works," he instructed her to switch it on. "All right, I'll test it now," she replied, turning to head outside and flick the switch. Unfortunately, the light remained dark. "That's odd. Is there something wrong?" Chen Jun unscrewed the bulb again, feeling the bottom, which also appeared damaged. "Could it be an issue with the wiring?" Xiao Cuifang inquired, noticing the light had not illuminated. "It's not the wiring. The water heater is functioning just fine," Chen Jun asserted confidently, dismissing the wiring as the culprit. Observing the green light on the water heater, Xiao Cuifang acknowledged his reasoning. "So what should we do now?" "Take this bulb and go downstairs to the hardware store to buy a new one." "I'll wait for you here," Chen Jun suggested, suspecting the spare bulbs in her room were all defective. If they were functional, the landlord would have taken them long ago. "Okay, I'll go now." "Thank you for waiting," Xiao Cuifang replied, taking the bulb and heading out to the elevator. With the bathroom shrouded in darkness, Chen Jun stepped into the living room. He looked at the floor, appreciating its cleanliness. "This lady really values hygiene. Her place is quite tidy," he mused, glancing at several dolls placed in the bedroom. He couldn't help but chuckle. 2 of them were beautiful girl dolls. This lady seems to be in her late 20s, yet she still possesses a youthful spirit, he thought, noticing many dance outfits stacked beside the bed. He wondered why a dance instructor with a decent income would choose to live in a rental. Just then, he heard the elevator approaching and hurried back to the bathroom to avoid raising suspicion. He stood on the sink again, waiting for her return. Hey, are you still here? I bought the light bulb, Xiao Suifeng called as she entered the living room, not seeing him and assuming he was still in the bathroom. Upon entering, she handed him the bulb, uncertain if it was the correct one. Let me check, Chen Jun said, inspecting the size before preparing to replace it. He extended his arm, struggling to screw the bulb into the socket. Now it should work. If there is still an issue, I'll be quite perplexed. The bulb flickered twice before illuminating the entire bathroom. Wonderful. You're amazing, Xiao Suifeng exclaimed, clapping her hands in delight. Chen Jun smiled slightly, finding her voice reminiscent of a young girless. Quite charming. Just as he attempted to step down, he miscalculated and lost his balance, likely due to standing too long. Leaning forward instinctively, he reached out with his right hand to steady himself, but inadvertently grasped her collar instead. The sound of fabric tearing echoed, as her white long-sleeved shirt ripped from the neck down to her midriff, exposing her delicate lace lingerie. Chen Jun scrambled to his feet, still clutching a piece of cloth. Utterly bewildered, at first glance, he was struck by the sight of Xiao Suifeng's pristine lace undergarment and her taut skin. How could this happen? He thought in shock. Dear friends, I assure you, it was not intentional. The sink was simply too slippery, and my actions were purely instinctive. You must believe me, I am a gentleman. Both stood frozen in place, the atmosphere thick with tension. Chen Jun forced a nervous laugh, thinking, I'm doomed. A beating would be a mild consequence. If this got out, it would surely make headlines. Woman moves into new home only to have her clothes torn by neighbor. Xiao Suifeng was equally flustered, her mind a blank slate. Miss, I truly did not mean to, Chen Jun said, turning his face away, yet his eyes betrayed him, wandering back to the scene. Xiao Suifeng snapped back to reality, saying nothing, and quickly retreated to her bedroom, shutting the door behind her. Inside, she changed her clothes, muttering to herself, it was an accident. Don't dwell on it. Besides, he's just a young man. Meanwhile, Chen Jun sat on the living room chair like a child caught in wrongdoing, awaiting her reprimand. About 5 minutes later, Xiao Suifeng emerged from her room, her demeanor more composed. Handsome, the sink was too slippery. I didn't mean for that to happen. You must believe me. Chen Jun rushed to explain, wanting to salvage his reputation. Don't worry, it's fine. I didn't take it to heart. Accidents happen, she replied with a smile, as if nothing had transpired. To say she was unbothered would be a lie, but she put on a brave front. It is crucial to note that she is still an innocent maiden, and revealing herself before strangers is indeed difficult to accept. However, Xiao Suifeng pondered, they did not do it intentionally, and one cannot resort to harsh words, as that would display a lack of refinement. Chapter 49, jokingly. Chen Jun mused that it was hard to believe that the woman before him was in her 30s. Having accidentally torn her clothing, he felt compelled to offer compensation. Miss, how much was your dress? I must repay you. It weighs heavily on my conscience, he said earnestly, reflecting on how they had only just met and already begun on such an awkward note. He worried that she might perceive him as an unseemly person, leading to an uncomfortable dynamic in their future encounters. Noticing the anxiety etched on his face, Xiao Suifeng offered him reassurance. It's quite all right. I have plenty of clothes. Do not feel pressured. Simply forget about it. Observing her sincerity, Chen Jun felt a wave of relief wash over him, resolving that even if she insisted otherwise, he would eventually buy her a replacement garment. Thank you so much, miss. You truly are a generous soul, he expressed gratefully. Also, please refrain from calling me miss or beautiful. I'm already 36. You may call me Xiao Ai, she replied, feeling somewhat uncomfortable being referred to as beautiful by someone so young. Typically, parents of her students addressed her as teacher Xiao or big sister, and being called beautiful felt a tad inappropriate. Since graduating, she had devoted herself entirely to her dance career, which had left little room for romantic pursuits. Although she had encountered suitors, most were attracted solely to her beauty, making it difficult to connect on a deeper level. Moreover, societal perceptions of dance instructors often carried a hint of bias, suggesting that their frequent interactions with the opposite sex implied an overly liberal mindset, rendering them unsuitable for marriage. Xiao Suifeng, however, was a woman who immersed herself fully in her career, no longer seeking matrimony. Chen Jun was taken aback upon hearing her age. She hardly looked a day over 30. By his estimation, based on her attire and mannerisms, she appeared to be in her late 20s at most. "Sister, you must be joking. You look so youthful," he exclaimed, scrutinizing her face, which bore no signs of age and still retained a hint of baby fat, resembling that of a woman in her 20s. "Really? Would you like me to show you my ID?" Xiao Cuifeng laughed, finding his astonishment quite amusing. This was not the first time she had encountered disbelief regarding her age. Many of her students' parents had reacted similarly when they first met her. "Sister, you must be the legendary Tian Shan Tonglao, blessed with eternal youth," Chen Jun remarked, observing her figure, which showed no trace of aging. "Haha, perhaps it's due to my dance practice. Regular exercise does wonders for preserving youth," she replied, sharing that she prioritized her rest and ensured she was in bed by 10 each night. Most importantly, her dedication to her passion had alleviated many life's burdens, contributing to her youthful appearance. "Is it true? Sister, could dancing truly make one younger? You must teach me sometime." Chen Jun expressed genuine interest. Who would not wish to possess the vitality of youth, especially if one could transition from their 30s to their 20s? "Perhaps. I'll take you to my dance studio sometime," Xiao Cuifeng said, her laughter ringing out upon hearing his enthusiasm. Noticing the time, Chen Jun realized it was getting late, and Xiaowen was still waiting for him. "Sister, I won't disturb you further. You should rest. I must return now," he bid her farewell. Xiao Cuifeng accompanied him to the door, inviting him to come by whenever he had the chance, as she would be home in the evenings. "All right, sister, good night." With that, he turned and left for his room. Inside, Zhang Chunmei was sitting beside Xiao Wen, watching videos together. "Sister Zhang, you're here," Chen Jun greeted as he entered. "Handsome, you're back. I'll serve you a bowl of wontons," Zhang Chunmei said, rising to prepare his meal. She had been waiting for his return. "Sister, you needn't go to such trouble," he called out, touched by her kindness. When she didn't respond, he returned to the room, noticing that Xiao Wen had already watched the phonetics lesson twice. "Oh dear, I've been gone so long. Let's learn something different today." Chen Jun glanced at the tablet and realized over an hour had passed. He opened an educational website and searched for videos explaining junior high vocabulary. After careful selection, he chose a video that he found satisfactory, which not only explained how to memorize words, but also included Chinese annotations. "Xiaowen, just follow along with this. You can slow down the playback. Remember one word before moving on," he instructed, setting the video to play for him to study alongside. As he emphasized the importance of vocabulary for mastering English reading comprehension, Zhang Chunmei entered with a steaming bowl of wontons. "Handsome, eat while it's hot. I added a bit of spice. Let me know if you like it," she said, placing the bowl in front of him with an expectant smile. "Thank you. A hint of spice is perfect. It whets the appetite," Chen Jun replied, picking up his spoon and blowing on the broth as he noticed Xiao when watching him. "Here, Xiaowen, you can have some." He pushed the bowl towards the boy, thinking of his hunger. "Handsome, you eat first. I made plenty at home. After he finishes studying, I'll cook him some more," Zhang Chunmei insisted, believing that learning should be uninterrupted by meals. She pushed the bowl back towards Chen Jun, urging him not to be polite, as it would taste less delightful when cold. "All right, I shall begin then." Chen Jun accepted her insistence and took a bite. Her culinary skills were indeed exceptional. The wontons were thin-skinned with just the right amount of filling, rich with flavor. He devoured the bowl quickly, feeling a lingering desire for more. Zhang Chunmei refrained from interrupting her son's online class and took the empty bowl back to the kitchen. Chen Jun settled in beside Xiao Wen, joining him in the lesson, reflecting on how advanced technology had become. In the past, he had to rely on himself, jotting down vocabulary in a notebook and memorizing them one by one. When he encountered difficult words, he would annotate them in Chinese to aid his memory. Now, online classes provided direct guidance on memorization techniques, making the process significantly more efficient. At that moment, Su Qinghua called him. Stepping outside to answer, he greeted her playfully. "Hello, beautiful sister. Were you missing me? Is that why you called?" "Stop joking. My cousin is here today, so don't come over." "We just end up in an awkward situation," she replied. "All right, I'm heartbroken. I thought you called because you missed me," he lamented. "I've been feeling much better these days, so you need come by just to check on me. It's quite exhausting. Huh, you're showing concern for me now, yet you don't think to treat me? She teased. Treat you? You're just a kid. Don't let your imagination run wild. It's not good for your health, she said, feigning innocence before ending the call. His mind wandered back to her light yellow curls, exquisite features, and the striking red split skirt, vividly recalling their first meeting. He had hoped to visit her tonight, armed with a plethora of sweet nothings, but those plans had now been dashed. Alas, it seemed that the night would stretch long ahead, destined to be filled with movies as his only source of entertainment. Chapter 050. The sky is falling. How could there be no paper? At this moment, Xiao Cuifang had just mopped the bathroom floor once more. She held exceptionally high standards for cleanliness, and whenever she spotted a speck of dirt, she felt compelled to rectify it. Once everything was completed, she washed her hands and settled into a chair to rest. For some inexplicable reason, she felt a sense of unease, her mind restless and unable to find tranquility. Perhaps it was due to the fact that she had just moved in today, and her routine had yet to adapt. As was her custom, she resolved to take a shower before bed, hoping for a refreshing sleep. Slipping into her slippers, Xiao Cuifang entered the bathroom, turned on the shower, and adjusted the water temperature. She removed her hair tie, placing it aside, and shook her hair loose. The bun transformed into cascading locks that draped over her shoulders. She directed the shower head towards her forehead, allowing warm water to cascade down. The bathroom quickly filled with steam, and the warmth enveloped her, providing a sense of relaxation. Yet, this method failed to soothe her troubled thoughts. Images of her earlier encounter, where her clothes had been torn away, flooded her mind. She attempted to dismiss these memories, but they clung to her consciousness, as if determined to resurface. This was partly due to her mild obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Once her thoughts were interrupted, she would replay them incessantly until she felt satisfied. How could this be? How infuriating. It was just a stranger I met for the first time, she muttered to herself. Her previous life had been rather monotonous, and suddenly, this person had intruded upon her tranquility. After showering for a while, she turned off the water and began to dry herself with a towel. It was all a result of her overactive imagination, especially considering the other party was merely a child. Xiao Cuifang looked at her reflection in the mirror, patted her cheeks to calm herself, and then, still in her slippers, exited the bathroom and headed to bed. She had hoped to fall asleep quickly, but instead found herself tossing and turning, filled with restlessness. How strange. I didn't even drink coffee today, so why can't I sleep? Lying flat, she tried to suppress her wandering thoughts. She genuinely wanted to sleep, yet her mind remained sharply alert. An hour passed, and at last she drifted off, only to find herself dreaming of the bathroom scene. There, she was pounced upon like prey by a ravenous wolf, helpless against her futile resistance. The following morning, Xiao Cuifang was awoken by the sounds of the elevator, and sleep eluded her. It was no wonder, as her bedroom was adjacent to the elevator, where the noise was particularly loud. Early in the day, those returning from the night shift created a cacophony, with the elevator ascending and descending relentlessly. She threw off the covers and felt her skin damp with sweat. It's just a bit of perspiration. I must have caught a cold. I need to buy something to replenish myself, she reassured herself. After having breakfast at home, Xiao Cuifang descended to take the subway. Her dance studio was located near the Wangu Hui building, making the subway the most convenient mode of transport. Upon boarding the train, she spotted a familiar figure ahead and momentarily thought she was imagining things. Am I still dreaming? Xiao Cuifang pinched her hand, feeling the sting, confirming she was indeed awake. The person was none other than Chen Jun, who was seated, gazing straight ahead. Sister, come over here, there's a seat for you. Chen Jun noticed her and hurriedly beckoned her to sit beside him. No need, Xiao Cuifang replied with a smile, waving her hand, indicating he should remain seated. In truth, seeing him made her feel a bit awkward, as memories of her dream surfaced, causing a slight blush to color her cheeks. To her surprise, Chen Jun stood up, reached out, and gently pulled her down to sit. Please, sister, it will be troublesome when it gets crowded. Chen Jun was aware that during the morning rush, the subway was often rife with unsavory individuals who preyed on attractive women amidst the throngs of commuters. Thank you very much. Xiao Fang expressed her gratitude, understanding his good intentions. She had encountered such unwanted advances before, often finding herself unable to turn around due to the crowd. "Don't mention it," Chen Jun replied, grasping the overhead bar as he stood before her. She remained seated for one stop, and while the train was not yet overly crowded, it soon changed. At the next stop, a wave of people surged in, making the carriage feel cramped. Although Chen Jun held onto the bar, he was nearly knocked off balance by the crowd, pushing from behind. As the train rounded a corner, he swayed back and forth, causing Xiao Fang to blush. Her oval face almost pressed against his. Unbeknownst to Chen Jun, his zipper was down, and though she contemplated alerting him, she refrained. Speaking up in the subway could embarrass a young man, and thus she endured her discomfort in silence, exacerbated by her obsessive tendencies. Perhaps it was the milk he had consumed that morning, as Chen Jun's stomach churned restlessly. Finally, they arrived at the next station, and after bidding farewell to Xiao Fang, he rushed off the train. Although Xiao Fang intended to disembark at the same station, she waited until he was a distance away before getting up. Chen Jun made his way to the Wangu Hui building without a hitch, swiftly entering, flashing his employee badge, and passing through the turnstile effortlessly. Today, the elevator cooperated as well, and he ascended without delay. Internally, he recited, "Just 5 more minutes, and I'll be there. I must hold on." However, his stomach had other ideas, grumbling ominously as if issuing a final ultimatum. Upon reaching the office, Chen Jun hurried to the restroom. Initially constructed with separate facilities for men and women, the company eventually removed the men's restroom, as it was predominantly female employees. Although the restroom was labeled as unisex, it was tacitly understood to be for women only. He was past the point of caring. Wherever there was an available stall, he would take it. Once inside, he closed the door and hastily unbuttoned his pants, acting with great urgency. As he squatted, a cacophony erupted, echoing throughout the restroom. What relief! I almost soiled myself. Thankfully, I'm quick on my feet. A look of contentment washed over his face as he mused. It must be the milk from this morning. I nearly forgot I was lactose intolerant. After finishing, he reached for a tissue only to discover the box was empty. Oh my heavens! How can there be no paper? He felt as if struck by lightning, stunned and disoriented. Taking advantage of the momentary solitude, Chen Jun prepared to exit and retrieve paper from the adjacent stall. Yet, as he cracked the door open slightly, he was startled to see 2 female colleagues enter. He quickly shut the door, suppressing any sound, terrified of the consequences of being discovered. If word got out, he would never live it down in the office. The thought of being accused of spying on female colleagues would tarnish his reputation irreparably. He realized waiting for them to leave was futile, as the 2 women, clacking their heels, wandered about, seemingly unaware of his predicament. With no other option, Chen Jun sought the assistance of Wang Lily, requesting her to quietly bring him some tissues. Upon receiving his message, Wang Lily initially thought he was joking. However, after confirming the urgency, she grabbed some tissues and made her way to the restroom near the elevator. Chen Jun placed all his hopes on his assistant. If she didn't come, he would be stuck in the restroom all morning. Chapter 051. A good solution for sustainable development in the restroom. Every passing moment felt like an eternity for him. Just then, several female colleagues entered, their laughter and chatter filling the air. "Hey, Hui, that lingerie looks stunning. What brand is it?" Dushare, one of them exclaimed. "Oh, please. You gaze at me every day. Don't you have one just as lovely?" Another replied. "Mine pales in comparison to yours. Just look at how fair you are." "Men can't help but drool," she retorted. Chen Jun inadvertently chuckled, quickly covering his mouth and holding his breath. Did you hear a man's voice just now?" "It sounded like it came from here," one colleague remarked. "Haha, I think you're going mad thinking about men. What man would be in a women's restroom?" Another teased. "I've got to go. I haven't clocked in yet. I'll be in trouble if I forget," said one, and they all exited after a brief exchange. Chen Jun finally sighed in relief, pondering why his female assistant had yet to arrive. Had she abandoned him? At that moment, a woman hurriedly entered, knocking on the restroom door. "Are you girls done yet? I've been waiting forever. Hurry up." Chen Jun dared not respond. Any sound would surely betray him. Noticing the silence within, the woman mumbled a few words before leaving. Soon after, Wang Lily entered the restroom. Seeing others present, she cleared her throat. Chen Jun recognized this as a signal and quickly texted that he was in the first stall. Upon receiving his message, Wang Lily approached the first stall. She knocked on the door while clearing her throat. Chen Jun, confirming the sound was unmistakable, extended his hand through the gap beneath the partition. Wang Lily, amused by the sight of a hand reaching out, placed a tissue on it. Hold on to that, I'm off, she said, turning to leave. As it was already work time, lingering in the restroom would raise suspicions of slacking off. Chen Jun took the tissue, opened the package, and addressed his immediate predicament. Noticing that the adjacent stalls were empty, he prepared to make his exit. Cautiously, he cracked the door open and peered outside. Confirming safety, he gathered his courage. If not now, then when? Stepping outside, he intended to flee, but unexpectedly collided with manager Liu, both caught off guard. Liu Ziki routinely inspected the restroom at this hour to catch any employees shirking their duties. However, she never anticipated encountering Chen Jun emerging from within. Why are you in the women's restroom? Liu Ziki asked, her face a mask of confusion as she pointed at him. Don't ask why. I came here because I missed you, Chen Jun boldly replied, grasping her finger to prevent her from pointing. He had no choice but to press on, determined to steer the conversation away from the restroom. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Liu Ziki's heart raced. Since the last encounter where Chen Jun had taken advantage of her, she had been restless, gazing at this handsome young man. It would be disingenuous to claim she felt nothing. Seeing her hesitation, Chen Jun seized the opportunity, holding her hand and exclaiming, Ziki, don't you think our meeting here is fate? Hearing this, Chen Jun felt a wave of nausea at his own words. Yet he had to go all in to avoid being exposed. He would never have uttered such insincere sentiments if not for the dire circumstances. What did you just call me? Liu Ziki was taken aback, having never heard a man call her by that name. Caught off guard by his words, she gazed into his striking features, her heart fluttering. Could it be that he really likes me? Someone like me could be liked? Goodbye, I must take my leave, she finally said, and as Chen Jun noticed her distraction, he seized the moment and slipped into the hallway, sprinting away without a backward glance. I am exhausted. Today has been so unkind, he muttered, finally reaching his department. Noticing that the manager hadn't followed, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. What's wrong, supervisor? You look out of breath, a curious female colleague inquired. I rushed here to deliver money. Here is the payment for yesterday's stockings, Chen Jun replied, opening his briefcase to reveal the freshly withdrawn cash. 400 each. Make sure to keep it safe, he instructed, distributing the money among them. The female colleagues erupted in joy, as if they had won the lottery. Thank you so much, supervisor. I completely forgot about this. I thought you were joking, one exclaimed. Supervisor, I adore you. If you don't mind, I'm yours now, they said, surrounding him with enthusiasm, treating him like a benefactor. Everyone, let us calm down for a moment. I need to catch my breath. We could discuss the stockings later. He raised his hands, acknowledging their goodwill, eager to set aside the matter for now. Having just survived a harrowing escape from the restroom, his heart raced. He entered his office and expressed gratitude to his female assistant. Thank you, Lily. Without you, I might not have made it out today. It was nothing. Everyone forgets to bring papers sometimes, Wang Lily reassured him. True, I'll need to keep a pack in my briefcase next time, Chen Jun replied as he settled at his desk. He powered on his computer, seizing the moment to brew a cup of hot orange juice. Out of curiosity, he logged into his Huangyu account, only to be astounded by the volume of messages awaiting him. Boss, are there any stockings left? I'd like to reserve a pair, but it must be from a model. Are you there, boss? Please reply, how much? Save one for me. Is there still stock? I want to buy one. Boss, you're online. Please respond. The messages piled up to over 50, each inquiring about prices and availability. Wow, the demand is quite high. Chen Jun mused, delighted by the unexpected popularity of the stockings. It felt akin to an avalanche of money. At this rate, he thought, he could afford a sports car in just a few months. He then clicked on the transaction page to review the feedback from satisfied customers. Boss, you're a great person. I confirm the product is authentic. The stockings are of exceptional quality. I've pulled on them several times without tearing. Truly high quality. I will purchase again. They're durable and incredibly smooth. As he read through the glowing reviews, Chen Jun felt a surge of accomplishment. For the sake of sustainable development, he resolved to close shop for the day, taking time to devise a strategy before addressing the burgeoning demand tomorrow. He needed a viable solution to secure ample stock, ensuring quick prosperity. Yet, the question remained, where could he source so many stockings without revealing his intentions? Chapter 052. Master, may I kindly add you on WeChat? Having completed the morning's tasks, and with the end of the workday approaching, it was time for Chen Jun to head to the restaurant for a meal. He tidied up his belongings, stood from his chair, and stretched languidly. Finally, it was time for sustenance. He felt ravenous, overwhelmed by an influx of orders lately. Since 10:30, he had been enduring hunger, as the workload had surged, necessitating more trips to haul goods. With the summer vacation of female students, the demand for products like sunblock and moisturizers had increased significantly, leading to a rise in orders, as Wang Lily explained. At that moment, 3 female colleagues entered, expressing a desire to invite Chen Jun out for lunch. "Boss, let's dine out today, it's on us." Upon hearing their offer, Chen Jun felt a twinge of embarrassment, reflecting that he had yet to treat them. "Is it really appropriate for you to treat me?" He hesitated. "Not at all. We'll rely on you to lead us to prosperity in the future," one of the colleagues with a ponytail chimed in. "Indeed, boss, I always keep my stockings on, ready for you to help me sell them if a client shows up," another colleague with bangs added. "Rest assured, if there are orders, I will certainly assist you. We shall share the blessings together," Chen Jun assured his female colleagues, promising that he would indulge in meat, ensuring they would not be left with mere soup. "Lily, come along. It's more lively with everyone," one colleague urged, attempting to pull her along. "You all go ahead. I think I will just eat at the company canteen." Wang Lily politely declined. She was not one to seek the limelight, always prioritizing work above all else. Seeing that others could not persuade her, Chen Jun took her arm, gently urging her to rise. "Don't be a spoilsport. Let us go together. It's a rare occasion for us to dine together." "Exactly, Lily, join us," the others echoed. Realizing that they were insistent, Wang Lily reluctantly agreed. The entire department, comprising 7 members, was headed out en masse. They entered the elevator with exuberance, eager to visit the dining establishment downstairs. On the 3rd floor of the building, there was a light meal restaurant, renowned for its delightful flavors and favored by many female patrons. Chen Jun followed them inside. It was still early, and the restaurant had only a few scattered tables occupied. "This place is great. We used to gather here," one colleague promptly declared as she claimed a seat. "Indeed, we dined here often during the tenure of the previous female supervisor," another chimed in. They unanimously decided to sit in the central location, which was not only spacious and bright, but also convenient for exiting. At that moment, a female staff member in uniform approached, offering a menu. "Sir, please feel free to order. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask." Chen Jun handed the menu to the female colleagues, allowing them to order first. The colleagues, clearly well acquainted with the menu, swiftly began placing their orders, expertly recalling which dishes were delectable and which were not. One Sichuan-style shrimp and egg toast, a grass-fed beef salad, and a slow-roasted pork rib. Observing their adeptness, Chen Jun surmised they frequented the restaurant often. They ordered 7 main dishes, along with 2 bowls of seafood and mushroom congee. The waitress noted each order meticulously and then inquired about beverages. Chen Jun opted for a glass of apple juice, letting the others choose for themselves. 1 mango sago, 1 pineapple strawberry, 1 strawberry oolong. The variety of drink names was a revelation for Chen Jun, as many were unfamiliar to him. Once the orders were complete, Wang Lily returned the menu to the waitress. "Sir, ladies, please wait a moment. The kitchen will prepare your order shortly," the waitress informed before departing. With the dishes not arriving immediately, the group engaged in light conversation to pass the time. "Boss, do you have a girlfriend? If not, perhaps you might consider me," the colleague with bangs initiated playfully. "Don't mind her nonsense. She says that to every handsome guy she sees," another colleague interjected. "What's wrong with that? The boss is quite handsome. I see no issue in wanting to befriend him," the first colleague retorted, defending her admiration for attractive men. Laughter erupted among the others. As they chatted, more patrons began to fill the restaurant, which primarily catered to a youthful clientele, particularly students. For young men entered and, guided by a staff member, found table. Upon noticing Chen Jun's table full of leggy beauties, they couldn't help but express envy. Look at that. That's what true beauty looks like. The ones in the student council are nothing in comparison. How I wish I could marry someone like that. One remarked, enviously eyeing Chen Jun's company. One audacious young man thought to himself, what is the use of merely envying? I should approach him directly for guidance. Rising from his seat, he walked over to Chen Jun, drawing puzzled looks from his friends. Hello, sir. I admire you greatly. May I add you on WeChat? The young man stammered, clearly having battled with his nerves before taking this step. Chen Jun turned to see a student-like individual before him. Sensing no ill intent, he agreed, of course, no problem. The young man, thrilled as he successfully added Chen Jun, returned to his seat, his friends expressing bewilderment, assuming he had approached to add one of the beautiful women instead. I thought you had grown a backbone, but halfway through, you panicked and decided to add the handsome guy instead. One teased, what do you know? The master is right there. If you don't add him, what good will it do to chase the ladies? The young man reasoned, feeling confident that having the master's WeChat would open doors for future romantic endeavors. Wang Lily observed the interaction, curiously commenting, it seems the boss possesses a charm that surpasses ours. I thought he was coming to add our WeChat. The boys these days are quite enamored with idols. It's understandable, the colleague with the ponytail added. Just then, the kitchen began to serve the dishes, and the waitress carefully placed the plates on the table. Wow, it smells divine. Everyone, hurry and dig in. If we delay, there may not be any left, one colleague urged, readying her fork. Chen Jun followed suit, joyfully partaking in the meal. As they savored their food, Chen Jun noticed a familiar yet bothersome figure, a girl named Su Qian, accompanied by her model boyfriend, who had also come to dine. The couple appeared very much in love, almost conspiring to ensure everyone noticed as they walked closely together. They settled at a table diagonally across from Chen Jun, beckoning the waiter to take their order. Quickly, Chen Jun pulled out his phone, activating the video recording feature. Intent on capturing their moment, he cleverly positioned the phone against the glass, ensuring he would remain undetected. Boss, what are you doing? Wang Lily inquired, glancing at the screen, revealing the store's female clerk. She'll Lily, eat up. If we wait too long, it will all be gone. Chen Jun whispered, relieved that his filming remained discreet, allowing him to capture the scene without detection. Chapter 053. Today, I shall unmask your hypocrisy. Su Qian and her boyfriend were engrossed in their affectionate exchange, blissfully unaware that they were being secretly photographed. Chen Jun contemplated capturing these moments and sending them to his godmother to teach that leech a lesson. In Jiang City, it was unacceptable for anyone to be more adept at living off others than himself. Such behavior must be nipped in the bud. As he savored chicken wings, Chen Jun couldn't help but relish the sight on his phone. How delightful it was to witness their love now, only to anticipate their inevitable downfall later. The pretentious demeanor of that leech made his skin crawl. Su Qian feigned the airs of a sophisticated lady, flipping through the menu and exclaiming, your dishes are utterly uninspired. It's the same few options time and again. Her boyfriend gently caressed her cheek, offering comfort. Don't stress over it, darling. Just order a few things and don't let it ruin your mood. All right, I'll heed your advice, but I truly find your cuisine lacking. It's simply too lowbrow for my taste. Su Qian put on an exaggeratedly troubled expression before finally settling on a couple's meal priced over 100. Chen Jun couldn't help but chuckle at her pretentiousness. Despite her financial struggles, she still attempted to project an image of affluence. Supervisor, what captivates your attention so? This salad is quite delectable, a female colleague remarked, reminding him that they might miss out if they weren't careful. Go ahead and eat. I'm quite engrossed. Chen Jun replied, momentarily indifferent to the culinary delights before him. At that moment, Su Qian caught sight of him from across the room. Her expression instantly soured as she lamented her misfortune. Her boyfriend, puzzled, inquired about her sudden change in demeanor. Look, there's that pauper dining over there. She pointed disdainfully. Who? Is someone upsetting you? He asked, glancing in the direction she indicated. It turned out to be one of Su Qian's high school classmates, enjoying a meal with a group of women. One reason for Su Qian's ire was her ingrained bias towards academic pedigree, proudly proclaiming her prestigious university education. She felt entitled to look down upon others. The fact that Chen Jun, a mere second-tier graduate, was faring better than her was difficult for her to accept. Her upbringing and the societal narratives surrounding her had ingrained in her the notion that worth was determined by one's educational background. The sales associate at her beloved TK counter was, in fact, of a lower status than Chen Jun, a realization that fueled her indignation. How is it that I work so hard only to be overshadowed by someone like him? My recent streak of bad luck must be due to him. Su Qian projected her misfortunes onto others, never pausing for self-reflection. Noticing her discontent, her boyfriend playfully pinched her nose and said, "Forget about him. That sort of person thrives only by leeching off women." Su Qian felt a wave of comfort wash over her. After all, she had a handsome boyfriend by her side. Right, I shall ignore that pauper. Aside from mingling with women, he has no future. Her boyfriend felt a twinge of discomfort, though the comment wasn't directed at him. It struck a nerve. Seeing them whispering among themselves, Chen Jun assumed they were discussing him and decided to greet them. He raised his glass, smiling broadly, signaling for a toast. The couple, however, turned their bodies away, unwilling to engage. Huh, Chen Jun smirked, muttering under his breath about the audacity of someone who flaunted their wealth while relying on their godmother's car. Having recorded enough footage, Chen Jun tucked his phone away. Meanwhile, his female colleagues were engrossed in a conversation about a romantic drama, and he joined in. The pleasant gathering stretched until past midnight, and they prepared to leave. A colleague with a ponytail called for the waiter to settle the bill. Chen Jun quickly intervened. As their superior, he felt it inappropriate to let them pay. After all, these esteemed colleagues were like family to him. It was only right for him to treat them. As he glanced at the bill, his eyes widened in shock. It amounted to over 1,200. He was astonished that a light meal could be so exorbitantly priced, with just one dish costing 138 yuan. At that moment, a smiling waitress informed him, "Sir, the guests at that table have already taken care of your bill." Chen Jun turned to see it was the young admirer who had recently added him on WeChat. He marveled at how affluent today's students were. It seemed he was the only one struggling financially. The young man waved dismissively, indicating it was merely a gesture of gratitude for a mentorship dinner. "Thank you." Chen Jun raised his hand in acknowledgement, a silent understanding shared between men. Wang Lily expressed her surprise, chuckling. "I never would have guessed our supervisor's fan is a rich second generation." The other female colleagues joined in laughter, relishing the unexpected treat courtesy of their supervisor. As time passed, Wang Lily suggested it was time to return for a rest, lest they tire themselves for the afternoon shift. With work starting at 1:30, they still had nearly an hour to relax. As they exited the restaurant, laughter filled the air as they approached the elevator. Just then, Su Qian and her boyfriend emerged. Calling out to Chen Jun, "What were you filming in there?" "Don't think I didn't tease." Su Qian, holding back her anger, appeared to be tempering her words for her boyfriend's sake. "How amusing. I'll film whatever I please. What business is it of yours?" Chen Jun retorted with a cold laugh, uninterested in offering an explanation. His intent was merely to expose the leech, but Su Qian insisted on inserting herself into the conversation. Her boyfriend chimed in, "Little pauper, don't think your underhanded tactics can disrupt my relationship with Qianer." The group of female colleagues paused, intrigued by the unfolding drama. "You all head up first. This is my affair, and I can handle it," Chen Jun said as the elevator doors opened, waving goodbye to the women. Wang Lily nodded, thinking that in a public space like this, security would intervene if necessary, and she and the others stepped into the elevator. "Are you jealous of my outstanding boyfriend? Trying to tarnish my image?" Su Qian genuinely believed this. "Outstanding? Huh, jealous of him? What a joke. You know exactly who he is," Chen Jun scoffed. "I know better. He is a rich second generation. His family owns several properties, and that Mercedes S480 is the least of their vehicles," Su Qian boasted, tilting her chin in pride, as if this validated her superiority. "How laughable. That S480 may indeed be the least, but it isn't his family's." Chen Jun couldn't help but burst into laughter. "If it's not his, then whose could it possibly be? You don't even know your boyfriend's name, yet you spout such nonsense." Su Qian glared at him defiantly. "I know him well. His name is Wang Feng, 28 years old, a model, residing in Lupan Town, Fengwei Village." Chen Jun revealed, having done his homework. Wang Feng's expression shifted from arrogance to panic. He didn't expect anyone to know so much about him. You think I'd be intimidated by your little investigation? He retorted, clutching Su Qian's hand as they attempted to leave, his palms clammy with sweat. Feng Yi, why are you afraid? This pauper is just spewing a few words to frighten you? Su Qian questioned, oblivious to the tension brewing between them. Su Qian was unwilling to leave, determined to defend her boyfriend's honor. As you incessantly referred to him as a freeloader, I shall today reveal who the true freeloader is. Chen Jun, unable to endure any longer, resolved to unmask this hypocrite. Chen Jun, I must say, your shamelessness is astounding. You have truly mastered the art of slander. Su Qian stepped in front of her boyfriend, rolled up her sleeves, and prepared to engage in a heated argument. Chapter 054. Who is on the phone that terrifies you? Chen Jun was reluctant to engage in a debate with this foolish woman, who, despite being deceived, still counted the money for her betrayers. It was evident to any discerning observer that the man approaching her only sought to swindle her of her wealth and body. Yet Su Qian, the very person embroiled in this situation, appeared entirely brainwashed, oblivious to the discrepancies around her, and was still defending the man who depended on others for his sustenance. At that moment, Wang Feng pointed a finger and harshly berated, "You little scoundrel! Stealing photos is illegal. I have refrained from reporting you out of leniency, so get lost." The thought of calling the police crossed Su Qian's mind, and she deemed her boyfriend's words reasonable, pulling out her phone. Yes, she should report him, and let this impoverished wretch suffer embarrassment for constantly making her life difficult. Chen Jun chuckled derisively, shaking his phone as he remarked, "Go ahead and report me. I wouldn't mind escalating this matter further, allowing Sister Fei to witness your antics." Upon hearing the name Sister Fei, Wang Feng's legs began to tremble involuntarily, clearly stricken with fear. He was uncertain if this Sister Fei referred to his female boss, prompting him to urgently dissuade his girlfriend from calling the police. "Chinner, hold off on the report. Let me finish my inquiries first," he stammered. The bravado he once exhibited had evaporated entirely. "You, the rich second generation, are afraid of the police? I couldn't care less. Report away," Chen Jun scoffed, considering the restaurant a public space where no explicit prohibitions existed. Wang Feng took a deep breath to compose himself, determined not to let mere words disrupt his poise. "You little scoundrel, which Sister Fei are you referring to? Speak clearly. Brother Feng, what is there to discuss with such a person? Let's just call the police." Su Qian interjected, unable to contain herself any longer. "Sister Fei is the one who provides you with money. What is the matter? Have you lost your memory?" Tin Yun retorted. "You little scoundrel, are you still trying to intimidate me? Do I need anyone's money?" Wang Feng regained some confidence, convinced that Chen Jun was mistaken and did not know Zhang Xuefei at all. "Oh, you don't lack money, yet you still live off others. Pretending to drive around and deceive foolish women," Chen Jun said, noting that even a single license plate could reveal the owner's identity. Su Qian stepped forward to counter his remarks. "Brother Feng told me the car belongs to his mother. What is wrong with that? Right, you little brat. Why should it concern you whose car I drive?" Wang Feng thought his girlfriend made a valid point, as he had already informed her about the vehicle's ownership. Chen Jun mused to himself, "You've learned to steal my lines. Your eloquence is quite impressive. I initially wished to avoid such petty matters, but your repeated insults compel me to take action," Chen Jun declared, opening WeChat and sending the video to Zhang Xuefei in front of the two of them. He added a voice note. "Mom, take a good look. Your model is currently on a date with someone else." "Mom?" Wang Feng's heart sank, an ominous premonition washing over him. At that moment, Zhang Xuefei was enjoying tea with friends, and upon viewing the video, she became furious. She immediately called, ready to unleash a torrent of scorn upon this ingrate. Wang Feng's phone rang incessantly, and he quickly deduced who was calling. Just moments ago, he had been assertive, but now his complexion turned pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Answer it, rich second generation. What's there to be afraid of? If you're going to put on a show, commit to it," Chen Jun chuckled, waiting to witness his humiliation. "What's wrong, Brother Feng? Are you feeling unwell?" Su Qian asked, offering him a tissue to wipe the sweat from his brow. The phone continued to ring, each chime echoing like a death knell. striking at his very soul. Wang Feng gasped for air, contemplating what to say if he answered. He had yet to devise a response, and ignoring the call would not absolve him from the situation. Hello, Brother Feng, hurry up. Your mother is calling, Chen Jun urged, reveling in his discomfort. Reluctantly, Wang Feng took out his phone, confirming it was indeed Zhang Xuefei calling. Hello, dear, what is the matter? He spoke, his voice trembling, bracing himself for the impending reprimand. You scoundrel! You make me sick, spending my money to court other women. Zhang Xuefei's voice was laden with venom, accustomed to manipulating others, but never having been deceived herself. Dear, let me explain. This woman is my distant cousin. We merely had a meal together. Wang Feng desperately defended himself, intent on distancing himself from Su Qian. Su Qian, standing nearby, was bewildered, unable to comprehend why her boyfriend referred to her as a distant cousin. His incessant endearments felt like the sky had fallen upon her. Foolish woman, can't you see? After dining, he discarded you. Chen Jun rolled his eyes, stating the obvious. That's impossible. Brother Feng isn't that kind of person. You're just spouting nonsense. Su Qian continued to defend the man who had deceived her, clinging to his arms stubbornly. Zhang Xuefei continued to berate him over the phone. You ungrateful wretch. I've taken care of you, even helping you find advertisers, and this is how you repay me? Dear, you misunderstand. It's not what you think. I have no relationship with this woman. Wang Feng's demeanor shifted drastically as he pushed Su Qian aside, barking at her to get away. Fear consumed him. Several media companies had already invited him to represent their advertisements. If he fell out with Zhang Xuefei, those contracts would vanish, rendering his efforts futile. Moreover, with Zhang Xuefei's influence in the industry, it would be effortless for her to blacklist him permanently. Brother Feng, what are you doing? I'm your girlfriend. Su Qian cried, realizing the gravity of the situation, but unable to believe the unfolding events. You scoundrel. Apologize to my son immediately, or I will blacklist you permanently and banish you from the modeling industry. Zhang Xuefei's fury was palpable, unleashing a barrage of insults. Wang Feng dared not retort, nodding profusely. Okay, dear, I'll apologize right away. Please stay calm. Don't blacklist me. In that moment, he was utterly panicked, approaching Chen Jun, begging for forgiveness. He slapped himself across the face and knelt, pleading, Young master, it's all my fault. I was wrong. I'm a scoundrel. Please forgive me. Young master, I can hardly accept such a title. Weren't you just calling me a little scoundrel? You seem to enjoy it, Chen Jun observed, finding pleasure in Wang Feng's humiliation, who now lacked any traces of his earlier arrogance. Wang Feng, have you lost your mind? Why are you kneeling to him? You've utterly disappointed me. Su Qian felt humiliated watching her boyfriend grovel. Get away from me, and stop bothering me, you foolish woman. Wang Feng shouted at her in anger. You pathetic creature. Who is on that phone that scares you so much? Su Qian, infuriated, stepped forward and struck his head, overwhelmed by the shame of the moment. Chapter 055. With this, wealth will flow forth. Chen Jun felt speechless. Even now, she still could not comprehend. Hey, your wealthy boyfriend is actually a freeloader without any money. Do you understand now? Su Qian, refusing to believe his words, retorted angrily, You're talking nonsense. Wang Feng's family owns several properties. He even showed me the deed. Chen Jun shook his head, astonished at the woman's naivety. He scoffed. Fake property deeds can be made at any print shop. If he were truly affluent, he wouldn't be living off others. Su Qian grasped her boyfriend's collar, demanding an answer. Wang Feng, tell me he is lying, right? What is the matter, Brother Feng? Are you refusing the chance to redeem yourself? Chen Jun observed the hesitation in Wang Feng, thinking that if he were willing to confess, perhaps he might be spared. Yes, I am a freeloader. He is not wrong. Everything has been a deception. I'm not a rich heir. Wang Feng finally laid bare the truth, feeling embarrassed, but deeming it better than losing his future. You scoundrel. You deceived me so thoroughly and even promised to marry me by year end. Su Qian could no longer contain herself. She had aimed to catch a wealthy heir to change her fate, only to discover her partner was a mere pretender of poverty. What have I deceived you about? You were the one who kept bringing up marriage. I never initiated it. Wang Feng replied, his patience wearing thin. He had never intended to marry her. It was merely a casual fling. You shameless man. What are you pretending for? You even tricked me into sleeping with you. How am I supposed to face people now? Su Qian sobbed loudly, not over the loss of her virtue, but rather the realization that she had failed to ensnare a wealthy heir, thus tarnishing herself. Wang Feng felt uncomfortable at her words and stood up, retorting, "It was mutual consent. You acted as if you didn't enjoy it." While he lacked wealth, he was at least a model with a decent appearance. In contrast, Su Qian, with her thin arms and legs, was rather unremarkable and lacked any allure. Wang Feng, you scoundrel. You took advantage of me and now play innocent. What about the 20,000 I lent you? Pay me back. Su Qian twisted his arm, demanding repayment. Repay? I'm in this business. Spending days with you for only 20,000? I feel I've been underpaid. At this point, Wang Feng ceased to feign innocence and spoke his mind. He had been pretending to be a wealthy heir and a warm-hearted man solely for monetary gain. You insufferable man. You infuriate me. You truly have no shame. Su Qian was enraged, realizing she had gained nothing. She had been deceived out of both her money and her dignity. You are the one lacking shame. I've had enough of being with you. I'm breaking up with you today. Wang Feng, unwilling to back down, pointed at her, hurling insults back. They engaged in a fierce argument, neither willing to concede. Chen Jun stood nearby, relishing the spectacle, far more entertaining than any television drama. Su Qian, realizing she had been played, shed all pretense and unleashed a torrent of curses. Profanities erupted from her mouth, one after another, relentless. Curious passers-by gathered, eager to witness the unfolding drama. It seemed that the man had been living off the woman, and she had discovered the truth, leading to a heated quarrel. The man was quite handsome. Who would have thought he relied on a woman for sustenance? The woman appeared quite unfortunate, as her hard-earned money had been siphoned away by him. Su Qian initially intended to continue the argument, but as the crowd grew, she decided to cease, contemplating that further confrontation would tarnish the store's reputation, likely resulting in her dismissal. Wang Feng, you wait. You scoundrel. She spat, storming off. Get lost, you nag. As if I can't live without you. Wang Feng shouted after her. He then turned to chase away the onlookers, his pent-up frustration demanding release. Wang Feng returned to Chen Jun, grinning. Young master, are you satisfied? I've driven that shrew away. Not bad. You've shown some sense. Chen Jun nodded in approval. Wang Feng's act of driving Su Qian away was intended to curry favor with him. Young master, I was blind before. Please do me a favor and speak well of me in front of Sister Fei. Wang Feng pleaded earnestly, nearly in tears. Chen Jun mused. This fellow is quite adaptable. His acting skills are nearly on par with mine. All right, no problem. Head back for now, Chen Jun instructed as his work shift was approaching. Thank you, young master. You truly are a good person. I'll take my leave now, Wang Feng said, grinning, only to have his expression darken the moment he turned away. He cursed inwardly. You little miser, today I'll let you off, but I'll settle this score eventually. After Wang Feng left, Chen Jun took the elevator up, hoping to avoid being late for work. At that moment, Zhang Xuefei sent a voice message, expressing her desire to part ways with the model, but lacking a reason. Hence she had been stringing him along. She thanked Chen Jun and promised to take him to Sophia for a fun outing soon. What a delightful person Zhang Xuefei was. Chen Jun couldn't help but chuckle in the elevator upon hearing this. She treated him not as a child, but as an equal adult. Chen Jun replied with a thank you, thinking it would be splendid to get a haircut soon. In the office, Wang Lily was reviewing documents when she noticed Chen Jun's arrival and inquired, Supervisor, that salesgirl didn't cause you any trouble, did she? No. Her boyfriend had an argument with her. I just watched for a bit before coming up, Chen Jun replied, uninterested in the couple's drama. He was solely focused on devising a method to procure stockings in bulk to achieve financial independence. His account on Huang had over 100 people urging him to sell. These were all potential customers. One old bachelor even messaged him, wondering why he hadn't sold anything today as he was eagerly waiting. Sitting back in his swivel chair, Chen Jun pondered the situation. Suddenly, he conceived a lasting solution, a paid recycling bin for old items. Individuals could scan a code and deposit old clothes, receiving cash in return. He immediately searched online and contacted a manufacturer to inquire about the equipment. The manufacturer, thrilled at the prospect of a client, sent various styles for consideration. Chen Jun selected a more advanced model and inquired about the price. The manufacturer quoted $5,000, inclusive of shipping and installation, promising comprehensive training. Chen Jun feigned disinterest, claiming the price was too steep and requested a discount. After 5 minutes of bargaining, the manufacturer finally agreed to reduce the price by $500. Chen Jun readily accepted, promising to send the delivery address shortly. The final crucial step was to enlist Zhang Xuefei's assistance. If she agreed, the plan would succeed. He initiated a chat with her on WeChat, presenting the idea from an environmental perspective, emphasizing the necessity for the company to install one. Of course, these were mere pretexts. The true motive must remain undisclosed. Zhang Xuefei initially found it peculiar that he suddenly brought up this topic. However, she could not conceive of any drawbacks, so she consented, regarding it as a way to express her gratitude for his assistance in dispelling Wang Feng from her life. Chen Jun, having received her approval, promptly called the manufacturer to arrange for the delivery of goods the following day. If this endeavor comes to fruition, there will be no shortage of stockings to sell in the future. Chapter 056. I can accompany you, but you must fulfill my request. The afternoon's work had finally come to an end, and it was time to leave. Chen Jun, as usual, tidied up his belongings and prepared to depart. He was thinking that once he placed the recycling box tomorrow, the money would come pouring in. The mere thought of it made him unable to suppress a smile, admiring himself for his brilliance. Wang Lili observed this eccentric supervisor and felt no surprise. Chen Jun greeted a few female colleagues and took the elevator down with them. At that moment, Zhou Ting sent him a voice message, informing him that her mother was hospitalized and asked if he wanted to visit. Upon reading the message, Chen Jun promptly replied that he would certainly go to see her. Although he was aware of the strained relationship between Zhou Ting and her mother, blood is thicker than water. Regardless of their conflicts, it was essential for a daughter to pay a visit. He encouraged her through WeChat, urging her not to hesitate and to go, fearing she might falter in her decision. Chen Jun even resorted to persuasion, saying that should anything unfortunate happen without her visiting, it would become a lifelong regret. Zhou Ting's heart sank at this, genuinely fearing she might miss her last chance to see her mother. Initially, she had been contemplating whether to go, as her resentment still lingered. However, after seeing Chen Jun's message, she resolved to visit. After emerging from the subway, Chen Jun headed straight for the rented apartment. Zhou Ting was lingering at his door and waved eagerly as he approached. "You're here. I've been waiting for you for a long time." "Waiting for me? What for?" Chen Jun asked, taking out his keys to unlock the door. "I wanted you to accompany me. I'm scared to go alone." Zhou Ting revealed her thoughts. "You're joking. You're not afraid to sing at a nightclub, yet you're afraid to go to the hospital?" Chen Jun was naturally skeptical as he placed his briefcase in the bedroom. "Singing is one thing, but my relationship with her, as I mentioned last time, is quite strained." Zhou Ting thought that if she went alone, she might hesitate midway. "No, beautiful. If you're going to see your mother, how does it work if I just tag along?" Chen Jun expressed that he hadn't eaten yet and was already feeling hungry. "Consider me your boyfriend. Just come with me. I'll treat you to dinner." Zhou Ting proposed this reason, pulling him to leave. "Pretending is fine, but are you really treating me to dinner? I want sweet and sour ribs," she added. Chen Jun's focus was solely on the meal, and pretending to be her boyfriend was not a first for him. "I'll treat you, all right? Let us go, enough dawdling." Zhou Ting closed the door and dragged him away. "Don't back out. It's really sweet and sour ribs, the kind that cost 60 yuan for a plate." Chen Jun, wary of being fooled, even inquired about the price. All right, I got it. It's just a plate of ribs," as if I would renege on my promise, he replied. Zhou Ting reassured him that this amount was manageable. "Well then, having money makes things easier. Consider it a service fee for accompanying you." With her nod of assurance, Chen Jun felt satisfied. Putting on a show for a plate of ribs sounded delightful. When they reached the street, he initially thought of taking a taxi, but was instead ushered into the crowded subway. "Are you serious? After I squeeze back from the subway, you want me to go squeeze again?" Chen Jun was reluctant to descend into the throng of people. "What can I do? You said it yourself. Save where you can." "I need to save the money for the ribs," Zhou Ting replied, pulling him toward the escalator. Chen Jun felt like a duck being forced to jump into water, with no choice but to proceed. They stood at the platform for a full 10 minutes before finally squeezing into the carriage. Which hospital is your mother at? Is it far? If it's too far, I want to go, Chen Jun pondered, feeling that as a supervisor. It was hardly worth the trouble for a plate of ribs. If it was distant, he would need at least 2 plates. Zhou Ting pointed to the route above and said, "It's the Jiangsheng 3rd Hospital, quite close." Upon hearing this, Chen Jun thought, The 3rd Hospital? ISNT, that where Su Qinghua is hospitalized? What a coincidence. He could also take the opportunity to see his lovely sweetheart. It was a good place, a large hospital. Just a step out of the subway. Chen Jun had been there once and was somewhat familiar with the area. Zhou Ting felt relieved, as she had been worried about finding the place. After 2 stops, she suddenly remembered that she should buy something to bring along. It would be good to go empty-handed. Therefore, she asked Chen Jun if they should bring anything. He felt that, as a daughter, bringing gifts to visit her mother would be ideal. Zhou Ting, unsure of what to buy, inquired if flowers would suffice or if they should just get fruit. Tian Yun, being more experienced, advised her not to overthink it. Why not just get both? Zhou Ting agreed, reasoning that it wouldn't cost much. When the train arrived at the station, they followed the crowd off the carriage. Once outside, Chen Jun led her to the place they had visited before, where they purchased fresh flowers and fruits. He took charge of the fruit basket while leaving the task of holding the flowers to her. Upon reaching the inpatient department, they took the elevator up, heading to the 12th floor. Seeing it was the 12th floor made Chen Jun pause, thinking what a coincidence. As the elevator door opened, Zhou Ting stepped out and approached the front desk to inquire about the patient's location. "Hello, sister. May I ask which room is Su Qinghua is in?" The moment she uttered Su Qinghua's name, Chen Jun felt dizzy, nearly losing his balance. Could this world be so small? Familiar faces everywhere, he thought. The front desk nurse pointed ahead, indicating the direction. Chen Jun hesitated, contemplating whether to follow or not, but she pulled him along. At the door of the hospital room, Zhou Ting paused for a moment, gathered her courage, and finally stepped inside. At that moment, Su Qinghua was lying in bed, reading messages on her phone. She was delighted to hear that her daughter was coming and had tidied up in advance. In truth, during her days in the hospital, Su Qinghua had been hoping for her daughter's visit, wanting to use this opportunity to mend their relationship. Zhou Ting approached her bedside and gazed at her mother's face, which seemed somewhat unfamiliar. In her memory, she was still a stunning woman. Now, dressed in a hospital gown, she appeared somewhat haggard, likely due to the oppressive environment of the hospital. Zhou Ting remained silent, handing her the flowers. She longed to call out Mom, but ultimately could not muster the words. "Ting Ting, you finally came. That's wonderful. Quickly take a seat," Su Qinghua exclaimed, glancing at the nearby chair and attempting to get up to move it. "No need to trouble yourself. I just stopped by to take a look. I'll be leaving soon," Zhou Ting insisted, maintaining her pride and not wanting to admit she had come specifically. "Ting Ting, your coming makes me so happy." "You're such a good child," Su Qinghua replied, her eyes shimmering with tears of joy, then asked, "Did you come alone?" "It's not safe at night." Zhou Ting explained that she had come with her boyfriend, waving at the door for him to come in. Chen Jun, wishing not to disrupt the tender moment, had no choice but to enter as she had already spotted him. "He is very nice. He brought me here," Zhou Ting said, hoping to reassure her mother that she was not alone. The moment Su Qinghua saw Chen Jun, her mouth fell open in disbelief, as if the sky had fallen. "Ting Ting, he is your..." "Hello, Auntie. Nice to meet you for the first time. I'm Chen Jun, and I brought you these fruits." Chen Jun took the initiative, interrupting her inquiry as he handed her the fruit basket. Observing Su Qinghua's expression, he struggled to suppress a laugh. Chapter 057, Our Affair. "You wouldn't want your daughter to know, would you?" Su Qinghua gazed incredulously at the 2 individuals before her, pondering the peculiar circumstances that had brought them together. "Oh, Auntie, you're truly youthful and beautiful," Chen Jun remarked with a playful wink. Having anticipated her daughter's arrival, Su Qinghua had meticulously arranged her hair and applied lipstick, exuding an enticing allure. Were it not for Zhou Ting's presence, Chen Jun might have been unable to resist the urge to kiss her. Su Qinghua remained silent, her expression betraying a sense of foreboding as she observed him. Zhou Ting scrutinized their odd interaction, as if awaiting an explanation. She abruptly lifted a fruit basket and placed it on a nearby table, suggesting they should no longer carry it around. Yes, Annie, my apologies for being a bit clumsy. Chen Jun chuckled inwardly as he retrieved a banana from the basket. Annie, this fruit is quite nutritious and beneficial for recovery. He slowly peeled the banana and held it to her lips, saying, Auntie, have a bite to alleviate your worries. Su Qinghua shook her head, her brow furrowed slightly, a serious demeanor enveloping her. You're not eating? Then I shall indulge, Chen Jun declared, taking the banana back and savoring it with delight. Wait, you've already touched it with your mouth. That's rather unhygienic, Zhou Ting interjected, nudging his arm. One must not waste, for frugality is a virtue. Wouldn't you agree, Auntie? Chen Jun smiled, gesturing toward her. Zhou Ting perceived an unsettling familiarity between him and her mother, feeling somewhat like an outsider. Auntie, if you prefer not to eat fruit, how about a cup of hot water? Tian Yun proposed, not waiting for her reply as he poured water from a kettle into a cup. I hope your condition is not too severe. You won't perish, will you? Zhou Ting's offhand remark revealed her genuine concern for her mother. I'm fine, just a bit tired. The doctor advised me to rest for a couple of days. Su Qinghua replied with a smile, reaching out to caress her daughter's face, only for Zhou Ting to instinctively evade her touch. She understood that reconciliation required time and felt no resentment toward her daughter, instead feeling gratified that Zhou Ting had come to see her. Auntie, here is some water, Chen Jun said, blowing gently on the cup with thoughtful care. Zhou Ting observed this with some disbelief, thinking, goodness, who has the child here? You or me? Why are you being so attentive? I'll take it from here. You're a man, rather clumsy, Zhou Ting asserted, accepting the cup and passing it to her mother. Ting, what a good child, Su Qinghua said, taking a sip and radiating happiness. Chen Jun stood nearby, his heart swelling with joy at her contentment. Auntie, let me have the cup, he said, reaching for it and inadvertently brushing against her fingers. Zhou Ting noticed and pulled him aside to speak in hushed tones. Her tone laced with reproach. Hey, I asked you to pretend to be my boyfriend, not to take it seriously, right? I never consider myself your boyfriend. You're overthinking it, Chen Jun quickly denied, insisting he had no such intentions. Strictly speaking, you should address me as father. No, Uncle Chen would be more appropriate. Then why are you being so kind to my mother? What is your motive? Zhou Ting questioned, puzzled by their peculiar rapport since the moment they entered the hospital room. Don't overthink it. Your mother is unwell and deserves care, doesn't she? Chen Jun replied, casting a sidelong glance at the enchanting woman lying in the hospital bed. Her thoughts muddled regarding Chen Jun's relationship with her daughter. Su Qinghua realized it was imperative to clarify their situation. Otherwise, misunderstandings could escalate. Are you still not satisfied with what you see? Zhou Ting teased, lightly tapping his arm. Well, how could I ever tire of gazing at such a stunning woman? He retorted, unable to conceal his admiration. Do you think my mother is more beautiful than me? Hence your change in demeanor? Zhou Ting asked, bewildered. This guy is so attentive to my mom, peeling bananas and pouring hot water, while he is hardly this warm towards me. In response, Chen Jun chose a diplomatic answer. Both you and your mother are strikingly beautiful. You are both great beauties. Please, Sao Ting scoffed, regretting inviting him as she felt like an outsider. Ting, come here for a moment. Su Qinghua beckoned her daughter, intending to discreetly discuss matters with Chen Jun. All right, I'll go downstairs to buy some sanitary napkins. Zhou Ting agreed, contemplating whether to invite him along. Chen Jun, understanding her intention, declined, stating he would remain to watch over her mother. You go. I'll stay here in case any lunatics come barging in. I can take care of your mother. Zhou Ting considered this, recalling news stories of distressed family members turning violent towards patients. All right then. Behave yourself and don't speak out of turn, she warned before departing. Chen Jun moved to sit on a nearby stool, captivated by Su Qinghua's exquisite features. He gently brushed back a loose curl from her forehead, leaning in to inhale her fragrant scent. I must ask, what is your relationship with my daughter? Su Qinghua inquired, her eyes filled with longing. As she spoke, her pearly white teeth gleamed, enhancing her allure. Nothing significant. She is timid and simply requested my company, Chen Jun replied, his focus entirely on her radiant face. Really? You're not deceiving me, are you? She seemed skeptical, pondering why her daughter appeared so at ease in his presence. Do you take me for someone so indiscriminate? Truly, there's nothing more. She just lives next door to me, Chen Jun replied, caressing her delicate chin. Next door? Why didn't you mention this sooner? I had no idea. Su Qinghua expressed surprise at her daughter's choice to reside in such a modest rental. Don't be so shocked. I only just learned about it myself. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come, Chen Jun said, captivated by her bright eyes. In a few days, I shall bring over some food. Perhaps you could mediate between us, Su Qinghua suggested, envisioning a way to enhance their mother-daughter relationship. Seizing the moment, Chen Jun leaned in and planted a kiss on her fair cheek. Ah, don't do that. My daughter might see, and it would be hard to explain. Su Qinghua instinctively pushed him away. Chen Jun chuckled at her resistance, feeling a thrill at her beauty, which only intensified with each glance. He picked an orange from the fruit basket, skillfully peeling it before offering a piece to her with a grin. Xiaohua, open your mouth and taste this, he urged playfully. How dare you be so familiar? Calling me Xiaohua? I'm not in the mood for oranges, Su Qinghua replied, shaking her head. Be good, listen to me. You wouldn't want your daughter to discover our affair, would you? Chen Jun said with a playful grin, as if he held all the power in the interaction. Su Qinghua paused, contemplating the implications of his words. What do you mean? Are you threatening me? Chapter 058. Strictly speaking, you should call me Dad. Su Qinghua opened her small mouth and took a bite. The orange tasted somewhat sour. She couldn't help but squint her eyes and furrow her brows, revealing an expression of discomfort. What's wrong? Is it very sour? Let me try. Chen Jun broke off a small segment and placed it in his mouth. Indeed, this orange was quite sour, unlike the last one. How sour? I suspect the fruit vendor put in a bad one. Chen Jun peeled another one, tasted it himself, found it acceptable, and then offered it to her. Go ahead, this one's sweet and quite pleasant. Su Qinghua nodded as she tasted it. It was indeed sweeter than the previous one. Chen Jun rose and washed his hands at the nearby sink before returning. Aren't you bored being alone at night? How about I stay and keep you company? He sat closer to her on the stool. Don't say such nonsense. Young people should speak more seriously. Su Qinghua knew all too well what he was thinking. It's just that someone misses you terribly, longing for the scent of you. Chen Jun took her right hand, cradling it between his own as he gently rubbed it. Ting Ting, when did she move in next door to you? Su Qinghua shifted the topic, eager to know more about her daughter. I think it was a day or two before I moved in, but I'm not quite sure. Chen Jun recalled that she was already there when he arrived. What's she doing now? Su Qinghua was very concerned about her daughter. Just promise me not to get too excited. Otherwise, I won't tell you. Chen Jun considered that no mother would wish for her daughter to sing in a bar, especially given her current need for rest in the hospital. All right, go ahead. I want to get excited. Su Qinghua took a deep breath, preparing herself mentally. She is currently a resident singer in a bar, but don't misconstrue it. She is just singing. Chen Jun feared her reaction and began to explain. Oh, how can a young girl sing in a bar? That place is so complicated. Su Qinghua was worried for her daughter, fearing she might be lured by unsavory characters. Rest assured, I accompanied her there. The manager is quite nice, and security is solid. Chen Jun spoke without noticing her expression. How could you accompany her? You should have stopped her. That's not a good job. Su Qinghua spoke with a tone of reproach. Hey, Xiaohua, your daughter needs to eat too, and besides, she loves singing. It's her passion. Chen Jun hurried to clarify, as if he had harmed her daughter. I offered her money, but she refused and ran off to sing in a bar. It drives me mad. Su Qinghua felt a weight in her chest and sighed. She always believed her daughter's talent would ensure she wouldn't struggle in life, likely becoming a music teacher at school, or at the very least, teaching at extracurricular classes. Yet she never anticipated her singing in a bar, which would surely invite ridicule from relatives and friends. It's your approach to giving her money that's wrong. You can't just give it openly. That would hurt her pride. No child wishes to underperform in front of their parents. Could you please, when you have time, visit the bar more often? I'm worried someone might bully her. Su Qinghua expressed her concern, knowing that drunken patrons might make unreasonable demands. Of course, your daughter is as much my daughter. As her father, I will certainly keep her in my thoughts. Tian Yun smiled mischievously. What father? Your words are becoming increasingly absurd. I said my cousin would lead you astray, and now it seems I was right. Su Qinghua playfully tapped his head, urging him not to speak nonsense. Not all. Fei Jie is a wonderful person. She has taught me so much. She truly is my benefactor. At this, Chen Jun recalled the dating tips Fei Jie had imparted to him. She told me over WeChat that she kicked that model out. Did you know about this? Su Qinghua began to discuss. That man seemed entirely unreliable. Getting rid of him was the right move. Chen Jun had long found him disagreeable. When do you think would be appropriate for me to visit Tingting? Su Qinghua was eager to improve her relationship with her daughter. I think it's best to wait for a suitable moment. Just follow my lead. Chen Jun dienstlich caressel her delicate hand, soothing her anxiety. Su Qinghua nodded slightly, realizing that such matters could not be rushed. In that moment, she appeared demure before Chen Jun, resembling a young girl, devoid of any maternal pretensions. At that instant, Chen Jun had a fleeting thought, leaning closer until his face nearly touched hers. He whispered, "If I manage to resolve this, how will you reward me?" Su Qinghua pondered for a moment, aware of his intentions, and nodded slightly. "Whatever reward you desire, it shall be yours." "Really? But you mustn't go back on your word." "Haha." Chen Jun playfully touched her nose, laughing joyfully. Su Qinghua acquiesced, nodding, feeling less resistant toward him now. Perhaps through prolonged contact, she found him trustworthy, thus lowering her guard. Chen Jun leaned his face against her pillow, entranced by the fragrance emanating from her. This was not the scent of perfume, but rather that of a creamy milk candy. At that moment, Zhou Ting returned from her shopping, noticing the two engaged in a lively conversation. "I bought everything," Zhou Ting announced from the doorway before walking toward the hospital bed. Upon seeing her daughter, Chen Jun naturally straightened up, composing himself. "What were you two chatting about so happily?" Zhou Ting inquired as she placed the items in a nearby drawer. "Nothing much. Auntie is quite nice. We get along very well," Chen Jun interjected. "It's already past 9. We should be going. You still want to eat sweet and sour ribs, don't you?" Zhou Ting was eager to know what they had discussed. Noticing her gaze urging him to leave, Chen Jun stood up. Speaking of sweet and sour ribs, had she not reminded him, he would have completely forgotten about dinner. "Auntie, we'll take our leave now. I will make sure to handle your matters properly." "Ting Ting, be careful on your way," Su Qinghua said, casting a reluctant glance at her daughter. "Got it. I'm leaving now." Zhou Ting walked away without looking back. Seizing the moment when her daughter turned, Chen Jun stole a quick kiss from Su Qinghua and waved goodbye. Su Qinghua immediately shot him a glare, admonishing him to be mindful of his behavior. Upon reaching the hospital lobby, Zhou Ting inquired about what her mother had discussed with Chen Jun. He assured her it was nothing significant, merely trivial matters. "You really didn't lie to me?" Zhou Ting regarded him suspiciously, pointing a finger at him. "Honestly, how could I deceive you? You are my beloved kin." Chen Jun's eyes flickered evasively. "Stop it. I can tell you're pretending to be a boyfriend and have become quite addicted to it." Zhou Ting had never seen him so invested. "For a plate of ribs? Is it that easy? If I didn't take it seriously, how could I uphold my professional integrity?" Chen Jun pulled her along to treat her, fearing she might not acknowledge it. "You truly amaze me. Your words are sweeter than songs." Zhou Ting felt increasingly anxious, sensing that he was hiding something from her. Chapter 059. An unexpected and thrilling scene. Chen Jun entered the stir-fry restaurant, which was now desolate, ready to close soon. The proprietress, noticing a customer, promptly handed over the menu and inquired about his order. Chen Jun took the menu, requesting a serving of braised lion's head meatballs, a plate of sweet and sour ribs, and a bowl of tomato and egg soup. "You truly don't hold back, do you?" Zhou Ting remarked with a slight furrow of her brow, noticing the additional dish he ordered. "I almost forgot. Let us add a bottle of snow beer," Chen Jun replied with a subtle smile, reflecting, "Isn't it only natural for a father to enjoy a meal provided by his daughter? Is that all? Are you sure you can finish it all?" Zhou Ting scoffed, a hint of skepticism in her tone. "It's a small matter. I'm in a celebratory mood today, and my appetite has naturally increased," Chen Jun assured her, feeling no qualms about indulging in the feast, especially since he had unexpectedly gained a daughter today, deserving of fine food and drink. Once the order was complete, the proprietress hurried to the kitchen to prepare the dishes. Shortly, the food was served, and Chen Jun eagerly popped open the beer, savoring the delightful flavors. The freshly cooked ribs were succulent, tangy, and sweet, tantalizing his palate after a prolonged hunger. Seeing him relish the meal, Zhou Ting inquired, "Did my mother mention anything about me?" "Yes, she spoke of your childhood, describing you as remarkably well-behaved and obedient, a good child from the start." In truth, these words were fabrications of his own imagination, as Su Qinghua had not shared such details. "I don't believe it. She wouldn't confide in a stranger like you." "You must be fooling me," Zhou Ting retorted, recalling her mother's composed demeanor, a strong woman who rarely engaged in such discussions. "If you don't believe me, feel free to ask her yourself. She truly cares about you," Chen Jun gently countered, shaking his head, pondering how she was clearly concerned, yet chose to feign indifference. "Are you really not going to eat? If not, I'll finish this." He gestured toward the remaining ribs on the plate. "Go ahead, I'm not interested," Zhou Ting replied, resting her chin on her hands, deep in thought. Through their interaction, she realized her mother had changed significantly. She was no longer as rigid as before. Chen Jun, engrossed in his meal, soon polished off everything on his plate. With a light heart from the pleasant occasion, he finished eating, pulled out a toothpick, and called over the proprietress to settle the bill. Reluctantly, Zhou Ting took out her phone and paid for the meal. Suddenly, Chen Jun recalled that he hadn't yet completed the photo check-in for the day. "Beautiful lady, you can head back. I remember I have some matters to attend to." He was reluctant to have anyone discover his secret about the system, especially with Zhou Ting around, as it might complicate his task. "All right then, I'll take the subway back by myself," Zhou Ting said, standing up and leaving the restaurant alone. At that moment, Chen Jun, following the system as prompts, began searching for his destination on his phone. It was the second day of the 7-day challenge, and completing the task would yield additional rewards. The previous reward had already been quite substantial, and he anticipated that this one would be equally rewarding. Upon locating the destination, he decided to take a taxi to save time. This time, he was heading to the rooftop of a residential building, where he needed to find and photograph an antenna. After arriving at the destination, Chen Jun felt fortunate that there were no security guards at the entrance of this old neighborhood. He easily slipped inside and followed the gravel path to a 7-story building. These traditional tenement buildings lacked elevators, so one had to rely on the stairs. Most residents were elderly, already resting at this hour. Finding the entrance on the right side of the building, he ascended the dimly lit stairwell, illuminated only by a feeble yellow light. After climbing for over 20 minutes, he finally reached the top floor. "I'm exhausted. It's so dark up here," he panted, switching on his phone's flashlight. To the west, he spotted a door that likely led to the rooftop. Cautiously, he approached, wary of disturbing the nearby residents. Upon reaching the iron door, he discovered it was unlocked. Relieved, he gently pulled it open and climbed the stairs to the rooftop. After surveying the area, he found the antenna nestled in a corner. That wasn't too difficult, he thought, advancing to snap a photograph. He then opened the virtual panel and clicked to check in, marking the task as complete. At that moment, a notification chimed in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have completed the check-in and earned a cash reward of 10,000 yuan. Congratulations, host. You have received an additional reward, memory replacement technique." Memory replacement technique allows you to substitute fabricated memories for the original memories of another person. Note, this technique may only be used once, cannot be employed for illicit activities, and is only valid for righteous purposes. Otherwise, all rewards will be revoked. Chen Jun marveled at the system's explanation. "This is akin to brainwashing, compelling others to submit to my will. If I were to use it on Xiaohua, wouldn't that ensure her unwavering loyalty?" He couldn't help but grin at the power of this reward. Yet, he reconsidered. The stipulation for righteous use posed a dilemma. If the system deemed his actions illicit, not only would he lose the money, but he would also forfeit his evasion skill. That would truly be a loss worth regretting, necessitating careful consideration before using it. Just then, he heard a commotion and turned to witness a horrifying scene. On the 3rd floor of the opposite building, a bald man was threatening a woman, demanding her compliance. Chen Jun sensed something was amiss and immediately began recording a video on his phone. The bald man relentlessly pursued the woman within the confines of the room, while she struggled to open the door, panic-stricken. Suddenly, the man whipped out a belt, preparing to inflict violence upon her. What on earth is happening? Chen Jun thought, realizing the severity of the situation and knowing he must call the police. At that moment, the woman leaped to the window, attempting to escape through the narrow space between two bars. The bald man, too large to follow, bellowed in frustration, lamenting the loss of his prey. Recognizing the urgency, Chen Jun rushed downstairs to assist the woman. As she climbed down to the ground floor, she cried out for help. Help! Someone, please save me. Just as Chen Jun reached the bottom, he followed her voice and grasped her hand firmly. Don't be afraid. I'll take you to the police. The woman, still shaken, looked at him in disbelief. Handsome, what are you doing here? Ah, sister, what are you doing here? Chen Jun was equally astonished, realizing it was his neighbor, Xiao Suifang. This is a long story. We don't have time to explain. At that moment, Xiao Suifang heard a noise behind her and broke into a cold sweat. The bald man had emerged with a shovel in hand, evidently intent on committing murder to silence her. Chapter 060. Becoming a target due to compassion, Chen Jun positioned himself protectively in front of the woman, producing his mobile phone and extending it toward her, urging her to capture the unfolding scene. Xiao Suifang understood his intent and took a few steps back. Konjalink hasaf beset aunties. She activated the video recording function and began to document the dramatic events before her. Before them stood a bald man, utterly devoid of reason, brandishing a shovel and spinning in place. I will end you, you shameless couple, he shouted, resembling a frenzied top as he advanced toward Chen Jun. Are you serious? Chen Jun exclaimed, swiftly darting aside to take refuge beside an electric bicycle. The bald man, now dizzy from his spinning, paused to catch his breath, only to resume his assault, swinging the shovel menacingly toward Chen Jun's head. You are truly insane. Chen Jun managed to evade the blow, retreating a few steps, narrowly avoiding the strike. Yet the bald man seemed impervious to reason, continuing his relentless assault with the shovel. Watch out! Run! Xiao Suifang urged, her heart racing with anxiety for Chen Jun's safety. At that moment, Chen Jun twisted his right ankle and, momentarily careless, fell to the ground. Nevertheless, the bald man was undeterred, intent on eliminating his target. He raised the shovel once more, chanting bizarre phrases, I will end you, I will end you. Seated on the ground, Chen Jun quickly spread his legs and crawled backward, narrowly dodging the shovel's descent on several occasions. Despite the perilous circumstances, he displayed no sign of panic. Xiao Suifang, witnessing the chaos, could hardly fathom the bald man's unhinged behavior. In a moment of desperation, Chen Jun grabbed a handful of dirt and hurled it at the bald man's face. You little brat, I will finish you, the bald man shouted, shutting his eyes to swat away the dirt. He then bellowed, wildly swinging the shovel, a picture of madness. Cut it off, turn it off. Chen Jun called to the woman behind him, indicating she need not continue recording. All right, Xiao Suifang acknowledged, promptly deactivating the video function. Chen Jun brushed the dirt from his pants, no longer concealing his identity, for the evidence of the crime had already been captured. Thus commenced the bald man's nightmare. I warn you, get down at once. Chen Jun issued his first admonition. You little brat, die. The bald man ignored the warning, continuing his assault. Chen Jun then sidestepped and delivered his second warning. I solemnly warn you, drop your weapon. The bald man, his face flushed with rage, swung the shovel chaotically from side to side. Chen Jun contemplated disarming him with bare hands and delivering a thorough beating. But such a display would attract undue attention from nearby neighbors. Instead, he rushed to a clothesline, seizing a bamboo pole to mount his counterattack. Come on, do you enjoy playing? He challenged, wielding the pole against his adversary. You shameless couple, I will end you. The bald man remained unfazed, swinging the shovel indiscriminately. As the adage goes, an inch of advantage is worth a foot of strength, and the shovel failed to connect with Chen Jun. With precision, he struck the bald man's head with the bamboo pole, landing blow after blow with ease. Ouch! Ouch! The bald man, disoriented and losing his balance, collapsed onto the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Jun hurled the shovel away behind him. Call the police, someone is going insane and attempting murder. He directed. All right, I will call now. Xiao Cuifeng finally reacted, hastily dialing the emergency number. Concerned the bald man might retaliate, Chen Jun pushed a nearby electric bicycle onto him, restraining him. "I will end you. I will finish you," the bald man repeated, his eyes bloodshot, as if he had lost all grasp of reality. "I believe you are the madman here." Utterly incapable of understanding reason, Chen Jun stated, stepping onto the bicycle to prevent him from rising. In a matter of moments, 2 officers arrived and inquired about the situation. Chen Jun presented the video on his phone, recounting how he had been assaulted. Beside him, Xiao Cuifeng detailed the events leading to this confrontation. A month prior, a middle-aged man had visited her dance studio, observing her classes. Dressed formally with a buzz cut, he had garnered the attention of other instructors, who urged security to remove him, deeming his behavior suspicious. However, he insisted he was merely an admirer of dance, harboring no ill intentions. Xiao Cuifeng, out of kindness, did not permit security to eject him. The man continued to attend daily, eventually seizing an opportunity to approach Xiao Cuifeng, claiming she resembled his beautiful ex-wife and expressing a desire to take her to dinner. She dismissed his invitation, thinking it a jest. Who would dine with a stranger? Yet he persisted, returning each day to peer through the glass walls. Just last week, he claimed his daughter adored dance, presenting a photograph of her, asserting she longed to learn but lacked a suitable teacher. Moved by his tale, Xiao Cuifeng offered to meet the child. However, the man explained his daughter had become shy after losing her mother, wishing to assess her potential for dance before pursuing lessons. Touched by his story, she agreed to visit, believing it vital for the child's future. After all, this was a society governed by law, with surveillance cameras everywhere, and people's guard had lowered considerably. Thus, after work that day, she ventured to the address he provided. Upon entering, she was taken aback to discover he had been wearing a wig. Yet, as an adult, she refrained from judging by appearances. Inquiring about the child, she was shocked when he produced a doll, declaring it to be his daughter. At this moment, Xiao Cuifeng realized the man might be mentally unstable. To avoid provoking him, she maintained her composure, stealthily moving toward the door, only to find it locked. The ensuing events mirrored those witnessed by Chen Jun from the rooftop. The officers, having grasped the situation, placed the bald man in handcuffs. As direct witnesses, Chen Jun and Xiao Cuifeng were taken to the station for further questioning. Later that evening, at 11 o'clock, the details of the case became clear. The bald man's wife was also a dance instructor who had left him for another man, triggering his emotional turmoil. The loss of his daughter to a high fever compounded his distress, leading to severe mental instability. The police conveyed that the case had been resolved, advising that any further inquiries could be directed to them. Chen Jun affirmed his cooperation, insisting he had spoken nothing but the truth. Xiao Cuifeng, however, appeared pale, still shaken from the earlier events. Together, they exited the police station, with Chen Jun preparing to hail a taxi to escort her home. Chapter 061. Let me help you. I longed for it at this moment. The streets were eerily quiet, devoid of pedestrians, with only a few vehicles passing by. Chen Jun hailed a ride-sharing vehicle and shared the journey home with his female neighbor. Throughout the ride, Xiao Cuifeng remained silent, presumably overwhelmed by shock. Chen Jun noticed a red mark on her back, likely a result of scraping it while climbing through a window. "Sister, you have a red mark on your back. It must hurt," Chen Jun gently reminded her. He felt a twinge of regret that such a beautiful back had been marred. "Really? No wonder I feel a bit itchy there," Xiao Cuifeng replied, turning her head to touch the area. "Should we stop by a clinic to have it checked?" Chen Jun pondered, recalling a private clinic nearby that should still be open at this hour. "No, I'll just apply some ointment later. I'm simply too exhausted to move," she expressed, yearning only to return home for a peaceful slumber. "All right." Chen Jun sympathized with her plight, astonished that kindness could be so easily exploited by malevolence. Upon reaching their destination, Chen Jun paid the fare, opened the car door, and stepped outside. As Xiao Cuifeng exited, she stumbled slightly, leaning forward. Chen Jun quickly moved to support her, inadvertently brushing against her soft form. At that moment, she seemed too dazed to think, merely murmuring a thank you. "Sister, are you all right?" he asked, steadying her with genuine concern. "I'm okay, just a bit weak," she replied, her voice faint and lacking energy. It was no surprise. After enduring such a terrifying ordeal, it was remarkable that she hadn't fainted from fear. She had exerted every ounce of strength to escape. "Let me help you upstairs," Chen Jun offered kindly, placing her arm over his shoulder and wrapping his other arm around her slender waist as they entered the elevator. He noted how her waist, honed from dance, was remarkably trim, devoid of any excess. "Thank you, handsome," Xiao Cuifang said weakly, expressing her gratitude. "There's no need for thanks. We're neighbors after all. Helping out is the least I can do," Chen Jun replied, noticing how her left side leaned against him, feeling as though she weighed almost nothing. Once outside the elevator, he assisted her to her door. Xiao Cuifang pointed to the carpet, indicating that the spare key was hidden underneath. Chen Jun allowed her to lean against the doorframe while he crouched down to lift the carpet. Sure enough, a key lay hidden beneath it. She certainly had boldness, considering the risks if a man stumbled upon her at night. Xiao Cuifang retrieved the key and unlocked the door, turning on the light with a flick of the switch. The room illuminated instantly, revealing a floor so clean it nearly reflected their silhouettes. Chen Jun guided her into the living room, pulling a chair for her to sit down. At that moment, she still wore a backless dance outfit, which from behind appeared exceedingly alluring. Her doll-like face made her look like a youthful girl, and her regular routine left no trace of age upon her visage. "Thank you, handsome. Could you please close the door?" Xiao Cuifang smiled, requesting his assistance. "No need to be polite," Chen Jun replied, turning to shut the door. Now, the room contained only the two of them, creating a slightly awkward atmosphere. Chen Jun contemplated bidding her good night and leaving, as lingering felt strange. "Handsome, could you do me a favor and grab a damp towel from the bathroom?" she asked weakly, her voice barely above a whisper, as if her throat were constricted. "Of course, just a moment," he said without hesitation, entering the bathroom. As he reached for the towel, he noticed a delicate white lace thong hanging on a hanger. He marveled at how the dance teacher had such refined taste, a quality not easily embraced by many. After wetting the towel, he exited the bathroom and handed it to her. "Could you please help me wipe the red mark on my back? I'm worried it might get infected if left untreated." Xiao Cuifang expressed her concern, unable to reach the area herself. "Of course, sister, it's no trouble at all," Chen Jun assured her, moving behind her. As he gently wiped the cold, wet towel over her injury, she let out a soft gasp, instinctively recoiling from the chill. "Is this okay?" he asked, adjusting his pressure to be more gentle, ensuring every inch was attended to. Once finished with her back, he returned the towel to the bathroom. "Could you please fetch a tube of antibiotic ointment from the bedroom table?" She pointed to its location. "Sure, just a moment," he replied, determined to assist her fully, as these were merely small favors. Entering the bedroom, he found the ointment on the table and brought it back. "Could you apply it to the red mark?" "Thank you." She smiled, slightly embarrassed by the request, feeling it inappropriate to trouble him so much so soon after their acquaintance. "Absolutely," he said, opening the cap and squeezing a small amount on her wound. He gently spread the ointment, his fingers gliding over her smooth skin like he was caressing a fine piece of jade. "Oh, Xiao Cuifang winced, her expression contorting in discomfort as she involuntarily murmured, "Does it hurt? Just bear with it. It will be over soon," Chen Jun reassured her, suspecting the ointment's application was causing her some pain. "Thank you so much. Without you, I would have been in serious danger today." She shivered at the thought of her earlier ordeal. "It's nothing. Anyone would have stepped in to help," Chen Jun replied, acting on a sense of justice rather than her beauty. "By the way, handsome, how did you happen to be there?" Xiao Cuifang asked, curious about his presence. I was at a friend's house for dinner and was heading home when I heard the commotion and came to check." He fabricated a lie, unable to disclose the truth. "Oh, I see. I truly appreciate your help today," she responded, finding his explanation reasonable. After resting a moment, she attempted to rise and return to her room, but as she stood, darkness enveloped her vision. She touched her forehead, trying to steady herself. "Are you all right? You must be exhausted." Chen Jun quickly supported her, fearing she might fall. "Yes, I feel incredibly weary, utterly drained," Xiao Cuifang confessed, leaning on him and asking if he could assist her inside. "Of course, it's no trouble at all," he replied, helping her as they slowly made their way into the bedroom. At the bedside, Chen Jun helped her remove her shoes and eased her onto the bed. "You should rest. It's quite late, and I must be going," he said, preparing to turn away. "Thank you so much," Sui Fong smiled, despite her weary appearance, expressing her gratitude once more. After stepping outside, Chen Jun gently closed the door behind him. He returned to his chamber, reclining upon his bed, pondering a singular question. Why is it that each time he embarks on a mission, he encounters the most peculiar occurrences? Perhaps once or twice could be attributed to mere coincidence. Yet the frequency of such events begins to perplex him. Chen Jun delved into contemplation, realizing that this was not mere happenstance, but rather a deliberate orchestration by the system. Its intention was to compel him to assist in the fulfillment of certain tasks, rather than attributing his rewards to his own efforts in completing assignments. It would be more accurate to say that the system was nudging him towards an outcome it desired. Chapter 062. If only you had said so earlier. Aunt Zhang is not a stingy person, although it was already past midnight. He felt no inclination to sleep. At that moment, his phone vibrated incessantly, notifying him of incoming messages. Chen Jun picked up his phone from the small table beside him. To his surprise, it was a notification from the Dawanju app. Curiosity piqued. He tapped the icon, wondering who would be messaging at such a late hour. He was taken aback by the multitude of unread messages filling the screen, all from potential clients. He first opened a message from a user with the username Falling Leaves. "Father, are you still there? I've been waiting all day for the stockings. Are they still available?" Upon seeing the user refer to him as father, Chen Jun couldn't help but chuckle and replied that there would be stock available the following day. The user, upon reading his message, immediately sent an excited emoji along with a note. "Thank you, father. Please save one for me. I am eternally grateful." Next, he opened a message from a user named Diving Turtle. "Brother, I'm feeling quite irritable and urgently need a pair of stockings to calm down. Please respond when you see this." Chen Jun laughed at the playful tone of these messages, realizing how amusing they were. Then, he noticed a profile picture of a girl and, driven by curiosity, clicked on her message. "Brother, I am a student and would like a pair of stockings. Could you possibly give me one?" He found it peculiar that a girl would be interested in purchasing such secondhand stockings. Intrigued, he clicked on her profile, discovering that she had recently bought fishing hooks and bait, clearly an avid angler. Wow, she would even deceive for a pair of stockings. Good thing I was cautious, he thought, nearly falling for her ruse. With the sheer volume of messages overwhelming him, he carelessly browsed through a few more. One was from a returning customer who complained that because Chen Jun had not responded, he went elsewhere to purchase, only to find the quality unsatisfactory. Not only had he wasted money, but he was also left feeling dissatisfied. The messages grew increasingly entertaining, but he realized that if he continued reading, he might not get any sleep that night. To ensure he could rest, he silenced his phone and set it back down on the table. The following morning, after stepping out of his house, he bought some pan-fried buns from a street vendor as a quick breakfast. Due to insufficient sleep, he felt foggy and unwell. Upon arriving at the office, he noticed a crowd gathered near the elevator. The smart recycling bin had arrived and was now positioned in the vacant space beside the elevator. "What is this?" he wondered. "What is it for?" The sign read, "Old Clothing Recycling Bin. Deposit your unwanted clothes and receive cash rewards." That's great. I have a pile at home. I wish I had known to bring some today. Observing the device, Chen Jun remained silent, noting that it was larger than he had anticipated. Printed on the left side of the device were the types of fabrics accepted, including lingerie, underwear, and stockings, all specifically requested by Chen Jun from the manufacturer. The monetary compensation had been changed from being calculated by weight to a per item basis. Users would scan a QR code, deposit their items, and once recognized, receive a cash reward. The funds would be deducted from Chen Jun's WeChat account, as the merchant had linked the mini program to his account. To facilitate recognition, he had set the reward at 5 yuan per item, a reasonable price that wouldn't raise suspicion. This device was tailor-made for Chen Jun, perfectly aligning with his expectations. At that moment, a female colleague, intrigued, retrieved a torn pair of stockings from her small bag. Following the instructions on the device, she first followed the official account, then scanned the code to activate it, and placed the stockings into the opening. The device recognized the item, lit up green, and displayed a successful deposit message. Soon after, 5 yuan appeared in her WeChat account. Huh, it really works. This is fantastic. I used to just throw them in the trash, she exclaimed. Seeing how easy it was, others began considering depositing their used stockings as well. Just then, Lu Ziki stepped out of the elevator and, noticing the crowd, asked, "What is going on here? Aren't you all supposed to be working?" Upon seeing the manager, everyone dispersed, having intended to try the device further. Hong Jie from the HR department, curious, approached Lu Ziki and asked, "Ziki, do you know what this is about?" Lu Ziki replied, "I'm not entirely sure. It's an initiative from above. We'll need to ask the general manager." However, the general manager was currently on a business trip, making it impossible to inquire. Lu Ziki stated her limited authority and knowledge regarding the matter, only knowing that it was part of the company's environmental policy and intended to provide some benefits for employees. Chen Jun was fully aware of the initiative, having planned it himself. With a smile, he took his briefcase and returned to his department. Upon entering, he found several female colleagues discussing an upcoming company team-building event. He greeted them before heading to his office. Wang Lily noticed his arrival and approached him, asking, "Supervisor, that recycling bin wasn't your doing, was it?" Chen Jun paused, thinking, "How did you figure that out?" He forced a smile and quickly denied, "Of course not. Don't joke around. That's a decision from the upper management. I'm just a small supervisor. How could I interfere?" Wang Lily seemed to find his explanation reasonable. Chen Jun returned to his computer desk and opened the Dawanju website to post a message. It read, "Due to recent supply shortages, each person is limited to 1 purchase. If interested, please message me privately." He thought it would help him keep track for packing and shipping later that evening. As evening approached, with just an hour left until the end of the workday, Chen Jun sought out Aunt Zhang, the cleaning lady. Aunt Zhang was a middle-aged woman in her 40s, slightly short in stature, yet incredibly humorous. Her round face was always adorned with a cheerful smile. Having finished her tasks, she was currently seated, engrossed in short videos on her phone. From a distance, Chen Jun could hear her hearty laughter and called out, "Aunt Zhang, I have a favor to ask. Would you be able to help me?" Upon recognizing him as the warehouse supervisor, Aunt Zhang looked up with a smile. "Handsome boy, what is it? Just tell me." Chen Jun pulled out a red bill and handed it to her, saying, "Aunt Zhang, thank you for your hard work. This is just a small token of appreciation." After examining the money with delight, Aunt Zhang exclaimed, "You should have said so earlier. 100 yuan is a bit on the low side, but I'm not stingy. Just tell me the room number." "Wait." Chen Jun's eyes widened, and he quickly clarified that she had misunderstood. "I'm just a serious person. I didn't expect you to think otherwise." Chen Jun intended for her to remove the old clothes from the recycling bin after work, bag them up, and take them to the open space at the east gate for a scheduled pickup. "Ah, so that's the case. No problem at all. Easy peasy." Aunt Zhang laughed heartily, confirming her willingness to help. However, her expression suddenly turned serious, her eyes wide with shock. She never anticipated that this clean and handsome young man would have such a notion. "Handsome boy, what do you need these things for? You can't possibly be." Chapter 063. If intercepted, all efforts would be in vain. Chen Jun hurriedly clarified that this was the directive from the higher-ups and that he was merely relaying the message. "Aunt Zhang, please do not misunderstand. It's not as you think. I'm simply passing on the word." After hearing this, Aunt Zhang, though somewhat skeptical, chose not to press further on the matter. "I see. That explains why I didn't receive any notification. You were sent to convey the message." Aunt Zhang then inquired whether the 100 yuan was from him or accounted for by the company. "The money is also from the higher-ups, entrusted to me for you. But you must keep this matter confidential," Chen Jun replied, initiating his persuasive tactics. He explained that senior management had assigned him a covert task due to the employees' excessive use of stockings, which had squandered considerable corporate resources. They intended to investigate which employees were wasteful and impose penalties accordingly. "Oh, that makes sense now. I wondered why a device was suddenly released," Aunt Zhang remarked, seemingly convinced by his explanation. Fortunately, Chen Jun had not received 3 injections. Otherwise, he could have easily fallen for her ruse, just like her. Aunt Zhang was not overly concerned. She thought, as long as there's money involved, why question too much? Collecting waste is inherently my task. I will take care of it shortly. Rest assured, I will comply with the company's arrangements, she assured, placing the money into her pocket and promising to execute the task impeccably. Aunt Zhang, please collect the items at 6 o'clock and bring them to the east gate downstairs by 6:30, Chen Jun instructed, mindful not to make it too early to avoid being seen by other colleagues. The company closed at 5:30, so 6 o'clock was just right. All right, I finish work at 7, so it won't be a problem, Aunt Zhang acknowledged with a nod. Aunt Zhang, this matter must remain confidential. It is a corporate secret. If anyone finds out, you may not receive this money. Chen Jun repeatedly reminded her to keep it under wraps, treating it as if she knew nothing. Of course, who would dislike money? I will ensure this task is executed beautifully, Aunt Zhang replied, her eyes glimmering with newfound loyalty to the company. Very well, Aunt Zhang. The responsibility lies with you, Chen Jun concluded before returning to his office. An hour later, as the workday came to an end, Chen Jun neatly packaged the stockings given to him by a female colleague and placed them in his briefcase. He intended to deliver these to a client, the same reclusive gentleman from before. The meeting was set at the fountain, the same location as their previous rendezvous. The intern, Lu Jin, had spent the previous afternoon waiting without any sign of the man, leaving him quite disheartened. However, upon spotting Chen Jun approaching the fountain, he realized his moment of triumph had arrived. Today, he had finally caught a break, relieved that his perseverance had not been in vain. Lu Jin hurriedly activated his pinhole camera to record the event, as this would serve as his evidence for formal employment. Chen Jun arrived at the fountain and sent a message to the client to check if he was available. The reclusive man, peering through binoculars from his window, scanned for any suspicious figures. Once assured of safety, he replied, instructing Chen Jun to leave the bag at the usual spot. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Jin was lurking in the corner, feigning a phone call. Upon receiving the message, Chen Jun discreetly placed the bag by the flower bed and then headed back toward the company, awaiting Aunt Zhang's arrival. After returning to the building's lower level, he visited a convenience store to purchase some Odin, hoping to occupy himself for a while. The store's location afforded him a clear view of the east gate. Observing the time, he noted it was 6:20 and Aunt Zhang should be arriving shortly. 5 minutes later, Aunt Zhang appeared, carrying a black bag as she approached the east gate. Following Chen Jun's instructions, she set it down on the stone steps. Chen Jun quickly finished the last piece of Odin, exited the convenience store, and made his way toward the steps. If someone intercepted him now, all his efforts would have been in vain. He briskly approached the spot, opened the bag to verify its contents, ensuring it contained only discarded clothing. Satisfied, he secured the bag and slung it over his shoulder, realizing the treasures it held. He hailed a cab on the roadside and returned to his rented apartment. Upon reaching his doorstep, he scanned the area to ensure no one was watching before entering. Once inside, he carried the bag into his bedroom, opened it, and laid its contents on the table. Along with the stockings, he discovered a white bra and 2 pairs of leggings. My goodness, whose could these be? Did someone change in the office? Chen Jun pondered, setting aside the undergarments with the intention of listing them for sale later. For now, he focused on packaging the stockings. He retrieved a sealing bag from the small drawer, placed the stockings inside, and then encased them in a larger black bag to conceal their contents. After completing these tasks, he called the courier to arrange a pickup. Chen Jun consolidated the packaged stockings into the large black bag and waited downstairs for the courier's arrival. After approximately 10 minutes, a delivery driver from SF Express arrived in a small vehicle. Over here, I have a shipment to send, Chen Jun called, waving to attract the driver's attention. Coming, the driver replied, pulling up beside him. Chen Jun opened the black bag, revealing the contents destined for shipment. Wow, that is quite a lot. A major client, I see, the driver exclaimed, astonished by the volume, estimating at least 100 items. The air freight costs alone would exceed 2,000. With such a large shipment, can we negotiate a discount? I specifically came to find you, Chen Jun suggested. Absolutely, I can offer you an 85 discount for monthly billing. What does that sound? The driver proposed. I'll pay in cash. How about an 80 discount? You won't have to assume any risk, Chen Jun countered, finding monthly billing too cumbersome with the need for reconciliation later. All right, you're quite straightforward. I agree to the 80 discount. The driver quickly conceded upon hearing the cash offer. He then produced a stack of shipping labels, assisting Chen Jun in filling out the addresses. Each time they completed an order on the app, they affixed a tracking number to avoid any mix-ups. After over half an hour of diligent work, they finally completed the orders. Chen Jun settled the shipping fees, and, as the driver prepared to leave, he requested a bundle of shipping labels for future use. This way, he could fill out the addresses in advance, saving time. After a quick calculation, Chen Jun realized that after deducting the cost of the machine, he had netted over 73,000 yuan. The ease with which this money came was delightful. His sports car seemed to beckon him. Upon hearing that Mei Jianyang was discharged from the hospital today, he contemplated inviting her out for a day of fun tomorrow. Conveniently, it was Sunday, and with no work obligations, he could take this opportunity to deepen their relationship. Chapter 064. Just joking, I am battle-tested thus. Chen Jun sent a message to celebrate her successful discharge from the hospital today. Xiaohua, congratulations on your discharge. Are you free tomorrow? Let's go out and gather. Upon receiving the message, Su Qinghua replied with her gratitude. Thank you. Tomorrow I need to accompany a client to view a model house, so I probably won't have time. Chen Jun thought it was no problem. He had time and could accompany her, gaining some experience in the process. I'll join you. After all, I have a day off tomorrow, and I am eager to see you. Su Qinghua hesitated, but eventually agreed, hoping he wouldn't say anything inappropriate during the visit. All right then, just remember to behave properly when the client is around. Otherwise, I won't take you along. Chen Jun reassured her, declaring himself a reliable person who would never jeopardize her business. They arranged to meet the next morning at 8 o'clock at the delicious tavern for breakfast. The following morning, Chen Jun washed his hair to look more refreshed. He then donned a newly purchased shirt to elevate his demeanor. Standing before the mirror, he touched his handsome face and revealed a mysterious smile. Once he was fully prepared, he hailed a taxi and set off. Delicious Tavern was an old-fashioned restaurant, particularly beloved by locals for its breakfast offerings. Chen Jun arrived punctually at the restaurant's entrance and sent a message to inform Su Qinghua of his arrival. Moments later, Su Qinghua emerged, smiling as she lightly patted his shoulder. You're here, so punctual. Chen Jun turned to see a stunning beauty, marveling at her charm. She looked radiant, a stark contrast to her appearance just 2 days prior in the hospital. She wore a purple V-neck long-sleeve top paired with a black skirt, exuding an air of elegance. What's wrong? Are you stunned into silence? Su Qinghua found his expression rather endearing. No, Xiaohua, you look truly beautiful. Chen Jun recognized the transformation in her style. Previously, she favored more revealing attire, but now she embraced a more refined aesthetic. No silly comments allowed. Call me sister when we're out, understand? Su Qinghua pouted, shooting him a glare. All right, Xiaohua sister, is that acceptable? Tian Yun chuckled, finding He Yetishun amusing. They entered the restaurant and took a seat at a table in the corner. The waiter promptly approached, pouring tea and handing them the menu. You order. You've had a tough few days. Su Qinghua invited him to this meal as a token of gratitude for his visit during her hospital stay. Okay, I want tea holdback then. Chen Jun glanced at the menu, noting the steep prices. A plate of red sausage cost 88 yuan, several times more than outside. He ordered a signature shrimp dumpling, honey-glazed char siu, and a platter of roasted meats. When he asked Su Qinghua what she wanted, she replied that she was fine and not very hungry today. How awkward. Is that enough? Then it's settled. Chen Jun returned the menu to the waiter, who nodded and left. Su Qinghua took a sip of her tea, appearing troubled. What's wrong, Xiaohua? Is it because I didn't see you off from the hospital? Her worries were evident, and it was hard for anyone to miss them. It's not that. I'm not that petty, so stop overthinking. Su Qinghua quickly dismissed his concern. Then what is it? Speak up. Perhaps I can assist you. Chen Jun was keen to listen, wondering if he could indeed help. Well, I have a Japanese client who wants to invest in a hotel here and is looking to collaborate with us on the renovation. Su Qinghua explained that she had previously worked with this client on a smaller project, a bathing center. This time, the order was significant, and she needed to take it seriously. Securing this deal could ensure her workers had a year's worth of work. That sounds great. Since they're a returning client, they must appreciate your work. So securing the order should be a breeze. Chen Jun noticed her anxiety and attempted to comfort her. The issue is that this Japanese client has poor English skills and can only communicate in Japanese. We're meeting at noon, and I have no idea where to find someone at the last minute. Su Qinghua expressed her concern about potential communication barriers jeopardizing the order. Huh, I thought it was something serious. You're worried about this? Chen Jun waved his hand, indicating it was not a major concern. Do you know anyone who speaks Japanese? Surely your school has alumni specializing in it. Su Qinghua mused that Chen Jun might know someone in that field. Far away in the distance, yet here before you. The professional translator is me. Chen Jun pointed to himself, confidently tossing his hair back. Ah, are you joking? Didn't you study sports rehabilitation? Su Qinghua was skeptical. While she could believe he spoke English, claiming proficiency in Japanese seemed far-fetched. After all, achieving fluency in Japanese required both linguistic talent and formal study. Anata wa obazan wa tetsudu warao. Chen Jun, sensing her disbelief, immediately showcased his skills with a flawless accent. Although Su Qinghua didn't understand the meaning, she could tell he spoke very fluently. You really can speak it. You're not just making this up, are you? Otherwise, it will be quite embarrassing in front of the client. Su Qinghua wanted to confirm. Translating for a client was no trivial matter. Seeing her continued skepticism, Chen Jun revealed his credentials. I'm not joking. I studied under the esteemed teacher Okamoto. I've been practicing for a year, and my senior sisters include the likes of Hanjo Rei, Sakura Sora, and Amami Yuki. He rattled off the names of more than 20 individuals in one breath. Ah, so you've even studied in Japan? Is teacher Okamoto a well-known professor there? Su Qinghua noted his evident admiration for the teacher, suggesting he was quite reputable. Of course, teacher Okamoto is my mentor. Now, I can watch Japanese films without needing subtitles. Chen Jun felt a swell of pride. His relentless efforts had not been in vain. Still, that doesn't quite equate to being a translator. What you learn in school doesn't always align with real-life conversation. Su Qinghua remained cautious. After all, this was a substantial order, and caution was imperative to avoid disaster. I'll let you in on a secret. During my study abroad, I interned under President Tianyuan, and my colleague was Yoshizawa Akaho, who frequently invited me to her home for Japanese tutoring. Chen Jun assured her that his Japanese skills were indeed authentic and battle-tested. Su Qinghua recognized the names as somewhat familiar, yet she thought it normal for foreign names to sound alike. All right then, let us give it a try. We have no other choice. Su Qinghua reasoned that with no alternatives at hand, they might as well take a leap of faith. Chen Jun leaned in closer and whispered, if this works out, how will you repay me? Su Qinghua paused before responding, what kind of reward do you want? Always thinking of nonsense. Chen Jun chuckled softly and leaned closer to her ear, whispering, I want this. What do you think? It's not too demanding, is it? Su Qinghua frowned slightly and replied softly, maybe not that. At my age, it might not be appropriate. How about something else? Well, you decide. If you can't meet this simple request, what sincerity is there left to speak of? Chen Jun pretended to be upset, knowing full well she would likely agree. All right then, it's settled your way. Su Qinghua hesitated for a moment, contemplating her thoughts, and ultimately acquiesced. Chapter 065. Oh my, you really can do it. Chen Jun was naturally delighted to see her agreement, grinning as he said, Hee, Xiaohua. That's the way to be. Su Qinghua observed that despite his youthful appearance, his demeanor was remarkably seasoned. At that moment, the waiter brought over plates of exquisite dishes, gently placing them on the dining table. Chen Jun picked up his chopsticks, selected a shrimp dumpling, took a bite, and savored it slowly. Delicious, bursting with the flavor of fresh shrimp. The dumpling was quite large, too big to finish in one bite, and the shrimp had a delightful springiness, truly worthy of being a signature dish. Next time you dine with a girl, you should treat her first. That's table etiquette. Su Qinghua noticed how casually he was enjoying the meal, as if he didn't consider himself an outsider. Xiaohua, do we really need to pretend to be polite? We could just eat. Chen Jun paused, subtly gesturing with his eyes. Hey, you can't go around saying that, or others might misunderstand. Su Qinghua urged him to keep it a secret, hoping this information would remain buried within him forever. All right, rest assured, I am quite discreet. Chen Jun awkwardly self-deprecated, thinking, it seems Fei Jie hasn't leaked my words, which is rather considerate of her. She remains blissfully unaware that their affair has long been known to her cousin. Su Qinghua picked up her chopsticks, feeling her appetite stirred by his enjoyment. By the way, where is Ting Ting's singing bar? Can you take me to see it? She had a sudden whim to check out her daughter's workplace, curious if it was as safe as claimed. I don't think that's a good idea. If we go and she sees us, it would be hard to explain. Chen Jun advised her to abandon the thought, believing it would only complicate matters. But I really want to see it. I keep having nightmares about bad people chasing her. Worry creased Su Qinghua's face. She felt uneasy without witnessing it for herself. No, please don't. Rushing in won't do any good. What if she changes jobs and we can't find her? That would be troublesome. Chen Jun encouraged her to be patient, assuring her he was handling the situation gradually. When the time was right, he would certainly invite her to visit. Fine, I'll wait a bit longer. I hope you keep a close watch on her. Even though she appears a bit willful, she is genuinely kind-hearted. Su Qinghua expressed her worries, her greatest concern still being her daughter. Rest assured, your daughter is my daughter too. I will treat her as if she were my own. Chen Jun looked at the beautiful woman beside him, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. You seem to be enjoying this a bit too much. You must not let Ting Ting hear this. Su Qinghua maintained a serious expression, fearing her daughter would misinterpret her as a frivolous woman. Chen Jun reached out, taking her hand, and then gave her a knowing look. As long as you behave, I will keep my lips sealed, don't worry. Let us not get too unserious now. Hurry and eat. We still need to meet the client afterwards. Su Qinghua checked the time on her phone. It was nearly 9 o'clock. All right, I promise to secure the order and complete the task successfully. Chen Jun asserted that no matter the means, he must win over the client, as it concerned his future and required utmost seriousness. The two exited the restaurant and drove to the hotel where the client was staying. This time, she had opted for a business-class black Mercedes instead of the GT3 sports car. Upon arriving at the hotel, she parked in the underground garage. They took the elevator up to the lobby and settled on the sofa to wait. Su Qinghua had already contacted them via phone, her eyes fixed on the elevator, anticipating the client's arrival. Chen Jun urged her to relax, assuring her that they could simply wait patiently. After about 15 minutes, a man with glasses and slightly graying hair emerged. He was dressed in an all-black suit, appearing somewhat out of place among the surrounding attire. Mr. Suzuki, Su Qinghua exclaimed upon seeing him, quickly rising to greet him. Hello, Miss Su. Mr. Suzuki responded formally, shaking her hand. Beside him stood a young girl, appearing to be around 15 or 16. Mr. Suzuki communicated mostly in Japanese, with only a few simple phrases in English. Kuriwa, wata shijun, muku enai desu. Chen Jun translated, indicating the girl was Mr. Suzuki's daughter, accompanying him on this trip. Su Qinghua was momentarily taken aback, her eyes wide with astonishment, thinking, you truly are capable, I could not have guessed. Hello, young lady, you are quite beautiful, Su Qinghua said with a warm smile. Kuyu jiwa, gaka muzun, fudan mu kaien idasu. Chen Jun smoothly translated. Mr. Suzuki, impressed, noted the young man's high level of Japanese proficiency. Curiously, he inquired whether Chen Jun had studied in Japan, as his Nagoya accent was so authentic. Hi, watashi wasuku, yuza shurta enai su. Chen Jun explained that he had studied at Nagoya University, hence his familiarity with the region. Out in the world, one's education is self-given. One must simply be bold. In truth, he had never studied there, having learned solely through online courses. Sukawa mukainai. Upon hearing this, Mr. Suzuki expressed his admiration, mentioning he lived near Nagoya, lamenting that they had met so late. They conversed joyfully, shaking hands and clapping each other on the shoulder, as if old friends reunited after a long separation. Su Qinghua looked on with admiration. He was indeed not exaggerating, and his fluency was impressive. She thought to herself, wonderful, securing the order is certainly within reach. Mr. Suzuki, shall we proceed to view the model apartment? Su Qinghua reminded him, emphasizing that business matters were of utmost importance. Chen Jun assisted in translating and warmly invited the two to get into the car. Mr. Suzuki and his daughter took their seats in the back, while Chen Jun took the wheel, driving them to her company. He had previously interned there for a time, so the route was quite familiar, requiring no navigation. Her company was situated in an office building at a crossroads, occupying floors 1 to 6. Following the advice of her cousin, she had purchased the entire building before property prices surged. Upon reaching the company, Su Qinghua warmly led the clients upstairs. Chen Jun followed closely, diligently translating as they communicated pleasantly. The group entered the elevator and ascended to the 3rd floor, where the model apartments were located. Since it was Sunday, the employees were off, and the office was closed. Su Qinghua arrived at the first model apartment and began her presentation. This is a tatami room designed according to Mr. Suzuki's specifications, a type of large bedroom. The bed faced the television for the guests' convenience, with wooden tables and chairs beside them for tea and conversation. Chen Jun translated her words, sentence by sentence. Narigo to Kiriku AI Gibu. Mr. Suzuki nodded in satisfaction. Su Qinghua then introduced the overall design of the bathroom. Mr. Suzuki, this glass is semi-transparent, enhancing the sense of space and mystery. Chen Jun meticulously translated each word. Subarashi, Wadashwa, Muda Mo Su. Mr. Suzuki expressed his fondness for the design, stating it aligned perfectly with his expectations. After she completed the introduction of the large bedroom, she took the clients next door to view the layout of the game room and the media room. Chen Jun remained at her side, diligently translating. Mr. Suzuki expressed his satisfaction, telling Chen Jun that once the finance team arrived the next day, they could sign the contract. Upon hearing this, Chen Jun began to translate. Mr. Suzuki expressed his fondness for the proposal and stated that the contract could be signed tomorrow. Su Qinghua, visibly excited by this news, invited Mr. Suzuki to join her for lunch. Ali Adair and the staff at the Institute of Inorganic Chemistry were exceedingly busy. Mr. Suzuki conveyed his gratitude, mentioning how delightful his conversation with Ms. Su had been. Chen Jun turned his face slightly and whispered, Xiaohua, do not forget about my matter. All right, she replied. Let's focus on the important tasks first. I need to go reserve a table at the restaurant. Su Qinghua noted that, assuring him that she would not go back on her word, and urged him to rest easy. Chapter 066. Change into it. Su Qinghua made a reservation at the most luxurious restaurant nearby to celebrate their successful collaboration. The menu was extraordinarily sumptuous, featuring delicacies such as steamed king crab, East-Star grouper, and garlic Australian lobster. As for the beverages, 2 bottles of white wine priced at $3,000 each, along with a $5,000 bottle of red wine, were brought to the table. Su Qinghua truly spared no expense, with the entire meal costing over $20,000. Chen Jun gazed longingly at the feast, lamenting that he had never dined so lavishly even during the new year. However, in the presence of the clients, he diligently suppressed his appetite, allowing them to take the first bite. After all, Mr. Suzuki was the esteemed guest, and Chen Jun was merely accompanying him, maintaining a sense of propriety. One dish on the table, the scallion oil lotus leaf duck, drew endless praise from Mr. Suzuki, who remarked that he had never tasted such flavorful lotus leaf duck before, with the meat being exceptionally tender. Su Qinghua offered to pack one for him to take home if he liked it. Mr. Suzuki expressed his gratitude, stating that there was nothing better than savoring such exquisite cuisine. The two engaged in polite conversation, with Chen Jun serving as the interpreter. Once the lavish lunch concluded, Su Qinghua stood at the restaurant's entrance, bidding farewell to the clients with a handshake. Mr. Suzuki placed a friendly hand on Chen Jun's shoulder, expressing a desire to visit him in Japan someday. Chen Jun assured him that it would not be a problem, as he anticipated saving enough money for travel by the end of the year. Su Qinghua summoned a rideshare vehicle to take the two clients back to their hotel. After seeing them off, she waved goodbye, reflecting on the delightful dining experience they had just shared. All right, Xiaohua, don't forget what you promised me, Chen Jun said, taking her hand and drawing circles in her palm. I know, at 7 tonight, come to my company's office. How about that? She replied, considering it more convenient than going home, as she feared being seen by neighbors. Moreover, it was Sunday, and, aside from a security guard at the entrance, the place was deserted. Sounds good. I'll definitely be there on time. Tian Yun playfully pets hai. Be serious. Don't be so touchy. Su Qinghua thought to herself, aware of the public setting at the restaurant where passers-by could witness their interaction. Xiaohua, I'll take my leave now. See you tonight. Chen Jun called out as he headed back. At 7 in the evening, Chen Jun arrived punctually, carrying a small bag as he reached the company's entrance. He greeted the security guard, stating he was there on business. The security guard, having seen him with the boss during the day, did not impede his entry. Chen Jun took the elevator to the 6th floor, where he noticed a light illuminating the room in the center of the corridor. This room was designated for Su Qinghua to rest in. At times, when work extended late into the night, she would stay there. He walked down the corridor and knocked on the door. "Xiaohua, I'm here. Please open the door." He stood at the entrance, filled with anticipation. "Coming, wait a moment." Su Qinghua responded from within. Moments later, the door opened a crack, and upon confirming it was Chen Jun, she welcomed him inside. "Come in." Chen Jun noticed that she had styled her curly hair up, making her face appear much smaller. Once inside, he began to explore the spacious room. To the right was a large sofa, accompanied by a tea table, perfect for sipping tea and conversing. Chen Jun placed his bag on the sofa and continued to survey the space. Directly opposite the door was a floor-to-ceiling window, and in front was a large bathtub. "Xiaohua, you truly have an eye for aesthetics. This design is splendid," Chen Jun mused, appreciating the ability to enjoy the scenery while bathing. To the left, there was a row of wooden shelves adorned with numerous bottles of red wine. Chen Jun approached, picked up a bottle, and marveled how wonderful it is to be wealthy, enjoying red wine as casually as one would a beverage. "I'll open a bottle for you to taste," he offered. "Sure," Su Qinghua replied, taking the bottle from him and uncorking it with a wine opener. She then fetched 2 stem glasses, placing them on the small table and pouring the wine into them. "Most of these wines are gifts from friends. I rarely indulge," she remarked, handing him one of the glasses. Chen Jun accepted the glass, clinking it with hers as a toast. He leaned in to inhale the aroma, which was rich and inviting. "Quite fragrant. It's evident this is fine wine." He swirled the glass, took a sip, and found it rather delightful. "It's delicious, with a hint of sweetness. I was never interested in red wine before, but now I've gradually come to appreciate its flavor." The two settled on the sofa, savoring the red wine as they engaged in casual conversation. "Xiao Chun, I must thank you for helping me secure this client," Su Qinghua said, taking a sip and placing her glass on the tea table. "Please, don't call me Xiao Chun. It makes me sound so small. I'm not little at all, you know," Chen Jun replied with a grin, his words carrying a hint of implication. "What should I call you then? Big Chun?" She laughed, covering her mouth. Chen Jun set his glass down, took her hand, and said earnestly, "You could call me husband or darling, just like when we first met." "I can't. That is too awkward to say," Su Qinghua protested, finding it strange to address a grown man as husband. "What's so difficult about it? Given all I've done for you, just call me husband in private. It's no trouble at all." Chen Jun gently caressed her forehead, insisting that they had already established an intimate bond, so it wasn't inappropriate to say so. Su Qinghua felt a rush of shyness. It had been ages since she had addressed someone in such a manner. If she were to say it, it had only been in dreams. After a moment of hesitation, considering that he enjoyed it, she decided it wouldn't hurt to comply and softly uttered, "Husband." "Yes, that's much better." Just as the words left her lips, Chen Jun leaned in and kissed her cheek. This kiss ignited a flame within her, a yearning for affection. She remained silent, closing her eyes to fully relish the sensation. Under the influence of the alcohol, her cheeks flushed slightly and her breath quickened. Seeing her acquiescence, Chen Jun cradled her face in his hands and kissed her tenderly. "Xiaohua, I love you profoundly." Su Qinghua, though reluctant to voice her agreement, felt her body respond honestly. As the moment intensified, Chen Jun was about to unfasten her blouse when her words doused the passion like a bucket of cold water. "Not today. I have my period. Let us save it for another time," she said, opening her eyes and gently pushing him away. "All right then." The atmosphere, which had been so charged, abruptly halted, leaving him in a state of discomfort. He felt as if he could die from the frustration, lamenting the arrival of her period, especially today. "By the way, I bought you a split skirt. Let us see if it fits," Chen Jun said, unzipping his backpack. "Ah, how did you think to buy me a skirt?" Su Qinghua et Galim. Taken aback, with a mysterious smile, Chen Jun produced the skirt from his bag. It was no ordinary garment. It was a flight attendant uniform he had purchased online. The skirt was adorned with blue flowers against a white background, exuding an artistic flair. Try it on. I bought it according to your measurements. Let us see how it looks, he urged, having eagerly awaited this moment for quite some time, excited at the prospect of seeing her in it. Chapter 067, Su Qinghua felt a surge of curiosity as she held the dress in her hands, her cheeks flushing suddenly. Isn't this a bit much? The slit reaches my waist. Can I even wear it? Chen Jun pointed at the skirt and remarked, why not? It's precisely at this height that it becomes alluring. Upon hearing this, she took the dress and pressed it against her waist, retorting, look, it exposes my thighs. If I wore this out, I'd be the laughingstock. Su Qinghua shook her head, pondering, how could I possibly wear this in public? Those older men would surely lose their composure. I'm not suggesting you wear it out. Just model it for me. Chen Jun insisted, unwilling to let her display it for anyone else. Ah, so you want me to wear it just for you? Su Qinghua seemed to realize something. Indeed, dear flower. The fabric is exquisite, so smooth, and those little floral patterns suit you perfectly, Chen Jun said, caressing the material and extolling the dress's unique qualities. Perhaps not. At my age, wearing something like this feels rather excessive, she mused, feeling a tad embarrassed at the thought of such a high slit. You're still young. Stop calling yourself old. That will come true, you know, Chen Jun replied, lifting her delicate hand to his lips for a gentle kiss. But she felt uneasy about wearing it in front of someone so youthful. It seemed a touch too frivolous. Be a good girl, quickly try it on. This is a gift I prepared for you, he urged, leaning in to gently whisper in her ear, encouraging her to embrace the moment. Su Qinghua glanced at the dress again, then at him, caught in a moment of indecision. I've done so much for you. Can't I have this small request? Chen Jun's hand rested on her shoulder, lightly brushing her collarbone. Fine, I'll go change in the restroom. She conceded after a moment's contemplation, though she insisted on doing so away from his gaze. Why not? I'm not a stranger. Why can't you change in front of me? Chen Jun countered, asserting that the essence of the dress was to be admired in person. I'm shy and would feel awkward. Just hold on. I'll be quick. Su Qinghua replied, rising from the couch with the dress in hand before heading to the restroom. Chen Jun sighed, feeling disappointed. What was there to feel awkward about? Once inside, she closed the door and set the dress aside. How could this grown woman be so enchanted by such things? That cousin of mine has led me astray, she thought, approaching the mirror to remove her headband and shake out her hair. Gazing at her flushed cheeks, she wondered if it was from shyness or the wine. How peculiar. Do all men enjoy this? Su Qinghua murmured to herself, shedding her V-neck long sleeves and black skirt. Observing her reflection, she turned to assess her figure, which was still alluring, her waist-to-hip ratio embodying the golden mean. Picking up the slit dress, she unfolded it, feeling a rush of shyness. Standing before the mirror, she donned the garment and fastened the side buttons. The dress fit her perfectly, accentuating her waist even further. She nodded in satisfaction, noting that aside from the high slit, it was quite flattering. Once dressed, she opened the glass door and stepped out slowly, her hair cascading around her, enhancing her allure. Wow, it feels just like I imagined, no? Even more beautiful. Chen Jun's eyes widened, captivated by how the dress clung to her figure. Do you like how I look in this? Su Qinghua teased, noticing his expression. Absolutely, my stunning beauty. You leave me utterly entranced, he said, urging her to twirl so he could see the back. Is this enough? She shyly complied, turning as he requested. The dress hugged her curves as if tailored specifically for her, showcasing her form in an irresistible manner. You're driving me wild, my beautiful flower, he admitted, swallowing hard. Is it really that exaggerated? Do all men truly enjoy this? Su Qinghua chuckled lightly. Little flower, this dress is simply perfect for you, Chen Jun proclaimed, pulling her down onto the sofa. The red apples in front of her appeared even more luscious against the backdrop of her attire. The only issue is the slit. Otherwise, it would be quite suitable for an outing. She noted the revealing nature of the waistline, feeling a rush of shyness. I don't need you to wear it out. Promise me you'll only wear it for my eyes, he implored. Such a beautiful woman should not be shared with others. All right, since you enjoy it so much, I'll wear it for you again when I come over next time. She agreed, a faint blush creeping on her cheeks, perhaps intimidated by his longing gaze. Chen Jun poured more wine into her glass, saying, "Drink up, otherwise it will lose its flavor." This wine was gifted by a real estate mogul, Su Qinghua said, taking a sip. Indeed, a woman who had indulged in wine exuded a distinct charm that captivated Chen Jun even more. He reached out, gently touching her smooth, porcelain-like cheek, as tender as a freshly shelled egg. "By the way, I've recently learned some leg massage techniques. Allow me to help you relax," he offered, placing her calf on his knee without waiting for her rejection. "This will help ease your tension and ensure a restful night." Perhaps not. At that moment, her phone on the coffee table rang, surprising her with a late-night call. "Answer it. It might be Mr. Suzuki," Chen Jun suggested. "True," she replied, reaching for her phone, only to discover it was her cousin calling. Why would she ring so late? She's either drunk or in need of company, she mused. Leaning against the sofa, she answered, "Hello, what's up at this hour?" Zhang Xuefei's voice boomed through the line. "Hey, Xiao Qingqing, are you free tomorrow night? I'm hosting a lively party at my place." "Thanks, but I'm busy. Just drinking and chatting isn't appealing." Su Qinghua declined over the phone. "Oh, come on. You really need to learn to enjoy life. Bring your little man along. It'll be fun." Zhang Xuefei tried to entice her. At that moment, Su Qinghua couldn't help but exclaim, glancing at Chen Jun, signaling him to stop pressing the buttons. Chen Jun nodded, having pressed a bit too forcefully, likely causing her discomfort. "What is going on? Is there a man with you?" Zhang Xuefei laughed on the other end. "No, don't be ridiculous. I just bumped into something," Su Qinghua hastily explained. "Don't lie to me. Is my dear son with you?" Zhang Xuefei teased, fully aware of the situation. "Enough nonsense. She's just tipsy and rambling," Su Qinghua thought, waving at Chen Jun to stop pressing the buttons, worried she might lose her composure. "Put on speaker. I need to hear it. I'm feeling quite bored tonight." Zhang Xuefei suddenly perked up. "That's enough. I can tell you're not quite right tonight," Su Qinghua said, feeling a flicker of annoyance at her cousin's remarks. Chapter 068. How annoying. Where did you learn this? Chen Jun chuckled quietly to himself, reflecting that no one understood him better than Sister Fei. Zhang Xuefei continued speaking on the phone. "Are you coming or not? If not, I'll find someone else." "Go ahead, I'm not going. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now." Su Qinghua had no interest in the gathering, which was merely a mingling of men and women, drinking and chatting. After ending the call, she placed her phone back on the coffee table. "Did I press too hard?" "Tian Yun Dianzi Massage Tia Foots. Where did you learn this?" "After the pain, I actually feel more relaxed," Su Qinghua remarked, feeling warmth spread through her calf from his touch. "Haha, I'm a professional." Seeing her in such bliss, Chen Jun was pleased to know his efforts were not in vain. Her breathing became uneven, eyes half closed as she savored the pressure. "How about I stay over tonight? I can give you a longer massage." His playful suggestion nearly caught him off guard. "I wouldn't want that. What if you can't resist at night?" Su Qinghua declined, aware that she was inconveniently vulnerable tonight. "What do you think of me? Do you think I can't hold back?" he replied, though inwardly he wished to stay and hold her through the night. "All right. It's getting late. You should head back." Su Qinghua retracted her feet. "Unless you give me a passionate kiss and a warm embrace, I'm not leaving." Chen Jun lounged on the sofa, displaying a look of defiance. "How annoying. Have you learned to be so shameless?" Su Qinghua approached him, but found she couldn't pull him up. "Come here." Chen Jun seized the moment, pulling her into his arms, his hands resting on her back. "Stop it, let me go." She squirmed, playfully punching him with her soft fists, seemingly forceful yet gentle. "How could I let go of such a beautiful girl?" Tin Yunpiken kissing her cheek. "You're becoming increasingly mischievous, learning bad habits." Su Qinghua's words feigned reproach, laced with a hint of shyness. "With such a stunning woman before me, how could I not be tempted?" Chen Jun felt a rush of excitement as he watched her struggle. "All right, let go. It's already past 10. Unable to break free, Su Qinghua resigned herself to his embrace. "Be good. Let me hold you a little longer, then I promise I'll leave." Chen Jun's hands glided down her back, the softness of her form indescribable, embodying the allure of a mature woman. "I need to rest. My stomach isn't feeling well," Su Qinghua said, lightly tapping his chest. Chen Jun kissed her forehead, holding her a moment longer. I truly don't want to leave. Your beauty has stolen my heart. Enough already, let go. Or I might genuinely get angry. Su Qinghua frowned, adopting a mock-threatening stance. Haha, I won't release you unless you kiss me first. Chen Jun, now fully playful, tightened his grip. How annoying, little rascal. Where did you learn this? Su Qinghua playfully slapped his face. After a moment's hesitation, she leaned in and planted a quick kiss on his cheek. Good girl, Xiaohua. That's the way to do it. Chen Jun nodded in satisfaction, finally loosening his hold. You've learned the wrong things. Su Qinghua stood, adjusting her hair and clothes. Chen Jun rose, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. Aren't you going to see me off? You have your own legs. Why should I? Hurry and go, I need a rest. Su Qinghua gently urged him out. At the door, Chen Jun shot her a playful glance and playfully patted her thigh. I'm off then. If you miss me, just text me. He made a kissing gesture as he spoke. All right, just go. If you linger too long, the security will lock the doors. Su Qinghua urged, then closed the door behind him. Once in her room, she changed out of her split skirt and into her pajamas. After washing her face in the bathroom, she murmured to herself, that little rascal is too charming. He must have learned it from my cousin. If I weren't on my period today, I surely wouldn't have held back. Meanwhile, Chen Jun took the elevator down to the ground floor, where the guard was dozing in a nearby chair. He glanced at him before stepping out into the street. At the intersection, a number of cars passed by. Chen Jun flagged down a cab, opened the door, and settled inside. The driver glanced in the rearview mirror, grinning. Young man, off to a date, huh? What did you know, uncle? Chen Jun responded, intrigued. Your happiness is written all over your face, plus there's a lipstick mark on your left cheek. The driver chuckled heartily. Tian Yun Stolzeth quickly took out his phone to check. Indeed, there was a mark. Uncle, thank you for the reminder. I'm quite embarrassed, he said, dabbing at it with a tissue. Youth is wonderful. When I was young, I was always out with girls, the driver reminisced, followed by a sigh of realization about the constraints of adult life. Half an hour later, Chen Jun arrived at his destination. After paying the fare, he stepped out, having enjoyed a pleasant chat with the driver. Upon reaching the elevator, he rode up, noting that the corridor lights were all off except for Zhang Chunmei's apartment. He walked down the hall to her door. Xiaowen was still at the table, engrossed in an online class, indicating that Zhang Chunmei had yet to return. Chen Jun had been letting him stay at his place during these busy nights. He entered and advised Xiaowen to rest early, as too much screen time was detrimental to his eyes. Upon hearing this, Xiaowen turned off the class. Chen Jun thought that by this time, Zhang Chunmei should have been home from work. Xiaowen shook his head, revealing that his mother had left in the afternoon and hadn't returned yet. Chen Jun then learned that the poor child hadn't eaten. Consequently, he went to a nearby street vendor and bought a bowl of fried noodles. Xiaowen gratefully accepted the noodles, devouring them hungrily, clearly famished. Just then, footsteps echoed in the hallway. It was Zhang Chunmei. She hurriedly entered, momentarily surprised to see Chen Jun at home. Sister Zhang, you're home. You're late getting off work today, Chen Jun inquired kindly. Yes, I was delayed by some matters. Zhang Chunmei averted her gaze, noticing her son eating and realizing he must have bought the food. Thank you for getting him something to eat. I rushed out this morning and forgot. She expressed her gratitude. As she looked up, Chen Jun noticed bruises on her face, indicating she had encountered trouble. Sister Zhang, what happened to your face? Shoo. She gestured for him to remain silent. Once Zhang Chunmei saw her son had finished eating, she sent him off to bed. Curious, Chen Jun asked, Sister Zhang, how did you get those injuries? Zhang Chunmei sighed, helplessly recounting her unfortunate experience. Chapter 069. Refusing a toast, you shall drink the punishment wine. Chen Jun listened intently, eager to uncover the unfolding events. Zhang Chunmei, after a moment of contemplation, recounted that she had initially planned to rest that afternoon, exempt from her duties at the hotel. However, due to the unexpected absence of another cleaner, the manager summoned her to fill in. Upon her arrival at 5 o'clock, numerous rooms awaited her attention. After changing her attire in the supply room, Zhang Chunmei pushed her cart towards the assigned rooms. Being summer, many guests indulge in afternoon naps, extending their checkout time to 2 o'clock. Consequently, she was confronted with a heavy workload, as cleaning a single room required at least half an hour. Upon entering the first room, She began by rinsing the bathroom floor and gathering used towels. Subsequently, she took a broom to sweep away the strands of hair beside the bed. At that moment, a middle-aged man passed by, glanced inside, and halted. His name was Chen Jun, a habitual card player who spent his days in the game room, often employing sleight of hand to swindle unsuspecting newcomers. Dressed in a floral shirt and jeans, he exuded an air of a seasoned rogue. "Hey, could you clean my room? The floor is quite dirty," he called out. "Oh, sure, I'll tidy up here first," Zhang Chunmei responded, turning her head. As Chen Jun peered into the room, he noticed her in a fitted dress, crouched down to wipe the table legs, and a realization dawned upon him. He thought to himself, what a fine figure. How come I only noticed her today? It appeared that his days spent playing cards had rendered him oblivious to the presence of this new cleaner. Seeing Chen Jun linger at the door, Zhang Chunmei straightened and informed him she would be right back. Chen Jun agreed, his gaze fixated on her striking features, particularly her alluring upper body, as her white shirt strained against her form. Realizing his ogling, Zhang Chunmei blushed and swiftly closed the door. Unfulfilled, Chen Jun stood outside, urging her to hurry, as he eagerly awaited her return. As Zhang Chunmei resumed her cleaning, she muttered to herself, "What a lecher, staring so brazenly." Having encountered many with ulterior motives throughout her cleaning career, she found this blatant behavior particularly repulsive. After half an hour, she completed her task and emerged from the room, only to find Chen Jun waiting with a mischievous grin. "Hey, clean this room. I've been waiting for ages," he insisted. "Oh, fine," she replied reluctantly, wishing to clean other vacant rooms first, but Chen Jun obstructed her path. Moreover, as a cleaner, she felt it inappropriate to confront a guest directly. "Hurry up. The bathroom is quite filthy. Start with that," he pressed. "Okay," Zhang Chunmei nodded, pushing her cart to his room. Once inside, she organized the towels in the bathroom before using the shower head to rinse the floor. Chen Jun, cracking open a can of beer, leaned against the bathroom door, leering at her as she bent over to clean the marble floor. Feeling a warmth from the beer, Chen Jun loosened a button on his shirt. Oblivious, Zhang Chunmei finished rinsing the floor and stepped out of the bathroom. "How old are you, miss? Perhaps we could get to know each other?" Chen Jun winked suggestively. Zhang Chunmei ignored him, thinking what a nuisance. As she exited, she retrieved a damp cloth from her cart, intending to wipe down the table. Just as she approached the wall, Chen Jun seized the opportunity to bump into her, feigning an apology. "Sorry, miss. I've had a bit to drink." Zhang Chunmei glared at him, her frustration bubbling beneath the surface. She focused on her task, eager to complete it and distance herself from this rogue. Chen Jun gently closed the door and settled on the bed, sipping his beer while savoring the sight of the beautiful woman before him. As Zhang Chunmei wiped the table, her movements swayed rhythmically, igniting a fire in his gaze. Unable to contain his desire, he downed his beer and tossed the can aside, rising to experience the temptation firsthand. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed, straightening up. "Don't shout. I just can't resist you," he replied, his lust palpable. Zhang Chunmei, realizing her attire accentuated her figure, regretted her earlier compliance. Chen Jun attempted to kiss her, grinning as he said, "Stop pretending. You've been flirting with me all along, haven't you? You filthy old man." "I'll scream," Zhang Chunmei shouted in desperation, aware of the disparity in their physical strength. "Go ahead, but the hotel owner is my friend. No one will come," Chen Jun declared confidently, recalling previous encounters where he had escaped unscathed due to his connections. "Get away from me, you scoundrel." Zhang Chunmei struggled fiercely, stepping on his toes in a desperate bid for freedom. "Ouch, you filthy woman." Chen Jun released her, but she quickly dashed to the door, only to be yanked back and pushed onto the bed. Refusing a toast, "You shall drink the punishment wine." Chen Jun slapped her fiercely. Stunned, Zhang Chunmei grabbed a nearby lamp and swung it at him. With a yelp, Chen Jun recoiled against the wooden table, cursing her audacity. "You shameless woman! How dare you strike me?" Taking advantage of the moment, Zhang Chunmei sprinted to the door and escaped. She rushed down the stairs to the lobby, recounting her ordeal to the manager, who was understandably furious about the mistreatment of his hotel staff. Consequently, he summoned the security guard and accompanied Zhang Chunmei back upstairs. Chapter 070. Under the eaves, one must lower their head. The manager stormed into the room she had mentioned, only to find Jun seated there, which instantly deflated his confidence. He thought to himself, how could it be this guy? He wields considerable influence in this area, and even the boss treats him with deference. Jun sat casually at the edge of the bed, lighting a cigarette, showing no signs of fear, as if he were accustomed to such confrontations. Manager, it's this scoundrel. I refused, and he even struck me. Zhang Chunmei pointed accusingly, tears streaming down her face in a display of grievance. What's this? You brought people here, yet it's somehow my fault for your seduction? Jun retaliated, twisting the narrative and hurling insults. This vile woman. Look at the lump on my forehead. How do you account for this? He pointed at his brow, claiming innocence while demanding compensation for his supposed injuries. You're spouting nonsense. You lured me in, Zhang Chunmei cried, growing increasingly furious and urging the manager to defend her. The manager found himself in a precarious position. While he could be seen as the manager in name, in reality, he was just another worker. If he were to leave the hotel, he could face retaliation from this ruffian, which could lead to serious trouble. What's the matter, manager? Don't you recognize me? I'm quite familiar with your boss. Jun said, sensing the manager's hesitation, and grew bolder. This vile woman injured me. At the very least, I deserve 10,000 yuan, or this matter will not be resolved. The manager was at a loss. He neither wanted to confront this seasoned troublemaker, nor could he afford to ignore the situation. Thus, he took out his phone and called the boss, explaining the circumstances. Boss, here's the situation. Our cleaner Zhang Chunmei was cleaning a room today. Upon hearing the boss's voice, Jun quickly snatched the phone, speaking into it. Old Wu, it's me, Jun. Yes, a misunderstanding. Zhang Chunmei felt an unsettling premonition. It seemed this man was quite familiar with her employer. After a brief conversation, Jun handed the phone back to the manager. The manager listened intently, his brow furrowing, and then nodded. Understood, boss, I will handle it. He hung up, his expression darkening, grappling with unspoken words. After a moment's hesitation, the manager finally voiced his thoughts. Sister Chunmei, perhaps we should let this go. After all, you've already hit him. We can consider it a misunderstanding. Jun chuckled, pointing at the bump on his forehead. Look at what you did to me. I'm not demanding compensation, which should be enough. Zhang Chunmei felt even more frustrated. She was clearly the victim, yet somehow, the narrative had shifted to one of misunderstanding. Manager, how can you say that? He is clearly in the wrong. The manager led her outside, speaking softly. Sister Chunmei, he knows the boss and has a reputation around here. We cannot afford to provoke him. His implication was clear. Since he hadn't harmed her significantly, the boss had promised to compensate her with an extra 1,000 yuan, and that should suffice. I don't want that money. Accepting it would only complicate things further, Zhang Chunmei replied, her anger flaring as she felt the manager siding with Jun. Since neither you nor the boss will stand up for me, I'll have no choice but to call the police and let them handle it. She pulled out her phone, but the manager swiftly intervened. No, Sister Chunmei, listen to me. If you call the police, it will certainly affect the hotel's business, and we could face a shutdown. He explained that the repercussions would be significant, costing the hotel tens of thousands each day, and he could lose his job. His strength is his concern. I cannot endure this humiliation, Zhang Chunmei insisted, as her reputation was at stake. All right, Sister Chunmei, here's the deal. I'll talk to him and have him apologize, all right? The manager entered the room to negotiate with Jun. Initially, Jun dismissed the notion, thinking he had nothing to fear given his standing in the area. However, when he heard that the police might be involved, he began to panic. A detention would disrupt his livelihood, which depended on gambling, where he earned thousands daily. After discussing the pros and cons, he finally agreed to pay her 1,000 yuan and apologize to resolve the matter. I'm sorry, miss. I had a few drinks. It was my fault. Here, take this money. Though reluctant, Jun complied, pulling out 1,000 yuan. I don't want your filthy money, nor do I need your apology, Zhang Chunmei retorted, maintaining her dignity. The manager took the money and pressed it into her hands, leading her into the hallway. Sister Chunmei, I'm begging you, let us just drop this. He apologized, and you have the money now. Seeing her silence, he continued, please, have mercy on me. If this escalates, I could lose my job. He pleaded, sharing that he had just made a down payment on a house and couldn't afford to be unemployed. Moved by his desperate appeal, Zhang Chunmei softened and agreed not to call the police. However, she felt embarrassed to stay on, deciding to resign instead. Manager, don't worry, I want to report it. But I also don't wish to continue working here. Please settle my pay today. The manager, seeing her resolve, had no choice but to comply and reported the situation to the boss. The boss authorized 3 months' salary for her, advising her to keep quiet after leaving. Zhang Chunmei collected her wages and left the hotel, vowing never to return. Such was the turn of events. I consider myself unfortunate to have encountered such a situation. Zhang Chunmei recounted her experience candidly. She appeared resigned, acknowledging that as a low-level worker, she often faced numerous injustices. Chen Jun listened intently to her tale, responding gravely, Sister Zhang, I believe you should report this. You shouldn't compromise. And what good would that do? There are no cameras in the room. He can say whatever he likes. At worst, he'll pay a fine and spend a few days in detention. Zhang Chunmei sighed. These words echoed the manager's advice to her, urging her to let things be. But we can't just let this scoundrel go unpunished. He must be dealt with to relieve our grievances. Chen Jun expressed his empathy. Let be. I've already resigned. What more is there to say? Others may have the means to endure, but I cannot. Zhang Chunmei lamented, revealing her vulnerability as a woman from out of town, without a man to rely on. Tin Yun sighed, understanding her plight. Indeed, dragging this out would only mean losing time and money, which could lead to hunger. Sister Zhang, let it go. You're better off moving on to find a new job and forgetting this ordeal. At that moment, he felt small, powerless to assist her. Finding a job nowadays is challenging, especially for someone over 35, lacking education or skills. Aside from cleaning, what else could she do? Zhang Chunmei articulated her struggles. True enough, but don't rush. Take your time to find something. I'll also inquire if there are any good job opportunities. Chen Jun offered supportively, recognizing the difficulties faced by a single mother. Thank goodness for you, handsome. You're such a good person, Zhang Chunmei said, grasping his hand, yearning for a semblance of care. Sister Zhang, we're neighbors. It's only natural, Chen Jun replied with a smile. Then she placed his hand against her chest, whispering, Handsome, you've been so kind to me and Xiaowan. I genuinely don't know how to repay you. I may not be old yet, if you wish. I'm available at any time. Chapter 071. Avoid her more often. Her gaze is unsettling. Chen Jun awkwardly smiled, attempting to retract his hand, yet found himself unable to muster any strength. The soft, warm sensation lingered in his grasp, rendering his hand completely detached from its owner's control. Friends, you must believe me. I am not stronger than her. This is entirely involuntary, he insisted. Don't say that, Sister Zhang. I am merely assisting you out of neighborly friendship, expecting nothing in return. Chen Jun struggled again, but his hand remained ensnared, leaving him feeling utterly helpless. It felt as though an irresistible force was preventing him from pulling away. Handsome, I will always remember your kindness. It will not be forgotten, Zhang Chunmei mused, thinking to herself that the young man should be bolder and not overly concerned about trivial matters. Chen Jun found it perplexing how difficult it was to withdraw his hand. Then, Zhang Chunmei stood up, beaming as she approached him. With her short hair, she appeared quite alluring up close. Leaning down, the weighty presence of her form nearly strained her clothing. It was no wonder that Jun, the old rogue, found it irresistible. Who could withstand such allure? The pressure was overwhelming, making it difficult to resist temptation. Handsome, I understand that you are enduring a challenging time alone, and I am not ungrateful, Zhang Chunmei whispered, pressing her right cheek against his. The subtle warmth of her breath carried unspoken implications. Sister Zhang, you are too kind. I hadn't considered this, Chen Jun stammered, observing how her form enveloped his elbow, rendering him immobile. His hand felt as if it were bound by adhesive tape, experiencing a peculiar numbness. In the next moment, Zhang Chunmei kissed his left cheek and softly murmured, Handsome, I know you desire this. You were peeking at me while I bathed the other day. I understand that boys can be shy. Her words flushed Chen Jun's face with embarrassment. He had thought his actions were discreet, only to discover he had been caught. I saw it by accident. I apologize, he admitted, feeling exposed as his secrets unraveled. The image of the virtuous gentleman he had cultivated was on the verge of being shattered, leaving him in a state of acute embarrassment. There's no need to be shy. It is entirely normal for a boy your age. Sister Zhang is not a stingy person, she reassured him, her hands encircling his neck. This was indeed a feral age, offering no reprieve for the young man. Noticing his silence, Zhang Chunmei leaned closer, whispering, "Handsome, I know you want this. There is no need to feel embarrassed. Whatever you desire, Sister Zhang will comply." Sister Zhang this. Chen Jun found himself unable to refute her, his thoughts betraying him. He indeed harbored desires. If they were to venture outside to a room, it would be manageable, but here, it felt excessively bold. Was it feasible to treat the table as a battlefield? Certainly. That was not appropriate. It felt too crude. "Handsome, I have no other way to repay your kindness, except for this body, which I hope you find satisfactory. If you do not mind, let us proceed," she said, unbuttoning two of her blouse's buttons, inviting him to admire her form. The flesh swayed slightly, on the verge of revealing itself, appearing so tender and delicate. Such a figure seemed incongruous for a mere worker. Aside from her slightly rough hands, she was astonishingly well-maintained. Chen Jun gazed unabashedly, pondering what kind of skincare regimen she must have followed. Her nourishment seemed exceptional, yet a trace of rationality lingered within him, preventing complete surrender. "Sister Zhang, isn't this inappropriate? Your child is asleep in the room. If he were to witness us, it would be tremendously awkward." Chen Jun worried aloud, noting the inadequate soundproofing of the rental unit. If she lost control and cried out, it would surely awaken the child, leading to a most uncomfortable situation. Zhang Chunmei, sensing his concerns, reassured him, "It's fine. He sleeps very soundly and won't hear a thing. Trust me, let us focus on what truly matters." She further insisted that children were oblivious to such matters, so their actions would not trouble him. Chen Jun quickly countered, "He is in the second year of middle school. How could he possibly be unaware? He may look small, but his mind is undoubtedly mature. Sister Zhang, is it truly all right? Are we to proceed here at this table?" Chen Jun furrowed his brow, contemplating the fragility of the table, fearing it could not withstand the weight of their actions. It might collapse within moments. Such a notion was not exaggerated, but rather a reality. As a vigorous young man, he held immense potential. Zhang Chunmei considered his words and found them reasonable. "How about I lean against the wall? What do you think?" "What?" Chen Jun thought to himself. That too was unfeasible, as the wall was cluttered, leaving no room for maneuvering. It would be too cramped, likely causing a commotion. He adamantly shook his head in refusal. Such a wild approach made it challenging for him to enter a suitable state of mind. He preferred a gradual and profound exchange that reached the depths of the soul, rather than remaining superficial. "Why not come to your place?" Zhang Chunmei suggested, gesturing toward his room. At that moment, her mind was consumed by this singular desire. Chen Jun contemplated for a moment, but ultimately declined. His room contained unsold lingerie and bodysuits. If she were to discover them, she would undoubtedly think him peculiar, which would be a severe blow to his dignity. "Let us save this for another time, Sister Zhang. I'll arrange a separate meeting. How does that sound?" He politely declined. "Oh, very well. Let it be so," she responded, somewhat disheartened, as she fastened her blouse and tidied her appearance. Just then her son, having heard their whispered conversation, curiously emerged. "Big brother, aren't you going to sleep?" "Oh, Xiaowen, I'm just chatting with your mother. I'll be leaving shortly," Chen Jun replied, relieved the auntie acted on his earlier thoughts, as that would have been exceedingly awkward. Children should not meddle in adult affairs. "Hurry back to bed," Zhang Chunmei scolded, casting a disapproving glance. "All right," Xiaowen nodded before returning to his bedroom. "Sister Zhang, I shall take my leave now," Chen Jun said, exiting. As he stepped outside, he fortuitously encountered Zhou Ting, returning from her night shift. "Hey, why are you at someone else's house so late?" Zhou Ting inquired, noticing his anxious demeanor. "Ting Ting, is that you?" "I just got off work," Chen Jun greeted her, attempting to steady his nerves. "Don't call me Ting Ting. That's what my mother calls me. Don't mimic adult speech when addressing me," Zhou Ting responded, displeased by his use of her nickname, feeling it made her seem younger. Chen Jun thought to himself, "I'm already established as your father. What is wrong with calling you by your nickname?" Su Ting glanzed at Song Shunmai, then pulled Chen Jun aside into a corner. I must tell you, avoid her house in the future. I see the way she looks at you. It's unsettling. Don't jump to conclusions. I was merely tutoring her son. How can you turn this around and blame me? Chen Jun retorted, leaving him momentarily speechless. My birthday is tomorrow. Would you join me for dinner? I haven't celebrated in ages. Zhou Ting expressed her wish. Of course, my dear daughter. Father will definitely accompany you. Chen Jun inadvertently revealed his thoughts. Are you trying to get yourself into trouble? You're becoming addicted to taking advantage, Zhou Ting snapped, baring her teeth as if to strike him. Respecting the elderly and loving the young is a traditional virtue. If a girl loses her temper, she becomes less attractive. Chen Jun hurried to his room, quickly opening the door. Consider yourself fortunate for your speed. You've infuriated me. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll hit you. Zhou Ting yelled angrily, striking the door in frustration. Chen Jun contemplated. What a splendid opportunity this presents. To take advantage of it and facilitate a reconciliation between the mother and daughter. Chapter 072. You wish to play? Then I shall indulge you until the end. Chen Jun entered the bedroom, leaning against the bed while initiating a message on his phone. Hey, darling, are you asleep? At that moment, Su Qinghua had just finished her bath and had not been asleep for long when the vibration of her phone disturbed her. She reached for her phone on the bedside table, initially intending not to respond. However, she reconsidered, suspecting there must be a reason for the late message. I was asleep, but you woke me. What is it? After reading her message, Chen Jun replied, Have you missed me? Would you like to video chat face-to-face? Upon receiving this, she sighed and sent a voice message back. If there's nothing important, I'll just go back to sleep. It's already past midnight. Tin Yun, upon hearing her message, responded with a voice message. There is something important, of course. Just call me husband first, and then I'll tell you. Ugh, you little rascal. Always wanted to hear that. Isn't it boring? Su Qinghua replied weakly, feeling quite drowsy at that moment. It's urgent, just say it once. And I'll tell you. I promise you'll be pleased. Tin Yun eagerly waited his sweetly uttered words. How boring, husband, is that enough? Now, please tell me what it is. She reluctantly compromised and sent a voice message to her phone. Upon hearing her call him husband, Chen Jun was filled with joy and rushed to reply. Darling, your daughter's birthday is tomorrow, and she has invited me to celebrate with her. You should come too. She opened the voice message to listen, and as soon as she heard it was about her daughter's birthday, her fatigue vanished instantly. Really? You're not joking? Why would she invite you to her birthday? She asked in disbelief. Why would I lie to you? As her designated father, what is wrong with celebrating her birthday? Chen Jun chuckled while sending the voice message. Don't speak carelessly. Did Ting Ting mention where she is celebrating? Should I go early? Su Qinghua inquired anxiously. Don't worry, I'll arrange everything. I'll inform you how it will go. Chen Jun reassured her via WeChat, promising to facilitate the reunion between mother and daughter. That would be wonderful. I'll rely on you for this. If Ting Ting can forgive me, that would be fantastic. Su Qinghua decided to cancel her dinner plans for the following day to accompany her daughter on her special day. Chen Jun chuckled to himself upon reading her message, thinking, I am even more anxious than you, as this concerns my happiness. He then sent her a voice message. If this works out, you must thank me properly. You understand what I mean, right? Su Qinghua opened the voice message and wanted to remark on how he had become rather mischievous. All right, no problem. Whatever you say is fine with me. Is that good enough? After reading her message, Chen Jun felt elated and quickly replied, Okay, my dear, then rest early. That night, he drifted into sweet dreams, envisioning himself embracing a beautiful maiden. The next morning, he took the subway to work, navigating through the bustling morning rush. Arriving a bit early, he found that his assistant had not yet arrived, with only one female colleague present. Hello, oui, you're here quite early. He greeted as he entered. Supervisor, likewise, she replied with a smile and a wave. Chen Jun took his briefcase and entered his office. As soon as he sat down, he eagerly opened his computer to check how many clients had sent inquiries. Logging into his Huanyu account, he began perusing the messages. Many clients expressed that the prices were too high and requested a reduction. Otherwise, they would purchase from elsewhere. Initially, Chen Jun was skeptical, believing that his unique sourcing channel was unmatched. Even if others figured it out, they could not possibly have large quantities in stock. However, after reviewing the messages from other clients, he began to believe. One client, named Zhang Feiguomalu, sent a screenshot indicating the neighboring shop had listed their prices at 600, a full 200 less than his. Another client, who went by Li Nai Nai, reported that several shops had already dropped their prices to 600. She stated that if the store did not lower prices, she would have to buy from others. Despite the inferior quality, Chen Jun opened the De Huangyu website and searched for nylon stockings, revealing a plethora of product listings. It seemed that while he was on break, many merchants had set their sights on this lucrative market, trying to undercut prices to attract customers. These merchants appeared to have coordinated their strategies, with prices uniformly set at 600. One newly opened shop even absurdly priced their items at 580, with the owner swearing in a post that their stockings were genuinely authentic. They claimed that if they were not, they would gladly accept the punishment of public nudity. Upon reading this, Chen Jun felt a surge of frustration. Such a thriving business environment was being undermined by these competitors. If I sell for 800 and you sell for 750, I wouldn't mind, but directly coming in at 600? Is that really fair? What was once a shared market was now a battleground, leaving everyone with nothing in the end. With a cold smile, Chen Jun decided that if they wanted to play, he would play to the finish. He sent messages to these clients, announcing a grand promotional event with a unified price of 500. Upon hearing this price drop, the returning customers went wild. They flooded him with messages wanting to purchase a pair to quench their thirst. "Thank you so much, store owner. You've lowered the price so much. You're truly a great person. Adopted father, Feng Xian is back. If you don't mind, please grant me a pair. I'll be eternally grateful. Stockings, boss. I want a pair of authentic ones. I'm immensely grateful." Other merchants, witnessing Chen Jun's drastic price cut, began cursing him, claiming he was ruthless for slashing prices so significantly, clearly aiming to put them out of business. Some even created fake accounts to hurl insults, threatening to report him if he continued this way. Chen Jun dismissed their complaints, thinking, if you want to play, then let us play. One elderly customer did not negotiate, but, maintaining an equitable approach, Chen Jun adjusted the price for him as well. The old man was astonished and repeatedly expressed his gratitude upon receiving the notification of the price drop. At that moment, Wang Lily walked into the office, placing her small handbag on the table. Noticing Chen Jun's displeased expression and his mumbling, she curiously asked, "What's wrong, supervisor? Who upset you so early in the morning?" "Lily, good morning. You're here," Chen Jun replied, looking up with a smile, indicating that it was nothing but trivial matters. "Supervisor, the team-building event is next week. Have you decided who to go with?" Wang Lily inquired. "Team building? When is that? I didn't receive any notification." Chen Jun realized he was the only one not in the loop about the discussions that had been circulating. "It's always on August 5th. But since it's not yet time, the notice hasn't gone out." "Oh, I see." At that moment, he was too consumed with thoughts of teaching his competitors a lesson instead of pondering team building. He was determined to show them that those who disrupt commercial rules would inevitably face repercussions for their actions. Chapter 073. I see you. Indeed, you have watched too many movies after enjoying lunch at the office. Chen Jun seized the opportunity to deliver goods to the reclusive man. With Zhou Ting's birthday celebration scheduled for that evening, he could not afford to delay, thus opting to arrive early. He first sent a message to confirm the arrangement and, upon receiving consent, made his way with the delivery. It was the middle of the day, and the streets were nearly deserted. Chen Jun crossed the road and reached the fountain area, where he sent a final message and meandered nearby. Unbeknownst to him, someone was watching from a corner not far away. The reclusive man informed that he was dining and would soon head downstairs, instructing Chen Jun to leave the package at the usual spot. After reading the message, Chen Jun discarded the goods and began to depart, only to be halted by two undercover police officers moments later. The intern journalist approached him with an air of smug satisfaction. "What is happening?" Chen Jun stammered, bewildered, as the officers led him to a secluded corner. "We suspect you are involved in the trafficking of dangerous materials. Remain quiet and do not speak out of turn," one officer barked, asserting control over him. "What? This is a misunderstanding. I was merely selling stockings. How does that equate to dangerous materials?" Chen Jun protested vehemently. "Stop pretending. I've been investigating you two for quite some time. Once your contact arrives, we'll see how you try to deny it. Lu Jin pointed to the pinhole camera on his chest, asserting that their dealings had been secretly recorded. At this, Chen Jun couldn't help but chuckle, retorting, I think you must be mistaken, or perhaps your imagination has run wild. Just then, the reclusive man descended the stairs, glancing around cautiously. Clad in a heavy outfit, complete with a cap and sunglasses, he likely believed this would afford him a sense of security. Don't make a sound. Stay put, one of the undercover officers ordered, leaving his partner to guard Chen Jun while he approached the reclusive man. As the man picked up the bag from the flower bed, he was abruptly seized by the officer. His eyes widened in fear, utterly confused by the unfolding events. Officer, don't move. Hold on to that bag and come with me, the policeman commanded, leading him towards the corner where Chen Jun stood. The reclusive man clutched the bag, bewildered, as he had merely purchased a pair of stockings. The undercover officer brought him face to face with Chen Jun, demanding they both come clean. Lu Jin was elated at the prospect of a successful bust, thinking to himself, your contact has arrived. There's no way out now. Huh? What contact? You must be watching too many movies. Chen Jun smirked, a hint of mockery in his tone. Still in denial, are we? Officer, let me open it myself to crush his hopes, Lu Jin said, eager to unveil the contents of the bag. As he tore it open, he was met with sheer disbelief. The bag was completely empty save for a single pair of black stockings. How could this be? This is impossible. There can't be a hidden mechanism inside, can there? Lu Jin exclaimed, turning the bag inside out in vain, searching for the incriminating evidence he expected. The two officers exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. They felt they were being toyed with. Is this the vital evidence you mentioned? You're wasting our time. One officer scoffed. You've squandered public resources. Do you realize that? I will report this to your superiors. Lu Jin, who had been brimming with confidence, plummeted into despair, feeling utterly defeated. Officer, please listen. You must have intentionally brought this to mislead us. Enough with the farce. I'm not interested in your explanations. The officer dismissed him, uninterested in further dialogue. My apologies, gentlemen, this is all a misunderstanding, the other officer offered, attempting to soothe the situation. It's all right, I understand. Someone was eager to make a name for themselves, perhaps indulging in too many films. Chen Jun teased the intern journalist. Don't get too cocky. Consider yourself fortunate this time. Lu Jin's aspirations of becoming a full-time employee evaporated like mist. With the misunderstanding resolved, Chen Jun bid farewell to the two officers and departed. Later that evening, after work, Chen Jun asked Aunt Zhang to retrieve the old garments from the recycling bin. He needed to hurry and deliver the goods to his clients, as today's tasks were rather demanding. Due to a promotional event, clients had placed nearly 200 orders, marking a successful case of thin margins and high volume. Much to the dismay of his competitors, who were left reeling from the sudden influx of business. Standing at the corner beside the building, he awaited Aunt Zhang's arrival, noting that the time was nearly right. Shortly after 6, she appeared, carrying 2 large bags filled with the day's haul. She tossed the 2 black bags onto the stone steps, brushed her hands together, and returned inside. Chen Jun glanced at the entrance to confirm she had entered before swiftly approaching. Reaching the steps, he paid little mind to checking the contents, grabbing the 2 bags and racing toward the roadside. Within a minute, a nearby rideshare vehicle arrived in response to his request. He opened the door, tossed the bags inside, and climbed into the car, departing swiftly. Half an hour later, he arrived at the entrance of his rented apartment. He hoisted the 2 bags into the elevator, only to encounter Xiao Suifang returning home from work. In the aftermath of their previous encounter, she had been busy relocating her dance studio, wary of any potential disturbances from a certain individual. What's in those bags? Are they heavy? She inquired, reaching out to lift one. Sister, there's nothing of importance. Merely some useless trash. Chen Jun quickly interjected, shielding the bags from her grasp, fearful she might discover their true contents. Oh, I see, Xiao Suifang remarked, sensing his unusual anxiety. Then, recalling a matter, she continued, Handsome, I've been moving my dance studio these days. Do you have time to come help me? I'm afraid I'm quite busy for the next couple of days. My apologies, Chen Jun declined. That's all right. It'll likely take over a week to finish moving. We can discuss it when you have time. Xiao Suifang expressed her gratitude. having come to regard him as a reliable individual through their interactions. As the elevator doors opened, Chen Jun smiled and gestured for her to exit first. Once she had left, he took the bags to his room. In the bedroom, he opened the black bags to sort through the contents. Inside, he found an assortment of peculiar items, including underwear, leggings, and short skirts. He carefully separated these items, setting them aside for future processing. Next, he packaged the stockings, placing them into a black bag. Drawing from his previous experience, he scanned a shipping label, filled in the address, and affixed it to the outside of the bag, saving considerable time. He then called the courier in advance, instructing them to arrive in half an hour for the pickup. After completing his tasks, he placed the outgoing parcels into a large garbage bag, ensuring that even if seen by neighbors, no one would suspect anything amiss. By this time, the courier was waiting downstairs. Upon seeing him, they approached to collect the delivery. "Brother, you've struck it rich today. You've doubled your earnings compared to the day before." "Huh, it's all right. I'm sending out more, so you can earn more on delivery fees too." A win-win for everyone. This strategy of thin margins and high volume netted him over 95,000, a considerable sum indeed. Chen Jun made a comparison and found that this time he earned over 20,000 more than last. At this moment, Su Qinghua, driving her red GT3 sports car, slowly approached. It was Chen Jun who had summoned her, intending to create an opportunity to reconcile the mother and daughter. Chapter 074. Stay put, and you won't be discovered. After Su Qinghua parked her car and opened the door, the first sight that greeted her was her long, delicate leg. The delivery man beside her was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that a wealthy woman driving a sports car could possess such beauty. His preconceived notions of affluent women were typically of those who were short, plump, and unattractive. This completely shattered his existing impressions. Her white floral, short-sleeved top subtly revealed her black undergarment beneath, and paired with a skirt that perfectly accentuated her curves, she was simply breathtaking. The delivery man thought to himself that spending a night with such a woman would be worth dying for. He found himself salivating, entirely different from the ordinary women he encountered on the streets. Su Qinghua closed the car door and gracefully approached Chen Jun, greeting him with a smile. The delivery man was taken aback, wondering how this young fellow, who lived in a rented room, could possibly know a woman of such stature. "Hi, darling, you're here. I missed you terribly," Su Qinghua exclaimed. Just as Chen Jun was about to embrace her, he caught her warning glare. Their actions were too intimate in the presence of outsiders, which was not appropriate. The delivery man watched with admiration, contemplating how this fellow had the audacity to address her as darling. Chen Jun, understanding the situation, smiled and retracted his hand, suggesting, "Shall we head upstairs to chat?" As they passed by the delivery man, he sighed, thinking that if living off a woman were hierarchy, this young man was at the pinnacle. Others who courted wealthy women were usually of less appealing appearance. Yet this man's companion was stunning, resembling a movie star. "Dude, you're impressive," he murmured, giving a thumbs up. Chen Jun smiled slightly, feeling a swell of accomplishment at the envy in the delivery man's eyes. Once inside the elevator, Chen Jun took her hand and kissed it gently. "What's wrong, Sister Xiaohua? Can't I call you darling?" He had crossed a boundary, and she admonished him for being too casual in public, insisting that personal image should be prioritized. "Ah, Sister Xiaohua, you're shy too," he teased, finding her glare adorable. Chen Jun's gaze roamed her figure, drawn to the fabric of her skirt, and he reached out to touch it. "Keep your hands to yourself. We must maintain decorum in public," she admonished, swatting his hand away. Just then, the elevator doors opened to reveal the landlady, who noted their intimate demeanor and thought to herself that this fellow was indeed living off a woman, as she had suspected. "Hello, landlady," Chen Jun greeted as he exited the elevator, with Su Qinghua following closely behind, feeling somewhat embarrassed at being caught in such a situation. Once the elevator doors closed, Chen Jun pulled her to the window and said, "Darling, you're mine now. What's seen can't be unseen." She reminded him to be cautious in front of others to avoid gossip, as she was indeed sensitive to such rumors, being a woman without a husband. "Understood, Sister Xiaohua. Let us go," he replied, leading her to the door of his room. As he opened the door, a pungent odor wafted out from the pile of old clothes. Chen Jun had grown accustomed to the smell, but Su Qinghua could hardly bear it. "What is that stench? Have you not washed your clothes?" she exclaimed, immediately concerned. "It's just a lack of ventilation," he explained, having kept the window closed to prevent the scent of his stockings from dissipating. To be honest, the buyers sought that very aroma. If it vanished, the stockings would lose their value. "I can't believe you can live with such a strong odor," she remarked, waving her hand in front of her nose. Chen Jun opened the window to let in fresh air, saying, "Sit for a moment. I'll fetch you a cup of tea." As he went to the kitchen, Su Qinghua glanced around, noting how disorderly the place had become in just a few days. There were several bags on the chair in his bedroom. Upon closer inspection, she was shocked to find they contained women's lingerie. "What's going on?" she gasped. Chen Jun, unaware she had entered his bedroom, panicked, realizing his secret had been uncovered. He hurried inside to conceal the evidence, but it was too late. Su Qinghua held up a transparent bag, pointing to the lingerie inside. "Did you steal your female colleague's underwear?" Chen Jun froze momentarily, realizing the implication. While they belonged to his female colleague, he had not stolen them, but rather acquired them openly. Nonetheless, he knew that there was no proper justification. He turned away, preparing to employ a tactic of self-pity. He pulled out a bottle of eye drops, applied some to his eyes, and turned back to her, feigning tears. "I couldn't help it. I missed you so much that I resorted to this to relieve my stress." Seeing him in such a state tugged at Su Qinghua's heartstrings. "Yet you can't steal someone else's underwear. What if you get caught? That would be utterly humiliating, especially since it's your cousin's company," she admonished, urging him to change this bad habit before facing dire consequences. Chen Jun took her delicate hand, bringing it to his lips. "If I could change, I would have done so long ago. I simply can't control myself when I think of you." His lament softened her heart further. "If you keep thinking about this, your health will suffer. You really should find a better outlet," she suggested, feeling sympathetic towards his plight. While she contemplated potential solutions, Chen Jun's hand subtly found its way to her waist. "I've tried many methods, yet none quell my longing for you, Xiaohua. I love you dearly." His hands began to slide down, applying gentle pressure. "What are you doing? Your hands are misbehaving," she exclaimed, swatting his hands away. "Given my suffering, please help me," he pleaded, leaning in to kiss her neck. "I came here to celebrate Tingting's birthday." Not to do this, she protested, pushing him away. With time still on their side, and knowing she had not yet arrived, Chen Jun embraced her waist, kissing her cheek once more. "Let us postpone this. I'm just not in the mood today," she replied, half-heartedly pushing him away but not insisting further. "Just a little longer, Xiaohua. I truly can't hold back," he urged, sensing the moment was ripe, and gently lifted her onto the bed. Just as he prepared to unfasten her clothing, a loud knock echoed from outside. "Knock! Knock, knock!" Knock! It was Zhou Ting returning and calling for him to join her for a meal. Su Qinghua, recognizing her daughter's voice, sprang upright, panic-stricken. "What should we do? Tingting's here. If she sees us, it will be disastrous." "It's all right. Don't worry. Just stay here." Chen Yun comforted her, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder, urging her to remain silent and assuring her that they would not be discovered. Upon reaching the living room, he first shut the bedroom door before proceeding to open the door ahead. Chapter 075. "Please wait a moment. I'll be right back." Chen Jun opened the door and, with a serious expression, said, "Miss, why are you in such a hurry? You're about to knock my door down." Upon noticing his anxious demeanor, Zhou Ting inquired, "What is going on? You've been calling for so long without a word." Observing the closed bedroom door, she felt a twinge of suspicion. "Not much. I was just a bit tired and took a moment to rest," Chen Jun replied, blocking the doorway with one hand to prevent her from entering. "Are we going to eat or not?" She pressed from the threshold. "Of course we are going. Just wait a moment," he said before shutting the door and walking into the bedroom. At that moment, Su Qinghua sat nervously on the edge of the bed, fearing her daughter might overhear. "Did she hear anything?" she asked anxiously. Chen Jun found her fear amusing. "Don't worry, your daughter didn't hear anything. Just stay put," he reassured her, gently brushing her hair aside and planting a kiss on her forehead. "Enough dawdling, let us go. I'm waiting for your message," Su Qinghua urged him softly. "All right, just stay here, and I'll message you when I arrive," Chen Jun said, caressing her cheek before stepping out. Zhou Ting, growing impatient outside, thought he was taking too long and regretted calling him. The door opened, and Chen Jun emerged, making a gesture to leave. Slow as molasses. I should have called you, Zhou Ting remarked with a pout. Where are we eating? It won't just be the two of us, will it? He inquired, curious. Of course not. For what birthday would it be just the two of us? The band from the bar is joining us too, Zhou Ting retorted as they approached the elevator. Must you always speak so harshly, little girl? Chen Jun criticized. She always spoke with an edge, as if ready for a fight. Little girl? You're only a year older than me. Stop acting like you're from a different generation, Zhou Ting shot back, feeling discomfort by his elder demeanor. As the elevator doors opened, she stepped inside and pressed a button. I'm just stating facts. Little girls shouldn't speak so loudly. And as for your hair, you should avoid dyeing it next time. Chen Jun couldn't help but notice that while she was quite pretty, her purple hair seemed rather jarring. Hey, you're not that old. Why do you keep talking like that? So naggy, Zhou Ting replied, slightly irked by his remarks. Chen Jun remained silent, thinking, as your father, isn't it natural for me to be concerned? One day you will understand the depth of a father's love for his daughter. They arrived at the street and hailed a taxi to their destination. During the ride, Chen Jun felt curious about her sudden change of heart regarding her birthday. Zhou Ting explained that she hadn't intended to celebrate, but when the band members discovered her birthday, they decided to gather for a festive meal. She figured it was just a dinner, and whether it was a birthday celebration or not didn't hold much significance, so she agreed. Upon arrival at the restaurant, they entered a private room in a modest establishment known for its home-style dishes. Inside, for young people were chatting, wondering why Zhou Ting had not yet arrived. They were 3 men and 1 woman, all members of the bar's band and fervent music enthusiasts. As the door swung open, Zhou Ting entered, greeting them. Sorry to keep you waiting. I brought someone along. Chen Jun followed her in, exchanging pleasantries with the group. One of the women with dreadlocks, the drummer of the band, was intrigued. Hey, Zhou Ting, is this handsome guy your boyfriend? Not all. You've guessed wrong, Zhou Ting replied, casting a glance at Chen Jun, secretly wondering if she would mind if he admitted it. Hello, everyone. I'm her friend and neighbor. We're not in that kind of relationship yet. Chen Jun clarified to avoid any misunderstandings. The man wearing black-rimmed glasses chimed in, Zhou Ting, come on, take a seat. Don't just stand there. He was the bassist and the oldest among the group. Since they were all young, they didn't fuss over seating etiquette. As long as everyone was present, that sufficed. All right, Zhou Ting, today you're the host. Please order, the man said, calling the waiter in from outside. Zhou Ting took the menu, unsure of what to order, and turned to Chen Jun for guidance. Just order a few main dishes. The rest can be whatever, Chen Jun suggested, considering that there were only a few of them and they wouldn't eat much. Okay, I'll order then, Zhou Ting said as she browsed the menu. She chose soy sauce shredded chicken, spicy fish fillet, mapo tofu, kung pao chicken, and more. The waiter stood nearby, jotting down the orders. Seeing that they had ordered enough, the others indicated it was time for beer. These friends were laid back, enjoying the lively atmosphere rather than focusing on fine dining. That's settled then, Zhou Ting concluded, looking up at the waiter. All right, please wait a moment. I'll arrange that right away, the waiter replied before exiting the room. While they awaited their meal, the group engaged in casual conversation. Zhou Ting, there's a performance at the mall this weekend. Would you like to join us? The performance fee is 3,000 yuan, and each of us would earn 600 yuan, including lunch. It's not much, but it'll be fun. Is that so? What do you all think? Zhou Ting was hesitant about performing during the day. You're the lead singer. It's up to you. We're all fine with whatever you decide, the glasses-wearing man said. Then let us go. I don't have much planned for the weekend anyway. Zhou Ting sensed enthusiasm among her friends. All right, I'll reply to the organizer later, the glasses-wearing man added. At that moment, the door swung open as the waiter wheeled in a cart. The table was adorned with 4 main dishes, and beneath, there were several bottles of beer. The waiter set the dishes on the table and placed the beer on top. The remaining dishes are still being prepared and will be ready shortly, the waiter informed them before leaving. Meanwhile, Chen Jun sent Su Qinghua a message, sharing the restaurant's location and asking her to bring a cake, so it would be seamlessly integrated into the celebration. One of the men with a ponytail began popping open the beer bottles with his chopsticks. Come on, let's start drinking while we wait for the food. Yeah, help yourselves, Everyone grab a bottle and enjoy. The glasses-wearing man raised his bottle to toast with his companions. Seeing this, Chen Jun also grabbed a bottle and drank straight from it. Dining with such spirited individuals was refreshing. There was no need for pretenses, just the simple joy of drinking. Half an hour later, Su Qinghua texted that she was waiting outside. Upon reading her message, Chen Jun announced to the table, "It wouldn't be a birthday without a cake, so I'm heading out to get one." Only then did the others realize that a cake was indeed missing from the table, which felt somewhat lacking. No need. We're already halfway through the meal. What's the point of buying a cake now? Zhou Ting thought to herself, wondering if he was trying to make an excuse to leave. Definitely. It's a rare occasion to celebrate a birthday. We must treat it with importance. Chen Jun rose from his seat, exchanged greetings with the other members of the band, and then departed from the dining table. Chapter 76. An accidental slip of the tongue. Now we're in trouble at the entrance of the restaurant. Su Qinghua, with a small handbag slung over her shoulder and a cake in hand, was glancing around. Upon seeing her, Chen Jun wrapped his arms around her slender waist from behind. "You've arrived," he said. Startled, Su Qinghua quickly turned around and playfully swatted his hand away, urging him to release her. Tian Yun looks here, contemplating, honestly. Her waist-to-hip ratio is quite captivating. "All right, let us head inside," he suggested, lifting the cake and instructing her to refrain from speaking once they entered. "Understood. I'll follow your lead." Su Qinghua nodded, trailing behind him. Upon reaching the private room, Chen Jun knocked lightly on the door before stepping inside. "The cake has arrived. Everyone, a delicious cake," he announced, lifting it slightly before placing it on the table. The gathering exchanged puzzled glances, questioning the rapidity of his return. "What is going on? You were gone for less than 5 minutes," Zhou Ting remarked, her expression one of confusion. "Today is quite fortuitous. I brought someone along." "Come in," Chen Jun said, turning to beckon Su Qinghua inside. Feeling a bit nervous, Su Qinghua scanned the room before her gaze landed on her daughter. "Ting Ting, it's your birthday, and I bought you a cake. Happy birthday." Zhou Ting remained in shock, struggling to comprehend how the two had crossed paths. The other members of the band exchanged glances, uncertain of the identity of the stunning woman before them. Noticing their bewilderment, Chen Jun took the initiative to introduce her. "This is Ms. Su, Zhou Ting's mother. I happened to meet her while buying the cake, so I invited her along." The woman with the messy braids, upon learning that this was the lead singer's mother, quickly urged her to sit and engaged in polite conversation. "Auntie, you should have come earlier. We could have ordered more dishes." She attempted to rise to call for a waiter, but Su Qinghua stopped her. "No need. The food is sufficient. Come, Annie, have a beer. Here is an unopened bottle." The bespectacled man offered, passing her the bottle. "Thank you all, but there is no need for such courtesy," Su Qinghua replied graciously. The teammate with a ponytail, seeing Zhou Ting's mother for the first time, marveled at her beauty. "Auntie, you look so youthful. If it weren't for this handsome gentleman saying you were her mother, I wouldn't have believed it. Indeed, you both look like sisters. Your aura is remarkable." "I think it's more fitting to call you sister," the woman with the messy braids remarked enviously, admiring Su Qinghua's striking features. Su Qinghua smiled and chatted amiably with everyone. Meanwhile, Zhou Ting remained silent, visibly upset that Chen Jun had brought her mother without prior notice. "Do you think so little of me?" Zhou Ting whispered in his ear, then playfully pinched his thigh. "Ouch! Let go, what are you doing?" Tian Yun exclaimed, pushing her hand away and rubbing his thigh in mock pain. The girl's grip was surprisingly strong. He suspected he might have a bruise. "Why did you bring her along? Do you think I'm easy to push around?" Zhou Ting glared at Tian Yun, casting a glance at him. "Don't be ridiculous. It was a coincidence. Besides, it's your birthday. How could you not have your mother here?" Tian Yun gently urged, recognizing that causing a scene in front of everyone would be inappropriate. "You certainly have a way of getting under my skin. I will remember this." Zhou Ting huffed, well aware that ordinarily she would have stormed out. Given that they were all band members and saw each other daily, throwing a tantrum was not an option. Chen Jun understood this and felt assured she would not overreact, which is why he had invited her mother. "Are you perhaps interested in her? You seem to defend her quite often," Zhou Ting teased, having long wanted to voice her suspicion. "Child, don't speak nonsense. Do I seem like that kind of person?" Chen Jun replied with a smile, thinking to himself, This girl has a keen sense. How did she deduce that? Of course, he couldn't reveal the truth just yet. He would consider it when the time was right. I see you are that type. You can't resist the allure of beauty, Zhou Ting quipped. Worried that the two were whispering too closely, Su Qinghua began to fret, wondering if her daughter was upset. Annie, I always thought Zhou Ting was here alone. I didn't realize her mother was with her, one female teammate remarked. Su Qinghua nodded in response. Thank you for looking after her. I hope you could be a little more patient with her. No worries. Zhou Ting is easy to get along with and very warm-hearted, the female teammate assured her. At that moment, the bespectacled man opened a box and began inserting candles into the cake, lighting them with a lighter. Come on, Xiao Ting, it's your birthday. Make a wish and blow out the candles. Indeed, Zhou Ting. Hurry over. We're all waiting to enjoy the cake. Come on, little one. You're not too old. Don't dawdle, Chen Jun said, noticing her reluctance. He stood up and gently pulled her toward the cake. Zhou Ting, begrudgingly, approached the cake, glaring at him in annoyance. All right, little one, be obedient and make your wish, Chen Jun urged, giving her a gentle push. Yes, Zhou Ting, make your wish. The female teammate chimed in, thinking she was just shy. With everyone watching, Zhou Ting closed her eyes and made a wish over the cake, her lips moving silently as if she were cursing. After finishing her wish, she opened her eyes and blew out all the candles. The room erupted in applause, celebrating her birthday. Happy birthday, Xiao Ting. May you always be full of vitality. Wishing you joy every day, smooth sailing in all your endeavors. Zhou Ting, happy birthday. May you achieve your dreams. Go for it. Receiving the heartfelt blessings, Zhou Ting smiled brightly, expressing her gratitude. Su Qinghua felt deeply moved, watching her daughter surrounded by such good friends, her heart swelling with joy. When it was time to cut the cake, the ponytail man handed her a small knife. With everyone eagerly anticipating, Zhou Ting hesitantly began to slice the cake. However, her inexperience resulted in oddly shaped pieces. Yet, no one minded. They found the variety delightful and meaningful. Chen Jun carefully plated the cut pieces and began distributing them. Just as the bespectacled man was about to taste his piece, he suggested that Zhou Ting's mother take the first bite. Zhou Ting's cake should rightfully be tasted by her aunt first, don't you think? The others clapped in agreement, echoing their support. Thank you all. I am truly delighted to celebrate my daughter's birthday today. It's also the first time in 10 years Su Qinghua, overcome with emotion, inadvertently let slip a detail. Suddenly, Zhou Ting stood up, her face flushed with anger. It's all your fault. Otherwise, my father wouldn't have left. With that, she burst into tears, wiped her eyes, and ran out the door. Chapter 077. I almost forgot to use this skill. The members of the band were all taken aback, completely bewildered by the unfolding events. Chen Jun also stood up and followed her outside, calling out to her from behind. Zhou Ting dashed out of the restaurant and turned into a nearby alley, crouching in a corner and weeping. Chen Jun caught up to her and knelt down, offering words of comfort. This incident happened a long time ago. Why can't you seem to move past it? Zhou Ting remained silent, curled up, continuing to cry. Chen Jun gently patted her back and added, one must look forward. Clinging to the past will only inflict greater pain upon oneself. You can say that because it didn't happen to you, Zhou Ting retorted, glancing up momentarily. Chen Jun took out a tissue and wiped her tears, remarking, such a grown woman still crying. Your makeup is all ruined. At that moment, Su Qinghua stood at the entrance of the alley, refraining from approaching to avoid disturbing them. The mother understood her daughter's suffering and recognized it as a deep-seated conflict. She wished fervently that it had been her, not her husband, who had faced the unfortunate incident, so she would not have to live under the weight of blame. For years, she had thrown herself into work, desperately trying to alleviate this pain. Zhou Ting continued to lament. Do you know how much disdain a child without a father faces? She expressed that such anguish was unfathomable to most. Chen Jun reached out to stroke her hair, contemplating for a moment before saying, if you don't mind, I could be your father right now. A chuckle escaped her lips as she could not help but laugh. The sorrowful atmosphere dissipated in an instant, replaced by playful banter. Get lost. Always trying to take advantage of me. You can be my brother, but I find you too young to be my father. How shameless. Zhou Ting playfully pushed him away, trying to feign anger, but the resentment faded away. All right, call me Dad, and you will forever be my good daughter, Chen Jun said as he pulled her to her feet. Sitting like this is making my legs numb, he added. If you keep talking, I might lose my temper. Don't think I want to hit you. As he spoke, Zhou Ting playfully punched his chest. Cough, cough, you really hit me. I'm going to bleed internally. Call an ambulance. Chen Jun raised his right hand, feigning a look of agony. You truly amuse me. Zhou Ting laughed at his dramatic act. Seeing her daughter stop crying, Su Qinghua felt a sense of relief. Chen Jun noticed and quickly waved to her, signaling that she could leave. He would take care of Zhou Ting. Su Qinghua nodded in understanding and turned to leave, thinking it wise to avoid her daughter's potential wrath upon seeing her. All right, let us head back. Everyone is waiting for you, Chen Jun reminded her. Yes, let us go, Zhou Ting agreed, not wanting to keep their teammates waiting. They returned to the private room, taking their seats under the curious gazes of the others. Zhou Ting, what just happened? Why did you suddenly run out? One female teammate, who had been clapping, inquired, oblivious to the earlier events. Yeah, shouting. I thought you had an upset stomach. What is going on? The bespectacled guy also asked. Chen Jun, realizing that everyone had missed what she said, brushed it off. She had an allergic reaction and was gagging, but she is fine now. Zhou Ting apologized for not informing them beforehand, saying, I felt a bit unwell. I'm sorry. Well, as long as you're feeling better, that's what matters, the ponytail man reassured her. By the way, where's Auntie? I just saw her go out too, the female teammate remarked, glancing outside. Zhou Ting furrowed her brow, pondering where the woman had gone. Chen Jun explained. She had an urgent matter and left early. She asked me to let everyone know. Oh, I see. That's quite unfortunate, the female teammate sighed. Zhou Ting was already aware of the situation and did not pursue further inquiries. Everyone, enjoy the cake. This is my birthday cake. Don't hold back. The teammates shifted their focus from earlier events to the cake, engaging in cheerful conversations. As the gathering concluded, Chen Jun accompanied Zhou Ting back to the rental apartment. Noticing her melancholy demeanor, he asked, What's wrong? Are you still upset about earlier? How can I not be angry? It was supposed to be a gathering with friends. Why did you bring her along? Zhou Ting retorted, recognizing the coincidence was too perfect to be accidental. Little girl, don't dwell on these things. Your mother is suffering too. You are her only daughter, Chen Jun urged from the doorway of her room. Enough. I don't want to discuss this with you. My issues with her will never be resolved, Zhou Ting stated before entering her room and closing the door. Such a little brat, with quite the temper, Chen Jun remarked, preparing to return to his own room. At that moment, Su Qinghua sent a message, inquiring about how things were and whether Ting still held a grudge against her. Chen Jun replied that her outburst was normal for a young girl and not to take it to heart. She expressed regret for her slip of the tongue, suggesting that the relationship could have been mended if not for that. Suddenly, Chen Jun recalled a skill he had acquired the previous week, which allowed him to replace a person's memories. The root of Zhou Ting's anguish lay with her mother, which indirectly contributed to her husband's untimely demise. He mused, if he could erase that memory, she would no longer have to live under such oppression. This must surely be for the greater good. Alleviating someone's suffering is a noble deed, after all. Chen Jun remembered the system's warning that using such skills for malevolent purposes would result in the forfeiture of all rewards. However, he brushed aside those concerns. How could he know unless he tried? He approached Zhou Ting's door and knocked. What is it? She called from inside. I need to talk to you. Please let me in, he replied, deliberately vague. Zhou Ting opened the door, observing his serious expression, and asked, What is it? I'm about to shower and sleep. I've learned a magic trick and want to show you. Please let me in, he insisted, entering before she could respond. What kind of ridiculous magic? Can it wait until tomorrow? I'm exhausted, Zhou Ting complained, growing impatient. This trick can only be performed at night and must be done today, Chen Jun asserted, shutting the door to ensure privacy. Zhou Ting sighed, thinking if you're determined to perform, then let us get on with it. Chen Jun instructed her to sit in a chair and to focus on him without distraction. All right, I'm watching. Hurry up, she urged. At that moment, Chen Jun muttered a phrase, activating the memory replacement skill. Hello, host, Memory replacement is now in progress. Please do not interrupt, the system announced. As Chen Jun spoke, Zhou Ting appeared frozen, unresponsive. He extracted the memory fragments from her mind, akin to unspooling a film reel that recorded every stage of her growth. He erased all memories of her father and implanted a new narrative that her father had gone abroad for business. Hello, host, memory replacement is complete. The recipient will awaken in 12 hours. Done. I hope you can find joy upon waking tomorrow. Chen Jun gently carried her to the bed and thoughtfully tucked her in with a blanket. Chapter 078. A Transformation of Character. Returning to one's true self, Chen Jun lingered by the bedside for a while, ensuring that she was merely asleep before rising to depart. He exited the room, gently closing the door behind him, and proceeded to the windowsill. Taking out his phone, he dialed a number, intending to prepare Mei Jianyang for what lay ahead. On the call, he mentioned that he had acquainted himself with a psychology professor who possessed considerable expertise in alleviating patient psychological burdens. Su Qinghua, somewhat perplexed, inquired whether such issues could truly be resolved through mere counseling. Chen Jun assured her that it was indeed possible, citing the professor's numerous successful cases. Regarding Zhou Ting's psychological distress, the professor was confident in his ability to provide treatment. If unsuccessful, he would not charge a fee. He emphasized that the process would involve only simple psychological counseling, devoid of any medicinal aid. Upon hearing this, Su Qinghua felt a surge of joy and immediately requested the professor's contact information. She contemplated scheduling a time to take her daughter for a consultation, believing that regardless of the outcome, it was worth a try. Chen Jun informed her that the professor happened to be downstairs at the rental property and had already summoned him up. Su Qinghua was taken aback, placing her trust in him without a hint of skepticism. She regarded this as a divine arrangement, believing it would facilitate her daughter's swift recovery. Observing her elation over the phone, Chen Jun continued, stating that Zhou Ting was already undergoing treatment. Su Qinghua, upon hearing this, felt a tinge of confusion. Was her daughter truly compliant enough to willingly accept treatment? Chen Jun elaborated that the professor was skilled in hypnosis, capable of erasing unpleasant memories, allowing individuals to be reborn. Su Qinghua, having only seen hypnosis depicted in dramas, felt unfamiliar with the concept. A flicker of worry crossed her mind. Would her daughter forget her as her mother after the session? Chen Jun reassured her that such concerns were unfounded, promising results by the following day. Just as he was about to hang up, he suddenly remembered an important matter. It was imperative not to mention her husband in front of her daughter. This secret must remain undisclosed. Su Qinghua responded with confidence, assuring him that as long as Tingting could regain her previous cheerfulness, she would gladly remain silent. She added a reminder for him not to forget his promise should the treatment succeed. Chen Jun, wary of her possibly reneging on her word, reiterated his request. Su Qinghua, her mind brimming with thoughts of reconciling with her daughter, recognized this as her own psychological burden. Moreover, she found herself growing fond of Chen Jun, gradually shedding her previous reservations about being with a younger man, realizing those fears were unfounded. Love was precious, and she decided to set aside any societal judgments for the time being. The following morning, Zhou Ting awoke groggily, her head throbbing painfully. Oh, it hurt so much. How uncomfortable. She groaned. She pushed aside the covers, attempted to rise, but found herself lying back down. After approximately half an hour, feeling somewhat better, she finally got out of bed. Regarding the events of the previous night, she only recalled Chen Jun mentioning a magic trick, with no memory of what transpired afterward. Suddenly, a serious thought struck her. She quickly checked to ensure her pants were still on. I must have been overthinking it. But why can't I remember anything? How strange. Zhou Ting slipped on her slippers and headed to freshen up, her demeanor reflecting exhaustion. Why on earth did I ever think about dyeing my hair purple? It looked so odd. In truth, Zhou Ting had always favored black hair. After a fallout with her mother, she had dyed it purple as an act of rebellion, aiming to appear unconventional and to embarrass her mother by suggesting she lacked discipline. Following the replacement of those unpleasant memories, her entire character had undergone a transformation. She first grabbed the facial cleanser to remove the impurities from her face, followed by a moisturizing cream. After adorning herself attractively in a long-neglected dress, Zhou Ting returned to the demure girl she once was, her speech becoming soft and gentle. It could be said she had entirely metamorphosed. Her preferences and aesthetic sensibilities had shifted dramatically. Once finished with her appearance, she picked up her phone and called her mother. In truth, she had always kept this number saved. She simply hadn't wished to express her emotions. At that moment, Su Qinghua was seated in her office, reviewing a proposal. When she noticed her daughter's name flashing on the screen, her hands trembled with excitement. Could it be that what Xiaoqin said was true? Had the professor genuinely cured her daughter's psychological affliction? With trembling hands, she reached for her phone resting on the desk. "Hello, daughter, what is it?" Zhou Ting spoke on the other end. "Mom, would you accompany me for dim sum? There is hardly anything good to eat around this rental." Su Qinghua's lips quivered in disbelief. She could hardly fathom that her daughter had initiated the call. "All right, I will come right away. Wait for me." Overwhelmed with joy, she promptly closed the proposal and prepared to leave. At that moment, her secretary reminded her, "Su Zong, you have a client meeting later. Please reschedule it. I have something urgent to attend to. Refrain from forwarding any business calls." After issuing her instructions, she exited the office. The secretary, perplexed, wondered at Su Qinghua's unusual behavior. She had always treated work with utmost seriousness. Su Qinghua drove to the rental property, where her daughter awaited her downstairs. Upon spotting the vehicle, Zhou Ting waved enthusiastically. "Mom, over here, ha!" Su Qinghua unbuckled her seatbelt and hurriedly exited the car, enveloping her daughter in a warm embrace. "My good girl, you truly are my obedient daughter." "Mom, you're hugging too tightly. Let me breathe." Zhou Ting was puzzled by her mother's exuberance. "I'm so sorry, daughter. I lost my composure." Su Qinghua wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, smiling joyfully. "You asked me to join you for dim sum, and yet you're crying?" Zhou Ting found it curious. "It's nothing, just a gust of wind," Su Qinghua replied, her heart brimming with happiness as she took her daughter's hand and led her to the car. They drove to a restaurant in the city center. During the ride, Zhou Ting expressed her apologies regarding the previous night's birthday gathering. "Mom, I'm sorry. I don't know what happened. I just suddenly ran out." Zhou Ting struggled to recall the details, her head growing increasingly pained. "Ting, you might have had a food allergy," Su Qinghua comforted her, recalling Chen Jun's warning about never mentioning her husband to her daughter. "Mom, I don't intend to continue living in that rental. I'd rather move back in with you." Zhou Ting considered the monthly rent unnecessary, viewing it as a waste of money. "All right, daughter. I keep your room tidy every day. You can move back in today." Su Qinghua was elated to hear her daughter's statement. She longed to see her daughter daily, eager to make up for lost time. In the evening, after work, Chen Jun returned to the rental property and noticed the door to the adjacent room was ajar. A heap of miscellaneous items cluttered the entrance: empty detergent bottles, discarded plastic buckets, and the like. "What's going on? Is she moving out?" Chapter 079. "You call me here for this concern." Chen Jun made a phone call to inquire. "Hello, Xiaohua, has Ting moved out?" Su Qinghua responded over the line. "Yes, that place was too old and unsuitable for a young lady, so she moved back." Hearing this, Chen Jun felt a sense of joy for her. "That's wonderful. It seems this professor truly has a knack for healing emotional wounds." "Indeed, thank you. Are you free to come over this evening?" Su Qinghua hoped he could accompany her daughter to resign from her job at the bar. "No problem. I'd be delighted to come, though I haven't had dinner yet." He pondered whether it was too early to head over. "No worries, I'm cooking. So come over for dinner," Su Qinghua invited him. "That's splendid. Xiaohua, I'll head over right now." After hanging up, Chen Jun appeared quite elated. It seemed this beautiful lady missed him dearly. He entered the bathroom, tidying himself in front of the mirror. A man's appearance should not be neglected, as a disheveled look often leaves a poor impression. Su Qinghua sent him the address and informed the security in advance. Upon reviewing the location, Chen Jun hailed a cab and rushed over. Upon arriving at the entrance of Yenting No. 1, Chen Jun announced he was the owner of Villa No. 6, requesting entry. The security guard checked his name and allowed him inside. This villa district was quite renowned locally, featuring rows of standalone villas. Residents here were typically wealthy individuals worth over 100 million. As he ventured further in, it felt as though he had entered a garden. surrounded by an array of floral vegetation. Following the directional signs, he reached the door of Villa number 6. The villa's exterior was clad in brown stone, topped with gray tiles and encircled by a black fence ensuring the owner's privacy. Standing before the iron gate, he pressed the doorbell, and moments later, it opened automatically. He stepped onto the stone pathway, crossing the courtyard to the main house. Upon entering, he found a row of sofas with a tea table in front. A circular staircase divided the hall into two. The kitchen was on the left and the living room on the right. Noticing someone busy in the kitchen, he walked over. It was Su Qinghua, donned in a pink apron, skillfully chopping vegetables. Chen Jun quietly positioned himself at the doorframe, savoring the sight of this stunning beauty. She wore green silk wide-leg pants and a white camisole, which perfectly accentuated her alluring figure. After admiring her for a moment, he slowly approached, pressing himself against her. The sensation was exquisite, igniting a fire within him. Initially, the woman was unaware until he wrapped his arms around her slender waist. "Ah!" she gasped, startled, causing the knife to slip from her grasp. Turning to see it was Chen Jun, she was understandably shaken. "What are you doing, sneaking up on me like that?" Her heart raced. When one is deeply focused on a task, such surprises can be particularly jarring. "Why the rush to invite me for dinner? Are you hungry?" Chen Jun tightened his embrace, resting his face against her back. The fragrance she exuded was intoxicating, instilling a sense of security. "Hungry? It seems you are the one who's famished, scaring me like that upon arrival." At that moment, she still appeared somewhat flustered. "I've been thinking about you. All I could imagine was your delightful scent." He closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, savoring her essence. "All right, let go. I still need to chop vegetables." Su Qinghua gently swatted his hand. "No, I wish to hold you like this. It feels so comfortable." He rested his head on her left shoulder. "Well, I can't cut vegetables like this." She shot him a playful glare, realizing she was at loss with him. "Just a minor task. Allow me to assist." Chen Jun gripped her hand with one hand and wielded the knife with the other, beginning to slice. Su Qinghua thought, if you continue like this, we might as well skip dinner. "All right, let me take over. After dinner, you'll need to accompany Ting Ting to resign from her job." "Ah, so you call me over for this?" Chen Jun exclaimed, genuinely surprised, realizing he had misjudged the situation. "What else could it be? Did you think I urgently summoned you for something else?" Su Qinghua's lips curved downward, revealing her displeasure. "What could it be, then? I've already sorted Ting Ting's matters. Shouldn't I receive some reward?" Chen Jun whispered in her ear. "Fine, let's discuss it after dinner. Ting Ting is still waiting upstairs." Su Qinghua gave his hand another light pat, urging him to wait outside. "Is it at your home tonight?" Chen Jun inquired as he released her. Su Qinghua lightly tapped his forehead. "Are you out of your mind?" "Of course, it's at the company. It would be inappropriate for the children to see us here." At that moment, Zhou Ting descended the staircase, eager to check if dinner was ready. Chen Jun, hearing the noise, quickly stepped back, standing at the kitchen entrance. Zhou Ting waved at him, inviting him to sit on the sofa. "You're here. Hurry and take a seat. Don't just stand there." Chen Jun turned to see her donned in a beige dress, her appearance radically transformed. Her formerly long purple hair had been cut in half, replaced by a sweet, short style. "What's wrong? Don't you recognize me?" Zhou Ting glanced at her outfit. "Hey, beautiful. You look stunning today," Chen Jun remarked as he scrutinized her. Her attire was reminiscent of a wealthy young lady, a stark contrast to her previous bar singer persona. "Thank you for the compliment. Come and sit." Zhou Ting urged him to relax on the sofa. "Thank you. You've changed so much," Chen Jun observed, momentarily questioning whether she had an identical twin, as even her tone had shifted from boisterous to gentle. "I don't know. I suddenly just started liking this style." Zhou Ting chuckled, admitting her transformation was inexplicable. "That's wonderful. Look at you now. A perfect lady." Chen Jun marveled at the system's incredible ability to transform someone entirely. Curious about her musical aspirations, he asked, "Have you given up on your dream of holding a concert?" "Haha, concert?" IDB laughed out of the room. "That notion is far too childish." Zhou Ting replied, conveying her newfound clarity. She expressed that her time singing at the bar had satisfied her cravings, leaving her without lofty ambitions. "That's quite all right. That place truly wasn't suitable for you. Chen Jun remarked, pleased with her evolution. Indeed, I prefer a quieter environment. I plan to apply for a music teacher position. Zhou Ting shared, expressing her desire to interact with children more. As they chatted, Su Qinghua completed the meal preparations. A plate of steamed base, a bowl of steamed meatloaf with egg, and a dish of stir-fried pork with green peppers were laid out, all favorites of her daughter, which she had committed to memory. Then, Su Qinghua brought over a bottle of red wine and a bottle of coconut juice, placing them on the table. All right, you two, stop chatting and come to dinner. Chapter 80. I can't just eat without working. As Chen Jun realized that it was time to eat, he hastily rose from the sofa. Wow, this looks delightful. I have been starving, he exclaimed. To have the pleasure of tasting dishes prepared by the beautiful daughter was indeed a blessing. Darling, come over and join us. Chen Jun inadvertently voiced his thoughts. What did you say? Zhou Ting, just standing up, did not catch his words clearly. Su Qinghua shot him a glare, her expression tinged with annoyance, thinking he was rambling again. I meant, beautiful girl, come over to eat, Chen Jun quickly improvised, hoping to smooth things over. Zhou Ting approached the square table, and her eyes lit up upon seeing the spread of her favorite dishes. Wow, Mom, it smells amazing. You remember what I like, she exclaimed, leaning in to take a whiff, her appetite instantly ignited. Would you prefer coconut juice or red wine? Chen Jun inquired, gesturing with his hand. Coconut juice, please. I'm not used to wine, Zhou Ting replied, settling at the side of the table. All right, beautiful, Chen Jun said, opening the bottle and pouring the coconut juice into her glass. It was only natural for him to show concern for his daughter. Thank you, Zhou Ting said, taking a sip before picking up her chopsticks to sample a piece of stir-fried meat. She chewed slowly, nodding in satisfaction. It was good, albeit a tad salty. Really? Should I stir-fry it again? Su Qinghua asked after tasting a piece herself, realizing it was indeed overly salty. She hadn't cooked in quite a while, and her skills had diminished since. No need, Mom. It's still edible, Zhou Ting reassured her, not wanting her to tire herself. Chen Jun then uncorked the red wine and poured a glass for the lovely lady. Sister Xiaohua, do enjoy more, he said, filling his own glass as well. Zhou Ting chuckled upon hearing him refer to her mother as sister. How can you call her sister? Auntie is more appropriate, she teased. Su Qinghua agreed, realizing the point. Calling her sister did place them at the same level. All right, Auntie Xiaohua. Chen Jun winked, adjusting his address. It doesn't matter what you call her, just eat. Su Qinghua uget? Chen Jun took a seat beside her, eager to savor her cooking for the first time. He picked up a piece of fish and savored it thoughtfully. This sea base is perfectly steamed, tender, and fragrant with a hint of sweetness. It's delicious, he remarked, expressing genuine appreciation. Hearing his praise brought her joy. All her effort had not been in vain. Well, I haven't cooked in a while, but I'll gradually improve, she said. Chen Jun took a sip of wine, relishing the combination of fish and wine, which was indeed a match made in heaven. He couldn't help but indulge in several more bites of the steamed base. At that moment, a warm feeling enveloped him as he envisioned a cozy family dinner. He reached out and gently patted her knee, saying, You should eat too, Annie. The dishes are quite delectable. All right, she responded, her leg involuntarily twitching as she picked up a piece of stir-fried meat and popped it in her mouth. Beautiful girl, you quit your job today, and since it's not the end of the month, your salary 1 TB until next month, Chen Jun reminded her, adhering to the local custom where even after resignation, salaries were disbursed mid-next month. That's fine. I'm not in a hurry for money. I just wanted to say goodbye to my teammates, Zhou Ting replied. Her visit was primarily to inform her teammates about her decision regarding the weekend performance, as she did not intend to participate. Not needing the salary is all right. There wasn't too much to begin with. Leaving early is the best choice, Su Qinghua added, not wanting relatives and friends to know her daughter had worked in a bar. Mom's right. Sleeping all day and singing at night is truly exhausting. Zhou Ting nodded in agreement. Chen Jun raised his glass again, taking a sip, his gaze inadvertently drifting to her side. The white spaghetti strap top accentuated her curves beautifully. The outfit was undeniably alluring, and he couldn't help but glance a few more times. Leaning back, he noticed the top was revealing at the back, undeniably tempting. Unbeknownst to her, Zhou Ting noticed his wandering gaze. What are you looking at? She inquired, prompting him to blush slightly. I've been having some neck pain lately. It's probably a work-related issue, he awkwardly explained. Su Qinghua, showing concern, said, you need to take care of yourself and not overwork. Thank you, Auntie. You are truly kind, he replied, reaching out to lightly caress her wide-leg pants. She frowned and gently moved his hand away, saying, let us eat quickly. We still need to accompany Ting later. All right. Auntie, you are indeed a wonderful mother, he said, retracting his hand. After the meal, Zhou Ting settled on the sofa, engrossed in short videos, while Chen Jun assisted Su Qinghua in washing the dishes. I can manage this. You can go outside, she insisted. I'll help you wash. One cannot just eat without contributing, he nudged her playfully. Be serious. Ting is outside. You should behave yourself, she thought to herself, feeling that he was becoming increasingly bold. This could lead to complications if her daughter discovered anything. She wished to maintain her virtuous image in her daughter's eyes. Glancing outside, Chen Jun reassured her, don't worry. She's busy on her phone. She wants to come in. He leaned closer, inhaling the scent of her hair, and in a moment of boldness, he stealthily kissed her right cheek. The thrill of such secrecy exhilarated him. Oh, stop that. Hurry outside, Su Qinghua said, rinsing her hands and urging him to leave. All right, my dear, he replied, suppressing his desires as he reluctantly exited the kitchen. Arriving beside the sofa, he asked, beautiful girl, are we ready to go? Yes, let us go, she answered, stretching and mimicking a walking gesture. Su Qinghua poked her head out to instruct her daughter, when you resign, be sure to say it nicely. If you have any questions, just ask Xiao Chun. She was concerned her daughter might offend someone. Don't worry, I'm here. Just wash the dishes and wait for me. Chen Jun signaled as they exited the villa together. Upon arriving at the bar, they entered the manager's office. The manager, upon hearing of her departure, was reluctant to let her go and attempted to persuade her to stay, assuming another bar was trying to poach her. He promised to accommodate her regarding compensation. Zhou Ting clarified that it was not about the money. Her mother had forbidden her from working there. The manager, realizing the situation, felt helpless. He couldn't force her to stay. Chen Jun chimed in with a few supportive words, understanding how difficult it was for the manager, especially since competent vocalists were hard to come by. Some customers had grown accustomed to her voice. A sudden change would not sit well with them. Zhou Ting expressed her apologies as she exited the manager's office. She proceeded to the backstage area to explain her decision to her teammates and bid them farewell. The bespectacled man was particularly upset, recalling that they had shared a meal just the day before. The woman with braided hair hugged her tightly, weeping at the thought of losing a compatible vocalist so suddenly. Zhou Ting also expressed her reluctance to part with everyone, stating that they could gather again whenever they had free time in the future. Chapter 081. Strengths are evenly matched. Indistinguishable outcomes. Chen Jun bid farewell to them with a handshake. Though they had only known each other for a day, it felt as if they were old friends. Everyone, until we meet again, we must take our leave. He urged Zhou Ting to return, as lingering in such an emotional atmosphere made it difficult to depart. If she changed her mind, it would be hard to explain to her mother. Goodbye, everyone. No need to see us off. We shall be on our way. Zhou Ting waved goodbye to her teammates. Then we want to see you off. When you have time, come by the bar for some music, said the bespectacled man, fighting back tears, having come to regard Zhou Ting as a sister. As Chen Jun and she left the bar, noticing her mood was somewhat subdued, he suggested they take a stroll outside. It's tough, isn't it? Just let it out. Holding it in can make you ill, Chen Jun remarked, fully understanding her feelings, akin to his own when parting with his roommates. I feel so miserable. It was so hard to find a group of people who love music. Zhou Ting lamented, burying her face against his chest as she wept uncontrollably. In time, when you settle into your new environment, you will surely make new friends. He gently consoled, stroking her back. Observing his beloved daughter in such distress, the fatherly concern in his heart was palpable. They found a nearby bench and sat down to converse. Can I call you Brother Jun? Zhou Ting, eager to talk, asked. Of course, you may even call me Dad. I wouldn't mind, he replied with a smile. If you keep this up, I shall ignore you. Zhou Ting turned away, clearly annoyed, feeling he was not only failing to comfort her, but also taking advantage of the situation. Chen Jun thought to himself, I am indeed like a father to you. Whether you call me now or later, it will come to that. Suddenly, Zhou Ting queried, Are you interested in my mother? What makes you ask that? Chen Jun responded, sensing she might know something. Just think about it. My mother is beautiful, fit, and wealthy. What man wouldn't he be attracted to her? She subtly probed. Well, your mother is indeed a remarkable woman. Chen Jun found himself at a loss for words, uncertain whether Zhou Ting was testing him or had sensed something. As the clock approached 9, he urged her to return, warning her of the dangers posed by drunken men at night. Su Ting, naturally skeptical, recognized it was getting late and that she should indeed rest. Upon returning to the villa, Chen Jun informed her mother, Su Qinghua, that Zhou Ting had successfully resigned from her job at the bar. Su Qinghua felt elated, initially worried the bar would refuse to let her go. Yet it had been quite smooth. Annie, I'll take my leave now, Chen Jun hinted at their usual meeting place. All right, take care, Su Qinghua nodded in acknowledgement. He waved goodbye and stepped out onto the street, retrieving his phone to message her about when they could meet. Su Qinghua, upon receiving the message, entered the bathroom to craft a reply. She mentioned waiting until her daughter was asleep before stepping out, lest she arouse suspicion. Chen Jun assured her he was willing to wait and requested she notify him when she was ready. Su Qinghua confirmed she would indeed keep the appointment, putting his mind at ease. An hour later, once she saw her daughter had gone to bed, she texted Chen Jun. Then, she exited the villa, driving her red sports car away. At this time, Chen Jun had already been waiting in the lobby of her company, finding no reason to rush back home. Despite the late hour, he felt no fatigue, only excitement. There was something thrilling about this clandestine rendezvous that stirred one's desires. Approximately 20 minutes later, the roar of the sports car's engine echoed at the intersection. Su Qinghua parked by the roadside, clutching her small handbag as she entered the lobby. I've waited so long for you. You finally arrived, Chen Jun remarked, barely containing his eagerness. I couldn't leave earlier. Ting Ting was playing on her phone downstairs. The woman explained. They entered the elevator together, heading to her private lounge. As soon as they stepped inside, Chen Jun cradled her face in his hands and fervently kissed her. Not so fast. Close the door first, she reminded him. With a decisive thud, he kicked the door shut, revealing his impatience. Faced with such beauty, he wished not to waste a single moment. Be gentle. Let me shower first. I'm not accustomed to this. Su Qinghua turned her head away. All right. Chen Jun released her and apologized for his earlier eagerness, admitting he had missed her dearly. I understand. Now that you're here, try to be patient, she said, stepping into the bathroom. Chen Jun followed her inside, grinning as he suggested. How about I wash your back? I excel at that. Enough already. You'd probably take an hour and still not finish. She shot him a sidelong glance. Fully aware of his intentions. Unyielding, he continued, or I could help you wash. I'm quite skilled at it. All right, just go outside. We're not in a hurry, she insisted, pushing him out of the bathroom, warning him not to enter lest she become upset. Sitting on the sofa, Chen Jun sighed, thinking, we've seen each other already. What is there to be shy about? Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Su Qinghua began to shower after shedding her clothes, her beautiful silhouette faintly visible through the glass. Chen Jun felt his heart race, yearning to rush in and show her affection. However, he reconsidered, having endured for so long. What was a moment longer? He understood, well, the concept of a great effort wasted at the last hurdle. 20 minutes later, wrapped in a bathrobe, Su Qinghua emerged, towel in hand to dry her hair. The scent of shower gel filled the room, an intoxicating aroma. Ting Yun's tut, embracing her tightly. Xiaohua, you are stunning. Like a lotus blooming from the water, radiant and enchanting, he exclaimed, leaning in to plant a kiss on her cheek, ready to escalate their intimacy. Wait a moment. I need to wash up. I feel dirty, Su Qinghua replied, insisting he also take a shower. All right, I'll be quick, Chen Jun promised. Swiftly shedding his shirt and dashing into the bathroom, he showered with unprecedented speed, employing the shower head chaotically. In less than 5 minutes, he emerged clad in a bathrobe. All right, Xiaohua, can we proceed now? Chen Jun approached her, holding her chin, thinking, surely, there can be no more requests now. Turn off the light. I'm shy. She pointed to the switch on the wall. Don't. If you turn it off, it'll feel different, Chen Jun protested. If you refuse, I'll leave. She sat on the sofa, confident he would relent. All right, can we at least open the curtains? It's pitch dark. I can't see anything. He complied with her instructions, turning off the light and drawing back the curtains. The soft moonlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling window. Su Qinghua stood, slowly untying her bathrobe before casting it aside, her graceful figure illuminated by the faint lunar glow. Chen Jun enveloped her in his embrace, holding her tightly as they shared fervent kisses. She slightly tilted her head back, closed her eyes, and savored this affection. Chen Jun unleashed the passion that resided within him, holding nothing back. The two engaged in an epic contest, exchanging countless rounds without a clear victor, a true stalemate. Their strengths were evenly matched. Even as the battle raged on, darkness enveloping the sky, neither could claim superiority. The scene was so tender and warm that my inadequate skills fail to do it justice. Thus, I shall omit 30,000 words here. Chapter 082. Lost in thought while gazing at my phone after a fierce battle, Chen Jun ultimately triumphed by a narrow margin. However, he paid a painful price and was in dire need of a bottle of nutritional supplement to restore his strength. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, he lay on the bed, his manly pride compelling him to endure. Meanwhile, on the other side, the beautiful maiden had flushed cheeks and had long succumbed to a deep slumber. The happiness derived from receiving affection was evident on her face. Chen Jun switched on the bedside lamp, preparing to savor the moment. He lay on his side, one hand propped on the pillow, admiring the stunning beauty beside him. He gently brushed a strand of her hair aside, captivated by her serene, sleeping visage. Leaning closer, he tenderly caressed her cheek and bestowed a soft kiss upon her lips. At that moment, she stirred slightly, her lips quivering as if sensing his presence. Observing her weary state, he was reluctant to disturb her further and simply wished to cherish her. Suddenly, an idea struck Chen Jun as he admired her enchanting form. He threw off the covers, rose from the bed, and approached the coffee table to retrieve his mobile phone. Returning to the bedside, he activated the video recording function, holding the device with one hand while capturing the scene. Having studied photography and having won third place in a campus photography competition, his technique was quite skilled. As he filmed, he mused, "What a stunning beauty!" Just gazing at her face ignited desire within him. Once he completed the video, he returned to the sofa and watched it attentively. Satisfied with the results, he locked the video to prevent it from being seen by others. He envisioned pulling it out for entertainment during dull moments in his rented apartment. The soft glow of the lamp and the gentle sounds of footsteps disturbed the woman's slumber. Su Qinghua, half awake, opened her eyes and murmured, "Please turn off the light." Chen Jun approached, crouching down to hear her more clearly. "What's wrong, Xiaohua? What did you just say?" "Turn off the light, or I won't be able to sleep," she replied weakly, clearly exhausted. "All right, Xiaohua," he said, planting a kiss on her forehead before extinguishing the lamp. She, who had been lying flat, turned on her side and quickly fell back asleep. Chen Jun nestled back into bed beside her and soon drifted into slumber as well. This experience had fostered significant growth within him, imparting many valuable lessons. To win a woman's heart, one must proceed steadily and not rush. Only by penetrating the depths of her heart would she remain devoted. At that moment, Chen Jun underwent a profound transformation. He was no longer the naive university student newly emerged into society. The following morning, the sound of running water from the bathroom roused Chen Jun from his sleep. He reached out to his left, finding the bed empty, concluding that she must be showering. After Su Qinghua finished her shower, she dried herself with a towel, dressed, and meticulously applied her makeup at the mirror. When she exited the bathroom and saw Chen Jun still asleep, she approached him. "Time to get up. You're going to be late for work." Noticing him mumbling incoherently, she leaned down closer. Chen Jun seized her, chuckling. "Shall we indulge once more?" "Let go, you little rascal. Aren't you satisfied yet?" she said, giving him a playful shove. With such beauty, how could one ever tire of being together? Chen Jun closed his eyes, inhaling her delightful fragrance. "All right, be good. Let go now. I still have to meet a client," she reminded him. "If you call me a good husband, I'll let go." "How about that?" he teased, kissing her forehead again. "Good husband. Is that enough?" Su Qinghua conceded, realizing he was becoming increasingly charming. "Fine, my dear, I love you," she said. And Chen Jun released her, captivated by her bashful demeanor. She stood up to adjust her clothing, but suddenly appeared pensive. Sitting on the edge of the bed, her expression dimmed as she contemplated the need to discuss something important. "What is wrong? Did I hold you too tightly?" Chen Jun asked, puzzled. "It seems that Tingting knows about us. She saw my WeChat messages," Su Qinghua revealed, admitting her phone lacked a screen lock. "So what if she knows?" "It's not something shameful," Chen Jun reassured her. Furrowing her brow, she continued, "Tingting appears slightly upset, and I worry she may find it hard to accept. Don't overthink it. Perhaps I could find an opportunity to talk to her about us?" Chen Jun suggested, confident in his persuasive abilities. "No, please don't. She just came back to live with me. If you mention it, she might run away again. I'd be devastated." Su Qinghua expressed her deep concern about her daughter potentially being hurt again. "All right, what do you intend to do?" Tian Yun inquired. "I think it's best if we don't meet for a while. We should separate until Tingting's work stabilizes." Su Qinghua's thoughts were consumed by her daughter's well-being. "Okay, Xiaohua." Chen Jun acknowledged her determination, opting not to argue further. Unbeknownst to her, a video had been secretly recorded while she slept. As they parted, Chen Jun shared a passionate kiss with her, a farewell gift. Upon reaching the roadside, he stared at his phone, lost in contemplation. The formerly principled university student now felt a flash of secret delight within. Upon arriving at the office, Chen Jun sat at his computer and immediately accessed the homepage of Dehuangyu. He sought to gauge the recent market conditions and customer reactions. Upon opening the page, he was greeted with numerous private messages, prompting him to delve into them. Some were complaints about his aggressive price cuts, which had adversely affected competitors. Chen Jun dismissed the grievances of these merchants, deeming their anger unwarranted. Others requested further price reductions, claiming several competitors offered lower prices. Chen Jun could only smile wryly, realizing that his price cuts had merely followed the trends set by others. He reflected that his business was akin to a no-cost venture, merely a means to earn quick money without seeking longevity. If these individuals wish to engage in a price war, so be it. Let us see who falters first. Chen Jun set a base price of 400 yuan, lowering it by an additional 100 yuan. Naturally, this delighted the customers, who could now acquire high-quality products for minimal expense. The current price was half of the original, akin to a buy-one-get-one-free deal. He mused, surely they can't push the prices lower now, right? However, a sense of crisis began to stir within him. This approach was not sustainable, and he needed to seek alternative solutions. Price reductions were merely a temporary measure and could not resolve the issue of internal competition in the long run. At that moment, the female assistant received an email and chirped, "Supervisor, there's a meeting in the conference room at 9. "All right, understood," Tian Yun replied, initially intending to seize this opportunity to rest, only to find himself summoned to a meeting. The exhaustion from the previous night's battle weighed heavily on him, and he felt drowsiness creeping in. Chapter 083. This big boy became the object of teasing. Chen Jun sat at his desk, his eyelids drooping involuntarily. At this moment, he felt overwhelmingly fatigued, as though his brain were about to shut down. He forced himself to rise and walked over to the coffee machine for a cup of coffee. Wang Lily found it rather peculiar, as he typically abstained from coffee in the morning. Upon returning to his seat and sipping the beverage, he felt a slight revival of energy. Noticing the time, he picked up his notepad and stood up again. As he entered the conference room, several department heads were already present. "Hello, ladies," Chen Jun greeted as he walked in. "Wow, the handsome guy has arrived. Come sit next to me." Zhao Wenyu from the marketing department pointed to the chair beside her. The others erupted in laughter, amused by the usually aloof Zhao Wenyu's sudden enthusiasm. "Thank you, Sister Zhao." Chen Jun nodded in acknowledgement, intending to make his way over when a hand tugged at him. It was Lu Shuwen from the sales department. "Come over here. Don't listen to her. She just loves sitting next to you," Lu Shuwen insisted. Faced with the situation, Chen Jun could only respond with a smile, unable to refuse. "Hey Shuwen, are you so eager?" Zhao Wenyu teased. The onlookers found the playful rivalry between the two department heads quite entertaining. In the company, Chen Jun often found himself the target of these women's playful banter. Initially, he felt shy, but now he had grown accustomed to it. After all, it was all in good fun and not worth taking seriously. Lu Shuwen pulled him to sit beside her, her eyes appraising him. Chen Jun's refined features, fair skin, and notably strong physique, accentuated by his white shirt, captivated her. Unable to resist, Lu Shuwen contemplated reaching out to touch his solid chest, her heart racing. She thought to herself, this guy is truly handsome. If only he were my boyfriend, I would make him soup every day. Noticing her gaze, Chen Jun nodded in greeting. Handsome, do you have a girlfriend? Lu Shuwen asked with a greedy look, as if she wanted to devour him. Not at the moment, Chen Jun replied. In truth, he was not in a committed relationship. His connection with Su Qinghua was merely that of lovers. Haha, why didn't you say so? Are you free tonight for a date with me? I'm very gentle, Lu Shuwen said, her interest piqued. Hey Shuwen, are you too eager? Can you not be so forward? Zhao, when you quipped, finding the situation quite amusing. Forward? Am I supposed to wait until I'm an old woman? Lu Shuwen retorted, her words slightly jumbled in excitement. The old woman she referred to was actually Manager Lu, who was in her 30s and still single, primarily due to her rather stern demeanor. Her perpetual frown had earned her the nickname among the subordinates, who held some grievances against her. Haha Shuwen, you two aren't suited. You're 5 years older than him, Zhao Wenyu remarked, implying that the handsome man might not even be interested in her. You don't understand. Age gap relationships are in vogue now, Lu Shuwen shot back, slightly perturbed by Zhao Wenyu's comment about her age. Stop talking nonsense. If age gap relationships were truly in vogue, our manager would have found someone long ago, Zhao Wenyu countered with a chuckle, revealing a bit of their underlying friction at work. Lu Shuwen, feeling slighted, declared, with our manager's cold demeanor, she probably won't find anyone even by 40. However, her words did not go unnoticed. Just then, Lu Ziki entered the conference room, catching wind of the disparaging remarks about her. Suppressing her anger, she shot Lu Shuwen a warning glare. All right, let us commence the meeting. No more idle chatter, Lu Ziki announced, striding to the head of the table in her high heels. Once everyone was seated, she gestured for her female secretary to display the PowerPoint presentation. The secretary presented the prepared materials and began reporting on the recent sales performance and primary customer demographics. The formal nature of the report felt almost hypnotic, filled with cliches. As Chen Jun listened, his eyelids grew heavier, and before long, he had inadvertently dozed off with his head resting on the table. Lu Ziki noticed, but chose not to wake him, thinking he was simply exhausted. Had it been anyone else, she would have certainly unleashed her wrath, requiring them to write self-reflections and impose penalties. Once the secretary completed her report, Lu Ziki shared her thoughts. Recently, sales of our moisturizing cream have declined compared to last month. Wenyu, please provide your analysis. The manager prompted the marketing department head for her input. Zhao, Wenyu pondered briefly before stating, I believe it's due to the summer. Young people prefer sunscreen over moisturizing cream. She elaborated on many points before shifting the issue to the sales department, suggesting that the youth did not fully grasp the benefits of the moisturizing cream. All right, Shuwen, what is your perspective? Lu Ziki gestured for her to speak. Lu Shuwen frowned, thinking, how should I know why they prefer sunscreen? Manager, we even hired a popular male celebrity to endorse the moisturizing cream last week. We've done our utmost in promotion, Lu Shuwen replied, emphasizing her department's diligence. Well, you must put more effort into your work and refrain from gossiping behind others' backs, Lu Ziki remarked after hearing her response, instructing her to devise a detailed plan to effectively boost sales. Understood, manager, Lu Shuwen replied, her expression troubled. It was evident that Lu Ziki harbored a hint of personal vendetta, as the decline in sales was a normal seasonal fluctuation. In conclusion, Lu Ziki announced matters regarding next week's team-building event, asking each department to tally employees who were unwilling to participate and submit their names. Upon hearing this, the others began whispering among themselves. It was meant to be a company benefit, yet it felt more like forced labor. Submitting names could jeopardize their standing within the company, marking them as targets for scrutiny. All right, the meeting is adjourned, Lu Ziki declared, glancing at Chen Jun before striding out in her high heels. As the manager exited, the others stood up and stretched. exhausted. This meeting was incredibly dull. I nearly yawned my head off, one remarked, noting that Lu Shuwen had been singled out as well. Hey, handsome, the meeting is over. You can leave now. Why are you still asleep? Lu Shuwen called out, having only just noticed that he had fallen asleep while everyone was focused on the PowerPoint presentation. The others found it curious that Lu Ziki had not lost her temper. Perhaps she hadn't seen him sleeping. Lu Shuwen gently patted his back to rouse him, fearing he might sleep through the afternoon. Chen Jun, startled, raised his head, assuming the meeting was still ongoing, only to realize it had concluded. The female supervisors, charmed by his adorable demeanor, exchanged smiles as they departed. Now, the conference room was left with only him. Sigh. I'm so tired, he lamented, picking up his notepad and returning to his department. Chapter 084, Small Matters. Let Huzi handle it regarding the content of the meeting room. He lay asleep, having barely absorbed any of it. Upon returning to his desk, Chen Jun opened his computer to explore nearby shops available for rent. He contemplated leasing a storefront to engage in physical sales, merging online and offline strategies to broaden his market reach. This approach would also mitigate risks. Should online prices become untenable, transitioning to offline sales would be a viable alternative. At that moment, Wang Lily approached, placing a list on his desk. Supervisor, today's orders are rather numerous. It will take some time, she remarked. Chen Jun glanced at the somewhat thick list, but for him, it was merely a trivial task. All right, leave it here. I will attend to it shortly. Wang Lily lingered beside his desk, awaiting him to elaborate on the meeting's content. Supervisor, noticing her reluctance to depart, Chen Jun inquired curiously, is there something else? Did the manager mention anything about team-building activities? She asked. Oh, he did not. He only spoke about moisturizing cream and similar topics, Chen Jun admitted, having only caught the beginning of the discussion, while the remainder eluded his attention. However, he felt too embarrassed to confess that he had dozed off in the meeting room, fearing it would tarnish his image before his subordinates. Oh, I see, she responded, somewhat disheartened, before returning to her station. After perusing the web, Chen Jun gathered the list and joined several female colleagues to assist with inventory. Later that evening, after work, he indulged in a bowl of beef noodles to satiate his hunger. Subsequently, he took the subway home, contemplating the approaching Sunday, a day for relaxation. Upon arriving at his rented accommodation, Chen Jun noticed the door diagonally across from him ajar. He instinctively peered inside, discovering Zhang Chunmei seated alone, her expression somewhat forlorn. Hello, Sister Zhang, he greeted. Young man, just finished work? I see, she responded, a frown gracing her features. What troubles you, Sister Zhang? Chen Jun inquired, puzzled. I can't find Xiaowen. I've searched everywhere, she lamented, her voice tinged with panic. Given the hour, children typically remained indoors, not wandering about. Ah, is that so? He must be at a friend's house, enjoying himself. Chen Jun reassured her, hoping to alleviate her anxiety. Perhaps I am worrying too much, she murmured to herself. After their exchange, Chen Jun retreated to his room, placing his briefcase on the desk. He then entered the bathroom to take a shower, seeking to unwind. Half an hour later, he dressed and closed the door, preparing to go out for a stroll. Meanwhile, Zhang Chunmei remained anxiously seated, her impatience palpable. Has Xiaowen still not returned? Chen Jun asked, sensing something was amiss. Indeed, it's nearly dark, and he never ventures out at this hour, she replied, her face clouded with concern, deciding to search for him at his usual haunts. Just then, her phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Zhang Chunmei quickly answered, only to be met with her son's cries. Mom, help me. Mom, these people are terrifying. Upon hearing her son's voice, panic surged within her. Xiaowen, where are you? I am coming, she shouted. A low voice on the other end interjected, laced with menace. Do you wish to see your son? Then you must do as I say. Listening intently, Chen Jun's heart sank, realizing they were embroiled in a kidnapping. What must I do to secure my son's release? Zhang Chunmei pleaded. The caller coldly replied, follow my instructions. Be at Qingshui Lake by 8 o'clock. Remember, do not call the police, or you will never see your son again. Please release my son. Who are you, and how have I wronged you? Zhang Chunmei implored, but the line went dead. Did the kidnapper mention a ransom? Chen Jun asked, his concern mounting. They did not demand money. Only that I arrive at Qingshui Lake at 8 and comply with their demands, she sobbed, bewildered as to why she was targeted. Given that you're merely a worker, it seems illogical for them to abduct your child. Chen Jun pondered, sensing the situation was fraught with danger. Sister Zhang, perhaps we should contact the authorities, he suggested. Her expression shifted to one of alarm, and she quickly interjected, No, do not call the police. Otherwise, my son may never return. Her agitation was evident as she repeated this plea. Very well, Sister Zhang. We shall not involve the police. I will accompany you. How does that sound? Chen Jun proposed, reasoning that a woman alone would be ill-equipped to confront such a perilous situation. Young man, I cannot thank you enough, Zhang Chunmei exclaimed, though fearful of the potential risks involved. Yet, she felt utterly alone, yearning for support. Calm yourself. I will make the necessary arrangements, Chen Jun reassured her, stepping outside to make a phone call. Please do not call the police, she begged, her voice trembling. Do not worry, Sister Zhang. I have a plan. He soothed her before dialing Zhang Xiufei, knowing her extensive connections would prove invaluable. Upon hearing of the predicament, Zhang Xiufei immediately offered to assist, assuring him that Huzi would handle the matter adeptly. Grateful for the additional support, Chen Jun felt a sense of relief wash over him. Returning to his room, he beckoned Zhang Chunmei, preparing to depart. They hailed a cab and arrived at Qingshui Lake half an hour later. The lake, modest in size, nestled within Cultural Park, typically frequented by elderly individuals engaging in exercise. As night fell, Chen Jun surveyed the area for any suspicious characters. However, apart from few joggers, he encountered no one else. With time slipping away and no sign of the kidnapper, he mused on their cunning nature, recognizing their heightened vigilance. Meanwhile, a man watched them from an abandoned building, peering through binoculars. He soon directed them to a dilapidated factory. Zhang Chunmei, listening intently, agreed to the instructions, desperately hoping for her son's safety. Chen Jun inquired about the details, to which she relayed the message to proceed to the third floor of the old factory. Glancing at the derelict structure approximately 300 meters away, he remained uncertain of the kidnapper's whereabouts, resolving to send a message to Huzi once they arrived. Thus, Chen Jun and Zhang Chunmei walked toward the decrepit factory, bracing for what lay ahead. Chapter 085. Now that he has arrived, matters will be much easier. The two approached the old factory, surrounded by overgrown weeds and abandoned concrete blocks. Chen Jun entered through the side door first, hearing noises from above, and ascended the staircase. The cement stairs lacked railings, with several exposed steel bars. Zhang Chunmei followed closely behind, eager to see her son. Upon hearing the commotion, those above looked down and began to prepare themselves. Reaching the third floor, Chen Jun found 3 men in the room. One of them sat in a chair, brandishing a small knife, swaying it in front of him. He wore a green floral shirt paired with jeans, his complexion rather dark. The other 2 stood beside him, hands behind their backs, likely his subordinates. Zhang Chunmei arrived, shouting loudly, "Where is my child? Release my child." Zhang Ye. Please remain calm and listen to me, Chen Jun urged, gripping her arm to maintain her composure. Rushing in like this would not only jeopardize the child's safety, but also put them in danger. Ah, sister, it's good to see you again. The man seated in the chair rose, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Are you the one who kidnapped my son? Zhang Chunmei's face twisted in fear as she recognized him. It was He Jun, the man who had tormented her at the hotel. Seizing the moment, Chen Jun sent a location pin to Huzi, hoping he would arrive swiftly. Sister, don't speak so harshly. I was merely feeling pity and offered to take care of you. He Jun chuckled maliciously, thinking to himself that today would be a day of wicked amusement. Curious, Chen Jun inquired, Zhang Jie, do you know him? Zhang Chunmei nodded, explaining that he was the one who had bullied her at the hotel. Oh, so it is you? Chen Jun mused, recalling how Zhang Jie had chosen not to report him last time. It seemed fate had brought them together again. Sure enough, you really did bring this brat along, He Jun remarked, showing no surprise at Chen Jun's arrival. Chen Jun found this peculiar. He did not know He Jun. So how could he say such a thing? Where's my child? I will give you anything you want, Zhang Chunmei pleaded, tears streaming down her face. Go. Bring the child out. Let him reunite with his mother. Jun commanded his subordinate. Understood, poyunyo. The man stepped into the adjacent room, emerging with Xiaowen. Xiaowen, don't be afraid. Mommy is here. Zhang Chunmei cried out excitedly upon seeing her son. At that moment, Xiaowen had his hands bound and a cloth stuffed in his mouth. Jun pulled the child close, removing the cloth. Mom, I'm scared, Mom. Xiaowen sobbed. Be quiet. Do you want me to stab you? Jun shouted, pressing the knife against the boy's neck. Terrified, Xiaowen fell silent, trembling, his pants wet with fear. Please don't frighten him, I beg you. He is timid. Whatever you want, I will comply. Zhang Chunmei cried, her heart torn, praying for her child's safety. Chen Jun estimated the distance to be about 5 meters. He could subdue the man without difficulty. However, ensuring the child's safety was paramount, requiring careful consideration. Sister, you embarrassed me that day at the hotel. I have a reputation to uphold. Jun waved the knife, claiming his status in the underworld, stating he had never endured such humiliation. Brother, I acknowledge my faults from last time. Do as you wish, just please release my child. Zhang Chunmei pleaded, her only desire being her son's safety. Very well, how about a little arrangement here, in front of my brothers? Jun's laughter dripped with malice, sensing he had the upper hand. Don't believe him, Zhang Jia, Chen Jun warned, pulling her back. He thought, if she approached, they would simply have another hostage. Is it true that if I comply, you will release my son? Zhang Chunmei sought confirmation. Jun laughed heartily, thinking she had fallen into his trap. Of course, sister. Your child is my child. I will take good care of him. After saying this, he stuffed the cloth back into the boy's mouth and ordered his subordinate to take him away. Just hope you keep your word, Zhang Chunmei said, her vulnerability exposed. Having lost her rationality, fixated solely on the exchange. With a sudden resolve, she broke free from Chen Jun's grasp and rushed forward to confront Jun Zhang Jia. No, Chen Jun lamented, realizing she was stepping into a perilous situation. Stay back, kid, or this knife would draw blood, Jun warned, while his subordinate picked up a metal rod, ready to prevent Chen Jun from intervening. Sister, you really tempt me, Jun said, pulling her close, unwilling to let go of such beauty. He pressed her against the wall, laughing. Sister, you have quite the figure. Jun pressed the knife against her chest, his gaze fixated on her. Zhang Chunmei turned her head, her mind clouded, having surrendered all resistance. Brother Jun, once we are done, can I have turn two? The subordinate impatiently chimed in. Don't worry, we are brothers. Your turn will come, Jun assured, as he began to unbutton her shirt one by one. The moment her blouse parted, it revealed her white undergarment. Jun's heart raced, more enthralled than he had anticipated, nearly salivating at the sight. Please keep your word. Zhang Chunmei, now in a daze, continued to believe his deceitful promises. Chen Jun sighed deeply, lamenting how easily emotions could sway a woman, leading her to be manipulated. Jun leaned in closer, inhaling her scent, more intoxicating than any woman he had encountered before. Hey, let her go. Picking on a single mother is no mark of a man. Chen Jun shouted, his disdain for such scum palpable. Kid, just sit back and watch your uncle play. Soon enough, someone will entertain you. Jun replied dismissively, glancing at Chen Jun to ensure he remained still. Who is that person you mentioned? Tin Yun Quistint. Sensing the complexity of the situation, convinced there was someone orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Jun, unafraid of repercussions, knew she wouldn't report him. Sister, I promise to make you feel good, he said, tearing off her undergarment to savor the moment. Like a glutton savoring a feast, he prepared himself for indulgence. At that moment, a well-dressed Huzi ascended the stairs. Uncle Hu, you finally arrived, Chen Jun exclaimed, filled with relief. With his presence, the situation would be manageable. My apologies for the delay, young master. I was held up on the way, Huzi expressed regretfully. Chapter 086. Are you strong? It's all about background. Jun paused, glancing at the newcomer, and remarked, What? Have you come looking for backup? Uncle Hu, leave this rookie to me. You handle the one inside, all right? Chen Jun gestured toward the younger man beside him. What? You little brat, calling me a rookie? The younger man became agitated, brandishing a metal rod and cursing. No need for that, young master. I can take care of it all, the burly man interjected, positioning himself in front of the younger man. With a single hand, he unfastened the buttons of his jacket, revealing muscles that strained against his white shirt. Wow, what a physique! The younger man felt a twinge of fear. This individual did not appear easy to confront. It was worth noting that the burly man was not only Sister Faye's driver, but also her personal bodyguard. He had been a captain in the South Asian Special Forces and, after retiring, had fought in underground boxing matches, achieving an astounding record of 138 victories without a single defeat. Zhang Shu Fa recognized his skills and offered him an annual salary of 10 million, securing his services as a bodyguard. He had consistently proven his worth over the years, resolving various incidents without fail. In hand-to-hand combat, he could effortlessly take on 30 opponents at once. "Young master, just stand aside," he commanded, exuding an undeniable aura of intimidation. His arms were thicker than Chen Jun's thighs. "Come on, what are you afraid of? Is that metal rod made of tofu?" Chen Jun urged when he noticed the younger man hesitating. The younger man, emboldened, swung the metal rod viciously at the burly man's head. The burly man remained expressionless, showing no intention of evading. He simply reached out and seized the rod. Wow! The younger man was momentarily stunned, attempting to pull the rod back with all his might, but it was futile. The burly man's lips curled into a slight smirk, a look of disdain for the weak evident on his face. With a mere flick of his wrist, he wrenched the rod from the younger man's grasp. "Ah, that hurts!" The younger man cried out, his right hand tingling, blood seeping from the palm where he had gripped the rod. "Child's play," the burly man remarked, bending the rod in half and swiftly looping it around the younger man's neck. "Uncle Hu, you're incredible." Chen Jun was taken aback by the display of raw power, reflecting on how difficult it would be to defeat such a formidable opponent. This was undoubtedly a testament to the respect commanded by true strength. The burly man was far more powerful than he had anticipated. "Goodness, big guy, what strength you possess." The younger man struggled to remove the bent rod, but his efforts were in vain. "Oomph." The burly man gripped his neck with one hand, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. Had it not been for Sister Faye's prior warning to exercise restraint, this rookie would have already met his end. "Ah, let me go, let me go." The man flailed helplessly in midair, his face flushed and his hands reaching futilely for the burly man, though his arms were too short. "What on earth is this?" Chen Jun stared in disbelief, astonished by the sheer strength before him. Seizing the moment of distraction, Zhang Chunmei hurried to Chen Jun's side, panting anxiously. Noticing her disheveled attire, Chen Jun quickly removed his shirt, offering it to her. "Thank you," she expressed her gratitude, feeling slightly embarrassed as he was left in only a tank top. "Someone's coming. Hurry up," Chen Jun shouted towards the adjacent room, calling for his subordinate to assist. Upon hearing his brother's plea, the man inside promptly emerged, wielding a kitchen knife. "Brother, what happened?" the younger man inquired, approaching Chen Jun. "Are you foolish? Can't you see there's someone here? Hurry and help." Chen Jun smacked the younger man's head, urging him to act swiftly. The burly man, noticing a second challenger, tossed the first one against the wall. "Ah!" The younger man yelped in pain, collapsing onto the ground. Groaning, the wall bore a deep dent from the impact. The knife-wielding subordinate was now apprehensive. This imposing figure appeared both tall and strong, and even if he struck, it was uncertain whether it would incapacitate him. "Ah!" the younger man shouted, attempting to bolster his courage as he charged at the burly man with the knife. The burly man furrowed his brow, waiting for the perfect moment to execute a graceful sidekick that landed squarely in the young man's chest. At that instant, the young man was sent soaring through the air, a pained expression etched across his face. He crashed to the ground and did not rise again. "Goodness, he's as strong as an ox." Chen Jun panicked, realizing that a single punch from this man could very well be fatal. In a moment of desperation, he dashed into the adjacent room, dragging out a child to use as a human shield. "Don't be afraid. Mommy's here," Zhang Chunmei comforted her son, who was trembling with fear. "Pathetic, using a weakness to threaten others," Chen Jun scolded, disapproving of Chen Jun's tactics. "Scum is scum. It will never change. Only subdued by brute force. You may be strong, but in this world, it's all about cunning and strategy, understand?" Chen Jun boasted, believing he could intimidate them. Yet the burly man remained indifferent, striding directly toward Chen Jun, his icy gaze radiating an unsettling chill. "Don't move," I said, "don't move, or I'll harm this child." Jun panicked, pressing a small knife against the child's neck. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the burly man seized his wrist and twisted it behind his back. That hurts," Jun cried out, feeling as if his hand were being twisted like a pretzel. The knife slipped from his fingers and fell to the ground. With a swift kick, the burly man sent the knife skidding into the corner of the room. Beads of sweat formed on Jun's forehead as he knelt, yet he still attempted to maintain his bravado. Let go, let go. Do you know who my brother is?" Seeing this, Chen Jun quickly approached and led the child away. Zhang Chunmei embraced her son, relieved that no harm had come to him. The child, terrified, clung tightly to his mother. Jun's face flushed crimson as he threatened, "My brother is Wang Hu. He will not let this go?" "Oof. Even if your brother is a tiger, I fear him not," the burly man replied, delivering a powerful slap that sent Jun sprawling to the floor. Jun howled in pain, his right cheek burning from the impact. "Brother, stop hitting me. I beg for mercy." He was genuinely cowed now, his face swollen to the point where speaking was laborious. Chen Jun stepped forward, gripping Jun by the collar, and demanded, "Who sent you?" "It was him. He instructed me to do this." Jun pointed toward the adjacent room. Chen Jun turned to look inside, discovering another individual standing in the corner with his back turned. "Don't blame me for being rough," Chen Jun bellowed, clenching his fist as he prepared to teach him a lesson. The man's legs trembled involuntarily, clearly intimidated by Chen Jun's voice. "Didn't he hear me? It seems you won't comply without a little force." Chen Jun approached, grabbing him to see his face. As he turned around, Chen Jun was taken aback. It was none other than the freeloader, Wang Feng. "What are you doing here?" Wang Feng raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, awkwardly smiling. "Well, handsome, what a coincidence to see you here." "Indeed, quite the coincidence." "Cool, let us catch up in the other room," Chen Jun said, pulling him out and delivering a swift kick to his backside. Chapter 087. I must ensure my safety. You understand what I mean, right? Wang Feng staggered slightly, nearly losing his balance as he approached Jun. He raised his gaze to behold the formidable figure of the burly man, and fear washed over him, causing his legs to tremble. The man's presence was undeniably overwhelming. "What is the matter, Brother Feng? If you claim it's merely a coincidence, does that mean he is lying?" Chen Jun inquired, gesturing toward Jun. "No, I never said he was lying. Everything is true. He was the one who coerced me." Jun, frightened from the beating he had received, was terrified of facing another assault. "Don't speak nonsense. Well, have I ever forced you?" Wang Feng shot him a glare, thinking to himself, "You should handle this on your own. Why drag me into it?" At this point, Jun began recounting the events that had transpired. Just a few days prior, Wang Feng had been introduced to him through a mutual acquaintance. Initially, Wang Feng sought someone to deal with Chen Jun, hoping to vent his frustrations. Jun, having recently lost money and in need of funds, readily accepted the proposition. After all, teaching a recent university graduate a lesson was hardly a daunting task. Jun continued to elaborate on his recent misfortunes, claiming a woman had caused him great embarrassment. Upon learning the woman's name, Wang Feng conducted a little investigation and discovered she was Chen Jun's neighbor. Consequently, he devised a scheme to abduct the woman's son and then contact her, insisting she come over with her neighbor or face dire consequences. The woman, driven by the safety of her child, would undoubtedly comply. However, when Jun heard of the abduction, he was reluctant, fully aware that such actions could lead to imprisonment. Yet, Wang Feng deceived him, assuring him that as long as no ransom was demanded, it wouldn't be considered kidnapping. Jun, gullible enough to believe this fallacy, thought it an opportunity to retaliate against the woman. Still, he harbored fears of her contacting the authorities, which would lead to his capture. Wang Feng reassured him that the woman was too timid to report the incident, particularly since her child was her Achilles heel. Finding this logic sound, Jun acquiesced. Thus, the two conspired, each seeking to alleviate their own grievances. After Jun recounted the story, Chen Jun scoffed, "Is what you say truly credible?" "Absolutely, my handsome friend. If I utter a single falsehood, may I be struck down by a vehicle upon exiting." Jun swore fervently to win Chen Jun's trust. "You know, my esteemed brother Feng, you seem rather petty. you still remember the last incident quite well? Chen Jun taunted as he approached. Indeed, I am indignant. I was living quite splendidly until you sabotaged it. Wang Feng retorted, his frustration boiling over. You shameless leech. You straddle two boats and dare to blame me. Chen Jun seized Wang Feng by the collar, firing back. All your troubles stem from your meddling in my affairs, Wang Feng claimed, lamenting that he could have been a renowned model, potentially earning millions annually. Now, however, no one sought his endorsement, rendering him effectively blacklisted. You have no shame. You feast on my stepmother's generosity while pursuing other women. You deserve this predicament, Chen Jun exclaimed, raising his fist, ready to deliver a harsh lesson. Wang Feng, terrified, quickly pleaded, Please, my friend, I was wrong. You can hit me anywhere but my face. That is how I earn my living. Though he could no longer aspire to be a top model, being a trophy boy for wealthy women would suffice. He would not starve. However, disfiguring his face would indeed be catastrophic, and thus he trembled in fear. At that moment, the burly man interjected, Young master, why not contact Sister Fei? She will handle this. Upon hearing Sister Fei's name, a wave of dread swept over Wang Feng. If she were to discover this, he would likely be ostracized from the elite social circle. No. I truly recognize my mistakes this time. I promise I won't do it again. He grasped Chen Jun's hand, his tone dripping with humility. Observing this, He Jun let out a faint chuckle, thinking, this coward, who I believe to be more resilient, is merely putting on a fade. I see you cannot change your nature, unless you agree to one condition. Chen Jun, eager to teach him a lesson and secure leverage over him, said, I won't settle for less than a condition. One condition? I would agree to 10. Wang Feng responded, curious about what was to come. Chen Jun brandished his phone, waving it before Wang Feng. Strip. I want to take some artistic photos. What? Are you serious? Wang Feng paused, contemplating that perhaps Chen Jun had a peculiar taste. If you don't want to, then never mind. I won't force you. Chen Jun was confident Wang Feng would comply. After a moment's thought, Wang Feng decided that posing for photos was trivial. He had often done so during his modeling days. Sure, why would I refuse? He affirmed, nodding in agreement. He promptly began to undress in front of Chen Jun. His physique was indeed impressive, befitting a model, which explained his ability to attract wealthy patrons. Aren't you going to remove your underwear? What am I supposed to photograph? Chen Jun remarked. Do you want to take off my underwear too? Wang Feng hesitated briefly, but ultimately resolved to disrobe completely. Yes, that's right. Strike a handsome pose. Perfect, splendid. Chen Jun guided him as he snapped photos, capturing every pose. Once the session concluded, Chen Jun instructed him to redress, thus finalizing the photo shoot. Wang Feng, pulling up his trousers, inquired, Can I leave now? Handsome? Of course you may. However, should you err again, I shall not hesitate to share these photos online. Chen Yun won't. I wouldn't dare. I assure you, as long as you're around, I'll keep my distance, Wang Feng promised fervently, and upon receiving Chen Jun's consent, he departed in a hurry. Seeing him leave, He Jun asked, Handsome, what about me? Can I take a photo and then leave? Cough. Cough, cough. You can skip that, Chen Jun replied, thinking, what purpose would I have to photograph an older man? It would only disgust me. What? So I can't leave? He Jun asked despondently. Come now, recount your abduction plans in detail, and I shall allow you to depart, Chen Jun insisted. He Jun activated the video recording feature on his phone. Handsome. After you finish recording, you want to report me, will you? He fretted, knowing full well that a police report would land him in jail. Rest assured, I want to report you. I merely desire some assurance, nothing excessive. Chen Jun inquired about his willingness to comply. Fine, I'll repeat myself, and once I'm finished, I want to leave with my two companions. Is that acceptable? He Jun sought confirmation. Absolutely. Chen Jun nodded, directing his phone's camera toward He Jun to commence the recording. He Jun recounted every detail, not daring to withhold anything for fear of retribution from the burly man. Once the video was complete, Chen Jun allowed the three of them to depart, eager to rid himself of their presence. Chapter 088. My suffering, you should understand. Chen Jun approached the bearded man, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Beard, otherwise I would have been at a loss. Young master, there's no need for thanks, he replied, fastening the buttons of his coat. Thus, the bearded man drove them back to their rented apartment before departing. Chen Jun and the mother-son duo took the elevator to their room. At this moment, Xiaowen was still in shock, trembling and barely able to articulate his thoughts. Zhang Chunmei scolded him. How could you run around carelessly like that? Mom, I just went to the bookstore. I wasn't running around, Xiaowen protested, still muddled from the incident. Zhang Jia, you really can't blame Xiaowen. Those people had ulterior motives and always find opportunities. Chen Jun advised her not to reproach the child. Quickly thank your big brother. Otherwise, you might not have returned. The woman gently nudged her son, prompting him to express his gratitude. Thank you, big brother. Xiaowen held Chen Jun in high regard, seeing him as his idol and the savior of the family. There's no need for thanks. I didn't do much, Chen Jun said, ruffling his hair. All right, off to bed with you. Otherwise, you won't get up in the morning, Zhang Chunmei urged, placing her hand on her son's shoulder. Xiaowen obediently nodded and turned to head to the bedroom. Handsome, have a seat. Let me get you a glass of water, Zhang Chunmei said as she walked to the kitchen. Chen Jun intended to decline, claiming he was thirsty, but she returned with a cup in hand. Be careful. It's hot. You've truly worked hard today. She set the cup down before him. Really, I didn't do much, Chen Jun glanced at her. She possessed a typical oval face, her hair tied back with a rubber band. Though she didn't use skincare products, her complexion still appeared quite good. Chen Jun pondered bringing some samples from work for her to try. After all, they were free and it would be a small favor. Noticing his gaze lingering on her, Zhang Chunmei mistakenly thought he wanted his shirt back. Handsome, I almost forgot. Thank you for the shirt, she began unbuttoning it. Zhang, yeah, just return it when you're free. I have others. Chen Jun attempted to stop her, urging her not to remove it. Just a moment, she said, unfastening all the buttons. Suddenly, the two mounds of softness sprang forth, exuding vitality. Then she took off the shirt and leaned and sniffed it. Handsome, it probably has a smell. Do you want me to wash it for you? No need. I think it's quite fine as it is, Chen Jun replied, placing the shirt on the table. Seeing her torn undergarment evoked pity in him, relieved that this young woman had not been harmed by that old rogue. Zhang Chunmei glanced down, smiled slightly, and then leaned closer, sitting sideways on his lap. Zhang Jia, what are you doing? Chen Jun was taken aback by her actions. The soft contact elicited a response from him, stirring excitement within. Handsome, I truly must thank you. She wrapped her arms around his neck, pressing her body closer. Chen Jun could feel her softness almost pressing against his chest. Zhang Jia, it was just a small favor. There's no need to make a fuss about it. The woman caressed his cheek and kissed him affectionately. I may lack education and not know what young people enjoy, but I hope you won't disdain me. What are you saying? Zhang Jia is particularly charming. That's more than enough. It's far better than those who flaunt their academic credentials, Chen Jun remarked, referring to the irritating Su Qian. As long as you don't mind, being a university student makes me feel a bit like I'm reaching too high. But I can change for you. Zhang Chunmei leaned in closer, her body pressed firmly against him. Chen Jun felt a sense of pressure, as if he were struggling to breathe. Zhang Jia, please don't say such things. I've always thought you were wonderful. He leaned back slightly. That is good to hear. Ever since my husband had that accident, I've felt so stifled, she began to share, recounting her relentless work days and the absence of someone who cared for her. Until she met Chen Jun, life had become pleasantly bearable again, and she began to dream of a brighter future. I understand, Zhang Jia. Life can be exhausting. You should allow yourself some relaxation, Chen Jun noted, feeling the pressure build as she remained seated on his lap. Indeed, handsome, I hope you can empathize with my suffering. I long for companionship, she shyly confessed, tightening her grip around his neck and pressing her face against him. She was an emotional person. Perhaps a few kind words were all it took for her to be deeply captivated. Zhang Jia, I know it hasn't been easy for you. Chen Jun understood that a lonely woman craved affection. As a vigorous young man, he too felt the need to release his own pressures. He gently stroked her back, offering comfort. Handsome, I know this isn't quite right, but I can't control myself, Zhang Chunmei said, kissing his cheek once more. Her words rang true. At her age, with mounting pressures, it was natural to seek someone for release. Chen Jun recognized the difficulty of her situation as she juggled taking care of a child while trying to earn a living. She desperately needed a man to confide in, to provide her with a sense of comfort. Initially, Chen Jun felt some resistance. He found it difficult to accept intimacy with her. After all, his education had instilled certain moral standards. However, upon reflection, alleviating someone's suffering could indeed be a virtuous act. I believe any reader in this situation would extend a helping hand. Handsome, do you still mean what you said last time? Zhang Chunmei inquired about their previous discussion regarding going to a hotel. Chen Jun hesitated, contemplating whether to proceed, as his previous comment had been made in jest. Yet, he considered how difficult things were for her, and thought, why not offer some solace? After a moment of contemplation, he decided that tomorrow, being the weekend, would be suitable for such an outing. How about tomorrow evening? We can have an in-depth conversation, he suggested. Sounds great. I'm open to any time you choose. She eagerly agreed. Zhang Jia, have you found a job yet? Chen Jun inquired with concern. Not yet. I've checked all the nearby hotels. But they're all full and no longer need cleaning staff, Zhang Chunmei sighed. Zhang Jia, it doesn't have to be cleaning work. You're quite attractive and could do something else, Chen Jun encouraged, realizing just how beautiful she appeared up close. Haha, I lack education and skills, and my age is against me. What else can I do? She thought he was just trying to make her feel better. Your age is just right. You just need to dress a bit more stylishly and not in such outdated clothes. Chen Jun devised a plan to help her change her appearance tomorrow. Are you serious? She asked, surprised by his sincerity. Absolutely. Don't think you're old. A woman can look stunning after a bit of makeup, he reassured her. Thank you, handsome. Finding another job would be wonderful. Zhang Chunmei felt warmth in her heart from his words. All right, let us meet at 8 tomorrow morning. I'll take you. Chen Jun set a time with her. Okay, that sounds good. I'll follow your lead, she replied, her excitement palpable. At that moment, Chen Jun heard a noise from inside and gently patted her back. Zhang Chunmei glanced toward the bedroom and then got off his lap. I'll take my leave now. Chen Jun picked up his shirt and returned to his room. Chapter 089. I apologize, I didn't intend to ride like this upon entering the room. He picked up his shirt and took a whiff, confirming it indeed had an odor. This shirt would require washing before it could be worn again. Fortunately, he had a spare. Chen Jun lay down on the bed, feeling utterly fatigued from the day's exertions. He had intended to pick up his phone and review his online courses, but fatigue washed over him, and he quickly succumbed to slumber. The following morning, he was awakened by a knock at the door. It was Zhang Chunmei, who had prepared breakfast for him. Chen Jun lifted the covers and got out of bed to open the door. The woman stood at the threshold, beaming, holding a bowl of wontons. Handsome, just made these. I knew you would love them, she said. Thank you, Sister Zhang. Wow, they smell delightful, Chen Jun exclaimed as he eagerly accepted the steaming bowl. Zhang Chunmei's gaze lowered, noticing an isosceles triangle formed by his underwear. She thought to herself, ah, youth is indeed vibrant. Such energy. Chen Jun placed the bowl on the table, expressed his gratitude, and hurried off to freshen up. Seizing the opportunity while he was in the bathroom, Zhang Chunmei entered the bedroom to tidy up. She neatly folded the blankets and smoothed the sheets. Next, she approached the desk, where clothes were haphazardly strewn, as Chen Jun did not have a wardrobe and typically left them there. While tidying, she stumbled upon 2 transparent bags containing women's lingerie. Oh dear, how unfortunate for this young man. I must pay him more attention, she mused, feeling a wave of sympathy for him. Just then, Chen Jun emerged from the bathroom, noticing her organizing his belongings, and quickly interjected, Sister Zhang, it's a mess. I can manage it myself. No need to trouble you. In truth, Zhang Chunmei had already seen the bags and kindly remarked, Handsome, if you need any, feel free to come to me. I have plenty of spare ones. Ah, Sister Zhang, I think you misunderstand. Chen Jun began, only to be interrupted by her. It's nothing. I won't speak of it to anyone. You can rest assured. The woman felt a pang of compassion for him, considering he had no girlfriend and relied on this to relieve his stress. Thank you, Sister Zhang. I will ask if I need anything, Chen Jun replied, feeling somewhat cornered. Zhang Chunmei exited the bedroom and noticed the breakfast untouched, prompting her to urge, hurry and eat the wontons, they'll get cold. All right, Sister Zhang, Chen Jun replied. He sat down and began to eat with a spoon. Despite her lack of formal education, she was truly gentle and had a keen understanding of a man's heart. At that moment, her eyes remained fixed on Chen Jun's triangular shape, creating an indescribable allure that captivated her. After a few spoonfuls, he became aware and felt embarrassed, hastily retreating to the bedroom to put on pants. Zhang Chunmei chuckled, finding the young man amusing. At home, he normally wore these boxers for comfort, but her gaze had rendered him slightly uncomfortable, as if he were not wearing pants at all. Once he returned in long pants, striving to dispel the awkward atmosphere, he casually remarked that he was concerned about catching a cold. Eat up, she encouraged. Zhang Chunmei derived great satisfaction from watching him enjoy his meal, and when he praised the deliciousness of the wontons and the tenderness of the meat filling, he intended to wash the bowl and spoon, but was stopped by her. I'll handle it. A man's hands are meant for earning, not for chores, she insisted, taking them from him. Chen Jun reflected on her words, contemplating how wonderful it would be if his future wife were as tender and considerate. Sister Zhang, we set off at 8. We have 10 minutes left. You should prepare, he reminded her as he checked the time. All right, just a moment, she replied, taking the bowl and spoon back to her room. Chen Yun stood up, grabbing his phone to avoid forgetting it. After about 10 minutes, Zhang Chunmei reappeared, now dressed in a new outfit. Handsome, shall we depart? She asked. Turning to look at her, he noticed a change in her appearance, likely influenced by his earlier suggestion. Her once sallow complexion now radiated with a healthy glow, likely due to foundation. She had opted for a headband instead of tying her hair back with an elastic. However, her outfit remained rather unflattering, reminiscent of someone in their 50s or 60s. She wore a white shirt on top and black cropped pants, resembling work attire, which made her appear somewhat aged. This might be attributed to her isolated work environment, which offered little exposure to contemporary fashion. Noticing his silence, Zhang Chunmei inquired curiously, Is something wrong with my outfit? Not at all. It's just a bit outdated, Chen Jun replied, closing the door behind them. The two made their way downstairs, and Chen Jun contemplated hailing a taxi, but she suggested riding a bike instead to save money. Following her, they approached the nearby bike shed, where several electric scooters were parked. Zhang Chunmei pulled her own out and asked, Handsome, would you like to ride, or shall I? You ride. I'll sit behind, he replied. Noticing the scooter appeared rather worn and fearing an accident, especially since he hadn't ridden in quite some time and was slightly rusty. Zhang Chunmei inserted the key and activated the electric scooter. All right, handsome, hop on, she instructed, gripping the handlebars. Okay, Chen Jun replied as he took his seat at the back. However, due to the small size of the scooter, he had to fold his legs to avoid touching the ground. Handsome, where is that place you mentioned? Zhang Chunmei recalled he had yet to specify their destination. Do you know Xing Building? It's right there, Chen Jun clarified. I know it. Hold on tight, we're off, she announced, gradually maneuvering the scooter out of the alley. With her slim waist and pert figure, she exuded an enticing allure. The small scooter lacked stability, swaying as they rode, which stirred a desire within Chen Jun to embrace her. Sister Zhang, may I hold on? This scooter is rather uncomfortable, he politely asked. Of course, don't be shy, she chuckled. Chen Jun wrapped his arms around her waist to maintain balance. After a while, he found it increasingly uncomfortable due to his long legs, which had been bent for too long. Sister Zhang, may I take a turn riding? My legs are getting sore, he requested. Sure, no problem, she replied, pulling over to the roadside. They switched places, with Chen Jun now in front. Riding in the front seat elevated his position, alleviating the discomfort in his legs. Zhang Chunmei held onto him from behind, her face beaming with joy. However, as he adjusted to the scooter, he hit a few bumps, causing it to jolt and causing her body to sway forward and backward. Chen Jun felt the awkwardness of her chest pressing against his back. I'm sorry, Sister Zhang. I'm still getting used to driving this scooter, he explained, assuring her it was unintentional. No worries, just ride comfortably, she reassured him, holding on tightly, as if to prevent herself from falling off. Chapter 090. A remarkable transformation. Chen Jun rode his electric bike, enduring bumps and pressure along the way, until he finally reached his destination, a hair salon nestled beside a grand building. This establishment served as an experiential outlet for TK, where all supervisors and above could indulge in 5 complimentary visits each year. He parked his bike in an available spot and called out to the woman behind him. "Sister Zhang, we have arrived." Zhang Chunmei clung tightly, as if reluctant to part, before slowly dismounting. "Where's this place?" she asked, pointing at the salon, which hardly resembled a traditional barber shop. "This is a styling salon. Come on in," Chen Jun urged as he approached the entrance. Zhang Chunmei glanced at the interior decor, suspecting it to be rather pricey, and waved her hand dismissively. "It looks quite expensive. Let's South find another place." Knowing that making money was not easy, she wished to spare Chen Jun any unnecessary expenses. "It's all right. Trust me. I have a membership and it's free. Just come in," he reassured her, pulling the door open and ushering her inside. Hesitant but curious, Zhang Chunmei followed, thinking to herself that if it turned out to be exorbitant, they could always leave. It was important not to let him overspend. Upon entering, the salon manager greeted him warmly. "Ah, Supervisor Chen, good to see you." Having visited once before, the manager recognized him well. The man was quite stout, dressed in a vibrant green jacket. "Hello, manager. You look quite dapper," Chen Jun remarked, giving his belly a playful pat. "Haha, Supervisor Chen, are you teasing me?" The manager replied in a soft, almost effeminate voice. He inquired about Chen Jun's desired style for the day, to which Chen Jun clarified, "It's not for me today. It's for my aunt here." He gestured towards the woman behind him. The manager scrutinized Zhang Chunmei, circling her with approval. "This sister has a good figure, but her style is a bit outdated." Zhang Chunmei felt a twinge of embarrassment, as if on display. "Don't mind him. Yes, just assessing." Chen Jun comforted her, sensing her unease. "Sister, follow me. I'll introduce you to the stylist for your hair." The manager beckoned her into a private room, and Chen Jun, concerned she might feel intimidated, accompanied her. Inside, the manager briefed the stylist on Zhang Chunmei's situation, aiming to give her a fresh look. The stylist requested she sit in a swivel chair and gaze into the mirror. After removing her hairband, he began to comb through her locks. "Your hair quality is quite good. It's just a bit short. Growing it out will make styling easier," he observed. "Can it be transformed? Nothing too extravagant. Just something that doesn't look so outdated," Chen Jun interjected. "How about a voluminous perm with a minty brown hue? It will appear more vibrant," the stylist suggested. Chen Jun turned to Zhang Chunmei, eager to know her thoughts. "I'm not well versed in such matters. I'll defer to you," she replied with a smile, having always kept her hair short and simple to save money, never considering perms or dyes. "Thank you. Let us proceed as you recommend," Chen Jun instructed the stylist. "All right, sister, first I'll trim your hair. After that, we'll perm it and then dye it," the stylist said, retrieving a large toolbox filled with various implements. Zhang Chunmei was taken aback, having never seen such a multitude of scissors before. The stylist picked up a small pair and began trimming. Chen Jun, feeling a bit bored, decided to step outside for a moment. "Sister Zhang, I'll just take a quick stroll. How long will you be?" she asked, visibly anxious. "Don't worry, just relax. If you need anything, call me," he reassured her, hoping to ease her tension. "Please don't move. Otherwise, I might cut incorrectly," the stylist cautioned. As noon approached, Chen Jun felt it was about time to return. When he re-entered the salon, he found Zhang Chunmei admiring her new look in the mirror. She could hardly believe that the fashionable woman reflected before her was indeed herself. "Are you satisfied? If there's anything you'd like adjusted, I can fix it," the stylist asked. "It's wonderful. I have no complaints. It's truly fantastic," Zhang Chunmei replied, gazing from side to side, utterly captivated. Chen Jun stepped behind her, marveling at her beauty from the side profile. "Wow, Sister Zhang, you look absolutely stunning," he exclaimed, genuinely impressed. The transformation was remarkable, and her allure had significantly elevated. "Thank you. I'm quite pleased with the outcome," Zhang Chunmei said, her heart warmed by his praise. By this time, they were both famished. After bidding farewell to the manager, Chen Jun led her out of the salon. Once outside, he took a moment to appreciate the significant change in her appearance. With her newly styled hair, combined with her natural grace, she resembled an elegant lady of high society. "What's wrong? Do you think it looks good?" Zhang Chunmei asked, noticing his attentive gaze, her heart soaring with joy. "Indeed, Sister Zhang, you are exceptionally beautiful," he nodded, offering compliments in kind. Chen Jun intended to take her to a restaurant in the mall for a meal, as hunger gnawed at him. However, Zhang Chunmei suggested that mall fare was overly expensive, preferring a modest street-side eatery instead. "Sister Zhang, let me treat you. Let us go," he insisted. Ultimately, she acquiesced to his strong persuasion and joined him inside. Chen Jun, concerned she might not enjoy the food, chose a Chinese restaurant. Upon being seated, a server promptly handed them a menu. Zhang Chunmei was startled to see a sweet and sour rib dish priced at 128 yuan. She thought to herself, "That's exorbitant. For that price, I could buy a bounty of groceries at the market." Noticing her hesitation, Chen Jun encouraged, "Order whatever you desire. Don't be shy." Zhang Chunmei shook her head and handed the menu back to him, insisting he should choose. Understanding her frugality, he proceeded to order several dishes, including tea-scented chicken, sweet and sour tenderloin, pine nut fish, and mapo tofu. Zhang Chunmei felt a pang of guilt, realizing the total would amount to several hundred yuan. "It's all right. It's a rare occasion to dine out. When I eat alone, I order just as much," Chen Jun reassured her, insisting it was merely a treat for her company. "Dear boy, there will always be opportunities to spend. One must be prudent," she cautioned with motherly warmth. "Understood. I'll keep that in mind, Sister Zhang," he replied with a smile, admiring the transformed woman before him, feeling an irresistible charm in her newfound elegance. Chapter 091. A Rare Opportunity to Live. One must dress up well. Chen Jun picked up his chopsticks and took a bite of the pine nut fish, which was truly exquisite. He gestured towards the signature dish before him, inviting her to taste it. Zhang Chunmei expressed her gratitude and picked up a small piece, savoring it with a nod of satisfaction. Chen Jun felt a wave of joy at her approval, fearing that she might not enjoy the dishes he had chosen. "Sister Zhang, your outfit is rather outdated. I shall buy you something nice later," he remarked, noting the stark contrast between her fashionable hairstyle and her rather plain attire, which he felt was a disservice to her appearance. "No need. I wouldn't want to impose on you," Zhang Chunmei declined, contemplating the difficulty young people face in earning money and how she could not justify spending it on herself. After all, she was no longer a young woman. Dressing simply was hardly an issue. "Sister Zhang, if you don't present yourself well, how will you find a good job?" Chen Jun gently enlightened her, emphasizing the importance of attire. A woman who neglects her own beauty is, in essence, denying herself. If one does not appreciate their own beauty, how can they expect others to do so? "However, I do feel guilty about you spending money on me," Zhang Chunmei confessed her true feelings. "It's merely a small sum. Investing in oneself is never a waste, especially considering how often you prepare breakfast for me," Chen Jun reassured her, viewing it as a means of repaying her kindness. Zhang Chunmei lowered her gaze, silently consuming her mapo tofu, which caught his attention. "Sister Zhang, why aren't you eating the fish? And you haven't touched the sweet and sour pork either," he inquired, wondering if she simply did not like them. "It's too expensive. I can't bear to indulge." "Please, you enjoy it," she inadvertently revealed her frugality. Understanding her nature, Chen Jun urged Sister Zhang, "Do not perceive spending as wasteful. It is important to relish life occasionally." Seeing his insistence, she picked up a piece of the pork and took a bite. The sweet and sour flavor awakened her appetite, and she found herself curious about the preparation method. "It's quite delicious, I must admit. This is my first time dining in such a fine restaurant," she confessed, a statement that held much truth. In her youth, she had remained in her hometown, assisting her family with farm work or selling vegetables at the market. Due to the local preference for sons over daughters, her family had chosen to end her education after middle school. Subsequently, she worked as a laborer in a local factory, earning just enough to survive. The ingrained frugality of her upbringing had left a profound mark on her psyche, resulting in her purchasing clothes only once every few years, only if her current ones were completely worn out. "Sister Zhang, you have endured too much hardship. You deserve to enjoy life when you earn money." Chen Jun expressed his sympathy for her situation, recognizing that she could have a better life if not for traditional constraints. "Having lived this way for so long, I've grown accustomed to it." Zhang Chunmei smiled, though her laughter bore the weight of past struggles. I believe you cannot continue like this. A change in lifestyle is essential. Chen Jun felt a sudden urge to rescue her from her plight. Perhaps, but at my age, what could be changed? Zhang Chunmei reflected on her youthful dreams of exploring the world beyond her hometown. Yet, upon venturing out, she realized the stark social hierarchies, where those with means indulged in leisure, while individuals like her toiled endlessly. The harsh realities had obscured her sense of self, reducing her existence to mere survival. Do not let the pressures of life weigh you down. Everyone deserves to live for themselves at least once. Chen Jun encouraged her to let go of her worries. After finishing their meal and settling the bill, he took her to a nearby clothing store. Drawing from his intuition about women as fashion, he selected a minimalist boutique. The staff inside wore sleek black uniforms, lending an air of professionalism to the establishment. Zhang Chunmei hesitated at the entrance, feeling out of place among the youthful, fashionable clientele. "Sister Zhang, are you dissuaded by the clothes here?" he asked, puzzled by her reluctance. "It's just that these styles seem more suited for young girls." "How would he fit in?" she explained. "You simply arrived late. Had you come earlier, you too would be considered a young girl," he joked, playfully nudging her inside. Upon their entrance, a sales associate approached them, cheerfully inquiring, "Sister, would you like to check out our new summer collection?" "Of course, we're just browsing." Chen Jun confirmed with a nod. Having interacted with many people since starting work, he felt increasingly at ease in social situations. "Wow, sister, your son is quite handsome." The sales associate mistook their relationship, prompting laughter from Chen Jun. "Thank you. You have a keen eye," he chuckled, while Zhang Chunmei felt a twinge of embarrassment, as if it implied she was aging. Previously indifferent to such remarks, her perception had shifted since meeting Chen Jun guided by the sales associate. They entered the clothing display area, where several young women were trying on outfits and admiring themselves in the mirrors. Zhang Chunmei remarked, "Being young is certainly an advantage. Their skin looks so fresh." Unbeknownst to her, that youthful appearance was largely attributed to cosmetics, which would reveal a different visage without makeup. "Choose something nice for my mother, will you?" Chen Jun said with a smile to the sales associate. "Certainly, sister. What style are you looking for?" The associate engaged her in conversation. Zhang Chunmei hesitated, noticing many deep V-neck garments and some backless designs that seemed too revealing for her taste. One black lace top was nearly translucent, making undergarments visible. Sensing her indecision, the associate selected two outfits based on her hairstyle: a deep V floral blouse paired with a black skirt, and a light yellow lace sleeve top with a white flared skirt. "That's too revealing. I can't wear that," Zhang Chunmei exclaimed, feeling embarrassed at the thought of drawing attention. "I think it looks great. Let us have my mother try it on," Chen Jun insisted, eager to see how she would look in the outfits. "Indeed, sister, your son has excellent taste," the sales associate affirmed as she led Zhang Chunmei to the fitting rooms. Upon entering, Zhang Chunmei held the garments in her hands, overwhelmed with uncertainty. After a brief internal struggle, she decided to try them on. First, she donned the deep V blouse with the skirt, given her naturally curvaceous figure. The neckline revealed more than she intended, leaving her feeling flushed and exposed. "Oh dear, if I wear this, I want to be able to walk down the street." As she hesitated, the sales associate called from outside, asking if the fit was suitable and suggesting she step out to show how it looked. Claiming the mirror inside was too small for a proper view. Responding with an affirmative, Zhang Chunmei pulled back the curtain and stepped out, feeling as though she were undressed in public. The sales associate guided her to the mirror, exclaiming, "Sister, your figure is truly remarkable. Even I envy it." The deep V back of the blouse showcased her smooth skin, and Chen Jun was captivated by the sight of her. "Absolutely stunning. This is the one," he declared, feeling that it suited her perfectly. "Are you sure it's all right?" she asked, still uncertain. The woman turned and inquired. Chen Jun made a gesture of acquiescence, and then asked why she didn't try on another outfit. Zhang Chunmei replied that it was unnecessary, expressing her intent to economize by settling for just one set. Chen Jun countered, pondering how one could possibly wear the same attire every day. Consequently, Zhang Chunmei entered the fitting room once more to don the second ensemble. Chapter 092. The expressions of bystanders indicate remarkable success. Zhang Chunmei gazed at her reflection in the mirror, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. She pondered, how could this handsome gentleman suggest that she wear such attire? In her mind, clothing should never be too revealing. Otherwise, it would invite unwarranted gossip. Moreover, as a 37-year-old woman, donning such an outfit would surely lead to whispers about her propriety. She picked up a blouse with small flying sleeves, noting that the side openings were rather generous, revealing glimpses of what lay beneath. This thought troubled her. Perhaps it would be best to abandon the idea altogether, as venturing out in such an ensemble could easily lead to misunderstandings. Yet, after some deliberation, she decided to wear it. After all, Chen Jun had good intentions, and she couldn't let his efforts go unappreciated. If changing her attire could potentially lead to a promising job, then it was worth the risk. Thus, she shed her deep V-neck shirt and donned a new outfit. The initial sensation was one of undeniable allure, accentuating her feminine charm. Turning sideways to scrutinize herself in the mirror, she realized the garment indeed left little to the imagination. The front's hollowed design revealed the color of her undergarments, and with every lift of her arm, the side openings exposed even more. She glanced down at the flared skirt, which, with its slender waist and curvaceous form, appeared even more flattering. Oh dear, how could she possibly wear such an outfit? Internally, Zhang Chunmei grappled with conflict, as her traditional beliefs made it challenging to embrace this modern style. Sister, are you ready? May I see how it looks? The saleswoman, having noticed her prolonged absence, inquired with concern. All right, Zhang Chunmei replied, stepping slowly into the open space. She felt a flutter of anxiety, hesitant to raise her arms, fearing exposure. The saleswoman, admiring her reflection, exclaimed, Sister, this dress is truly tailored for you. Hearing the compliment, Zhang Chunmei felt a surge of happiness, her earlier nervousness dissipating. Really? Thank you. Chen Jun, observing her in the skirt, was captivated by how it accentuated her figure. He was tempted to reach out and experience the sensation of the fabric against her skin, a sentiment that might resonate with other admirers as well. Turning to him, she shyly asked, Is this outfit suitable? Chen Jun's gaze wandered to the hollow design, which beautifully showcased her black undergarments. The designer had indeed demonstrated a keen fashion sense, maximizing the allure of subtlety. It's stunning, even better than the previous outfit, Chen Jun remarked, unable to suppress a smile. He was taken aback by how a mere change of clothing could transform her entirely. One could easily mistake her for a leading lady in the corporate world, as her poise was truly remarkable. Is it? However, she hesitated, contemplating whether to keep this ensemble, but Chen Jun insisted it was perfect and urged her not to change. No need to change? Zhang Chunmei was momentarily taken aback, questioning if she should indeed wear out in public. Beautiful lady, please remove the tags for my mother. I'll take the previous outfit as well. Chen Jun was eager to see her embrace this new perspective, encouraging her to adapt to contemporary notions. After all, purchasing something only to leave it unworn seemed a waste. She needed to acclimate to this new style. Shall we look at shoes? The saleswoman observed her black flats, which appeared quite dated. Sure, let us see if we can find a pair that complements this outfit. Had she not reminded him, Chen Jun might have forgotten about her footwear. If they were to overhaul her appearance, it was essential to revamp her entire look, lest it appear mismatched. No need. I have some at home, Zhang Chunmei murmured. It's no trouble at all, Mom. I've got you covered. Chen Jun affectionately addressed her, prompting her to acquiesce. Following the saleswoman to the shoe section, she was astounded by the array of styles available. Mary Janes, brogues, loafers, and Oxfords. Never before had she realized there were so many varieties of shoes. Sister, which pair do you fancy? I can fetch them for you, the saleswoman offered, showcasing various options. Zhang Chunmei was overwhelmed and uncertain about which pair would suit her best. I can't quite decide. Which do you think I should wear? The saleswoman, assessing her outfit, selected a pair of white, round-toed flats. Sister, how about these? Do you find them appealing? Finding the shoes rather lovely, Zhang Chunmei nodded in agreement. Ready to try them on? As the saleswoman knelt to assist her, Zhang Chunmei felt a mix of surprise and delight. This was her first experience receiving such attentive service. Having previously worked as a cleaner, she was accustomed to providing service, not receiving it, and this role reversal felt unfamiliar. Do they fit well? The saleswoman inquired, straightening up after helping her. Zhang Chunmei examined her feet, taking a few steps to test their comfort. They seem fine, though they feel somewhat unfamiliar, she chuckled, acknowledging that wearing such stylish shoes was indeed a departure from her norm. New shoes require some breaking in. You'll soon adapt, the saleswoman reassured her, having misunderstood the nature of her discomfort. Content with her choice, Zhang Chunmei exited the shoe section and entered the main hall of the store. Upon seeing her, Chen Jun's gaze immediately fell to her new shoes. I must say, those are quite stunning, he commented. The minimalist design harmonized perfectly with her attire. They truly are beautiful, he continued to praise. Sister, your son is quite the way with words, the saleswoman chuckled, amused by the compliment. Indeed, Zhang Chunmei replied, offering only a brief response. Chen Jun approached the counter, requesting a receipt and proceeding to make the payment. The total for the two outfits and a pair of shoes amounted to 1,680 yuan. Zhang Chunmei was taken aback by the price. She had anticipated something akin to the modest costs found at street stalls, around 50 or 60 yuan per piece. After receiving the receipt and carrying the shopping bag, Chen Jun gestured for her to follow him outside. Regaining her composure, Zhang Chunmei walked with him into the corridor, frowning slightly as she expressed, "Handsome. I never expected these clothes to be so expensive. Can they be returned?" She contemplated how such costly attire felt extravagant for her. Zhang, yeah. This isn't expensive at all. Just wear it, Chen Jun remarked, admiring the white flying sleeve top, which indeed exuded a sultry appeal. Yet, he felt a pang of guilt for urging her to spend so much money, especially considering their neighborly relationship. It's all right, Zhang Jia, let us head outside, he suggested, carrying the shopping bag as they made their way towards the mall's exit. As they walked, several men passed by and couldn't help but steal glances at her striking appearance. The alluring curves of her figure were sure to captivate any man. Zhang Chunmei noticed their attention and instinctively lowered her gaze, wishing for a jacket to cover herself. One middle-aged man paused to look back, quietly remarking, "This woman is dressed quite provocatively. That white flared skirt is something else." Chen Jun smiled to himself, recognizing that it was only natural for these men to be entranced by her beauty. He too felt a spark of attraction. The expressions of bystanders indicated that this transformation was indeed a resounding success. Chapter 093. A dilemma of intentions. The two emerged from the shopping mall and made their way to the parking area. Chen Jun wheeled out the electric scooter, turned it around, and said, "Sister Zhang, hop on. Where are we headed now?" Zhang Chunmei inquired as she settled onto the back seat. "It's a secret. You'll find out soon," Chen Jun replied, grasping the handlebars and pedaling along the road. Zhang Chunmei sat sideways, her arm instinctively wrapping around his waist, evoking a nostalgic sense of youth. "Handsome, may I call you A Jun?" she asked, feeling that addressing him as handsome seemed rather stiff. "Of course. I prefer it when you call me A Jun," he responded, recalling how his family used to address him back home. "A Jun, why are you so kind to me?" Zhang Chunmei pondered whether there was an ulterior motive behind his generosity. "Honestly, I can't quite articulate it. I just feel a sense of warmth when I'm with you. Sister Zhang." This was reflective of Chen Jun's character. He had a compassionate heart and felt compelled to assist those in need. "You have a heart of gold, A Jun, but I have nothing to repay you with." Zhang Chunmei disliked being indebted to others, a sentiment rooted in traditional values. While writing, Chen Jun remarked, "Sister Zhang, you are the true good person here. I am merely average." He navigated through a crossroads and continued for a while before veering onto a side street. After approximately 15 minutes of straight riding, he entered a commercial complex and parked the scooter in a designated area. This mall was renowned in the vicinity for its wholesale clothing market, frequently visited by individuals from other provinces seeking merchandise to sell locally. Upon disembarking, Zhang Chunmei looked up and asked, "A Jun, why have you brought me here?" Chen Jun pointed and replied, "Of course, we are here to look for a job. But I have never sold clothes before," she thought, feeling that selling apparel required eloquence, a quality she felt she lacked. "Never sold before? You can always pretend you have. Who would know?" Chen Jun lightly placed a hand on her shoulder, encouraging her to enter with him. "But," Zhang Chunmei hesitated, "is it really right to deceive?" The mall was comprised of 3 floors, each hosting over 100 stalls focused on wholesale. Chen Jun led her to the 3rd floor to check for job openings. Some shop owners were male, and he deliberately avoided those to prevent any unwelcome advances towards her. At a corner, a shop named xin Clothing Wholesale caught his eye. A sign outside indicated they were hiring female staff. Inside, a middle-aged woman was seated, calculating figures with a calculator. By her demeanor and attire, it was evident that she was the proprietress. Accompanying her was a girl in her 20s, busily packing shipments. Chen Jun deemed the store promising. Typically, in establishments run by women, the husbands tended to be disciplined. Sister Zhang, remember not to mention your previous cleaning job. Just say you have experience in a clothing store. Understood? Chen Jun advised. Yes, I understand. I will follow your lead. Zhang Chunmei acknowledged. Though she was reluctant to lie, she recognized the necessity of finding work. Chen Jun approached the middle-aged woman and asked, Madam, are you still hiring? She looked up and replied, Yes, but we're only hiring female staff. Chen Jun waved for Zhang Chunmei to step forward, introducing her. This is my aunt, seeking a job. Let's see if she fits. The proprietress appraised Zhang Chunmei, noting her pleasant demeanor and stylish attire. Have you had any prior experience? I worked in a clothing store for a while. Zhang Chunmei recited Chen Jun's prearranged response. Well, we offer a base salary plus commission. The proprietress explained the conditions, mentioning that it could be demanding with only 1 day off per month, and asked if she was willing to accept. Upon hearing the salary, which could total around 100,000 a year, Chen Jun was pleasantly surprised. That sounds good, madam. I can endure hard work. Zhang Chunmei agreed, pleased with the compensation. All right then, you can start with a trial day tomorrow. If all goes well, we'll sign a formal contract. Sound good? The proprietress wanted to assess her resilience. Thank you, madam. Zhang Chunmei expressed her joy, finally feeling the prospect of employment. Chen Jun had not anticipated such smooth progress, realizing that one's appearance often played a significant role in achieving success. As they exited and returned to the scooter, Zhang Chunmei said, Hey Jun, thank you so much. I never expected to find work so easily. There's no need to thank me. It's all due to your own merits. Chen Jun remarks, noticing her charming attire. How about I treat you to dinner? I can't keep letting you spend money on me, he suggested. As they noticed, it was almost 5 o'clock, the time for a meal. All right, let's go eat across the street. There's a restaurant there, she replied, realizing the time. Chen Jun noticed a restaurant directly across the mall. As dusk settled, traffic on the road increased. They crossed and entered the eatery, where several delivery workers were dining or chatting. Zhang Chunmei ordered a selection of stir-fried dishes along with 4 bottles of beer, intending to celebrate this joyous occasion with Chen Jun, despite her usual restraint due to work. As the dishes arrived, they enjoyed their meal, laughter and camaraderie flowing freely. Hey, Yun, my life has changed since I met you. Zhang Chunmei expressed her heartfelt gratitude. I feel the same way. Meeting someone as kind as you is truly fortunate for me. Chen Jun replied, sincere in his admiration. As the evening progressed and Zhang Chunmei sipped her drink, she recounted her struggles. In her early 20s, she had heard of the high wages in Jiangcheng and left home to work here. Initially, she worked as an unskilled laborer in a factory, later meeting her husband through an introduction. After their child was born, they worked tirelessly to provide a better future, but lacking education and skills. They could only manage physically demanding jobs, which yielded little savings. As their child grew in a rented space, costs escalated. Her husband, driven to earn more for a better life, took on the heaviest labor, outworking his peers. However, fate dealt a cruel blow when he met with an accident, leaving her to bear the weight of their family alone, enduring a strenuous existence. As she spoke, Zhang Chunmei reached out to clasp Chen Jun's hand, saying, Hey Jun, thank you for helping my son and me. Such small gestures need not be spoken of, Chen Jun replied, gently patting her hand. Your kindness will remain in my heart. Allow me to repay you tonight, if I may. Zhang Chunmei hinted at the possibility of spending the night together. Thank you, Sister Zhang, I understand. Chen Jun thought to himself that he would prefer to finish dinner before considering anything else, though he felt a conflict within, for his intentions in helping were never meant to lead to such a conclusion. Chapter 094. delivering souls from suffering. This is the essence of virtue at this moment. It was already past 7, and the two exited the restaurant, one after the other. The streets were bustling with pedestrians, all eager to indulge in a leisurely shopping spree. Chen Jun pondered that since there was still ample time, perhaps they could stroll around, and he inquired about her thoughts. Zhang Chunmei expressed her agreeable disposition, stating she was fine with whatever he decided. Fortunately, there was a pedestrian street nearby, which piqued Chen Jun's interest. At the center of the street stood an ancient tree adorned with red ribbons. Couples gathered beside the tree, fervently praying for happiness and fulfillment. Jun, wait a moment. Zhang Chunmei paused, closing her eyes as she began to murmur a prayer. Chen Jun gazed at the ribbons hanging from the tree, reminiscent of his beloved. Once her prayer concluded, a smile illuminated her face. All right, let us proceed. Zhang Jia, what wish did you make? Chen Jun asked curiously, speculating it might pertain to marriage. I hope one can gain admission to a good high school and eventually attend university, leading a more comfortable life, she replied. This sentiment likely echoed the wishes of all parents, enduring hardships themselves as long as their children found happiness. Adjacent to them was a bubble tea shop, and Chen Jun thought to buy a couple of drinks. Zhang Jia, what would you like to drink? It's my treat. Zhang Chunmei glanced at the prices displayed, shocked to see they were 17 yuan per cup, far too extravagant in her view. In her recollection, 5 yuan per cup was an acceptable price. 17 was simply excessive. No, Jun, you can have it yourself. I am not thirsty, she declined, waving her hand. How can that be? Going out without enjoying a drink diminishes the joy of the outing, he insisted, stepping up to the counter and ordering 2 beverages, a green tea with milk foam and a red tea with milk foam, both trendy choices. He handed one of the red tea drinks to her, saying, Zhang Jia, here you go. Zhang Chunmei hesitated again. No need, Jun, you enjoy it. Please take it. Zhang Jia, I can't possibly finish both cups alone, he urged, convincing her that she would surely enjoy it. She accepted it with a smile, taking a tentative sip and expressing her surprise. Is this red tea? I thought it was just a sugary drink. In her mind, such beverages were typically concocted with artificial sweeteners, but this was genuinely brewed tea. That has long been obsolete. Nowadays, we emphasize nutrition and health, Chen Jun remarked, lifting her straw slightly for her to take another sip. Following his suggestion, she took a hearty draw but inadvertently sucked too hard, resulting in a creamy arc of milk foam adorning her lips. Zhang Jia, you are utterly charming, Chen Jun exclaimed, producing a tissue to wipe the cream from her lips. Is this cream? I had no idea there was a layer of cream atop the red tea, Zhang Chunmei mused, intrigued, as it was her first experience with such a beverage. Indeed, Zhang Jia, you ought to sip the red tea followed by the milk foam. That is the secret to its delightful flavor. Chen Jun instructed on the proper way to enjoy this drink. The beverages you young people consume are truly peculiar, she remarked, continuing to sip, finding it quite enjoyable. This marked her inaugural encounter with bubble tea, and she reveled in the new experience. Zhang Jia, life is truly beautiful. It is not solely about work. There are moments of pure pleasure to be found, Chen Jun shared as they walked on, feeling a profound sympathy for this woman. It was hard to fathom that having lived nearly 40 years, she had never savored bubble tea. Zhang Chunmei observed her surroundings with childlike wonder, sugar paintings, clay figurines, and ring-toss games, her eyes darting with curiosity as she had never taken the time to appreciate such sights before. Tian Yun patiently accompanied her, explaining everything until they had explored every nook and cranny. This has been such an enjoyable day. I never imagined shopping could be so delightful, Zhang Chunmei beamed, a radiant smile gracing her face. This was a stark contrast to her usual demeanor, revealing genuine joy that washed away her weariness, radiating a youthful exuberance. Indeed, Zhang Jia, I shall bring you here again when I have the chance, Chen Jun replied, buoyed by her happiness. I truly must thank you, otherwise, I would have remained oblivious to the multitude of fascinating experiences, she said, her laughter reminiscent of a childess. As they approached a dimly lit corner, Zhang Chunmei took his hands and placed them around her waist. Zhang Jia, Chen Jun felt a rush of emotions. Readers resembling a romantic hero would find it hard to resist such a moment. Wouldn't they? Ah, Jun, thank you. Being with you brings me immense joy, she confessed, her once dull eyes now sparkling with affection. She felt as though she were a desolate tree, blooming anew after the rain. Instinctively, Chen Jun leaned in to kiss her, an impulsive surge of desire overwhelming him. The woman reciprocated, gradually retreating against the wall, welcoming his ardent kiss. He entwined her hands above her head, continuing their embrace. At that instant, a cleaning lady passed by, glancing at them and muttering, "Really, can't they wait to find a room? There are cameras here." He halted, suddenly aware of a surveillance camera pointed directly at them. Grateful for the reminder, he realized they had narrowly avoided a public spectacle. Chen Jun released her hands, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Zhang Jia, I let my impulses get the better of me. Internally, he wrestled with conflicting emotions, yearning to taste the sweetness of their connection, yet hesitant to transgress moral boundaries. Ah, Jun, I understand. Do not feel burdened, Zhang Chunmei reassured him, placing a hand over his lips to convey her understanding. They emerged from the corner and settled onto a nearby bench. The woman leaned against his shoulder, enveloped in an unprecedented sense of happiness. She was a woman of unfortunate fate, having never experienced love, and thus remained oblivious to its true nature. She married her husband shortly after meeting him, their union more of a pragmatic arrangement than a romantic bond. Now, at 37, she seemed as innocent as a girl. Nestled against him, Chen Jun remained silent, reluctant to disrupt the serenity of the moment, contemplating whether to decline her unspoken request. She was a genuinely simple woman, devoid of ulterior motives. Was he inadvertently leading her on? Would he be able to maintain composure when faced with her child in the future? Ao Yun, I am an unfortunate woman, but I am grateful to have met you. I feel so happy and content, Zhang Chunmei confided, her heart laid bare. I am a woman who greatly needs a man to care for me, to alleviate my suffering. Ah, Jun. She pressed a kiss to his cheek, almost as a plea for compassion. I understand, Zhang Jia, Chen Jun replied, checking his pocket to ensure his ID was still with him. Dear readers, his intentions were not driven by selfish desires. Rather, he sought to rescue her from her plight. As we often say, to deliver one from suffering is indeed an act of virtue, and this was precisely Chen Jun's sentiment. Chapter 095, just a moment ago. Now I can truly appreciate it. Chen Jun searched for nearby hotels on his phone and proceeded to place an order. He and Zhang Chunmei then walked along the road towards the hotel. Zhang Chunmei linked her arm with his, her face adorned with a smile, exuding the essence of romance. Upon arriving at the hotel entrance, Chen Jun instructed her to wait outside while he registered. She nodded in agreement, watching him enter. At the front desk, Chen Jun informed them of his online reservation and presented his identification. After a brief verification, the staff confirmed everything was in order and completed the registration. Chen Jun collected the room, key card, and led her to the elevator. They entered together and selected their floor. When the doors opened, Chen Jun began searching for the room number indicated on the key card. This must be the place. He arrived at the midpoint of the corridor and swiped the card. With a beep, he pushed the door open and switched on the lights. Zhang Chunmei felt a sense of novelty. Previously, she had only entered rooms to clean, but now she was here to stay, and the experience was indeed different. After closing the door, Chen Jun suggested she have some water and sit down to rest. Thank you, she replied, settling onto the left side of the sofa. Chen Jun, feeling slightly parched, opened a bottle of mineral water and took a sip. He then turned on the television, increasing the volume for some ambient noise. Zhang Chunmei gazed at the young man beside her with eager anticipation, thinking about the joy he might bring her. She chose not to ponder too deeply, for such matters were beyond her concern. Chen Jun took a seat beside her, observing this neighbor of his. Her softly curled brown hair, enchanting collarbone, and alluring figure captivated him. Sister Zhang, could you raise your hand for me to see? Chen Jun expressed his desire for a closer admiration. Sure, no problem, she replied with a smile, lifting her right hand. The sleeve of her top was slightly loose, allowing a glimpse of her inner garment from the side. Chen Jun silently appreciated the view, wondering when this particular interest had developed. He found immense satisfaction in admiring women dressed in alluring attire. Is it beautiful? Zhang Chunmei noticed his admiration for her outfit. Indeed, it's particularly enticing, he replied, gently lowering her hand, concerned that she might tire. Jun, if you enjoy it, I can wear this every day for you, she said, displaying a keen understanding of his desires. Thank you, Sister Zhang. Chen Jun felt touched by her kindness. He then asked her to stand and requested if she could turn around for him, as he particularly admired the white flared skirt, especially on a woman with such a perfect waist-to-hip ratio. Of course, no problem. Zhang Chunmei, attuned to a man's heart, was eager to please. With a smile, she stood before him and slowly turned around. The skirt flared beautifully as she twirled, exuding grace. Truly beautiful, absolutely stunning. Chen Jun felt his heart race. Unable to resist reaching out to tug at the hem of her skirt, she stood still, allowing him to admire her, content as long as he was happy. Sister Zhang, you are truly beautiful, he remarked, captivated by her slender waist, which suited the flared skirt perfectly. Jun, let me give you a foot massage, Zhang Chunmei offered, returning to the sofa and lifting his foot onto her lap. No, it's all right. My feet might be a bit smelly, Chen Jun replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It's fine. If a man's feet don't smell, that's a concern, she reassured him, gently beginning to massage his soles. In that moment, a wave of comfort surged from his feet, easing his tension significantly. Jun, does it hurt? If it does, just say so. It's no problem, she inquired as she continued. It feels great, Sister Zhang. I didn't expect you had this skill, Chen Jun sighed in relief, genuinely enjoying the experience. Jun, if you like it, I can give you a massage every night, she said, noticing his appreciation and applying herself with even more enthusiasm. Thank you, Sister Zhang, but I wouldn't want to trouble you, he thought, pondering why older women seem to possess such tenderness. There is no need to feel embarrassed. You've helped me so much. This little thing is nothing, she replied sincerely, expressing her heartfelt gratitude and commitment to reciprocate kindness. After a while, seeing her become tired, Chen Jun withdrew his foot, saying, Sister Zhang, you've worked hard. No need to continue. She smiled at him, thinking, it seems Jun is quite eager. She shifted closer and then turned to rest on him. Chen Jun was momentarily taken aback by the soft pressure against him. Jun, poor child. You must be pinned up, Zhang Chunmei mused, recalling the feminine undergarments in his room. Not all, Sister Zhang. Perhaps I should take a shower first. I feel a bit worn out. Afterward, I'll feel more refreshed, he suggested, realizing that fatigue had dampened his enthusiasm, likely due to the dim atmosphere of the room. All right, Jun, she replied as she moved off him and returned to the sofa. Chen Jun slipped off his shoes, donned disposable slippers, and headed to the bathroom to shower. Inside, he removed his clothing and adjusted the water temperature. Standing beneath the shower head, he closed his eyes and let the water cascade over him, pondering the source of his fatigue, feeling devoid of sustained excitement. Meanwhile, Zhang Chunmei had quietly undressed and pulled open the glass door of the bathroom. She stepped inside, finding Chen Jun showering. Gently, she approached him, placing her hands on his shoulders. Chen Jun sensed something amiss and turned to see her standing before him. Sister Zhang, he stammered, unsure of what to say, his breath quickening, a natural response for a normal man. Before him stood a figure of exquisite allure, rendering him momentarily spellbound. The mature woman's physique left him a young man, struggling to maintain control. Jun, let me help you scrub your back, she offered, her hands gliding over his chest. Thank you, he thought, realizing how fortunate one would be to have such a caring and gentle partner. The sound of water, soft rustling, and their breaths intertwined, creating a melodious symphony. This brief interlude shall skip over 6,000 words. I've grown weary. I'll take a moment for coffee. An hour later, both emerged from the bathroom, their bodies dry and clad in bathrobes. Zhang Chunmei, her cheeks flushed, untied her robe, allowing it to slip away. Jun, tonight, I am yours. I hope you cherish me well, she declared. Sister Zhang, your figure is truly beautiful, Chen Jun remarked, entranced. The mist of a shower had blurred his vision, but now he could savor the moment in detail. Chapter 096. The battle concludes. a brief respite having just bathed. With vision still blurred, one can only imagine the pristine scene that unfolds. Chen Jun gazed at the exquisite curves before him, struggling to suppress the surging impulses within. He reached out, encircling the woman's slender waist and drawing her near. "Sister Zhang, your figure is truly enticing," he remarked, savoring the moment. "Aoyun, as long as you enjoy it, anything goes." Zhang Chunmei gazed at him with tender eyes. Subsequently, she untied the sash of his robe, gently assisting him in shedding it. At the moment of revelation, Zhang Chunmei blushed, a clear indication of her excitement. Chen Jun lifted her onto the bed, stroking her hair and planting a kiss. "Sister Zhang, you are truly captivating. I long to admire you fully," he whispered, caressing her cheek. "Ah Jun, tonight, I am entirely yours," she declared, closing her eyes and lightly biting her lip. In the adjacent room, a young couple sat on the sofa, engaged in idle conversation. The man sported a stylish buzz cut, complemented by an earring, exuding a contemporary vibe. The woman, clad in a simple dress, appeared quite demure, a student from a liberal arts college. "Darling, what is that sound? Is the television still on?" she inquired. "I haven't even turned on the TV. Where could that noise be coming from? Are you imagining things?" He replied, glancing at the darkened screen with a puzzled expression. "How strange. Where could that sound originate?" The woman, intrigued, rose to investigate, approaching the television to listen closely. Realizing the noise was emanating from the neighboring room, she called her boyfriend over urgently. "You must come and hear this. What could possibly be so interesting on TV?" he queried, standing beside her. "Listen closely. What is that sound? Could it be a fight?" she pressed, leaning against the wall, intent on deciphering the source. The man furrowed his brow, joining her in listening, only to burst into laughter moments later. "What's so funny?" the girl asked, still oblivious. "They are engaged in a rather intimate activity," he whispered teasingly in her ear. "Really? It can't be that loud," she exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. "Should we give it a try ourselves?" The man embraced her, his eagerness palpable. "Stop it. I'm not your wife. Why would I join you in that?" She pouted. "Just wait a moment. Ha!" He chuckled, lifting her onto the bed. In the room to the left, a middle-aged woman had retired early after her bath. Drowsily, she became aware of the commotion from the adjacent room, which disrupted her attempts at sleep. The plaintive cries resonated within her, stirring emotions she thought long subdued. Unable to endure any longer, she imagined the scene playing out next door. "Oh dear, this is unbearable. It sounds like a slaughter," she muttered, dressing hastily and stepping out to confront the noise. Approaching the door, she listened closely, confirming the ruckus was indeed from within, and proceeded to knock. "Excuse me, could you lower your volume? I can't sleep." She knocked forcefully, but received no response. Not that it was surprising. The television blared at maximum volume, drowning out her pleas, while the occupants were lost in their own world, oblivious to the outside disturbances. With no other recourse, the woman sighed in resignation and took the elevator down to the front desk, lodging a complaint about the excessive noise from the neighboring room. Initially, the front desk staff seemed confused, inquiring about the nature of the noise. With a drawn-out face, she replied, "What other sound could it be but those of two people engaged in that?" Only then did the staff comprehend, their faces flushing with embarrassment. "We sincerely apologize, but we cannot interfere in matters of personal privacy," they explained. Yet the woman persisted, threatening to file a complaint against the hotel if the issue was not addressed. The staff, bound by the constraints of guest privacy, reluctantly picked up the phone to call the offending room. Inside, the couple was abruptly interrupted by the ringing phone. Chen Jun reached for it, yet Zhang Chunmei insisted he let it ring. "I'll just take this call," he said, drenched in perspiration, as he turned to answer. "Hello, sir, this is the front desk. We have received a complaint about the noise from your room. Could you please lower it?" "Oh, understood. We will be more mindful," he replied, hanging up the receiver. "What is the matter, Jun? I can't wait any longer. Hurry back," she implored, her tone laced with urgency. "The neighbors complained about our noise. Perhaps we should take a break?" he suggested, feeling his energy waning. He had not anticipated Sister Zhang's remarkable stamina and resilience, which left him utterly outmatched. Even employing his best techniques, he found himself unable to subdue her. That's easily resolved. Just a moment, Zhang Chunmei said, rising from the bed to retrieve a towel. She stuffed it in her mouth and climbed back onto the bed, signaling him to continue. Very well, Sister Zhang, he responded, invigorated by her wild demeanor, determined to win her over. 2 hours later, Chen Jun emerged victorious by the narrowest of margins, yet utterly drained. A mere bottle of nutritional supplement would not suffice. He would need a substantial amount of calcium-rich milk to recover. He had not anticipated that even a robust athlete like himself would struggle so. The entire encounter had been arduous, almost tragic in its intensity. Despite employing a myriad of advanced techniques, he found them all thwarted by her formidable defenses. As the battle raged on, he felt himself gasping for air under her relentless pressure. Yet, refusing to concede, he adjusted his mindset and unleashed his ultimate technique. In the heat of the conflict, he secured a clear advantage, poised for victory. However, Zhang Chunmei, undeterred, unleashed her long-dormant technique, momentarily rendering him powerless. In desperation, he resorted to his final move, only to find her prowess escalating in response to his own. Ultimately, he was compelled to unleash his most potent technique, the enhanced version of his signature move. This encapsulated the entire struggle, the intricacies left to the imagination. In terms of prowess, Zhang Chunmei certainly surpassed Su Qinghua, her presence overshadowing that of any other. As she succumbed to slumber, Chen Jun relished a fleeting moment of respite. Even with my robust physique, I was nearly overwhelmed. Sister Zhang is indeed formidable. Suddenly, he recalled it was the 3rd day of the week, and completing his task would yield rewards. Rising from the bed, he dressed, eager to fulfill his obligation. Such bountiful rewards would be a pity to let slip away. "Ah Jun, don't go. Ah Jun," she murmured, half asleep. "Sister Zhang, I'm just stepping out to grab something. I'll be back shortly," he reassured her, gently caressing her cheek before departing. Chapter 97. Sharing a room with Aunt Zhang. When did this happen? Chen Jun stepped out of the hotel and into the chilly night, finding the streets eerily deserted, devoid of both pedestrians and vehicles. He opened his phone to check for nearby ride-hailing options, but as he descended the stairs, he accidentally twisted his ankle and fell to the ground. "Ouch, that hurts!" he exclaimed, propping himself up with his hands, which were now scraped and bleeding, the pain jolting him back to clarity. Aunt Zhang's combat prowess was astonishing, leaving him weak in the knees. He never anticipated her stamina would be so formidable. A woman alone in an empty room could be so terrifying. Sitting on the steps, he summoned a ride and waited. The navigation indicated an approaching black Buick. After about 5 minutes, the vehicle pulled up beside him. "Young man, is it you?" the driver inquired, checking the license plate. "Yes, Uncle," Chen Jun replied as he opened the door and took a seat in the back. The driver glanced at the rearview mirror before driving off. "Are you heading home?" he asked kindly, noticing the fatigue etched on Chen Jun's face. "No, I need to go somewhere. I'm in a bit of a hurry," Chen Jun responded, not quite grasping the driver's intent. "Is your job in this line of work that exhausting, finishing one shift only to rush to the next?" The driver expressed a hint of sympathy. "Indeed, it's quite taxing." Chen Jun thought of his tasks ahead. "Is the pay decent?" The driver continued. "Not bad, around 10,000 per session." Chen Jun mentioned the reward from the system. 10,000 per session? That's quite reasonable. Look at me. Can this old man still manage? The driver mused, contemplating that even if the person were unattractive, it would still be worthwhile to engage. "Uncle, don't joke. You're definitely out of the question," Chen Jun thought, realizing the driver had no system binding him to earn such money. There was a wealthy woman who wanted to support my son. I initially refused, but now I somewhat regret that decision. The driver lamented, sharing his painful experiences in this challenging economy, wishing for an easier way to earn. "Oh, you meant that kind of money," Chen Jun realized he had misunderstood. Half an hour later, they arrived at the destination, the central square. Chen Jun bid farewell and exited the vehicle. The security guard at the entrance was fast asleep, and even a shout failed to rouse him. Thus, he entered through a side door, following the system's prompt toward the center. There stood a monumental stone statue, and all he needed to do was take a photo for his check-in. This task was relatively simple, devoid of difficulty. After snapping the picture, he opened the virtual panel in his mind, and proceeded to check in. Congratulations to the host. You have completed the check-in and earned a cash reward of 10,000. Congratulations to the host. You have received a 7-day bonus reward. 1 kidney preservation pill. Kidney preservation pill. After consumption, the user will enjoy abundant vitality for 30 days. 3 mechanical prompts echoed in his mind. At that moment, a small yellow pill materialized in his hand. Chen Jun examined it, wondering if it truly possessed such capabilities. Cautiously, he decided to find a test subject. As he made his way back, he noticed rustling in the bushes. Upon closer inspection, he found a couple engaged in a rather audacious outdoor encounter. Goodness, how daring! Just a mat beneath them, completely unbothered by surveillance, he thought, losing interest and exiting the square to hail another ride. To his dismay, it was once again the same driver. It was no wonder. Given the hour, what other vehicles would be around? "Young man, it's you again," the driver remarked. "Yes, what a coincidence," Chen Jun chuckled. "Did you finish so quickly? I thought it would take at least half an hour." The driver had merely been idling on a roadside. "I just didn't have the energy. I'm too tired and need to get some sleep," Chen Jun casually replied. Soon, he returned to the hotel, taking the elevator up. Upon entering his room, he gently closed the door behind him, undressed, and contemplated a short nap. Otherwise, he feared dizziness would plague him at work the next day. However, to his surprise, Zhang Chunmei was still awake. "Ah Jun, you've arrived," she said in a gentle tone, laden with anticipation as if she had been waiting for him. "Aunt Zhang, why are you still awake?" "You should rest early," Chen Jun suggested, pulling back the covers, greeted by a fragrant aroma as he lay down. "I still desire more," she shyly confessed. "Ah, Aunt Zhang, let's put this off for today. I have to work in the morning." Chen Jun trembled at her words, feeling overwhelmed. If this continued, he would surely be exhausted at such a young age. Before he could respond, Zhang Chunmei flipped over and straddled him. "Aunt Zhang, I concede," Chen Jun thought, feeling a pang of embarrassment as a man admitting defeat. Yet, the relentless demands were simply unbearable. "Ah Jun, I want you. Please help me," she implored again. "Aunt Zhang, I." Chen Jun's hands were drawn to her delicate waist. A sleepless night ensued as a once athletic young man, nicknamed the Macho Man,